Chapter 641 The Return of the Water Ghost. Zhang Wei did not choose to stay overnight at the Black Demon Bar, as it would not help. After saying goodbye to Ghost Hand, Zhang Wei set off at night and returned to Old City High School in the dark. Then he issued a new order. In the shortest possible time, collect supplies at all costs. Because Zhang Wei felt that a huge storm was coming. The next day, Zhang Wei got up early and went to the villa area to visit Yang Guang and Shizhe. For many things, for several high-level officials of the Nine Gates Admiral, there was no need to hide them. Zhang Wei prefers a neutral stance, make him more suitable to be the messenger. After listening to Zhang Wei's words, Shizhe said, only two things were done. The first is to have all the red shirts return to the team as soon as possible. This militiaman is still a farmer in his spare time. The state of being a soldier in wartime. The second is to recruit people with shooting experience and strong wild survival ability from the Red Shirt Army. A special operations team was formed. And to everyone in this special operations team, weapons were distributed in full. Zhang Wei was impressed by this, because Yang Guang mentioned special operations before. Although the current level of these people is not as good as professional mercenaries like Black Sun, it is better than doing nothing. Zhang Wei also told Lu Dali, who was still mourning with Wang Rilin, about this matter. After returning from the villa area, Zhang Wei successively visited Bawang of the southern community, Aqiang of Mishuai City, and Rejoice of the Dock Gang. Many people were still late to realize the death of Wang Yukun, and they didn't know that Demingzi's health was also in serious trouble. After leaving these places, Zhang Wei went directly to his old city high school building. Qian Baohua was a little surprised by Zhang Wei's words. After hesitating for a while, he said, if it has come to this, we must prepare for a rainy day. What do you think? It's better not to defend this high building, Qian Baohua said. Zhang Wei immediately understood what Qian Baohua meant. In Demingzi's several attacks on the building, most people have realized the disadvantages of high-rise buildings. Although you can be wary of zombies to a certain extent, but there will also be a dilemma. If the old city is at risk of falling, hiding on this tall building, you will be completely trapped to death. Then where are we going? Zhang Wei knows. Baohua must have different ideas. For roads, retreat south to Old City High School and Old City Prison. Go north across the river to Binhai. To the west you can go to the deep mountains. The eastward ship goes to sea. The four paths provided by Qian Baohua, Zhang Wei also had to think deeply. But Zhang Wei thought about it casually, let him rule out two paths. It's definitely not possible to go west. It was deep mountains and old forests. This way, it is a performance of Tarzan in the deep mountains and old forests. Having apocalyptic survival experience and jungle survival experience are two different things. Those venomous snakes and worms can teach you how to behave in minutes. What's more, there are a lot of zombies in the forest who don't know where they come from. Before the end of the world, even those who could survive in the jungle would not survive more than a few days. Not to mention after the end of the world. Going east was also rejected by Zhang Wei. The only way to go east is to go to sea, or disembark from other coastlines. This probably requires the help of a boat from the dock. But that's no different than Robinson Crusoe. Zhang Wei still prefers to stay on the ground. So Zhang Wei's temporary goal is to defend the south. Old City High School has many holes. And he has dug countless holes. Whether it is dealing with looters or zombies, there is no big problem. As for going north, it is a desperate situation. The worst plan. Zhang Wei and Qian Baohua discussed for 3 or 4 hours, and finally left with a little confidence. High-rise buildings are indeed not suitable for long-term defense. But when it comes to retreat, it's not quite the time yet. News that Demingzi has a physical problem, it is still inevitable to spread. Zhang Wei didn't know how others knew. Maybe the ghost hand blocked the bar and aroused people's suspicion. Maybe the real poisoner leaked the news. It was also known when Zhang Wei informed the 9 admirals to make more preparations. But Zhang Wei knows, there is no point in hiding it. It will only spread rumors. In the next 2 days, Demingzi's condition goes up and down, but every time Zhang Wei meets Guisho, they all felt that Guisho's spirit was particularly weak. Zhang Wei knew that the situation was heading for the worst. On the afternoon of the second day, Guisho met with Shizhe urgently. This made Zhang Wei feel very strange, because the two people did not have any intersection. Afterwards, Zhang Wei asked Shizhe, and found out that it was Guisho who asked him about the whereabouts of Tian Xiao Lao Luo. Zhang Wei knew that the guy was a medical researcher, so he was not surprised. Guisho might not have given up, and was trying every means to save Demingzi. In fact, if Demingzi had induced vomiting immediately after being poisoned, his condition would not have deteriorated to this extent. He was poisoned, and it was discovered too late. Paraquat was a thing that was hopeless before the end of the world, let alone now. On the morning of the fourth day, Zhang Wei heard that Demingzi had fallen into a complete coma. He was also arranged to be placed in an intensive care unit specially set up in the Black Demon Bar. 4 or 5 doctors took turns on duty, waiting for a miracle to happen. It was also on the afternoon of this day that the old city welcomed several uninvited guests. First, a shoulder-fired RPG rocket launcher destroyed the plane that was chained by Demingzi in Walmart Plaza. Then 3 fully armed people got off the plane. And they were all foreigners. Zhang Wei didn't know the other 2 people. But the tall one who led the group was Zhang Wei and Lu Dali's old enemy, a Canadian, an ape. The powerful firepower of the 3 made the survivors in the old city dare not act rashly. And many people also knew that these guys were here to cause trouble for Demingzi, because of a guy named Rattlesnake died in the crossfire between Demingzi and City Lights. And there are rumors it was Demingzi who made people deliberately do it. There are more rumors. 4 or 5 years ago, Demingzi has a younger brother named Moo Moo. He killed one of these foreigners, and the nickname seems to be Hornbill. After the 3 apes got off the plane, he walked straight towards Demingzi's bar. The distance is only half a mile, walk for 4 or 5 minutes. And Zhang Wei, who only learned about it afterwards, I can only ask people who have met these 3 people along the way. How many foreigners are here? When it comes to helicopter landing, there are many places in the old town, but these people are impartial. He landed openly, and openly in front of the Walmart supermarket. And they blew up their own plane. This shows that there is greater reliance. Compared with most survivors in the old city, curiosity about 3 foreigners. And there was an old man with a white beard, but suddenly he said crazily in Aqiang's shop, "The water ghost is back. The dead water ghost is back." Zhang Wei didn't know until afterwards. This old man with a white beard, he was the original head of the 11th Hall of Demingzi. Toilet paper. Chapter 642 Higher Level. Zhang Wei did not see the water ghost. But according to eyewitness accounts, there was a man wearing sunglasses on the helicopter who never got off. And someone used binoculars to see the tattoo on the back of his head. That person was the water ghost who was captured and executed by Wang Yukun. A dead person. Why do you suddenly appear here? This makes many people. They all became very nervous. So the old man of toilet paper also became very surprised. Because there are only a few possibilities. One is a water ghost with hands and eyes reaching the sky, bribing the prison or the executioner, use another personally to replace Tao Jian. The other is that Wang Yukun is colluding with this guy. But now Wang Yukun has just died. This guy just showed up in the old town. Obviously this is not what Wang Yukun did. Zhang Wei listened to the survivors' discussion at the Walmart supermarket. He did not approach the bar. The orangutan once fought with a group of their students in the faculty apartment. Although a year has passed, Zhang Wei was still worried that he would be recognized by him. The one Zhang Wei was most worried about was Lu Dali. Now that the orangutan had shown up, Lu Dali, who had been planning to avenge the disciplinary director Wang Jing, would probably not be able to resist taking action. Zhang Wei asked the people around him, wanting to know who the 2 people who were acting with the orangutan were. But according to the description of the witnesses, these 2 people were neither kangaroos nor American cattle. The alligator was the leader, and if the rattlesnake, Hornbill, and Grey Wolf were all dead, these 2 guys should be one of the robin, lion, red fox, kiwi, black bear, and mountain gazelle. Zhang Wei heard Wang Yukun talk about these people. Each one is firmly in my mind. The Hornbill was already there 6 or 7 years ago, solved by wood in the Malaysian jungle. The Grey Wolf has been killed by Beanhai's military. And that lecherous guy from Rattlesnake, he was also set up and killed by City Lights people. This mercenary organization of 13 people, the rest, maybe there are only 10. Zhang Wei didn't know if they had lost staff for other reasons. But the ape showed up with 2 other people. Zhang Wei had to put a lot of thought into it. These guys show up here. It must have something to do with the City Lights people. Rattlesnake death attracted them over. Although Zhang Wei did not approach the bar, however, Aqiang was asked to find a few survivors who spoke good English. Go in through the back door of the bar. Want to see what's going on inside the bar. But what Zhang Wei didn't expect was that the 3 apes went into the bar this time. Seems a little polite. And they only let people in the old city hand over the murderer. Then, he said a lot of threats. For example, using RPG rockets, completely destroy the entire Black Demon bar. This kind of weapon, Zhang Wei has only seen it on TV, and it was also a local armed exchange of fire in the Middle East. As for how many such weapons the mercenary organization has, Zhang Wei felt uncertain for a moment. But Zhang Wei knew, destroy the building where the Black Demon Bar is located. As long as 3 or 5 people sit in a helicopter and shoot a few rockets in a circle, it was done easily. Damage to buildings, many are irreversible. For this bar, Zhang Wei still has some feelings. Usually before tea and after meals, he also often meditates here, and as the hall leader, there are some privileges that others don't have, for example, eating and drinking without paying the bill. The 3 man-apes came in a hurry. He hurried away again. When they got on the plane again, Zhang Wei took out his telescope and he looked carefully at the faces of the 3 people. Man-apes are indeed man-apes. A tall man of over 1.9 meters, it seems very eye-catching. The other 2 were both nearly 1.8 meters tall and were white. Zhang Wei saw that the 2 were talking closely with the apes, and there was no difference between superiors and subordinates. He roughly judged that the 2 were also 2 of the 13. After the helicopter left, Zhang Wei immediately found Ghost Hand and asked about the details of those people. The one with short silver hair is called Robin and is British. The one with yellow curly hair is nicknamed Red Fox and is Irish. Britain and Ireland? Zhang Wei immediately thought of what Yang Guang had said before about the Five Eyes Alliance. The organization Black Sun, most of the members are from the Five Eyes Alliance. The Five Eyes Alliance was originally created to fight against the former Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the purpose of their existence, naturally, it was to curb the rise of China. Zhang Wei didn't know where Guizhou had such information. But since Mu Mu has had something to do with these people, Demingzi and Guizhou once investigated these people secretly. It's also normal. Faced with Zhang Wei's probing inquiries, Ghost Hand seemed a little impatient. Until Zhang Wei said, he and Lu Dali once lived in the faculty apartment of Old City High School. With a tall ape, there were very brutal encounters. When was that? Guizhou asked Zhang Wei. When the zombie crisis first broke out, at that time, the orangutan is Wang Jiahao's bodyguard. The orangutan is the tall one, he is Canadian. Guizhou was silent for a while, and then said, I heard some gossip from people in the National Security Bureau before. The zombie crisis in China, it was those guys who planned it. That mercenary organization, more than a dozen people are scattered in various places in our country. The virus was released like fanning the flames. A place like the old town, close to customs, the level of hygiene is relatively low, there is a large migrant population, and the army is very weak, exactly their ideal purpose. What is their purpose? I have no idea. I once heard someone from the National Security Bureau say, at first they thought, the mastermind behind the scenes only plans to attack China's economic powerhouse, in order to achieve the purpose of interrupting the rise of China. Various evidence later showed that, there must be a bigger plan behind the scenes, there should also be a bigger black hand. Maybe the Five Eyes Alliance, maybe its other forces, in short, these mercenary groups composed of foreigners, just playing the role of a person performing a task. What? Are they just executors? Only then did Zhang Wei suddenly understand a question. When it comes to things like genocide, this must be a confrontation at the national level. The outbreak of the zombie crisis, it's not accidental, it must be a carefully planned necessity. Zhang Wei, since you have fought against that guy, how did you survive? Confusion, we took advantage of the chaos of the zombie outbreak. Zhang Wei remembered that day, when climbing down the kitchen pipe to escape, Zhou had also broke his leg. These guys, what are you doing here? They gave us 7 days, hand over the murderer, otherwise 30,000 people from the entire old city will be buried with them. Chapter 643. The public is furious. Zhang Wei knows, hand over the murderer within 7 days, this is impossible. Because that guy from the rattlesnake, he died at the hands of City Lights people. But if the death of the rattlesnake has nothing to do with Big Mingzi, I guess no one would believe it. The rattlesnake disemboweled the 3 ladies at Demingzi's bar. When leaving, he also publicly humiliated Demingzi. This is no longer an open secret. And from that day on, Demingzi, he never gave up looking for rattlesnakes. Demingzi is seriously ill, can't take charge of things at all. Guizhou had no choice but to summon the 9 admirals. Except for a few people who have never shown up, the rest gathered together. I don't think it's the murderer's business. Regardless of whether there is a murderer or not, they will all cause trouble for us, or the murderer was just an excuse for them to intervene. Lu Dali was the first to say. Knowing that the old enemy has shown up, Lu Dali even felt a little excited. Ghost Hand, what I find strange is that they really want to take action. Nature will catch us off guard, How could he be polite first and then attack like this? And they also have to use rockets specially, blow up that plane. Yang Guang asked. This is also what I find strange. It seems that they are deliberately testing our strength. Or, they are not sure whether Rattlesnake is dead or not. After all, the boss poured gasoline on Rattlesnake's head and burned it. This is a false proposition. The person who killed Rattlesnake probably had everything planned out long ago. To prove Rattlesnake's death, his head is not necessary. Rattlesnake has a snake tattoo on his body. Even if he doesn't have a head, his lower body is also a piece of evidence. Zhang Wei interrupted. Whatever their purpose, we all need to prepare in advance. Ghost Hand continued. Is Demengzi really dead? Shirja asked with some disbelief. There is still one breath left, but I guess I won't be able to survive for a few days. The conference room fell into a rare silence. Before Wang Yukun died, did you say anything? Said the priest suddenly. Yang Guang and Shirja both shook their heads. Rejoice glanced at the pastor. He also continued, the atmosphere outside is very strange now. Many people are clamoring for Demengzi and Stick to take charge of the overall situation. But this is impossible. I heard about Wang Yukun's body will be cremated in 2 days. Those who do not believe that Wang Yukun is dead, naturally I won't say more, but a big fierce guy. Rejoice said more vaguely, that is whether the big fierce man is dead or not, will determine their next defensive strategy. If Demengzi is still alive, then work together to prepare for war. If Demengzi dies, maybe they will just fight on their own. There are people here, although he can command the 9 admirals, but there are many survivors in the old city. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 admirals of the 9 sects. There are only 1,000 or 2,000 core people, that is to say, the remaining 90%, they are all people who are attached to Demengzi and Wang Yukun. If the old city can be defended, of course no problem. If you can't keep it, it is estimated that most people will still defect in the face of battle. Just like what's shown on TV, open the city gate to welcome Master Wang. Zhang Wei added. Good Zhang Wei. You woke me up. Burn one's boats, a last-ditch battle, let everyone work together, no one can be allowed to leave, I will have people within 7 days. Constructed with reinforced concrete, block all the city gates, get out through the high wall, just use rope. Ghost Hand added. Zhang Wei knows, the Ghost Hand should have a deeper purpose. It's not simply to prevent people inside from escaping. And more importantly, it is to prevent the people inside, and the people in Binhai from being in harmony with each other. People from mercenary organizations, although the individual strength is strong, but even if they all mobilize, it is absolutely impossible to capture the entire old city in a short time. Once you choose to be tough, they will also fall into street fighting like a meat grinder. Although the weapons of Ghost Hands may not be as many as those of City Lights, but relying on detonators and some firearms in reserve, there is no problem in fighting cold wars with people in various buildings. Guerrilla, swim without attacking, this is the essence of street fighting. No one will be allowed out for 7 days, I'm afraid it will cause panic. Zhang Wei said with some worry. Then say this, within 7 days, no entry allowed. No exit allowed, the ban will end in 7 days, we have 7 days to prepare for a battle, it would be best if they came, if he didn't come, it doesn't hurt to let some people out. That's all it can do. Is the backup water source ready? No problem, the spring water has filled all the containers. It can last for a month no problem. Where's the food? Guisho turned his attention to Zhang Wei again. Except for some grain that must be kept, the rest I will secretly transport to the high walls, but make sure you agree beforehand, this food is borrowed, you will still have to pay it back to me in the future. Zhang Wei cherishes his food very much. Saying this also prevents all lions from opening their mouths. Continue to ask for food. In fact, Zhang Wei also hoarded 10% of the food in Laocheng High School. 20% of the food supply was hoarded in the old city prison. And they are all air-dried. That's almost it, the biggest problem is the power plant. Let the survivors of the power plant withdraw them all on the 7th day. I guess people in Binhai also like the electricity in the old city. Maybe it won't necessarily destroy the power plant, but you still have to make 2 preparations. Keep these excellent electricians, even if the power supply is interrupted, there is also the possibility of restarting in the future. The meeting started in a hurry, in less than half an hour, ended in a hurry again. This is the benefit of group meetings. I can think of many unexpected details. Compared to other people who have to deal with it in a hurry, Zhang Wei had already prepared for a rainy day. Zhang Wei knows, the zombie siege in my memory will definitely come. It's just that Zhang Wei doesn't know, will Binhai people and Black Sun also take advantage of the zombie crisis, take chestnuts from the fire, from somewhere, destroy the high walls of the old town. The old city has to fight not just zombies, there are also enemies coming from all directions. In the next few days, as expected, ghost hands blocked many gates in the old city. This made the survivors in the entire old city. There was some public anger. And some well-informed people. I also know that counting from the day when the 3 foreigners' plane landed, after 7 days, there may be a catastrophe for all survivors. Many people became panicked. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, the survival consciousness of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, naturally. These people are driven to risk their lives to leave. Naturally. Ghost hands does not allow the defense strength and layout to be revealed. Don't talk about a person, just a dove. He didn't plan to let it out either. Not only that, Ghost Hand also recalled all the 9 admirals who were outside, planning on a stubborn resistance. Panicked survivors, inevitably. They gathered outside the Black Demon bar. They clamored for Demingzi to give an explanation. Chapter 644 Past Events in Inagawa. Demingzi has already fallen into a coma. Otherwise these troublemakers would not dare to cause trouble at this time. Lu Dali said after he came back from visiting Demingzi in the ICU. He is not pretending. He is really dying. Lu Dali added. At first, Zhang Wei even suspected that Demingzi and Guisho wanted to take advantage of the chaos of Wang Yukan's death to play a trick. But that was not the case. And Guisho seemed to have found some clues about the person who poisoned him. Time is good to check. In response to the poisoning of Demingzi, it should have happened after Demingzi captured Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. And before Demingzi discovered that he was poisoned, that was the days when Wang Yukan died. Guisho checked some people who knew about Demingzi's drinking habits, and people who have had close contact with Demingzi. Finally 2 clues were found. A clue points to toilet paper that has appeared frequently in the old city recently. That is, Demingzi's uncle. Not him. This suspect immediately. The suspicion was eliminated by Guisho, because all the evidence points to him. On the contrary, someone did this on purpose. Ghost hands let people inspect carefully finally. A few days after Demingzi fell into coma, found a new clue. Someone saw a strange face get a drink from the bar cabinet, and this person, not a waiter, not Demingzi himself. Ghost Hand invited the painter Shurja, let the witness. Based on his oral impression, and Shurja is going to do a simple profile sketch. In less than half an hour, scratch and change, Shurja drew a rough portrait of that guy. Because it was not very vivid. Ghost Hand did not recognize the man at the first glance. Until the witness said that the man had a sesame-sized mole at the corner of his eyebrow. Is it him? Impossible. Ghost Hand looked incredulous. Who? The curious person next to him asked. Shorts. Shorts? A name that is about to be forgotten. The original leader of the 10th Hall of the Dragon Pattern Gang. It was rumored that he died in a gang fight. But it was later confirmed by Demingzi that Shorts was a nail that a foreign gangster had put into the old city. That gang is called Daechuanhui. He is a gangster from Hokkaido, Japan. Demingzi hates the betrayal of his subordinates the most. So I found someone to get rid of this guy called Shorts. And use oil barrel cement grouting. Bury the man at a construction site somewhere. Later someone even confirmed that. That construction site, it was the Century Building, which had not yet begun construction. It is now the Wham Building. And the Black Demon Bar, just a few floors below the Whitman Building. Is another dead person reborn? Zhang Wei felt very strange when he heard it. Why are those characters from 5 or 6 years ago, all at this moment, frequent appearances? Toilet paper is like this, the water ghost is like this, the same goes for Shorts. Everything is looking more and more like a puzzle. Zhang Wei, who learned the news, he immediately ran to the Black Demon Bar to visit Guisho, and told everything he knew about toilet paper and water ghosts. However, Zhang Wei did not expect that. Guisho obviously knows more than Zhang Wei. The reason why the water ghost guy didn't die, I think the stick must have done something to it, that guy was sentenced to death, is real, because he did sell drugs. This is also the origin of his nickname, Water Ghost, bringing contraband from overseas via waterways without anyone noticing. Only ghosts can do this. The information that the boss later obtained, it showed that he had hooked up with people from Binhai. You said he flew planes for that mercenary organization? This makes sense, and the English word for water ghost, it has always been good. He also has a close relationship with the City Lights people. The old man with toilet paper, I saw it more than 10 years ago. The reason why I say he is not the suspect who killed the boss is, it's because he almost single-handedly raised the boss Mingzi. He was the one who brought Lu Meng out of Cheongshan Valley. Back then, His golden basin washed his hands and abdicated. It was also the boss Mingzi who forced him to do it. Because at that time we all felt, Wang Yukon is ready to attack us. So on the one hand, we let him find an excuse to abdicate. In addition, let Mumu come back from Malaysia to take care of him. So that when nothing really can be done, just take a boat to Southeast Asia, wait until the weather calms down in a few years before coming back. If the zombie crisis hadn't broken out 5 years ago, in the following years, we should still fight against Wang Yukon. It's just that the zombie crisis gave us a common enemy. The so-called opposition between good and evil has become no longer important. Only then did Lu Meng cooperate with Wang Yukon tacitly. If it was really the guy in the shorts who did it, so which force does he represent? Zhang Wei has never had any contact with shorts. I don't know whose orders he obeyed. The shorts are from the Inagawa Society. More than 20 years ago, Japanese and Korean businessmen invest the most in this city. Therefore, there are many Japanese and Koreans doing business and setting up factories. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, so there are Japanese gangs. The Inagawa Society is originally a big gangster in Japan. At that time, a branch was naturally established in the old city. The old city is a resource-based city. It was developed much earlier than Binhai. It's just a change in national policy. As a result, the city gradually declined. Just like the Rust Belt in the United States. Do you understand this? I know. Zhang Wei nodded. If he is an undercover agent of another gang, Lu Meng would not be so angry. It just so happened that guy was from the Inagawa Society. That's why I thought of killing him. Why is this? Because of the fierce man, old dog, and me. When the three of us first came to the old town, I work in a Japanese factory, my 2 severed fingers. It was also an accident caused by the high-intensity work at that time. Rabid dogs are also like the people in the factory. There are some discords. What Mad Dog said before he died, do you still remember? He said he had a whole mouth of teeth broken. That was because of the work-related injury I suffered when I severed my finger. And the factory loses too little money. He went to someone to ask for money and was beaten. Such a serious injury. The factory only paid 8,000 yuan in compensation. How do you think a rabid dog can bear this tone? Even though 8,000 yuan was already half our salary at that time. So the Dragon Pattern Gang had just been established at that time. We had many fierce fights with the people from the Daochuan Society. Also because the Japanese moved to Binhai to invest, the factory floors were all moved away. Those gangs. Nature has also disappeared from the old town. As for Inagawa's undercover shorts, but he became a leader of our gang. So one can imagine Demingzi's anger at that time. In order to avoid civil strife among gangs at that time, I arranged for someone to quietly take care of my shorts. He also claimed that he died in a vendetta. What will happen next to Inagawa? There is no way the Daochuan Society can survive in a city like Binhai City. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, so in the end, I guess I can only collude with city lights. After the end of the world, Inagawa will lose contact with the Japanese mainland. There are even fewer survivors. One of their branch bosses, Yuta Watanabe, and his subordinate Matsushita guard the sand, taking his hometown as the gang name. A force was re-established. It's called Nagoya Pier. Chapter 645 Dark Clouds Over the City. Nagoya Pier? It turned out to be something caused by Nagoya Pier? Zhang Wei said to himself. Nagoya Pier wants to intervene in the old town. Zhang Wei knew it. At that time, I was in Binhai People's Hospital. Zhang Wei met one of their leaders. Panasonic guards the sand. This Yuta Watanabe, and Junichi Watanabe from the former Pier gang. Does it have anything to do with it? That's right. Yuta Watanabe is the uncle of Junichi Watanabe. Ghost Hand explained the relationship between Watanabe Junichi and Watanabe Yuta in detail. It was probably because after Yuta Watanabe established the Nagoya Wharf, he had some ideological disagreements with his nephew Junichi Watanabe. So Junichi Watanabe left and found an excuse to travel abroad. It was not until half a year ago that he came back on the Canberra, the big ship that the wharf helped anchor near the coast. That guy Junichi Watanabe. He went to Binhai with us to look for medicine last time. And he got separated from us. Zhang Wei said a little embarrassedly. At that time, it was indeed Zhang Wei who forced Jun Watanabe to break out alone and take another way. It's not a big problem. This guy Junichi Watanabe, I asked Mr. Tian Xiaoluo about it. It's not simple either. After he came out of Nagoya Pier, an organization called the Scavengers was established. It seems that he is still the leader behind the scenes. Ghost Hand explained. Scavenger? The leader of the Scavengers is Junichi Watanabe? That day we came back from Montenegro, encountered a dozen gunmen along the way. Is it Junichi Watanabe who is up to something? But that day we questioned those people in Seremban Shingshin. He also said that the leader behind the scenes is a man-eating shark. What is the relationship between man-eating sharks and Junichi Watanabe? Zhang Wei said to himself. As soon as I heard Guisho mention Tianxiao Lao Luo again, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask Guisho about this person. Because Guisho asked the painter Shirsha before about the whereabouts of Tianxiao Lao Luo, it was also Zhang Wei who led the way. Tianxiao Lao Luo was Shirsha's colleague when he was teaching at Binhai University. Although one is a professor of biology, one is an art teacher, but working in the same school, they are also considered colleagues. I contacted Mr. Tianxiao Luo. It's because he is researching a drug. It is said that it can slow down the speed of corpse transformation. Lu Ming's situation, it's already so bad that it can't get any worse. I think there is a way, you can delay it for a while longer for him. Guisho didn't finish his words. But Zhang Wei knew what the ghost wanted to say. Make Demingzi a zombie. Perhaps the speed of death can be suspended. But even if you really get that medicine, will the ghost hand do this? This is his boss. I have always regarded it as the boss of my friend. Even if Demingzi can really live for 10 more days and a half months, that doesn't make any sense. It's better to let him die in a coma. Ghost Hand said to the flyover Lao Luo, make Zhang Wei think of an old man who once saw in the villa area, Qin Xinhong, who has a little legs. At that time, Zhang Wei was asked to help find insulin-like drugs. It is said that when diabetics take certain drugs, even if bitten by a zombie, it can also slow down the speed of corpse transformation. Although this research did not yield much results, but it is a definite direction. Zhang Wei once suspected that old man Qin Xinhong, he is also from Tianxiao Lao Luo. The master of the hall, I know what you mean, but what I want to think about now is, how should we solve the current difficulties? The immediate difficulties mentioned by Zhang Wei, it's just that a large number of survivors outside are clamoring to see Demingzi. But who poisoned Demingzi? What is happening now? It must have been expected by the poisoner. I have no idea. I have no clue. Guisho sat on the sofa. He grabbed his hair in pain. This is the first time Zhang Wei has seen Ghost Hand like this. He is no longer the confident Ghost Hand. The two discussed it for a while. Even if you kill a chicken to scare the monkeys at this time, it's of no use. Everything can only be said after 4 days. 4 days later, it's the 7-day agreement that the ape mentioned before. After Zhang Wei left Guisho's residence, he kept thinking about the shorts that Guisho mentioned. Since shorts dared to appear in Demingzi's bar, he must have a bigger reason. As a former hall master, it is impossible that no one would recognize him. So he was either in disguise, or there were other people as accomplices. Otherwise, how could a person who was ordered to be killed by Demingzi survive until this time? When he came out of the bar, Zhang Wei imitated Demingzi and put on an inconspicuous baseball cap. Subconsciously looking outside, I noticed that many people were pointing towards the bar. Some people even want to set up tents nearby. It seemed as if he didn't wait for the big man, the attitude of never giving up. Zhang Wei contacted Aqiang, let him arrange for people to lurk in, see what these people want to do. See the big fierce man, it shouldn't be their real purpose. An hour later, Aqiang's people sent back the information. It turns out that there are hundreds of people outside this bar, except for some who are the spies of the 8 major families and the 9 admirals. The rest of the people, roughly divided into 3 factions. One group of people said that Demingzi killed Wang Yukun, and they wanted justice for Wang Yukun. These people had a special set of rhetoric, saying that Wang Yukun was a policeman, and it was impossible for him to have cancer. Another group of people said that Demingzi was seriously ill, and it was Wang Yukun's people who did it. They even said that Demingzi was poisoned by paraquat, and there was no medicine to cure the poison of paraquat. Even if he survived the first day of the month, he would not survive the 15th day. The 2 groups of people were arguing around the bar, and they were about to fight. Zhang Wei analyzed a large amount of information, finally came to a conclusion. These people seem to be die-hard fans of Demingzi or Stick. Gathered here, on the one hand, I want to get some news. On the other hand, indeed, he wanted to avenge the bosses of both parties. These are the 2 opposing factions. As for the 3rd faction, that's the one who's clamoring to leave the city. According to this group of people, even when hunting in the wilderness, it's better than waiting to die in the old city. As for whether I can go out before the 7-day appointment, they didn't know what was going on. But this group of people had also heard about how terrifying that mercenary organization was. It is said that there were once in several streets in Binhai City, he did things like massacre the city. At last, what was beyond Zhang Wei's expectation was that To disperse these gatherings, it turned out to be a heavy rain. Dark clouds threatened to destroy the city. Until the thunder and lightning, when the wind blows violently, these people finally couldn't sit still anymore. They went to other buildings one after another. Chapter 646 Ordinary Funeral. It rained heavily all day and night. Remove the filth of the entire city, rinse it clean. Survivors of the old city, most are aware of the coming crisis. Many people also subconsciously took advantage of the heavy rain to reserve water. The sixth day, it happened that Wang Yukan's head was full, burial day in the old town. Wang Yukan's grave, just in a suburb next to the villa area. Thousands of people came spontaneously to pay his respects to his funeral. When Wang Yukan's body was taken out of the crystal coffin, many survivors couldn't help crying. In the last year or so of the last days, many people have been favored by Wang Yukan. And many survivors, it was also when the zombie crisis just broke out, rescued by Wang Yukan. The funeral was very ordinary. Only a few old gentlemen were invited. No unnecessary etiquette. Wang Yukan has no descendants. Naturally there is no tombstone. The survivor said, if Wang Yukan had not died of illness, he must be the co-owner of the old city in the future. After Wang Yukan was buried, those who do not believe that Wang Yukan is dead, he had to accept the fact that Wang Yukan was dead. And the next day, the focus of everything, he became a big man again. 8 o'clock in the morning. The mud on some parts of the road has not dried yet. The survivors clamor to see Demengzi. It seems that I only saw Demengzi. This can give these people some peace of mind. After all, since Demengzi came to power, things done after the end of the world almost never suffered a loss. Although not like before, a large number of survivors gathered outside the bar. But there are still many people, secretly watching the movements of the bar. On the night of the sixth day, Guisho informed everyone to come to the bar, including all the hall masters. What happens next? It needs to be faced by everyone together. Until the morning of the seventh day, an armed helicopter, hovering over the bar. Everyone also knows, it should be the group of foreigners looking for trouble. The helicopter just landed. The distant sky is not far away. Another helicopter flew in. However, this helicopter did not land. Instead, I wandered and wandered back and forth in the old city. Zhang Wei and the pastor stood side by side at the church window on the top floor of the bar. Look out through the colorful glass with a telescope. How about it? Who is he? Can't see clearly, looks like a foreigner. Black Sun guys, are they all out? 2 helicopters were also dispatched. The priest said with some uncertainty. Let's go down and see what the person on the ground who got off the plane said. The 2 arranged for a few boys to watch from the top floor. Once the helicopter approaches the Black Demon bar or lands on the ground, come and notify immediately. Zhang Wei and the pastor went down to meet Guisho. The entire lower floors of the bar, they have all been arranged by ghost hands overnight to look like a mourning hall. If a memorial service is just a little short of something, that is sorrow and joy. And similarly, a few people who looked like carpenters. I was also busy working nervously in a corner of the bar. Zhang Wei saw Ghost Hand nearby. What are you doing? Zhang Wei asked, pointing to a few busy people in the corner. Make a coffin, the boss said before. He believed in numerology, so after he insisted on dying, to be buried in a coffin, I originally thought it would be decades later. Who would have thought it would be so sudden? Isn't there any ready-made one? Yes, there is, but those are ordinary coffins. With the boss's height and weight, others are a bit small, and the material of these woods is not very good. I'm going to have some good wood shipped in from the west. These guys who are busy now, they are all using ready-made wood to practice their skills. They haven't made a coffin in years. Lord, those people are coming. A younger brother ran in panting to report. It's a blessing. Not a curse, it is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Then take a look in the end. It's a fish that dies. It's better that the network is broken. In just a few minutes, 4 or 5 people came in outside the door. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the bar, it gathered on those people's faces. Zhang Wei subconsciously looked up, the one who walks in the front, surprisingly. It is an orangutan, and on his left and right sides, it was a blonde man and a man with yellow curly hair. Zhang Wei also knew, these 2 people should be the so-called Robin and Red Fox. There were 2 more people following behind. Zhang Wei took a look. One is an old acquaintance, that is. The helicopter pilot wearing sunglasses, Water Ghost. The other 2 people, one of them, but Zhang Wei didn't know him very well. But look at the face, it should be the same as the Water Ghost, is a native of this country. Another one, but it was Song Qiu, who he had met before. A group of 6 orangutans walked in like no one else was around. seeing so many people gathering in the bar, he was also stunned. The agreed time has arrived. Should you give me the answer I want? As soon as the ape came in. He talked a lot. Zhang Wei couldn't understand it for a while. He had no choice but to turn his attention to Shirsha, who was not far away. The foreigner said, "The appointed time has come. Should you give me the answer I want?" This was said to Guisho, because Guisho happened to be standing in the center of this temporary morning hall. See ghost hands and remain unmoved. The water ghost behind the ape took a step forward and said, "He asked you to make friends." The ghost hand didn't say a word, slowly walked towards the orangutan. The reaction of the 5 apes is very fast, immediately and subconsciously. He touched his waist. Zhang Wei estimated, this is a concealed weapon such as a pistol or a short knife. Zhang Wei was looking at Lu Dali in the far corner. He also quietly touched his back. It's probably a triangular spur, or something like that. The ghost hand raised his hand in the air, slowly walked up to the ape, but do not look at the apes, instead. He said to the water ghost behind him, "Who did I think it was? It turns out it's you. The guy who has been shot." The water ghost smiled and said, "Long time no see, old ghost. I am not called a water ghost now, called Otter." Interesting, others are nicknamed monkeys, orangutans, crocodiles, and lions, etc. Well done to you. It's an otter. Why don't you call me sheep? You are wrong, old ghost. Otter is also called fish cat, water dog, water monkey. It is also a very ferocious carnivore, good at swimming and diving. That's what I'm good at. Ah Shui, you can be regarded as one of my own people in the past. We open the skylight and speak frankly. Ask this orangutan, what does he want? Ghost Hand said while giving a look to the person behind him. The entire bar door was locked up. There was also the sound of chains being dragged. It seems to have become a cage. This time, several foreigners became furious. Chapter 647 Visitors from outside the land. For a moment, several guns were pointed at Guisho's head. That is at this time, 100 or 200 people in the bar. They all took out the weapons they carried with them. Knives, stick, crossbow, arrows, pistol, everything you need. Unexpectedly, the ghost hand pointed the gun at him regardless. Slowly raised his disabled right hand. There is a buckle on it. The top of the buckle, they are 2 very small keys. The key. The ghost hand spoke an English sentence. These 2 keys, it is the key that unlocks the chain that locks the door. Right to speak, it's in the hands of ghost hands again. These foreigners, if you want to get out of here alive, either kill everyone here, then from the 2nd floor window, or go out to the garage in the underground parking lot. Either a ghost can use this key to open the door, let them get out safely. There is no third possibility. What do you want? The ape stared at the key in the ghost hand. Am disabled. The ghost hand shook his 3 fingers. Just when Zhang Wei thought that the ghost hand was going to communicate with the ape in English, the ghost hand said to the water ghost, "Shui, you are good at English. You tell him, either the fish dies today, or the net breaks." The water ghost then translated the ghost hand's words to the apes. Whose fish? The ape's words made the ghost hand confused. Yes, who is the fish? Now they have to hand over a murderer, but the real murderer is obviously someone from City Light. This group of mercenaries, it was obviously being taken advantage of. Guisho didn't know what to say for a moment. He knows, what these people want is Demengzi. And maybe Demengzi is just an excuse for them. Ah Shui, you should know best, that guy named Rattlesnake, it's definitely not our hands. It's not my decision. The water ghost said helplessly. And until now. The ghost hand. Then he started to look at the other 2 people behind the water ghost. Because these 2 people, it's a Chinese face. I introduce one with you. This is the leader of the scavenger. The name is Song Chio. When the water ghost is introducing, Song Chio also seemed to be beckoning a new continent towards a corner. He found Zhang Wei. Brother Yi. Zhang Wei had to walk up slowly. Now I just took a look with the ape. Is you? The expression of the ape is some strange. The guy who seriously hurt him a year ago, he left a deep impression on him. Later, he took 4 or 5 months. Although the ape remembered the kitchen with Zhang Wei and others in the kitchen of the faculty apartment at this time, he also resisted Zhang Wei. Now Song Chio thought that Zhang Wei was the man of the ape. Immediately you are happy to shake hands. Zhang Wei had to say embarrassingly, I don't have the surname Yi, my surname is Zhang. Zhang Xiaobai. Right, they are all their own. Don't hurt the harmony, come here, get all the weapons, let's talk well. It turned out that Song Chio was afraid of death. If a fight really breaks out in this bar, the 6 people they were surrounded by, it was almost impossible for anyone to get out. However, A few foreigners did not put down their pistols. Other people, naturally. He didn't dare to make any moves. Guizhou waited for Zhang Wei and Song Qiu to finish the exchange and said, "The scavengers have been. He often caused trouble in our old town. This Mr. Song, you can't be completely ignorant. Right? Informed, of course I know. Aren't all the heads hung on the flagpole by you? I already know. That's it. No more mention of the past." Song Qiu's rhetoric, just like a smiling tiger. What about this other one? The ghost hand pointed at another person who had been silent. This one is Wang Zue. It was he who told us that the rattlesnake was dead. The water ghost pointed at the other person and said, "Oh, are you a City Lights guy?" Wang Zue nodded. It's an admission. Interesting, the thief shouts to catch the thief, but he also said he wanted the murderer. Don't look for the murderer anymore. That's him. The ghost finger pointed at Wang Zue and said, "Where did you start talking about this? The rattlesnake died in your hands. Many people have seen it. If you hadn't been determined to make our city light hand over the rattlesnake, he even threatened to blow up one of our buildings. How can we hand him over? It's just that we never thought of it. You will kill him. Even cut off his head. You probably want to be like those people who treat scavengers, hang his head on the flagpole?" Wang Zue pushed himself completely. Zhang Wei estimated that this guy had already told the apes about this. So at this time, Zhang Wei knew that it was meaningless to quibble. The most important thing was that Wang Qing, the only one who knew the inside story at that time, had already wanted to die and died at the negotiation site. Who is Wang Qing to you? Brother or younger brother? You must be very sad when he died? Hee. You worked like a dog for City Light. But what did you get? You still have nothing. Wang Qing's death did not cause any waves. If you die in the future, it will probably be the same, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Who are you? Wang Zue was stunned. It doesn't matter who I am. Today we are looking for the murderer. You secretly killed the rattlesnake and framed it. This cannot be done perfectly. I know, there's a guy named Bad Crotch, always with the rattlesnake. As long as you find him, you can find out the truth behind the death of the rattlesnake. Whatever you say, but let's see if these people believe it or not. Unexpectedly, Wang Zue said with a smile after hearing this. Zhang Wei also roughly knows. That guy with a rotten crotch, they probably also solved it. Ghost Hand, you are a sensible person. Give me a definite answer. It's good for everyone to step down. When a few people were talking about the water ghost, I didn't forget to quietly translate for a few foreigners. I didn't expect the ape, Red Fox. The three robins frowned after hearing this. It seems that Zhang Wei and Guizhou don't believe what they said. We did not kill people. It was not our boss who killed him. What we saw, it was the guy named Wang Qing who brought over a head. But Wang Qing did die in our hands. Water Ghost, I heard you joined their organization, replacing the hornbill that died that year. Then you should talk to these people carefully, otherwise you will be taken advantage of. Wang Guanliang diverted misfortune eastward. Attract you here. It's just a borrowed knife to kill someone when the time comes. We will both lose in the fight. He just sits back and reaps the benefits. You are from Benhai. You should know the viciousness of its plan to kill two birds with one stone. I can let you out, but how can you guarantee that? Will you stop causing trouble for us after you get out? If so, might as well be here. Fight to the death, and the net is broken. Chapter 648 Killing Game. Ghost Hands know water ghosts cannot take charge of their own affairs. So every time he said something, just waiting for the temporary translation of the water ghost, translate the general meaning to the ape. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the ape, but with a smile on his face, then two words popped out of his mouth. No way. Even if your English is poor, I also know the meaning of these two words. This means no way. The orangutan refused. The ape refused. Things get difficult. Guizhou frowned. He is sure to solve all these people here, but equally, he will also be the first to die. Because at this time, there were also several guns pointed at his forehead. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, the water ghost, he had no choice but to say, Old ghost, don't think about dying together. If we die here, you people in this building, all must be played. What's the meaning? The ghost hand didn't know the meaning of the water ghost's words. Although both sides suffered losses, but Guizhou is also sure, keep casualties on both sides within 30. He had people prepare crossbows and pistols in advance, not vegetarian either. Even to deal with accidents, Ghost Hand also arranged for people holding detonators to hide in the dark. Airplane, there's another plane in the sky. The water ghost pointed to the top of his head and said, even on the lowest level of the Whitman building, you could also hear the faint roar of the propeller. There's a bomb on the plane. In other words, It should be an unconventional missile. Such a missile, although it cannot be launched from a conventional launch vehicle, but dropped from a height of 300 to 400 meters, landed on the roof of this building, the same effect can be achieved. And we can also use grenades to detonate them. Such a missile, there are 3 on the helicopter. What? Now it was everyone's turn to look at each other. Missile thing, it's no joke, the news is broadcast every day, even small-scale missiles. It can also cause a skyscraper to collapse in an instant. Although I don't know how powerful the missiles on this helicopter are, but let the upper 3 floors of the Wham building collapse, it's a piece of cake. Once the structure of the building is damaged, gravity and explosive impact from top to bottom, it was enough to cause this dozen-story building to collapse. Just like the building in Wangjiang Pavilion that collapsed after the fire. Where did you get such a thing? Guizhou asked in disbelief. In the last days, such a weapon, it is almost the same as the nuclear bomb before the end of the world. I don't know about the mercenary organization either. How many such weapons are there? If there are 20 or 30 people, the old city is probably going to be in ruins. No matter how high the wall is, none of them are of any use. Don't worry about where it came from. I don't like lying. Now the guy flying the helicopter, the English name is Kiwi, Chinese means kiwi. Same as Robin, they are all excellent strategic bombing masters. The water ghost said. One side pointed to the Robin nearby. Only then did Zhang Wei know. Another person from this organization, Kiwi Bird, has also intervened in this conflict. After learning the nicknames of these people from Wang Yukun, Zhang Wei also asked Qian Baohua to use the library and other channels too. I consulted a lot of information secretly. Kiwi Bird, it is a bird native to New Zealand. This bird has a keen sense of smell, but the wings have degenerated, cannot fly, the legs are short and strong, good at walking, reminds Zhang Wei of the platypus. Kiwis are named because of their very high-pitched calls. Sounds particularly like kiwi, several dimensions, that's why it's called the kiwi. This kind of bird, it is the national bird of New Zealand. Zhang Wei has learned that. This so-called mercenary group organization, 3 people have been named after birds. Except for the hornbill that has died in the hands of the wood, and now here, the British robin next to the ape, then there's the so-called helicopter hovering overhead. Kiwi. Zhang Wei knows, a person's nickname is definitely related to his personality and behavior. These 3 guys have nicknames like this. Must not be an ordinary member, maybe they also have their own trump cards. After listening to what the water ghost said, Ghost Hand suddenly became silent. He knew that the water ghost was probably not lying. This is a kind reminder. That helicopter hovering in the sky, someone had already told him the information. It's just that Guizhou never thought of it. The people above have missiles. As for whether this missile was shipped from abroad, was it snatched from a military base or local armed forces? There is no point in delving further. We really can't afford to lose this game. Ghost Hand said with a wry smile. Guizhou's eyes swept over everyone present one by one, stay in the presence of various hall masters and leaders. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition in his heart. Guizhou is probably planning to take a desperate risk. Kill yourself to become a benevolent person. Because of this mercenary organization, there is one detail that was not taken into account. That was after the big fight in the bar, regardless of the casualties, the remaining people can still evacuate calmly. This is the backbone of the old city that can be preserved. The so-called helicopter pilot, it is impossible to wear sound-isolating headphones on an airplane. I heard the sound of fighting hundreds of meters below, because the Ghost Hand has locked the iron door. Ghost Hands are sure, resolve the battle within 1 minute. Just as Guizhou frowned, but it's time to make up your mind to fight to the death. A familiar voice came from the end of the stairs. It disrupted everyone's highly nervous nerves. It's a big fierce guy. He's really a tough guy. Isn't Big Mingzi dead? Nonsense, the boss never died. I'm just in a severe coma. At the same time, the people in the bar had another ominous premonition. This guy's voice is so weak, maybe it's a flashback. I heard that Gunzi was also like this. A few months before his death, he could eat 3 bowls of rice every day. Demingzi slowly walked down the railing. His whole face was blood red, as if he was scalded by boiling oil. Near his lips, there was a circle of blisters like spores. As he spoke, Demingzi spat out a mouthful of blood foam on the white wall next to the stairs. Demingzi walked as fast as an old man, but no one dared to take the initiative to help him. After almost 2 minutes, Demingzi finally walked to the bar on the first floor under everyone's suspicious eyes. Panting, I know what you guys want to do. Some of you want me dead, and some of you don't want me to live well. Wang Yukun is right. Too hard is easy to break. Too hard is easy to break. I didn't expect that I would still lose to him in my life. Since you insist on finding the murderer behind the scenes, then let's do this. Let's have a killing game. Demingzi grabbed a bottle of white wine near the bar and poured most of the bottle into his stomach in one breath. Chapter 649 Complete Madness. Killing game? Everyone was shocked. What was Demingzi going to do? Is it time to have a life and death match? But looking at his current state, it's doubtful whether he can stand firm. How can he beat those foreigners? And it's not known whether these foreigners will abide by the rules of the match. Unexpectedly, after Shuigui translated Demingzi's words to Renyuan and others, Renyuan showed a look of excitement. He probably also guessed the man in front of him, who looked not much shorter than him. It should be the murderer he is looking for. The ape chattered a few more words. The water ghost immediately translated. He asked you what game you want to play. Since the real murderer is here, then I'll bet my life with him, anyway. Living. Life is worse than death, that's it. The burning pain of white wine, Demingzi's voice became a little hoarse when he spoke. Zhang Wei knows, the throat of the big man, probably already burned by paraquat, like the priest who swallowed the burning coals. Strong alcohol stimulates, naturally. The pain is unbearable, Demingzi said with difficulty, while taking out a revolver from his waist. Then placed it on the bar counter of the bar. Demingzi took it from his trouser pocket again, pulled out a silver bullet, placed next to the pistol. The crash of bullets and glass bar, crisp to the ears. On the first floor of this bar where you can hear needle drops, seems a little abnormal. Russian roulette, me and that guy, bet your life. Demingzi pointed at Wang Zue behind him, and said. Only then did Zhang Wei discover that. The priest also slowly walked down the stairs. Probably a priest, recall everything that just happened in the bar, they all were told to Demingzi. And the gun that comes with it, it should be the gun that Wang Mukun gave to Wang Rulin for self-defense. The gun used to kill rabid dogs. I just don't know why I'm going around in circles. Appeared here again. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at the pastor. This is his sidearm. The pastor shook his head. He signaled Zhang Wei not to speak. The people around him looked behind each other in unison. It happened that the ape also moved away. In this way, Wang Zue was exposed to everyone's eyes. The arrow is on the string at this time. Wang Zue saw that the orangutan had no intention of helping him. It felt like Man-Ape, and the others might also be suspicious of him. I couldn't help but take a step forward and said, bet on your life. Bet on your life. How do you want to play? Guisho understood what Demingzi meant, said, Russian roulette, the winner lives, the loser dies. Zhang Wei knows. Russian roulette is a very cruel gambling game. Unlike other gambling games that use poker, dice, etc., the gambling tool for Russian roulette is a revolver. And the stakes are the lives of the contestants. The rules of Russian roulette are very simple. Put one or more bullets in the 6 slots of the revolver. After spinning the wheel it will close the wheel. The participants of the game take turns to point the gun at their heads and pull the trigger. Of course, those who are shot will automatically quit. And those who are stage frightened will also lose. The one who persists to the end is the winner. Gamblers watching, then bet on the lives of the participants. This time, some fierce men who feel that life is worse than death, putting his life on the line. When the ghost hand talks, Demingzi has skillfully loaded the only bullet. And rotate the revolver of the pistol, Demingzi casually closed the pistol without looking. The orangutan kept staring at the big Mingzi. When I see Demingzi, I bet my life with the people behind him. Some nodded appreciatively. We are a guest from afar. You should come first. Big Mingzi holds the barrel of the gun, turned the handle toward Wang Zue. Demingzi really treated Wang Zue as a guest. A revolver has 6 magazine holes. If one bullet is loaded, and the gun is fired at random, the probability of death from the first shot is 1 in 6. If Wang Zue had not died, the probability of Demingzi dying would have been 1 in 5. Don't underestimate the small difference, but for those who gamble their lives, it is a matter of life and death. Wang Zue took a step forward. He hesitated for a moment, and then took it back. How do I know if you have tampered with this gun? Wang Zue said with a smile. Doing tricks? Are you insulting me? Demingzi said with a frown. If there is no manipulation, then take the first shot. So many people are watching, of course I will abide by the rules of the game. Wang Zue was actually worried that Demingzi had done something wrong. He knows that Russian roulette is a matter of probability, but seeing how confident Demingzi is, what else are you talking about? We are guests from afar. Let you fire the first shot. Something like that, naturally. I felt unsure. If I drive first, you may not have a chance to survive. Demingzi hesitated for a moment and said, regardless of the astonished expressions of Wang Zhuo and Guisho. As well as the hundreds of spectators at the scene, Demingzi pointed the gun at the temple of his forehead. This shot hit. There was no way anyone could survive. Demingzi opened the safety of the revolver. The trigger was pulled. Click! There was a metallic crash. Except for the apes and others, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Zuo's expression suddenly turned ugly. Just when Wang Zuo was hesitating whether to go over and take the gun, Demingzi aimed at his temple again. Boss, don't want. Even the ghost hand stopped him in shock. Click! Another empty shot. Wang Zuo's legs had begun to tremble a little. Only then did he realize Demingzi really wants to gamble his life with him. Demingzi raised his right hand again, aiming at his temple. At this moment, you can hear a pin drop throughout the bar. Click! The third shot was also empty. Wang Zuo's face was ashen. I said, if you let me shoot first, I won't give you a chance to survive. Gambling is this thing naturally. He is willing to admit defeat. Now, you are about to die. You can also say, who killed the rattlesnake? You killed it. It was you. A piece of shit. Who killed me? You cut off his head. More than one person saw it. What if you kill me? What game? I don't want to play anymore. Who of you wants to play? Whoever plays. Wang Zuo turned and left. Big Mingzi, do you think you can still survive? Coastal people, the attack on the old city will be launched in a few days. Wang Guangliang will not let any of you survive. They have hundreds of guns. What do you have? A pile of scrap metal. What can I do if I win? It's not like you can't escape death. Wang Zuo said, just plan to hide behind. Unexpectedly, I just turned around. A pistol was pressed against his forehead. It's the ape. And at this time, the water ghost also conveyed the meaning of the ape in time. He said helplessly, I am willing to admit defeat. Demingzi smiled with satisfaction, seeing that Wang Zuo did not dare to act rashly, and threw the revolver into the air. The ape caught it casually with his left hand. Then he pressed it between Wang Zuo's eyebrows. 3 shots were fired. Second shot, there was a huge gunshot. Shot at close range, Wang Zuo's blood sprayed all over the ape's face. The ape licked his lips, said, game over? Then he turned his attention to Demingzi. The game isn't over yet. Chapter 650 reaching the end. The ape opened the revolver with one hand. After discovering that there were indeed no bullets inside, he dropped the gun on the ground. Demingzi shot the orangutan and killed Wang Zuo. There was no objection. But after seeing the orangutan staring at him, Demingzi just smiled indifferently. Then he said, it's boring, 50-50 probability, you can actually win. This time, Demingzi can be regarded as putting himself to death and resurrecting. There are 6 people on the other side, 1 fell. 5 left. Ape, Robin, Red Fox, Song Chio, there are also water ghosts. Demingzi hesitated for a moment, picked up the gun again. Then he continued to take out bullets from his trouser pocket, stuffed in. 1, 2, 3. This time, I bet 3 bullets. Which of you is coming? Demingzi said while pointing the gun at his forehead again, but he was waiting for the response from the orangutan. No, no, no. The ape shook his head directly. It doesn't make sense. As long as the ape nods, the big guy will shoot without hesitation. This time, although there are still 3 bullets, but the probability of death is still 1 in 2. Zhang Wei knew Demingzi's plan. This time he most likely won't fire 3 shots in a row. But with 3 bullets, come and force the opponent's people to play. He knew he must die. That's why I bet my life with the enemy at this time. But I didn't expect to be rejected by the ape. Demingzi hesitated for a moment, but he said to the water ghost, Water ghost, you tell him, I was the one who killed the rattlesnake. He wants revenge. You have to bet your life with me. This time I won't bet on anyone else. Just bet on him. Big Mingzi's fingers pointed at the ape at the front. The water ghost immediately translated. Then he translated the words of the ape. Ape said, you gamble with guns. It's just a matter of probability. It doesn't make any sense. He wants to play something else with you. Let's fight with fists and feet. Fight? Demingzi hesitated after hearing this. If he were at his peak, just 4 or 5 people across from each other come up together, there are no problems. But with his current physical condition. Good, I promise you. Demingzi nodded. Then turn off the safety on the gun, he threw it casually to the priest. People around you naturally know what is going to happen next. They all consciously step back. An area of 40 or 50 square meters was left in the entire bar. This empty space, it was the time when they used to dance night after night at the Black Demon Bar. It is used by the survivors, who come here to dance and dance. Unexpectedly, it would become a life and death arena at this moment. And the most surprising thing is, one of the contestants, It turned out to be Demingzi, who was said to be critically ill from poisoning. Zhang Wei saw the pastor in a corner, and saw that Lu Dali had no intention of attacking him for the time being. So he slowly walked to the side of the pastor. Zhang Wei wanted to know what happened to Demingzi. Did the ghost hand get the so-called special medicine? It's not what you said. It was just 3 injections of adrenaline. The pastor's expression was a little heavy. Although Zhang Wei didn't know whether the 3 injections were excessive, he also knew from common sense that adrenaline was used to treat diseases such as anaphylactic shock, angina pectoris, and cardiac arrest. Moreover, the time of taking effect is between 10 and 15 minutes, and the effect will last for about an hour. Demingzi walked down the stairs, and it has only been 7 or 8 minutes since then. If this medicine is effective, it can make a person who has been in a deep coma become like this. It must be a last gasp. When the effect of the medicine disappears, this person's life will also come to an end. Zhang Wei knew that at this time. Demingzi must be very eager to solve all the problems before he died. So when the ape guy proposed to compete, he agreed without hesitation. Since it was agreed to be a life and death fight in the ring, the people around him naturally put down their guns. The onlookers surrounded the entire center tightly. Ghost Hand quietly waved to several of his men, and several of them nodded and went upstairs. Zhang Wei knew that Ghost Hand should also be preparing a backup plan. Either figure out how to withdraw from the bar, or find a way to deal with the plane. Zhang Wei's attention was attracted by the person in the center of the field. At this time, Demingzi was still barefoot and wearing a light blue hospital gown. Demingzi took off his coat with some effort and threw it on the ground next to him. Immediately, a little brother picked it up and threw it away. At this time, Zhang Wei also saw the legendary dragon tattoo. Demingzi's entire back was almost covered with tattoos, and it seemed that there was almost no large piece of clean skin. Although Demingzi's steps were a little staggering, he was not completely unsteady as before. The ape handed the gun to the red fox behind. The dark yellow leather military shoes lightly rubbed against the ground. Tried the friction on the bar floor. This is a specially made anti-slip floor. There was a slight rubbing sound immediately. The ape clenched his fist. It was clearly a Western boxing stance. Only Zhang Wei knows this guy. The ape, although he looks big and thick, but the body technique is also very flexible. The teaching residents at that time, if the scene hadn't been chaotic and zombies had entered, they are just a few fledgling high school students, no matter what. You can't fight this guy. Faced with the provocation of the apes, Demingzi was very calm, but Demingzi just tried to take a half step. I don't know where I touched the wound, for a moment. He grimaced in pain. Apes don't pay attention to details. Judging from the way Demingzi fought with guns just now, he has taken this opponent very seriously. After slowly approaching, immediately, he punched out with a swift and violent fist. Demingzi narrowly avoided it. The fist almost grazed his cheek. Zhang Wei had to admire Demingzi's emergency response ability. At that time, Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaowai, they also joined forces to fight against Demingzi at Walmart supermarket. Both men were pressed to the ground and rubbed. If it hadn't been for the subsequent intervention of the priest and the lynx, maybe he has been mutilated by Demingzi. The body is missing organs such as ears and nose. Demingzi only avoided the first punch of the ape, but the second punch could no longer be avoided. Being knocked over by the ape, fell to the ground. A cough, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Boss! Brother! The crowd was furious. Most people, I still know the physical condition of Demingzi joining forces. Demingzi stood on the ground with one hand, stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Clench your fists again. The ape did not take it lightly because of the successful first blow. After looking around, it seems that he is also thinking of a way to escape. Chapter 651 Really Breaking the Army. Ape distraction let Demingzi find an opportunity to take action. Although Demingzi's figure is somewhat burly, but the movements are quite swift. When I kicked him, and was avoided by the ape, a sudden swoop, use your entire body weight to press down, close to the ape. The ape tried desperately to protect his head, unexpectedly. Big Mingzi did not attack his head. Just push his head down, then immediately came a few elbow strikes, hit the ape on the back. The orangutan almost fell to his knees. After blocking with the left hand, the gap between shots, suddenly he grabbed Demingzi's wrist. Immediately use your strength to fight, pushing the big Mingzi to the side, with the force of his whole body's gravity, taking advantage of Demingzi's momentary instability. He hugged Demingzi's waist, immediately pushed the big Mingzi back. Demingzi could not stand steadily. He was pushed 4 to 5 meters away. The younger brothers behind all exclaimed. He consciously made way for a passage. The barefoot man who took a taxi, not like apes, perfectly finds friction points on the ground. But after Demingzi retreated 4 or 5 steps, it also digested the impact of the ape. Demingzi knows, at this time, it is no longer possible to pin the ape to the ground. Put your arms around the neck of the ape. I just want to remove my chin. Unexpectedly, the orangutan noticed Demingzi's intention. He punched Demingzi in the chest again. Advantages of long arms played out in this moment. Demingzi's offensive was disintegrated by the orangutan. Demingzi also wanted to attack at close range. When using pestering instead of beating, the ape swept his legs. Demingzi almost lost his balance, and the ape himself, he also took the opportunity to jump 4 or 5 steps away. The first round of fighting, almost a tie. Zhang Wei is also an expert at fighting. He knew that Demingzi was aware of his physical condition. Not flexible enough, want to attack at close range, consume the power of the ape. And the reason why the apes dare not fight the big Mingzi in close combat is, it's because in front of the fighting masters, his height at this time instead, it became a disadvantage. Being entangled by the big man, it will be very troublesome. And the ape took action. I have no intention of fighting to the death with Demingzi. He needs to save more energy to cope with the next danger and leave this place. Although there are threats of heavy weapons above, but the ape doesn't want to admit himself here. So the first time the two met, it ended in a draw. And Zhang Wei also saw Demingzi's ability from this moment. This guy, it seems like he hasn't really reached his full potential yet. This time Demingzi was forced to retreat. It happened to be near the bar counter of the bar again. Demingzi searched for a while, finally found another bottle of unknown liquor. After smelling it, Demingzi drank it in one gulp. Ah! Demingzi hit his chest. Zhang Wei knew the reason why Demingzi did this. Probably because the effect of adrenaline had slowly taken effect. At this time, the pain of the body was infinitely magnified. Demingzi needed to use alcohol for temporary anesthesia. Or a more accurate medical term, pain relief. The ape did not stop Demingzi's extra actions. It was not until this moment that he realized that Demingzi was a little abnormal. However, the red fox and the robin were nearby, which gave him more confidence. This time, the ape began to actively attack Demingzi. Seeing the ape approaching, Demingzi took a few steps forward and threw a few punches. The ape dodged easily and threw a few heavy punches in the back, hitting Demingzi's waist and abdomen. Unexpectedly, Demingzi was like nothing happened. He continued to approach the ape. The two of them fought from time to time, and they also exchanged offense and defense several times. But for a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Without weapons, it was almost impossible to kill with one blow. Demingzi has a strong ability to withstand blows. Zhang Wei knew that. Lu Dali had heard that Demingzi would practice boxing crazily in the underground boxing ring even in the dead of night. At that time, it was to deal with his former enemy Gunzi. But Gunzi was dead now, and Demingzi seemed to have lost his direction. The ape and Demingzi punched each other, and from the touch of the punch, he felt that Demingzi had broken at least one of his fingers. But Demingzi continued to attack him without any pain. The orangutan tried to pull out the dagger from his waist countless times. But when he thought that there were many people around him with weapons pointed at him, for a while, he could only hold back his impulse. He wants to defeat the fierce man. He could only rely on the power of his bare hands. Hit him stomach. The warning voice of the red fox came from not far away. When I saw the orangutan turning to attack Demingzi's lower abdomen, Zhang Wei also wanted to understand what it meant. He silently cursed despicably. Because the lower abdomen is the weak point of the big Mingzi. When there is no attack, Demingzi also subconsciously covered his lower abdomen with one hand. The big man who drank paraquat, naturally. The intestines and stomach cannot be unharmed. Maybe by this time, the intestines are already torn inside. Mild gastrointestinal erosion is always inevitable. Attack of the apes, Demingzi was caught off guard for a moment. But Demingzi is also a person with very rich emergency response capabilities. He endured several attacks from the orangutan. Finally he touched the ape's shoulder. Demingzi's once good show, just remove the shoulders with bare hands. This sounds a bit exaggerated. In fact, the power is enough, and the other party does not resist. It is also something that can be accomplished. But the ape is obviously not a good person. Faced with the big Ming shoulder grab, a knee bump goes up. The ape is tall and tall. This one, it almost pressed against Demingzi's chest. Demingzi only took half a step back. In order not to let go, he had to absorb 30% of the force of the ape's attack. Then he endured the pain. It's the same counterattack with a knee strike. The two of you come and go. The hand-to-hand combat began. Human apes are also the first time I have seen this helpless play. Master fight, one move, one way, and one style. All of them are eagerly advanced, rogue play like Demingzi, Mecha Ape who is used to using weapons instead of fighting with bare hands. Demingzi? Demingzi? There were sound waves in the crowd. This is a cheering voice for the Demingzi. Compared to strange apes, even if most people are not from the governor of Juman, also standing on the side of Yamako. Faced with such an environment, orangutans. He also became more and more impatient. Accidentally, he was punched on the right side of the face by Demingzi. Almost fell to the ground. Who is Demingzi? He was originally a seasoned gangster. Successful with one blow, he immediately took advantage of the situation. 2 more punches hit the ape's abdomen. The ape still wants to stand firm. Demingzi immediately pounced on him like a mountain. The orangutan was immediately pinned down. Ho! Saliva overflowed from Demingzi's mouth unconsciously, but he was ignored directly. It's easy to break if it's too strong and easy to break. Stick, I am Pajun, I am Pajun. The big man roared hysterically. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered, Breaker of Armies, the general who controls the world. Chapter 652 Bombshell. About the legend of Sha Palang, Demingzi always insisted that he was Pajun, not the so-called 7 kills and greedy wolf. Chisha is the thief who stirred up the world. This kind of person is in Lushan, it's Li Zicheng. Greedy wolf is a cunning person. This kind of person is Cao Cao, it's Qin Hui. And only Pajun, he is the general who dominates the world. This kind of person is Guan Gong, it's Yu Fei. Demingzi naturally regarded himself as Pajun. The death of Wang Yukun, Demingzi seemed to believe even more firmly in the legend of Sha Palang's numerology. I am the Pajun. I am the Pajun. The voice echoed in the bar for a long time. The ape did not suddenly lose consciousness under the attack of the big man. Instead, like a boxer who fell to the ground, he subconsciously protected his head and looked for an opportunity to fight back. The ape knew that the stronger the punch of the big man, the easier it would be to exhaust himself. However, as time went by, the robin and the red fox next to him seemed to be unable to sit still and wanted to go up to help. Naturally, there are other people watching. The pastor and Lu Dali took a few steps forward without leaving any trace. The two of them immediately found it difficult to move. They do not have the advantage of manpower or force. Zhang Wei knows these guys. The apes, if you lose this time, it's just that he lost because he was too arrogant. If there weren't so-called bomb-dropping planes up there at this time. These guys, he had long been chopped into pieces by Demingzi's people. Unlike the red fox and the robin who want to help at this time. The water ghost repeatedly checked his watch. Zhang Wei realized this detail and had been observing quietly. Could it be that the water ghost also knew that the effect of Demingzi's adrenaline has a time limit? Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter. When the ape tried to stand up again and again, but couldn't stand up due to Demingzi's crazy hammering. The ape seemed to gradually show a panic expression. No. The ape should not be afraid of Demingzi. If he continues to fight like this, he knows that Demingzi will not kill him easily. Why is the ape panicking? Zhang Wei looked at the ghost hand, and then looked at the other hall masters and leaders. It seemed that no one noticed anything unusual. Zhang Wei also had a watch. He took it out and looked at it. The time was 8:56. More than half an hour had passed since the apes came in with great fanfare. The spiral sound of the plane overhead became clearer and clearer. Zhang Wei felt that something was a bit serious. If the apes didn't leave, would the people on the plane get off? Although Zhang Wei heard from the water ghost that the pilot of the plane was a guy called Kiwi. He was familiar with the nature of this group of people. These guys rarely act alone. Moreover, Rattlesnake is dead. Zhang Wei quietly walked to Ghost Hand's side and whispered to him, will there be any problems with the plane? They should have other backup plans. If they come from the sky, then there will be no problem. Unless they come out from the ground. Ghost Hand's purpose is very simple. To capture all these guys and use them as hostages. Even if the subsequent mercenary group has any backup plans, or the people of City Light want to come in, they will be cautious. I hope so. Zhang Wei looked at his watch again. The time pointed to 8:59. It was at this time, the apes became particularly crazy. He is no longer as calm as before. Seeing that he was still unable to break away from the big fierce man, the orangutan bit Demingzi on the shoulder. Are you a fucking zombie? Demingzi said with red eyes. While talking, while not forgetting to hit the ape on the back of the head. Just once, the ape relented. This mouth of the ape, it makes the people around you look down upon you. A fight of fists and kicks. Nature is a confrontation between strength and skill. Apes bite people, always looked down upon, reminiscent of a dead rabid dog. See the orangutan and let go. Demingzi pressed his head hard to the ground. No matter how the apes fight back and struggle, big fierce pressing, they were motionless. If it is a watermelon, it had exploded long ago. But the skull is the hardest thing, even though the apes have some brain congestion and bulging eyes, but he still didn't die immediately. At this time, Demingzi's other hand, he added it again, grabbed the ape's neck. The ape's struggles became less and less intense. Looking at Demingzi, who was getting more and more crazy, there seemed to be a smile of relief on the corner of the ape's mouth. It was at this moment, dozens of meters above the ground, there was a huge explosion, mixed with boom and nothing is happening sound. Many people were instantly shaken by a huge force and fell to the ground. Various brick and stone decoration materials were falling all around. Not good, go quickly, the building may collapse, Zhang Wei immediately said to Lu Dali, who was still staring at the ape. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard all around. A lot of building materials, bricks and wood, it fell near the bar. And the power supply inside the bar, it was also extinguished at this moment. I don't know if it was something that fell from the sky. Smashed the circuit. One boy rolled around and said, "It's a bomb." Planes dropped bombs. What? The ghost hand grabbed this guy's collar, a look of anger on his face. When I looked at the scene again, the water ghost had already sneaked towards the entrance corridor of the basement, while Robin and Red Fox took out their pistols and walked towards Demingzi. Demingzi noticed the abnormality behind him, and immediately turned over, strangled the ape's neck, and pushed the ape in front of him. Red Fox shot without thinking. However, he subconsciously avoided Demingzi's head to avoid accidentally hurting the ape. A shot hit Demingzi's shoulder, and blood spurted out immediately. Demingzi groaned, but clenched his teeth, said nothing, and continued to increase the strength in his hands. The ape was already foaming at the mouth. Red Fox still wants to continue to replenish his gun, unexpectedly. A burst of wind came from the side. The Red Fox subconsciously bent down to avoid it. A military thorn flew past his shoulder. It was shot more than 10 meters away. It was Lu Dali who threw out the military thorn in desperation to save Demingzi. And at this time, the priest didn't know where he picked up the revolver that Demingzi had just thrown away. Fired 3 shots in a row, but only 1 shot was fired. The remaining 2 shots were blanks. This shot did not hit the Red Fox. However, it hit Song Chio's thigh next to him. The Red Fox and Robin also realized the danger. He found a nearby bunker such as a sofa or bar to hide. The priest wanted to finish the remaining 3 shots, because there are still 2 bullets in the gun, but for a moment, there was no goal. I saw that guy Song Chio covering his legs and screaming. He immediately shot him again in the lower abdomen. Song Chio immediately fell to the ground, but he didn't die immediately. Zhang Wei naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. These guys, the scavengers, I always wanted to kill him. Since their leader is here, Zhang Wei also planned to eradicate the root cause. He took out a broken dagger. Before Song Chio could react, just cut his throat. And at this time, the orangutans are also held hostage by the big Mingzi. Some eyes rolled white. Chapter 653, The Death of the Dragon Head. Boss, go, stop fighting! Ghost Hand shouted at the top of his lungs. Old Ghost, I can't survive. I'm going to take this guy with me. Demingzi responded, and dragged the ape away from the entrance of the underground passage. This was to completely perish together with the ape when the building collapsed. After stabbing Song Chio with a knife, Zhang Wei rolled over and flew to a place 5 or 6 meters away, and threw the 3-edged military bayonet that Lu Dali had just dropped on the ground. Lu Dali picked it up, but he still didn't forget to look at the orangutan, who was dragged deep into the bar by Demingzi. Walk, go wait outside. If the ape does not die, let's find another chance to kill him. Zhang Wei knows, falling down from the building is the scariest thing. Now through the bar window, you can also vaguely see heavy objects falling. It's also a tall building. Fission is starting from the upper layers. I guess it won't be long. The whole building will be crushed. This is how the World Trade Center collapsed on 9/11. The secondary collapse also killed a large number of firefighters. Lu Dali left without looking back. Zhang Wei looked back and found that Robin had stabbed Demingzi in the back with a broken dagger, and the pastor fired the last 2 shots in a hurry. The second shot of the 2 shots hit Robin's shoulder, and Robin had to give up the sneak attack on Demingzi and hid behind the sofa again. At this time, a huge crystal chandelier on the roof fell from above and hit Demingzi and the ape. Both of them fell to the ground, but never got up again. Zhang Wei remembers this crystal lamp. There are 5 in the whole bar in the past. In order to save Wu Fo, Wang Mukun, in desperation, he shot another one with his pistol. Glass shards fell to the floor. This one, but it completely knocked them over. After the priest finished shooting the bullet, he casually inserted the revolver into the belt around his waist. I no longer care about the life and death of Demengzi. He ran to the basement without looking back. But Zhang Wei only saw robins and red foxes. It seems that they are working together to pull the ape out from under the huge broken crystal lamp. For his own safety, Zhang Wei didn't care. At this time, the bar was in chaos, and hundreds of people rushed to various passages to escape. But most of the paths were completely blocked by the ghost hand. For a time, a stampede almost occurred. In the case of power outage and poor visibility, Zhang Wei naturally would not save Demengzi, a dead man. Not only did he not save him, Zhang Wei also dragged away the ghost hand who wanted to find Demengzi. Go! He can't survive. After being shot, stabbed, and drinking paraquat, and taking an overdose of adrenaline, Demengzi could not be saved even if he was a god. The ghost hand was in great pain, but he had to accept this fact. The survivors rushed to the underground parking lot. Only then did I discover that there are many load-bearing beams here. The steel bars have been exposed. Although most load-bearing beams are fine, but in this scenario, it still gives people a lot of pressure. Because of that so-called explosion, it only rang once. If it's a mercenary on a helicopter, drop another explosive bomb like this, the entire WEM building will turn to dust. Zhang Wei ran out of the underground parking lot holding Gui's hand. Almost rolling and crawling, Lu Dali was also responding halfway. The two of them held hands as if they were mourning for a concubine. Just rushed straight to the ground. Until they rushed to a safe area away from the building. Only then did I discover the helicopter. He was already dozens of meters away from the building. And the entire upper floors of the Whitman building, all have been turned into ruins. The missile's projection angle is very good. It only exploded in a corner of the top floor. If the center blooms, this building has long since collapsed from top to bottom. A large number of survivors, starting from a distance and gathering towards the location of the Whitman building, doesn't seem to know what happened. Zhang Wei looked around and found that all his familiar friends were safe and sound. And he breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, the helicopter seemed to have received some instructions and flew back again, and then continued to hover in the center of the building. A milky white object fell vertically. Bang! A loud sound came, and the whole building collapsed like mud. Zhang Wei realized at this time that he didn't hear a loud explosion just now because the bar was too soundproof. Seeing that there are only 20 floors left, 15th floor, 10th floor, 5th floor, the 3rd level finally returns to nothingness, a huge puff of powdery smoke, it started to spread. People around them retreated one after another, or cover your mouth and nose with a towel or clothes. Boss. Guisho fell to his knees helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness, Zhang Wei was deeply touched. It's not the pain that Demengzi died under the ruins, but even if Big Mengzi comes out, there is no escaping the pain of death. The plane landed in smoke and dust. Zhang Wei vaguely saw someone boarding the plane. Are those guys not dead yet? Breaking the big lock of the ghost hand, escaped from the bar? Zhang Wei calculated, since the helicopter dared to drop a big bomb for the second time, that means they already know the status of their teammates. Either they are all dead, either someone escaped alive. Bomb, just as a finishing touch. Or as a form of revenge for the death of a rattlesnake. Maybe those guys. We are not here to find the so-called murderer at all. They want to see, how many people or bosses are there in the bar? Is it worth them wasting a bombshell? Now that they have achieved their goal, what's going to happen next? Maybe that's the real challenge. At this moment, Zhang Wei also realized the seriousness of the matter. Because Wang Yukun is dead, Demengzi is also dead. Two of the top intellectuals in the old city, all due to illness and accident, died before Zhang Wei expected. At this time, there is no leader. And the crisis in the old city also arrived early. I saw the plane still circling back and forth in the sky. Zhang Wei immediately summoned people he knew, hide inside a nearby building. At this time, whether it is an ordinary survivor, or the leader or the hall master, preserving life is very important. Is there any way to bring down that nasty plane? Zhang Wei caught the pastor and asked. You think too much. Its current height doesn't look high. It's actually more than 200 meters long. Unless it lands on the ground, otherwise, you won't be able to shoot them down even with a gun. Never mind, no matter, let's wait until the plane leaves. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, I heard some bad news. I don't know if it was due to the collapse of the WAM building, causing short circuits in multiple transformers. There was a power outage in the old town. And this kind of large-scale machine failure, obviously not under the current conditions, it can be repaired in half a day. Night will become very dangerous. Chapter 654. Compassion does not command troops. Fortunately, at this time, it's only morning. Zhang Wei doesn't know, the Black Sun guys, will they continue to intervene? And the mastermind behind the scenes, City Lights people, not fully revealed either. This guy named Wang Zhua who lost the gun bet with Demengzi, just an inconspicuous person. The big man is dead, the WAM building collapsed. In just a few minutes, it has become one of the hottest news in the old city these days. And a few days ago, what is equally popular is that the stickman passed away due to illness. No matter how much you don't believe it, after seeing Wang Yuken's coffin, he also had to accept the fact that Wang Yuken died. Black Sun's unconventional means of dropping the bomb still caused extreme panic. Keep it up like this, unless hiding in an underground air raid shelter, otherwise. No place in the old town is safe. A large number of survivors began to clamor to leave the city. And the people on duty in the old city, there is simply no way to suppress this countercurrent. Several groups of people with different opinions almost got into a fight. Let them out! The ghost hand waved, said nonchalantly. This won't work, someone is out, someone will come in by then. The entire old city will be in chaos. Even if no one comes in, people who go out from inside, it will also leak news about the old city. This will definitely cause a large number of looters to covet this part of the old city. The priest was the first to object. It can be seen that the pastor has figured out the key. Rest assured, I have my own plan. The boss is dead. I will be the one to decide from now on. You can object if you want, unless you can gather the 9 admirals. 9 of us voted, the minority obeys the majority. Guisho said very decisively, and he had a murderous look on his face. That afternoon, the first wave of people tried to leave the city tentatively. I just dragged my family and my family out with my big and small bags. A total of 200 to 300 people came out. And less than half an hour, gunshots and explosions were heard from a few kilometers away. Not long after, a dozen people covered in blood, panting and panic-stricken. He fled back to the old city. People in the city, after confirming again and again that he is one of his own, just let these people in. Those who came and brought desperate news. All dead, all the people who went out were dead. Someone stopped them halfway. Most people were killed directly, only a few of us were lucky enough to escape. And at the same time, Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, Ghost Hand, Priest, Rejoice, Yang Guang, Shurja and others were sitting at a round table in a clothing store in Walmart supermarket. Start planning for the next thing. At this time, Shurja also said, so, you arranged those people in advance? And the purpose was to kill all the people who went out? Yes. Kindness is not good for the army, Ghost Hand said indifferently. It was not until this time that Zhang Wei sorted out what happened not long ago. Ghost Hand asked people to go out from an unknown passage in advance, lurking in the building, and then deliberately let out hundreds of the most noisy survivors. Then he killed all these people on the way. However, a few people were deliberately allowed to come back alive to spread the word. This is what Guisho said about kindness not wielding troops. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were killed by their own people. When Guisho calmly said this, most people fell silent. Were the Ghost Hands cruel? Very cruel. But he's also right. Only in this way, only then can the people in the old city be twist into a rope. You did the right thing, those clamoring to go out. There must be some spies from outside forces, these wallflowers. Instead of letting them escape when they are defending the city in the future, destroy our military morale, it's better to do it at this time. Just send them back to the west completely. A big man must have this kind of ruthlessness. Maybe they won't die. Yang Guang made a concluding speech. Ghost Hand, you are the smartest. Tell me, how do we fight next? Rejoice asked. Now there are still people who are unwilling to give up, clamoring to break out from other places. I plan to let a few more waves of people out of the city. Then there is still no one left. Guisho said expressionlessly. We don't have any objections to this. Just try not to reveal that you are one of your own. Lu Dali said. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, the best thing is to throw out some clues. Prove that the murderer was someone from City Lights or a mercenary organization. And Zhang Wei believes that, from the moment Ghost Hand arranged an ambush, just do it. There is no point in meeting everyone, Guisho continued. I didn't expect the boss to die like this. He used to yell about men who aspire to live in the sky, and used the earth as their bed. When he died, he didn't even have a coffin. But the boss is not at a loss either. There are so many rebels buried with him. Ghost Hand said. It was the hundreds of people he had just killed. A large part of it, they all joined the old city in the past month or two. As for the original indigenous residents of the old city, few wanted to leave. Rejoice, keep an eye on your docks. The high wall here, the enemy cannot come up. I'm worried about them landing by boat by water. Rejoice nodded. Ghost Hand said again, Pastor, your construction site meeting. Fill up all the means of transportation for me. If there is any chaos at night, you just turn on all the lights at the intersection. I'm worried. There will be people who take advantage of the corpse transformation, creating chaos at this time of power outage. The priest also nodded. This risk does exist. Within high walls, although all zombies have been cleared, but the current population density still very big. An area of less than 200 square kilometers, there were 30 to 40,000 survivors. If a zombie crisis breaks out, failure to eliminate hidden dangers when they first broke out, it is estimated that the old city will fall again. Then Guisho looked at Shurja. The Red Shirt Army must make a contribution at this time. I know a lot of people in the red shirts, all have direct or indirect relationships with the 8 major families. Let these people come forward, unite the people of the 8 major projects. Whether it is Tianwei Mansion or Wangjiang Pavilion, or someone who still has city lights, except for the riverside garden beyond the high walls, other people. Except for the elderly and children, mobilize everyone. No problem. When the Red Shirt Army died in Wangju, they have already been sent out to various places in the old city to be on guard. Then Guisho looked at Lu Dali again, said, I know you and the marauders of the coast. There are some connections, our people and the people of City Lights. There must be a great war. If the old city falls into defensive anxiety, you have to help me bring out the news. Try to let the looters interfere. It really doesn't work. A feint attack will do. Lu Dali nodded. Zhang Wei, you are responsible for all the logistics. Logistics operations for the entire old city, including weapons, food, medicines and water sources. You have to make sure nothing goes wrong. I'll try my best. Zhang Wei nodded. Chapter 655 The Appearance of Cats. And when Zhang Wei nodded, Guisho looked at Yang Guang who was sitting in the edge corner again. I am a polished commander. How can I help? Yang Guang said a little embarrassed. You should leave the city now. Out of town? Good. I know you have an old relationship with the people from Bin Haifeng, and people in the military. I have always regarded the people of City Light as my enemies. Because of people from both sides, there are a lot of weapons and ammunition, all restrained and did not take action. These two forces, they are always thinking about how to deal with each other. Yang Guang, you quietly leave the city, go contact someone from the military. If we were really in a hard fight, just let the military people, behind the city lights, deliver a fatal blow. It's no problem for me to go, but I need to ask Shurja to borrow a dozen people. No problem, Special Forces affairs, I agree, red shirts and others, just pick whatever you like. Shurja said. Good, then I'll go out before dark, old ghost. You should have quite a few secret passages. Right? Yang Guang asked curiously. Burn one's boats, a last-ditch battle. After you leave the city, I'll blow up all the passages. Ghost Hand said in a deep voice. This. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali looked at each other. Meeting to defend the city, from around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, open until 5 p.m. During this period, Guisho kept passing notes to several younger brothers. He was probably giving instructions on what to do, in addition to restraining his own people. Zhang Wei. Let them not go outside the city. For other people, just ignore it and don't ask. At around 7 o'clock, the sky is getting dark. Apart from scattered unknown lights in the old city, there are no more bright lights like before. All of a sudden, most people cannot adapt. And at this time, there was also the familiar sound of a helicopter overhead. It can't help but make people stunned. Fortunately, the plane did not drop the missile this time. If there is an enemy airborne from a plane, in the old city with no view, that's really hard to guard against. Lu Dali said. That's all right. We cannot see the enemy clearly. The enemy can't see us clearly either. But in short, this is our territory. We are more proactive. Those foreigners are so conspicuous, I guess people will find out if I show up. Good. Be careful and alert. It will be better after tonight. Guisho also looked cautious. I plan to stay up all night to cope with emergencies. Half an hour later. During the meeting, while most of the hall leaders were still thinking about all the details, there was a knock on the door from a younger brother. Come in! The master of the hall, the doorway downstairs of the supermarket, Someone's coming. Who? He said he ordered toilet paper. Toilet paper? What is he doing here? There is someone behind him. Another one? Who? The guy with the toilet paper tube is called Bobcat. We can't make up our minds. I had no choice but to come over and report the news first. What? Is it a lynx? Yang Guang was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Actually, since the last meeting in the villa area, Zhang Wei never saw the lynx again. Even the establishment of the original 9-door Admiral Bar, Lynx and Wood. 2 people, none of them met. At this time, I saw a lynx naturally. Everyone was surprised. One more person, just one more strength. Not long after, an old man and another man, he was taken to the temporary meeting room of the clothing store. When Zhang Wei saw it, it turned out to be the lynx himself. Bobcat was also a little surprised that so many people gathered here. Then he brought a chair over, sit down between Yang Guang and Shizhe. The 5th Hall Master, see you again. Ghost Han smiled and greeted. The last time the two met, still on the 5th floor of Walmart. At that time, Guizhou wanted to gamble his life with Zhang Wei. The Bobcat used a billiard ball to interrupt Demingzi's murder. Haven't seen you for a long time. You found the wood? Rejoice asked curiously. Yes, but I lost him again, Shanmao said helplessly. What's the meaning? I was a month ago, logs were tracked in the forest to the west, have always been inseparable. A week ago, some survivor said that Demingzi was dying. The wood throws me away, ran away alone. Forest, what's the wood doing over there? I have no idea. Mumu said that was what Demingzi meant. Before he agrees, the wood is not allowed to show up, unless he is dead. What? Demingzi said such a thing? Rejoice felt a little surprised. Did Demingzi realize that he was in danger? This made everyone look at each other. Because 6 years ago, Demingzi also said the same thing. At that time, there was a fire at Linjiagang Pier. Demingzi felt that he was being plotted. Let Mumu go to the police station and surrender. Also said, the wind blew at the pier that day, unusual, I'm worried that the next thing to die will be wood. Something like that. And now, Demingzi is really dead. And it's dead without a whole body. To find his body, it wouldn't be possible without 80 excavators. But what the current lynx said, it shouldn't be 6 years ago. The lynx of Wutong, 6 halls of wood, now that these people have shown up, this bureau in the old city, it's becoming clearer and clearer. Zhang Wei didn't realize until this moment, Big Mingzi and Stick are not real chess players either. There seems to be some bigger gangsters behind. And the big man and the stick, they are just chess pieces. The whole chess game in the old town, it's chaos now. Lynx, how did you get into the city? Lu Dolly asked curiously. Me? The old man brought me in. The mountain cat pointed at the toilet paper and said. Zhang Wei then began to take this inconspicuous old man seriously. The legendary guide for Demingzi to join the gang. There are many ways to get in. The sewage pipes in this city are everywhere. And they are directly connected to the riverside. The toilet paper said. I always thought that Ah Ming's poisoning was fake, and I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect it to be true. It's really a pity that talented people are envied by the gods. The old man looked very sad. He has never forgotten the pornographic films he watched since he was a child. I knew what he was like. Ahem. Ghost Hand coughed. Oh, excuse me, I just fell in love with the scene. Where have you been talking? Let's chat from now on. Old man, if it's you, faced with this situation, what will you do? Asked the priest. I have no idea. Everything in the world is blocked by demons, many things. We can only take one step at a time and see one step at a time. But you still have to thank this guy named Mao. He has been of great help to you. It's a lynx. Lynx corrected. What's the big deal? Guizhou was stunned. The helicopter just now, flying close to the ground. 4 or 5 bodies were thrown away. They are all strong zombies. If this guy Bobcat hadn't seen it with night vision goggles from a nearby window, by now. The old town has long been crying for father and mother. Chapter 656 Guarding 9 Gates. No wonder I just heard the sound of a helicopter. Good, I did see a helicopter dropping off tied zombies. And the rope was cut, but even if I didn't find it, others should also find out, because the zombies happen to be dumped in a place with a relatively high density of survivors. Lynx continued. That's not necessarily the case, in vain. Everyone fights on their own, maybe they have all fallen at this time. Were the zombies killed by you? Very simple thing. I only threw away 2 empty cans, it attracted them. I didn't know those guys went to such trouble to transport it here. What would I think if I was solved in less than 3 minutes? Are those the ones flying the plane? Guisho interrupted again and asked. I don't know who you're talking about, but it's just a fool's errand. I didn't come close. The night vision device could only see a few blurry shadows. Never mind. No matter, before the wood disappeared, have I told you anything? Without, just leave secretly. This is not good. Guisho frowned, then he continued. If Mumu knew that the boss was dead, 80% will go to those people alone to seek revenge. That guy with wood has always been a lone wolf. I think it should be fine. 3 or 5 people couldn't catch him. I'm afraid that he will fall into someone else's trap. But at this time, we all have too much time to take care of ourselves. Ignore him for now. Guisho discussed some details again. Then someone secretly took Yang Guan to the so-called secret passage. Zhang Wei knows. This channel, within dozens of square kilometers of high walls, there must be more than one. As for what Guisho said about blowing up all the secret passages in a last-ditch battle, can't believe it all. Any survivor who has made it this far, they will leave themselves a way out. Several hall masters dispersed in 2s and 3s. But my mood was indescribably heavy. Surprisingly, the entire evening in the old town was surprisingly peaceful. There were no coastal survivors or looters taking advantage of the situation. No one from the mercenary organization came to cause trouble again. At dawn the next day, the survivors in the old city carefully walked out of various bunker buildings, then climbed the high wall. But no abnormalities were found. Zhang Wei went back to Old City High School, get everyone on a war footing. The task assigned by Guisho is logistical support. Zhang Wei knows, this is related to the survival of the entire old city. It is also related to the safety of his camp. For transporting materials, of course there is no selfishness. Water source, drug, food, we do our best to protect you as much as possible. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Wei's power has been expanding rapidly. When his hundreds of men took to the streets of the old city, the survivors realized that the last temporary leader of the 9th Hall was not a lone commander. Moreover, all of Zhang Wei's men were young elites. Zhang Wei had very strict requirements for the people he recruited at that time, and those with bad intentions had long been eliminated by him. The remaining people all agreed with the old city high school camp and Zhang Wei's apocalyptic survival philosophy. Ghost Hand had people transport a large amount of supplies to the high wall, stones, rolling logs, crossbows, petrol bombs, even detonators, lime powder, just like dealing with an ancient siege. And on top of the high wall, also in the past few days, a large number of brick and stone bunkers and blockhouses were urgently built. Even with heavy firepower attacks, it may not be able to break through the defense. If the people in Binhai attack, it is estimated that they will have to pay with human lives. And if the zombies want to come in, there is no possibility, because the height of the wall is 3 or 4 stories, close to 15 meters. In order to continue fighting, the survivors, even in the hot summer, plenty of food was also prepared. To avoid food signs, most of the food is dried again, made into rice balls or dehydrated dry food. The Ghost Hand wears a toed mirror. He carefully inspected each wall. Then he convened a meeting with the 9 admirals. At the meeting, Guisho said straightforwardly, before and after the end of the world, our black and white groups were major gangs. There used to be some discord, but at this time, the enemy is facing us. The survival of the old city depends on these few days. That Guy Wang's was said before he died, Wang Guangliang will definitely launch an attack on the old city. These foreigners, he should be just a vanguard, who leads the way to test the reality. We don't have much time. Old Ghost, if you have any ideas, just tell me. I heard people say, the people of Coastal City Light these days, there is indeed gathering. Interjected the priest. The old city is not even closed. Where did you get the news? Ghost Hand glanced at the priest in surprise. People can't get out. Birds can still get out. I have a lot of pigeons. They rely on their flying pigeons to deliver messages. I didn't expect that Binhai also had Inspire arranged by you. Alright, I won't talk nonsense anymore, that's the way it is. Now within the high walls, there are 13 gates in total, even though I've blocked them all, but these gates are facing traffic arteries, traffic light intersection. If Wang Guangliang's people come in, it is inevitable that attacks will be launched from these places. Even if they don't attack from these places, we stand in the watchtowers in these places, the vision is also clearer. If they attack from somewhere else, it also provides real-time support. My plan is this, our 9 admirals, in ancient times, they are the soldiers guarding the city. So this time, in order to avoid infighting and mutual entrapment, each of our branches, responsible for a city gate. Only in this way can we move in one place. I'm with the Mine Gang, responsible for the North Gate, the pastor of the Second Church and the construction site committee, responsible for the city gate due west, the painter of Santang, you lead the red shirt troops to guard the northeast gate. Northeast, it is exactly where the villa area is located. But the villa area is in the suburbs outside the city. Sitong's Rejoice and Pier Gang, responsible for keeping an eye on the east gate. To the east is the sea. The city gate is only a symbolic 2 or 3 meters high. Just keep your eyes on the sea. If there are difficulties elsewhere, please give me more support. Where are the rest of them? Zhang Wei asked. The links of Wutong? How many people do you have? Ghost Hand suddenly asked. More than 100. You have so many people? The painter felt a little unbelievable. That's right. In the past 6 months, in addition to looking for wood, I have also recruited many subordinates. There is a looting organization called the Erlian Gang, which now obeys my orders. Are the Erlian Gang your people? Zhang Wei was also a little surprised, because Zhang Wei heard from White Hat Lu Yoyu that the Erlian Gang was also a component force of the Looters Alliance. Although that alliance did not exist, this force did exist. Chapter 657 North-South Defense Line. And the Erlian Gang, as an organization, has a very complicated origin. Just like the Inagawa Society, which was mostly composed of Japanese people, but later split into Nagoya Pier and scavengers. Many people in the Erlian Gang are also foreigners. The Erlian Gang was originally called the Sanlian Gang, and its headquarters is in Southeast Asian countries. Some of the people who make up this gang are Chinese. Some are Malaysians, Indonesians, and Filipinos. It was originally called the Sanlian Gang, and after the end of the world, 90% of the people died, and it was called the Alien Gang. Lu Yoyu once said, in the past 6 months, the Alien Gang is slowly growing in Binhai, so they were called the Erlian Gang again. I heard people talking about the Second Alliance Gang. It's city lights with an old man behind it. Zhang Wei said. That's my fiction. It's good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. I'm just doing things in the name of city light. Don't pretend to be a tiger. My gang cannot develop, otherwise, people from this gang, nor will he obey my orders. So that's it. Zhang Wei was a little speechless. He had heard before that this organization was supported by people from City Light. He also plans to take action on this organization. Where are your people? Ghost Hand asked. Outside the city. Lynx replied. Okay then, you guard the northwest gate. I can also help the pastor by the way. Can the city be defended outside the city? Lu Dolly felt a little strange. That's natural. Who told you that a city must be defended within high walls? Harassment from the rear can also achieve the same effect. It can even be even more unexpected. Bobcat, you should also have a special way to contact people outside. Right. No problem, then I will be in charge of the northwest gate, but I probably can't handle it alone in the inner city. You organize some survivors from the 8th building. Ghost Hand nodded. It's a promise. The Wood of Lu Tang never showed up. Don't worry about him. Yang Guang from Chitong took people out of the city secretly late last night. Don't worry. Lu Dolly, how many people do you have? I do have some friends from Binhai, but I'm not sure they will contribute. Lu Dolly thought for a moment, and then said. Zhang Wei knows. Lu Dolly was talking about the people from Gaocheng, and the people from the water purification company. Although Zhang Wei and others reached a verbal agreement with them, but let them charge into battle against someone with heavy firepower, probably impossible. The other party is not a fool either. Cooperation is cooperation, death matters, of course no one wants to. Unless City Lights is completely severely damaged, maybe someone will take the risk, beat up the drowned dog. Where are the others? I do have some friends, can help. I asked Yi Xiaobai's troops to. Plus the bully of the southern community, let's unite to defend the southeast. Zhang Wei said this, have your own selfish motives. On the one hand are the southeastern suburbs. It will not directly face the front of the people from the coastal area due to the north. On the other hand, Zhang Wei is also avoiding Lu Dolly and the orangutan from meeting each other. Although I don't know if the manic guy is dead or not. But at this time, the sword and the gun are blind. A lot of hatred can naturally be put aside temporarily. But Lu Dolly is a hot-headed person. Maybe he will be very impulsive, especially when Demingzi was indirectly killed by those people. And directly south of the high-walled old city, it is Zhang Wei's old city high school. If it really can't be done, Zhang Wei can naturally make Lu Dolly, Overlord, Yi Xiaobai et al., retreating to his Old Town High School camp. With the defensive strength of these people, Old Town High School is almost an impenetrable old town. Guisho looked at Lu Dolly, asked for his opinion. Lu Dolly shook his head. At last, Zhang Wei was the only one left. Zhang Wei also said without hesitation, due to the south, Just let me guard it. My camp is over there. To the southwest is another cliff. I have also been stationed at the old city prison for a long time. My defense has the least pressure. This way I can support you in all directions at any time. Good, then it's settled. Ghost Hand nodded with satisfaction. And Zhang Wei also outlined a defensive map in his heart. The north is a Ghost Hand and a mines. The people in the mines have detonators. Although Zhang Wei does not know how much inventory they still have. But the Ghost Hand gave Zhang Wei a few hundred. Still not shocked and not jumped, it is estimated that the rest is at least a few times to Zhang Wei. Let the ghosts and his mines help to guard the north gate. It's the best, only will it be safely used. The left and right sides of the Ghost Hand, they are bobcats in the northwest and Shurja. A painter in the northeast, both of them are smart. With them on the side, it is enough to ensure that the entire northern defense line will not be lost. As for the priest due to the west, and the rejoicing due to the east, although they seem to be at opposite poles. But the special relationship between these two people, so that they will support each other. And Zhang Wei went east to Shanghai or west to the deep mountains and forests in the west, it can be regarded as a retreat. As for the dangerous cliffs in the southwest, then don't worry about it, there will definitely be no survivors or zombies intervening from that direction. The east direction is a food powerhouse. It's also a suburb, Zhang Wei asked Lu Dali, Yi Xiaobai and others to defend. It is also to prevent food from being damaged. In less than half a month, you can harvest the rice sown in March. Zhang Wei plans to let these grains. They all eat into their own people's stomachs. As for Zhang Wei himself, with these preparations, you can also calmly participate in defensive operations in the old city. Impression of zombie siege, Zhang Wei remembers, just for a few months. However, in Zhang Wei's impression, there is no involvement of mercenary organizations, and the city lights, it has not fallen into complete opposition to the old city. Zhang Wei didn't know if it was the butterfly effect caused by him. Changed everything. But Zhang Wei knew, the so-called zombie siege, it has arrived probably a year early. That time, although Zhang Wei survived by luck, but he also lost one of his arms. This time, I am well prepared, then let's see if that happens. Zhang Wei is at the old city high school camp, walking back and forth. Think about whether there are any details that you have missed. Until Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong rushed to the street to get together. Boss, are we really not going out to kill people? Yes, at this time. We should go deep behind enemy lines, turn him upside down. The two were amazed by Zhang Wei's experience of going deep into the old city to search for medicine not long ago. I wish I was one of them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei secretly took Zhou with him, deliberately forgetting the two of them. Where is Zhou? Zhang Wei suddenly asked curiously. Zhou? That kid is as perverted as the guy called the painter. He was working on biogas digesters. Research biogas digesters? How can that be considered abnormal? Isn't this new energy very good? Boss, you don't know what he uses to make biogas? He used zombie corpses. You said that the gas released when the stuff rots in the biogas pool is used for cooking. Will we have an appetite? Chapter 658 Crisis in the Old City. Oh, yeah. Is Zhou doing this when he has nothing to do? Zhang Wei was also stunned. Zhang Wei didn't think Zhou did a bad job. Just the current living energy, things like liquefied gas and gasoline, it has long been very precious. In addition to traditional what can be used for burning, remaining fuel, there is only coal mined by mines and coal mines. Zhang Wei has collaborated with Guisho. Throughout the school, 7 or 8 trucks of coal were unloaded. This kind of raw coal can be mixed with lust to make honeycomb coal. So the survivors here did not feel the lack of energy for life. It is also summer now. Unlike winter, when coal is needed for heating. Forget it. Don't worry about Zhou. Just tell him not to leave the city. Zhang Wei's attention was attracted by other things. The whole old city was busy. And most people subconsciously believed that there was a high possibility that invaders would attack the old city in the next few days. But until 3 days passed, everyone was on edge. And nothing happened. Except for the night 3 days ago. The enemy dropped a few living zombies by helicopter. Zhang Wei and others knew that the more abnormal it was, the more problems it had. But ordinary survivors didn't think so. Although they would be attacked and slaughtered by the enemy immediately after leaving the city, they were still very safe and content within the high walls. At least it would take time for the enemy to capture the old city. People who participated in the defense of the old city, there are thousands of people. If the enemy wants to break through, it is estimated that 10 times the manpower will be needed. This is still a concentrated attack on one place. And the fueling tactics formulated by Ghost Hands, It will also turn the city defense battle into a protracted battle. In one go, decline again, 3 and exhausted. When 3 days have passed, when no enemy appears, most people have let their guard down. That is at noon on the 3rd day, most people are eating and taking naps. There was a roar in the sky. Just a dozen seconds later, several huge explosions were heard from the center of the old city. It's artillery fire. Zhang Wei immediately realized the source of the explosion. Everyone go to the underground bunker to hide. This is indiscriminate artillery fire. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Since those guys can get small missiles, they must also have missile launchers. As for the launch equipment, whether it was a missile launcher, a launcher or something else, Zhang Wei didn't know. The explosion sounded sporadically 20 or 30 times, which lasted for about half an hour. The most recent one landed in the farmland near the old city high school. A large crater with a radius of 5 to 6 meters suddenly appeared in the farmland. After Zhang Wei thought for a moment, there is also a simple speculation. First of all, this round of bombardment has no target. But the target you aim at, it must be somewhere within the walls of the old city. Secondly, judging from the source of the missile's whistling sound, the missile must have come from the coastal side. Such a close distance, it's probably only 3 to 5 kilometers, so the missile should be a short-range missile. In terms of the frequency of transmission, I only fired a few dozen rounds in half an hour. It is not a saturation full coverage attack. This shows that the opponent does not have many missiles. Or the number of transmitters is limited, or maybe there aren't many people who know how to bombard. Maybe 1 or 2 people from Black Sun. Zhang Wei knows, something like shooting off a cannon, it's a technical job, unless you have actually served as an artilleryman in the army, otherwise. Ordinary survivors, even if someone gives advice, you would never dare to use this kind of thing indiscriminately. A little carelessness, this is the result of cannon destruction and death. Within a few minutes, the shelling stopped. Zhang Wei's men came out of the tunnel in 2s and 3s. Most people still don't know what happened. I thought someone had thrown a bomb again. Zhang Wei asked some people to stay where they were and wait for orders, while others went to various city gates to provide support and pass on information, and Zhang Wei himself called Lu Dali, Lu Rinjia, and Zhao Jinxiong, and rushed from the camp to the central city area urgently. A wall more than 10 meters high was also built between the camp of Laocheng High School and the core city area, to prevent the attack of zombies. However, there was no garrison left on the entire southern city wall. Because the south is either near the sea, or near the cliff, and it is a suburb with a large number of farmland and wetlands, it is almost impossible for the enemy to come from this direction. Even if someone reluctantly logs in from here, priority will also be given to attacking Zhang Wei's camp and prison. Otherwise, attack the city gate directly, it means being attacked from both sides. So Guisho was guarding the south against Zhang Wei and others. Very reassuring. After entering the meeting place temporarily agreed upon by Ghost Hands, only then did Zhang Wei realize that Shan Mao and Shersha, who were very close to each other, had already arrived before him. As for Rejoice and Pastor, haven't shown up yet, but people also brought news. They said they were counting casualties. We'll be here in a while. Ghost Hand took advantage of this opportunity. He also set people to guard the city. Then he said cautiously, there were 28 rings in total. 28 sounds, in addition to the 2 missiles that destroyed the WEM building before, exactly 30 rounds, is an integer. I wonder if they still have such weapons. But if it were me, I won't finish it all in one go. Not long after, a younger brother came over in a hurry to report the casualties in the entire inner city. 28 explosive bombs. 7 shots were fired outside the city. 3 rounds were fired near the city wall. One of the 3 shots hit the city wall. Another 18 rounds. They were all beaten in the city. These 18 shots, there are 14 rounds, hit the buildings in the inner city. The other 4 rounds hit the street, space, open air parking, green belts and other places. This bombing, there were a total of 138 casualties. 56 of them died. 31 people were seriously injured. 61 people were slightly injured. Ignore minor injuries directly. Seriously injured people are treated as dead. Zhang Wei calculates casually. Just know, this round of explosions, real casualties, there should be 87 people. There may be some casualties that have not been counted. Or someone with a minor injury may have some infection worsening. Therefore, this round of explosions, the casualties were probably around 100 people. Compared with the inner city of the old city, which has dozens of square kilometers, explosion area, full calculation, it is estimated to be only 1 or 200 square meters. Therefore, Zhang Wei's ratio of casualties. He also expressed that he could accept it. If there is another round of the same bombardment, the number of casualties should be similar. Unless the bomb happens to explode in a crowded place like Walmart. After Guizhou listened to the person who delivered the news, then he asked, what happened to the bomb that exploded on the city wall? One half of the city wall collapsed. A gap of 3 to 4 meters was left. However, the base is made of reinforced concrete. Was not destroyed. It was at this time, the priest suddenly rushed in furiously, said, there is some bad news. There are a lot of zombies approaching in the mountains to the west. The number is estimated to be no less than several 100,000. How is this possible? It's all woodland over there, even normal survivors. It may not be possible to cross over, not to mention zombies. Ghost Hand exclaimed. Fire. A big fire. I just received a pigeon message. A big fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Burning hundreds of hectares of forest land completely. Especially those valleys. Due to the narrow channel effect caused by the prevailing monsoon. Not to mention the trees. Even the bushes were burned without a blade of grass. The zombies came from the mountain stream. As if it was a smooth road. Zhang Wei knew about the pastor's pigeon message. The pastor even let the pigeon leave a positioning point at the old city high school. Chapter 659 Wildfires broke out. The pastor's words were a little vague, but Zhang Wei still heard most of it. After listening, Zhang Wei was suddenly stunned. So that's how the million-level zombies surrounded the city. It was actually a wildfire. Even if the zombies from Binhai City come, it won't be a fatal threat, but if the zombies from other cities are also attracted here, with the power of the old city, it won't be enough to resist. Ghost Hand was just holding a map, and asked the younger brother to mark the location where the missile fell on the map. Until the pastor finished speaking, Guizhou also realized the seriousness of the matter. Far west, it was originally run by their mining gang. Surrounding terrain overview, it has long been understood. Zhang Wei had talked to Guizhou about the problem of zombie swarms before. Ghost Hands didn't take it seriously. Because the zombie swarm is still hundreds of kilometers away, if it is flat ground, that would take 10 days and a half. What's more, it's a mountainous area, terrain such as mountains and hills. The zombies crossed a mountain without any awareness of themselves. It is estimated that it will take a year and a half. How far are those zombies from the mine? Ghost Hands is not worried about zombies. It's the depletion of coal energy. Don't look at coal as an inconspicuous thing. But it is the most important survival material. If there is no coal, the survivors in the old city can't even cook rice. As for burning wood and furniture to make a fire, that won't last half a month. I have no idea. It is estimated that there are still dozens of kilometers. It rained lightly the day before yesterday. Near the wildfires to the east has been extinguished, but the wildfires in the west, it's still spreading further west. Further west? Isn't that another provincial capital city? Xijing? That's right. What I'm worried about is more zombies will come this way. This time the wildfire, obviously man-made, even if it goes out this time, after the weather improves, there will also be people who will light it up again. This is simply impossible to prevent. Zhang Wei knows, if someone wants to set a fire in the forest, almost unstoppable, because the scope is too large. Not to mention now, it is impossible to stop it even before the end of the world. Arsonist, gasoline or something like that must have been used to aid combustion. Otherwise at this time, the fields are green and lush. It's not necessarily possible to burn it. It's just that Zhang Wei currently, it's not completely understood yet. Who is the person who attracted the zombies here? It's possible for City Lights people to. But City Lights people also want an unspoilt old city. If this zombie swarm comes, not to mention that the survivors in the old city can't get out, they are the survivors of Binhai City, can't come in again. When Zhang Wei thought about the people in Binhai dropping missiles not long ago, I feel like everything is becoming possible. These guys seem to have gone crazy. If there are still dozens of kilometers away, then at least the zombies won't be able to arrive in a short period of time. Our main enemy, those are the survivors. The Ghost Hand turned out another map with a smaller scale. Old town on map, only a piece the size of a fingernail. Then he started drawing on the map. If the zombies are here for half a month to a month, after walking nearly 50 kilometers, the rest of the journey, it is estimated that the progress is about the same. They are definitely not walking unconsciously. Someone should have attracted them here. It's probably the Binhai people's helicopter. There is also a helicopter in the villa area. How about we try reverse attraction? Shirja asked. It's no use instead. He was targeted by a mercenary group. It is easier to destroy machines and kill people. A zombie wave of this magnitude, it's almost an insurmountable dead end. Unless the wildfire is big enough, it can burn all these zombies to death. but there is a steady stream of zombies behind it. This is impossible. You have to make 2 plans. Guisho finally added. 2-handed plan, that is. When nothing can be done, abandon the city and flee. But Guisho didn't say this. Without the 9 admirals in the base of the old city, that's probably no different from a plunderer. And when the time comes, we can only break out secretly, and the tens of thousands of survivors in the entire old city, otherwise. It will be a price. In just a few minutes, another person walked in. Zhang Wei saw that it was a yellow robe. I guess it was Rejoice who asked him to come over and deliver the message. As expected, Hua Pao said as soon as he came in, the master of Rejoice Hall is not planning to come over. The Pier gang did not lose any manpower, the bomb didn't go off. The hall master also asked us to bring you a message. The hall leader said that there was a guy named Junichi Watanabe yesterday. Sailed over from the sea. That guy is the boss of a scavenger organization in Binhai City. Nicknamed Salmon. There are more than a dozen people under him. They are all good killers. The boss said, as long as you pay the starting price, Junichi Watanabe could be the man responsible for hunting city lights. Certainly, be regular survivors instead of bosses. Besides, I brought a load of fish on a tricycle. It is caught in the open sea, uncontaminated. The guy named Junichi Watanabe said, I'll give you some seafood to try. Junichi Watanabe is the salmon? There's something strange about Ghost Hand's expression. What's going on? When Zhang Wei heard this, I feel like this guy Junichi Watanabe, there are probably other stories about him. Fine, I heard a rumor before, after the Hornbill and Grey Wolf died, in order to facilitate military activities in China. The Black Sun mercenary group. So I plan to recruit 1 or 2 people who understand Chinese. Salmon guy, he volunteered and went over. I didn't expect that the people in the mercenary group would dislike him for not knowing Chinese. And the strength is too weak, don't want him at all, in order to become a core member. Salmon. He also squandered all his wealth, sending millions of dollars in favors in the end. People still didn't want him, just let him be a handyman. The Salmon was furious, left this organization. Later on, the mercenary group probably absorbed the guy from the water ghost. Otherwise, in this zombie apocalypse, nor will they be able to roam our land unimpeded. The water ghost is a traitor. Ghost Hand gritted his teeth. Salmon is a handyman? Zhang Wei thought, it's indeed possible. At that time, after Alligator and others came down from Canberra, he also deliberately left him to watch the ship. It was actually a scrap ship without fuel. It doesn't matter if you look at the guards. But Zhang Wei said that this guy Junichi Watanabe came from the sea. Still a little wary. So he said to Hua Pao, when you go back, in the absence of that guy Junichi Watanabe, report to your boss Rejoice alone. This guy Junichi Watanabe, it may not be as simple as it seems. Before we came out of Montenegro, the guy surrounding us, he is a scavenger. You ask your boss to investigate. This was the secret instruction of Junichi Watanabe, or the person below him is walking alone. Good, then I'll go first. Hua Pao nodded. Just left it on the tricycle. I took another motorcycle and left. It was at this time. Another person from the Construction Site Association came in. A note was passed to the priest. The pastor opened it and looked at it, said, my eyeliner tells me, people in Binhai have taken action. There are a lot of ships, under the organization of a ship gang called Pirate Jack, gathering by the river. It should be for the old city. Pirate Jack, it is Wang Pinyuan. Wang Guangliang's son. The guy whose I was stabbed by Lu Dolly. Zhang Wei said subconsciously. And at this time, everyone looked at Lu Dolly, who had been silent in the corner. It means, your kid has actually done this kind of thing? Chapter 660 Zombie Attack. Lu Dolly said with some embarrassment. I didn't know his name was Wang Pinyuan at that time. Little did they know that he was the son of Guangliang, the king of city lights. I thought he was just an ordinary gangster. Lu Dolly brushed off the incident of taking action for Wang Rulan. Zhang Wei didn't mention it anymore. But what the pastor said is that the people on the coast are preparing a boat to come over. This made Zhang Wei feel a little panicked. Those guys are finally taking action. It took so much trouble to come here. It's definitely not about fishing in the river. If we just transport the survivors here 3 or 5 boats, go back and forth a few more times, it was completed in just a few hours. A large number of ships were used. There is only one possibility. That means heavy firepower weapons and ammunition. Because firearms and ammunition cannot be exposed to water or moisture. The boats are gathering on the riverside. When did it happen? Ghost Hand asked with a frown. Half an hour ago. Half an hour ago, exit from the high wall, arriving near Binhai. It won't take more than half an hour. So if those people cross the river by boat, We are probably almost at the old city now. Notify everyone, be on guard, be careful not to expose your body outside the high wall, the enemy may have a gun, and for the survivors outside who want to come in, don't let anyone in during this time. Ghost Hand's order had just been issued. There were chaotic sounds outside the city. It seemed that a large number of people were approaching. Zhang Wei and others immediately disbanded the meeting and dispersed to the various city walls under their charge. It was at this time that the people that Zhang Wei had arranged to go out came to report the news to Zhang Wei. There are about 300 to 500 survivors on various high wall defense lines, launching an attack towards the inner city. How is their firepower? Zhang Wei asked nervously. If everyone had a gun, no matter how many survivors there were in the old city, it would not be enough to kill. The rifle has a range of several hundred meters. The defenders may have been shot in the head before they even found the enemy. Those people did not launch an attack directly, but attracted a large number of zombies, and then hid themselves. A large number of zombies? Even outside the old city, there can't be a large number of zombies. It's like this, Boss Zhang Wei. These zombies came from the cross-sea bridge. After this person's detailed explanation, Zhang Wei realized that the zombies came from Binhai and took a very unusual road. Said this road is unusual, it's because it's a dead end. Although the cross-sea bridge has 8 lanes in both directions, but when zombies first broke out in the old city, it seems that the people in Binhai City have grasped the information in advance. Use cement masonry in the middle of the bridge. A high wall was built. It is said that this cement masonry, also mixed with reinforced concrete structure, and it's several meters thick, ordinary forklift or excavator, it cannot be solved in the short term. But what is unexpected is that, after the people who built the wall originally wanted to avoid the zombie crisis that broke out in Binhai City, there is no safe passage to escape, specifically within this wall, built in and filled with plenty of foam. And outside, then seal it with small bricks, coastal people, with a big hammer, a few hammers smashed out a door about 2 meters in diameter on the wall. The most indispensable thing in Binhai City is zombies. The coastal area has been cleaned several times a while ago. They were attacked again by zombies from the central coastal area. So this wave of zombies, I was attracted to the wall, then he got through the doorway, gathering towards the old town. Zombies lined up in a straight line like ants, and there are still no signs of interruption. However, due to the limited visibility of the bridge, therefore, zombies did not form zombie clusters. But there are still 3,000 or 4,000 zombies. It's around the high wall. 3,000 or 4,000? 3,000 or 4,000 is not enough. Zhang Wei knows, the entire northern defense line of the high wall, there is also 8 or 9 kilometers after pulling away. 3,000 or 4,000 zombies, the average of 400 or 500 per kilometer. For the number of survivors in the old city, it is more than these zombies. And there is a high wall, unless zombies can fly, otherwise you can't get in at all. Zhang Wei is also on the wall of his office. Use full A4 paper. I drew a big sketch. It indicates the number and distribution of survivors. At this moment, Zhang Wei drew 2 more extending arrows on the map. The cut head pointed from the seaside to the old city. Zhang Wei wrote in smaller text next to it, 5,000 zombies. Although the messenger said that 3,000 people had arrived, but Zhang Wei knew that the news was delayed, and the zombies that may still be close to the high wall have not been discovered. Therefore, Zhang Wei based on his own inference, 2,000 more people were written. Ever since I heard that thousands of zombies appeared, Zhang Wei felt relieved a lot. Because he knows, these thousands of zombies, compared to the intruder, on the contrary, it is a line of defense. If the survivors in Binhai want to enter the old city directly, these zombies must be dealt with first. Facing the siege of zombies, the order given by the Ghost Hand is, in addition to speeding up the blocking of the gap in the high wall that was half blown up by missiles, for zombies, just ignore it and don't ask. When many people ask why, Ghost Hand only said, this is the purpose of Binhai's enemies. A soldier who does not fight will become exhausted. Weary soldiers. Guisho's words were very professional. Enemies of the coast, deliberately letting this wave of zombies come over, it was specially designed to consume the weapons and ammunition of the survivors in the old city. If you don't leave the city, attack zombies on high walls, without any foresight, even if you drop 10 stones, it's better to get up close and stab the zombies. It made sense to the survivors. At this time, it saves people and places. Both people and land survive. As long as there is no loss of survivors in the old city, it will be no problem if you defend the old city. Even if 30% of the survivors die, you can also rely on brutal hand-to-hand combat. Let the old city not be lost. So a few hours passed, and the zombies around the old city, gradually it became more and more in the end. The number reached almost 10,000 or several thousand. John Wei, Rejoice and the pastor, painter, Sean Mao and others transmit and share their information in real time. The sea level at Pier Gang in the east has always been normal. The priest sent out a few farmers with strong survival ability who did not attract attention. Went to the woods to the west to observe zombies. The zombie swarm is not approaching at the moment. Zhang Wei called on the two military advisors Qian Baohua and Hu Lai. I planned to carefully calculate the logistics. It was at this time, there was a roaring sound overhead. Roaring sound, always above the heads of Zhang Wei and others, it has not dispersed for a long time. Not good, zombies on the northern defense line, just pretending to be in the east and attacking in the west. They want to use planes to break through our southern defense line. What shocked Zhang Wei was that he saw 4 or 5 planes act together. Chapter 661, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. What Zhang Wei is afraid of, it was he who saw 4 or 5 helicopters. What a great attack from the east to the west. I didn't expect that the zombies were just a cover. What they really want to attack is the southern defense line. Let the backyard of the old city catch fire. Too busy to take care of yourself. After panic spread, the northern defense line may be easily captured. And 1 or 2 of the helicopters, he had also had a face-to-face interview on the rooftop of Binhai Hospital before. Another 1 or 2, he has also seen. It was driven by people from the mercenary organization before. As expected, those guys teamed up with the City Lights people. I saw a lot of helicopters hovering near Old Town High School. Zhang Wei had a headache. Order to be on alert. Find cover. Everyone outside is withdrawn from me. We rely on the old city. Have a fight with them. Zhang Wei is not the Zhang Wei who panicked at the beginning. Since this time, in order to cope with the coming crisis, it also has a large stockpile of weapons. Not only did I get the detonator from Ghost Hand, there are also rifle bullets exchanged for food from the military factories in Montenegro. And some inferior grenades. Although these things are not very useful, they can still be of some use. At this time, Zhang Wei even hoped that the mercenary organization and the City Light people would attack his old city high school camp, so that he could start a brutal street fight. If it is really impossible, he can also retreat to the prison through the secret passage and build a second line of defense. At that time, he can join forces with friendly forces in other directions to attack the invaders. However, what surprised Zhang Wei was that the helicopters went to the direction of the old city one after another, as if they were going to see the strength of the southern city gate. Thanks to Guisho's previous use of his own people to pretend to be enemies outside, they robbed and killed a large number of people who wanted to leave the city. At this time, the survivors in the old city, most of them share the same hatred to defend against foreign enemies. Zhang Wei's garrison at the southern city gate was very empty. Only 40 or 50 people, many of them are still underage child soldiers, originally. I just wanted these people to exercise. Unexpectedly, I encountered the most difficult problem at the beginning. Fortunately, among the other survivors, there are also wise men, immediately organized survivors from other forces, climbed the high wall bunker, ready to counterattack. When people on the plain saw this formation, they thought there was no intention to continue the attack. Finally, he landed on the outskirts near the school. There are many hardened cement roads and asphalt roads in the suburbs near the school. Planes take off and land freely here. And Zhang Wei, who climbed up the high building of the school, handheld telescope, checked the approaching enemies. It's those guys. Robin, Red Fox, didn't see the ape. Even if the orangutan was not killed that day, he was also beaten half to death by Demengzi. It shouldn't recover so quickly. Zhang Wei said to Lu Dali, who was beside him. 6 helicopters, I don't know if it's all their belongings. It's a pity that we didn't stop at the Chinese herbal garden. Otherwise we can go out through the secret passage, blow them all up. There are more people coming down. There are 40 or 50. He will probably fight us. Order the brothers to arrive at the designated location within 3 minutes. Zhang Wei also followed his orders one by one. The enemy is stronger than imagined. 40 or 50 people came. Most people even carry guns. But by this time, Zhang Wei could only count on the fact that these people were not very good at shooting. It's just a lie. But Zhang Wei also knows, anyway, those 2 guys, the Robin and the Red Fox, are definitely fine. If shooting is not your strong point, it is almost impossible for these people to join the sun-devouring mercenary group. Zhang Wei's order was immediately forwarded and issued. That's when faculty apartment, information building, even a classroom, every window in every building, some people unanimously extended their guns toward the outside. Tell the brothers, first wave, wait until someone comes in and then call. It's better to wait until some of them climb into the wall. Part of it is still on the wall, part of it is outside the wall. When you feel uncomfortable advancing or retreating, most prone to confusion, at that time, let's beat up the drowned dog. Vigorously, you take Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong, go where the enemy comes in, make some resistance movements, otherwise it would be too easy to get in, it will make these people suspicious. Don't expose yourself. When you are unsure, just throw a few detonators. This time the enemy, there are members of the mercenary group, we can't be careless. After Zhang Wei issued the order, just sneak down from the information building. In the past 6 months, the school has been turned into a fortress by the survivors. Even if there are tanks coming, Zhang Wei is confident that he can fight a long-lasting defensive battle. The only thing Zhang Wei is not sure about is the shooting level of his people. You have to know that the shooting accuracy of guns is fed by bullets. And Zhang Wei's men have no actual combat experience. Usually, they can only aim and gesture with guns. However, Zhang Wei also expected that the enemy would choose to break through at this time, which would give them time. Dozens of guns pointed at a certain place. No matter how bad your marksmanship is, he can always injure or kill people. Zhang Wei knows, this time is a time of life and death for the Old City High School camp. It is also the life and death of the entire Old City. These men under him, can you truly grow? It all depends on this experience of blood and fire. Former enemies, most of them are walking zombies without thinking ability and IQ. And at this moment, they are all human survivors with some rich survival experience. Zhang Wei knows, when the helicopter flew over the Old Town High School camp, there must be traces of the survivors' lives in the past. Kangaroos and American cattle also fought against Zhang Wei and others in this area. This time the enemy chose to land here, definitely come prepared. While thinking, the messenger brought the news, the enemy chose to enter through the school gate. The school gate? Zhang Wei instantly sketched the general appearance of the school gate in his mind. Unlike Zhang Wei, who later had the buildings near the school demolished, bricks were used to heighten and strengthen the school's outer walls. The gate of Old City High School, due to the need to meet normal daily travel and material entry and exit, the guard room at the school gate, no heightening or reinforcement was done. So compared to the 5 or 6 meter high wall, this building is only less than 4 meters high. It is indeed the most convenient for outside intruders to concentrate on breaking through. However, Zhang Wei did not relax his defense on this weak area. The side door of the guard room, he had already been asked to seal it with reinforced concrete. And it was done half a month ago at this moment. It is estimated that even a cannon cannot blast it. When Zhang Wei was still thinking, a roaring sound was heard followed by an explosion. It's an RPG shoulder-fired missile. Someone immediately recognized the weapon used by the enemy. Chapter 662 The First Battle. The bomb exploded at the school gate. Suddenly there was sand and rocks flying. It's just another side that people who were bombed in the inner city can't see. None of the survivors in the old city could see the extent of the damage. Zhang Wei had someone light a fire in the information building. A cloud of smoke arose. This is the agreed signal between Zhang Wei and the bosses in the old city. The flames of war. There's nothing faster than instant messaging. The RPG missiles exploded 4 or 5 times in succession. Finally, Zhang Wei discovered that it seemed that one wall of the entire guard room had collapsed. The enemy did not expect that even the guard room at the gate of the school would be. Some people have also reinforced the interior. After a few shots, only the old brick walls on the outside were allowed to collapse. Just a few bombs also makes vertical walls. There are uneven places to borrow strength. Immediately there were 4 or 5 people, with the help of the people behind, quickly climbed to the top of the building. Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong and others, when the bomb goes off, he had already touched it quietly. In order to show weakness to the enemy, no too powerful weapons were used. He walked over with a few crossbows and pistols. Several enemies on the roof, seeing the whole campus in dead silence, it didn't come down in a hurry immediately. Instead, he laid down on the roof of the dormitory house, waiting for the people behind to continue climbing up. Not long after, a dozen more people appeared on the roof. A roof of less than 20 square meters, the station was full of people. It can be seen that these people are considered professionals. As soon as he went upstairs, he searched for suspicious obstacles around him with vigilant eyes. Lu Dolly, Lu Renjia and others immediately hid their figures. Then he took out the detonator. There are few people on the other side, naturally. Pistols and crossbows can handle it. If there are many people on the other side, then go straight to the heavy firepower. No one would risk their lives for fun. Next to the guard room, there is a row of vacant houses, only 2 floors in height. The first floor is elevated, used to store some sports equipment. The second floor is used by some teachers for temporary offices. But it's been abandoned. Lu Renjia et al., just hiding in this row of houses. After using a small mirror to observe that an enemy had entered, Lu Renjia and others made gestures to the people behind. The people behind did not speak, but he nodded frequently. Not long after, a few people carefully dug out something wrapped in newspaper from a backpack. This newspaper is stained with lard, used to prevent moisture. And the things wrapped, it was the detonator Zhang Wei had asked for from Ghost Hand before. Lu Renjia and several strong men each took one, then each took out a lighter. Detonator lead, shorter than expected, only the length of 2 chopsticks. Lit the fuse, it must be thrown within 3 seconds. The enemies on the flat-top dormitory building began to descend in an orderly manner. And those who come down, I immediately checked the inside of the dormitory building. Then he started to guard the surrounding area with a gun. There are people behind who are constantly climbing from the outside to the roof. Lu Renjia knew that the time had come. He immediately started counting down with his fingers towards the people behind him. 3, 2, 1, 7 or 8 people unanimously lit the fuse of the detonator. Then try your best. It was thrown towards the flat-roof dormitory building. And those who have guns and crossbows, he also shot immediately. Less than 30 meters away, nature arrives in an instant. The detonator has just landed. The other party also immediately counterattacked. The leading people, the figure who rushed towards Lu Renjia without hesitation was just a shuttle. It doesn't matter if it's hit or not. Lu Renjia only felt that the head of a teammate next to him had exploded. He immediately leaned over and squatted on the ground. When looking at the person who was just hit by the enemy, only then did he realize that his Tianling cap had been lifted off by the enemy's shot. His brain exploded all over the place. Be careful and stay hidden. Lu Renjia spoke excitedly. It's better not to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, several more guns were fired in Lu Renjia's direction. Suddenly another unlucky guy was swept to the chest. This unfortunate guy only covered his chest. Before I could say a word, he fell straight down. A few people nearby, he was suddenly frightened and turned pale. It's Lu Renjia himself. He was also shocked into a cold sweat. They still underestimated the power of firearms. Fortunately at this time, the detonators have exploded one after another for a time. The enemy was also blown up and turned upside down. A few unlucky guys didn't see what the paper tube wrapped in the newspaper was in time. Until he was fried to pieces, only then did I think of finding a place to hide. At this time, Lu Renjia and others found the right opportunity. The cat bent over and rushed out of the room, while firing a gun or shooting a crossbow, retreating to other places. The whole campus, it is no longer as open as it was at the beginning. During this period, Zhang Wei also had people build a lot of bunkers on the playground. It looked like a real-life 4S gunfight base. This was the inspiration Zhang Wei found from the game. They could use the bunkers to fight and retreat at the same time. And even if the enemy followed into the bunkers, they would not have an advantage. Because Zhang Wei's people were high up in the high-rise buildings on campus. They could see the attack direction of all enemies. They could also calmly change places after firing a shot. This was the graveyard Zhang Wei carefully prepared for the invaders. The enemy's first wave of attack, only 5 bodies were left, and 2 people were too injured to move. The remaining people hid in time, except for a few who only suffered minor injuries, more than half of the people, all unscathed. And Zhang Wei knew, these heads of people, that's less than 1/3 of the people who got off the helicopter. The real challenge comes later. Viagra, there is a convoy 2 or 3 kilometers away. A boy next to Zhang Wei pointed in the direction of the old city and said, "So fast?" Zhang Wei also felt a little surprised. His beacon was lit less than 5 minutes ago, and the support of the old city, it's like it was prepared in advance. It should have been when these planes approached the southern defense line. Was noticed by the survivors inside, be prepared in advance? That's fine, for trucks came to the old town. I'm afraid there are at least 100 people. It will be difficult to annihilate these guys, but it shouldn't be a big problem to cripple them. I saw another enemy team climbing into the wall, advance cautiously like a Japanese soldier entering a village. Zhang Wei finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Hit!" For a time, the whole school was like firecrackers going off everywhere. There was a crackling sound. Zhang Wei knows, this can't do the most damage. But many of his subordinates, they are all people who have never touched a gun. Not to mention killing people, these people must be given more opportunities to experience. Several of his men were shot dead just now. Zhang Wei also noticed it. I just said that it's a good thing it's not Lu Renjia, Xiao Zhenxiong, Lu Dali, and several other brothers. Chapter 663 Tunnel Excavation. As soon as Zhang Wei's men opened fire, the other party also immediately started to counterattack. For a time both sides began to shoot each other passionately. But the enemy's marksmanship, obviously better than Zhang Wei. Several people on Zhang Wei's side were injured or fell down one after another. Only one enemy was knocked down by Zhuang Cha. Zhuang Cha was Mu Mu's younger brother back then. Even Zhang Wei had to marvel at his marksmanship. I used to go to my old college a little bit, Zhuang Cha explained. Later, Zhang Wei inquired and found out that Mu Tu was practicing shooting a few days before escaping from prison. And Zhuang Cha was helping to load bullets. Mu Tu was shooting and explaining how to use a gun. Nothing is easier to learn from experience than a shooting expert's personal instruction. Be careful to protect yourself. Don't shoot at the same position. It's easy to be locked by the enemy. Zhang Wei saw the Red Fox guy, who set up a burst rifle next to a camphor tree, and immediately had an ominous premonition. Really, Red Fox only fired 3 shots at random. 3 people on Zhang Wei's side were shot in the head and fell down. Pay attention to concealment. Pay attention to concealment. Zhang Wei regretted a little. Let that guy Yang Guang take people out of the city. Otherwise, there are shooting masters like him. He can also fight with mercenaries calmly. Special police officers are at least as good as mercenaries. As soon as Zhang Wei's men stopped shooting, the enemies began to rush in crazily. Only a few minutes, a dozen more people climbed in. For a time, the stress of camp across campus, a little bigger. And the supporting convoy, it was also near the campus at this time. However, the team did not rush over blindly. More than 150 meters away, found a fork in the road, just stopped. 6 cars lined up in a row. Survivors jumped out of the truck. Those who did not come down, delivering weapons to those going down. Very good, he's also a gunman. Zhang Wei suddenly felt happy. If those who come are gangsters armed with cold weapons, that's like hitting an egg against a stone. But if it's a gunman, it can also put pressure on intruders invisibly, let them not dare to attack with all their strength. And what Zhang Wei wants to do most is, blow up those helicopters, put these dozens of intruders, stay here completely. But after the convoy stopped, they were just lined up, then the truck was used as a bunker. There was no immediate attack. Zhang Wei didn't know who the organizer of the team was. However, judging from this level of caution, there are also 2 brushes. Rushed over rashly, they will only be beaten into pieces by intruders. Intruders entering the school camp, I also realized that someone was approaching. A team of men and horses were immediately left on guard outside the wall. And the rest of the people? Nor did they continue their deep attack on the school. Still shooting aimlessly with the gun in 2s and 3s. Just 2 guys. The Red Fox and the Robin, one is hiding under a big tree, the other one is hiding in a hidden shooting blind spot. Every now and then a shot is fired, take away or injure someone on Zhang Wei's side. Don't show your head again. Zhang Wei couldn't bear it. But Zhang Wei didn't have any solution. Because his marksmanship is not very good either. Casualties can only be reduced by hiding. Because the enemy did not dare to attack rashly. If the enemy attacks, on the contrary, Zhang Wei was confident that he would start a 1-for-1 hand-to-hand fight with them in the corridor or inside the building. After the order is issued, the survivors on Zhang Wei's side stopped showing up. Even when observing the enemy, also use small mirrors or shoot into blind spots. And as time goes by, Zhang Wei also gradually realized something was wrong. This group of guys chose to attack from the southern defensive line, didn't try his best. At first, Zhang Wei thought they were just trying to attack. But after the convoy arrived, these people have not chosen to retreat immediately. Only then did Zhang Wei realize something was wrong. These guys seemed to be just fainting. But Zhang Wei couldn't figure out what their purpose was. If we say it's about encircling a point for reinforcements at this time, they should have launched an attack on the truck convoy. If it is a fueling tactic, then there should be more enemies involved. And until this time, there were no other helicopters or enemies emerging from the darkness. Until a few minutes later, a shocking explosion came from the core of the old city. Only then did Zhang Wei realize the enemy's ultimate goal. The enemy's purpose is to contain. In other words, the plank road was built in the Ming dynasty. Cross Jinsong secretly. It's just that Zhang Wei doesn't know what caused that explosion. Is it possible that in the old city, is there a mole behind them? But this mole jumped out now. What's the use? There are zombies sieging the city outside. People from city lights can't get in either. Zhang Wei did not know that someone had detonated a bomb in the old city. There are still short-range missiles coming in, because explosions, large and small, kept ringing. But Zhang Wei felt the panic of the team that had just come out, because throughout the old city, they all seemed to be fighting fiercely. The convoy had not had time to retreat. Zhang Wei used his binoculars to catch a glimpse of the Robin guy running out of a blind spot on the wall. I walked over with an RPG rocket launcher on my shoulder. Oops, that guy went to blow up the truck. Zhang Wei instantly realized Mockingbird's purpose. Because the Robin passed by the flank of the truck convoy, next to it are farmland and vegetable fields. Not many people noticed. Zhang Wei could only quickly run to a window of the information building closest to the convoy and shout, "Be careful of bombs." Someone touched it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound immediately above the head. It turned out that an enemy was shooting at where Zhang Wei was. One bullet casing even hit Zhang Wei's face. A blood stain was wiped out. Zhang Wei suddenly felt burning pain on his face. Zhang Wei had to be thankful that when he shouted, he no longer exposed his body outside the building. The supporting troops still heard Zhang Wei's voice, aware of the enemy's approach. However, he did not notice where the enemy had arrived, until an RPG rocket launcher was fired, hit the first truck. The big truck was suddenly blown into the air by the huge impact. A dozen survivors hiding behind, he was immediately blown away. This rocket, at least 10 people died. The remaining survivors immediately opened fire, shoot where the Robin is, but the Robin had already crawled away on the ground, hunched over. Bullets can't hit it at all. Instead, it was the Red Fox on Zhang Wei's side, who was shooting at the car convoy, covering the retreat of teammates. It was at this time, the rice storage warehouse on the top floor of the cafeteria of Old City High School, a white dove flew in. The ghost hand took off a note from a small ring on the pigeon's foot. After taking a look, his expression immediately changed. Not long after, this note was passed to Zhang Wei. It says, "The old city has changed. The enemy dug tunnels, digging from outside the high wall to the underside of the city lights building. No fewer than 500 people came in." What? This is not possible. Zhang Wei was stunned. Unexpectedly, those people crossing the river from the seaside actually entered the old city directly from the secret passage. This property, City Lights, it was originally invested and built by Wang Guangliang's consortium. They have drawings. It's not surprising to know that there are secret passages underground. Only then did Zhang Wei realize the enemy's terrible intentions. Those zombies, it was just used to attract the attention of the city defenders. And these people attacking from the southern defense line, this is also the reason for spreading doubts. The real main attack, inside the old town. This method of tunnel digging, is the center blooming. Chapter 664. Everyone fights on their own. Although I knew something had happened in the central city, but Zhang Wei had no choice at this time. His old town high school camp had too much to take care of, naturally. There is no time to provide support. Zhang Wei knows, among the enemies we face this time, the two biggest threats are the Red Fox and the Robin. Professional mercenaries with weapons, it's not something he can solve at this level. That guy who was the Robin just now, easily blowing up a truck. This made Zhang Wei feel a little scared. Such a troop, many times it is in response to special warfare. And these people in Zhang Wei's camp, in their eyes, just a normal challenge. After the big truck was blown up, the survivors around the other trucks began to retreat, to avoid further attacks. Most of the survivors, all moved directly away from the truck. Instead, he laid down on the ground or another field ridge. This made Red Fox's shot miss its target. Zhang Wei knows, the quickest way to defeat these guys, just blow up their planes. Force them to retreat. But currently, with the abilities of Zhang Wei and others, this simply cannot be done. Under Zhang Wei's instructions, the survivors of Old City High School changed positions, tried to outflank the incoming enemy. But the guy from Red Fox seemed to be aware of the intentions of the survivors on Zhang Wei's side. Put your index finger and thumb in your mouth. A sharp whistle was blown. The enemy immediately began to retreat in an orderly manner. These guys are not ordinary invaders. They have a clear plan for advance and retreat, and they are obviously trained. Qian Baohua came to Zhang Wei and said, "I can see that too. This is very normal. Since these guys have been mixed up with the people of City Light, I guess the mercenary group will train them. Such enemies are not easy to deal with." But Zhang Wei also knew that they should be smart people, and they would not choose to attack blindly at this time. After the whistle sounded, the enemies began to retreat to cover each other. Don't chase poor bandits. Zhang Wei didn't know if the enemy would have other trump cards. I had no choice but to give an order not to pursue. That's all. The invaders retreated in full public view. A dozen bodies were left behind. Zhang Wei asked someone to quickly count the number of casualties on his side. A total of 8 people died. 1 person was seriously injured. 2 people were slightly injured. The seriously injured one hit the lung lobe. It is estimated that there is no way to save it. And the 2 who were slightly injured, just an ordinary scratch. Basically, there is no problem. The helicopter quickly took off under the watchful eyes of the entire campus camp. Then we headed towards the old town. Zhang Wei then asked people to count the number of enemy deaths. A total of 13 people died near the school wall. Except for 7 or 8 who were killed by detonators, the remaining few, he was shot to death. And there were 2 others who did not die. Zhang Wei originally wanted to ask them about their plans and layout. Unexpectedly, these 2 of them were shouting for a long time, and there was no response. Zhang Wei had no choice but to send them on their way directly. This casual encounter, the battle-loss ratio between the 2 sides was almost 1-to-1. But overall, it was Zhang Wei's side who suffered the greater loss. After all, they are the defensive side. Someone from the truck team came over to meet Zhang Wei. Only then did Zhang Wei discover the leader of the team turned out to be a fitter. An old acquaintance. It's just that I've seen many of them wearing helmets before. He was not recognized immediately. The pastor asked you to come and support? Zhang Wei stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the fitter. The situation in the old city is not right. We have to go back. The fitter was anxious to go back. I will go back with you. Zhang Wei asked the remaining people to continue to guard the campus camp to ensure that their basic position was not lost. He also issued a ban. No matter what the situation, they were not allowed to leave the camp to meet the enemy. In this way, even if there were enemies several times more than himself, Zhang Wei was sure to hold on. It's early July now. Early rice can be harvested in mid-July. The farmer is responsible for this. If I don't come back in time, you have to make sure that your brothers are all safe. The grain has been harvested. The farmer nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei asked Qian Baohua to stay. He and the farmer are both civil and military, plus Zhuang Cha and others. Zhang Wei at least felt relieved. Zhang Wei had some premonition. This mess, it's just the beginning. It will also end with the demise of either the old city or the coastal city light. Zhang Wei boarded the fitter's truck and learned that 7 of the fitters had also died in the explosion caused by the rocket, although more than a dozen of them were knocked over by the blast. Most of them were safe and sound. Zhang Wei sat directly on the co-pilot and began to discuss what had happened with the fitter. The fitter said that they had inspected all the vehicles under the guidance of the pastor a few days ago and filled up the gas tanks. During this period, dozens of large trucks had been transporting supplies to the western defense line guarded by the pastor. Before a large number of zombies appear, they have been working all night. Hundreds of truckloads of coal came in. Basically, there is no problem with the fuel used by survivors in the old city for 3 to 5 months. And during this time, in addition to transporting large quantities of weapons, a lot of steel and cement were also transported, used to reinforce the city head. The pastor knows, if zombies from the western forest come in droves, his western defense bore the brunt of the attack. This line of defense, there is no room for error. Once it falls, with millions of zombies pouring in, the destruction of the old city, just for a moment. When Zhang Wei arrived at the southern gate, I found a few of my own people on the top of the city. It was Shui Peng and Zhuang Ku, Yi Xiaobai's subordinates. Zhang Wei also understood, this is Yi Xiaobai coming from the southeast to support. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Yi Xiaobai lowered a ladder from above. And the truck, around a far corner, stopped directly outside the city. The inner city gate has been sealed by me, so I could only hang you up. Yi Xiaobai came over and said, "How are your injuries?" Zhang Wei looked at Yi Xiaobai's abdomen. "It should be fine. The injury on your forehead? It's okay. It's just a scratch on the bullet casing." Although Zhang Wei said it easily, but the people around him couldn't help but be very serious. "Your uncle Zhuang Cha is fine, don't worry." Zhang Wei said to Zhuang Ku. "What's the situation like now in the old town?" After Zhang Wei came in, still heard sporadic gunfire from a few kilometers away. "It seems, the invaders are still fighting with the survivors defending the city. It's not a big problem, each one fights." Yi Xiaobai pulled Zhang Wei into a temporary tent set up on the city wall. There are 2 8 Immortals tables placed side by side inside. Then, there was a very scrawled map drawn in chalk. "This is what ghost hands mean. We fight on our own. Just keep your position. Once the troops and horses are mobilized, it is easy for the enemy to defeat them one by one or ambush them. Chapter 665 Reverse Arson. The fitter said hello to Yi Xiaobai, and left in a hurry, planned to report what happened at the old city camp to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's south gate to the pastor's west gate, the straight line distance is only 3 to 5 kilometers. Zhang Wei was naturally eager to know what the pastor was thinking. Naturally, he expressed his gratitude to the fitter for his help. This time the fitter killed many people, Old Town High School camp and pastor's worksite meeting. It can be regarded as a friendship made of blood. After the fitter left, Zhang Wei then continued to communicate with Yi Xiaobai about recent events. Zhang Wei has been at the Laocheng High School camp, regarding the heavy artillery fire and gunfire just now, not very understanding. Judging from the flying pigeon message passed by the pastor, I probably knew that the enemy probably came in through a secret passage. The zombies surrounding the city, and the enemies invading from the south. It's all a matter of suspicion. Yi Xiaobai said, the enemy suddenly appeared at the city lights building. As for where it came from, they don't know either. As soon as he showed up, the enemy shot and killed dozens of people who had been arranged there by ghost hands. In fact, in order to avoid causing too much counterattack, Guizhou, not all city lights people were expelled. They just drove out of the city those who had recently entered the city, or those who were disobedient to discipline. Unexpectedly, these people actually cooperated with the intruders. Sneaking in from an abandoned sewer, acted as the vanguard of the counterattack. Guizhou knows the location of the city lights building. It is a place of right and wrong, problem prone. So I took the few guns and ammunition, shared some of it with the people here. As soon as the two groups met, just fight. The people on Guizhou's side, not vegetarian either, see the city lights of an underground parking lot and a garden. A large black mass of enemies emerged. It was too late to go back and deliver the message. Without even thinking about it, just light the detonator and throw it out. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The surrounding survivors are all on the side of the old city. He immediately picked up a sword and spear, crossbow arrows, long guns, short cannons, and the like went to support. However, after seeing the enemy's powerful firepower, most of the survivors, he didn't go to die immediately. With the help of cover, fishing in troubled waters began. In the words of Lu Renjia, just eat meat and I will do it, send you to death. The old city distinguishes survivors with detonators and sky dynamite, even improvised grenades. The invaders also have watermelon grenades, smoke grenades, RPG rockets, and the like. Thousands of people were fighting in an area of 1 or 2 kilometers surrounding the entire city light. City lights people can't get out, and the survivors were unable to wipe out the hundreds of people who suddenly appeared. However, the leaders of the old city were still quite anxious, since hundreds of people could sneak in without anyone noticing in such a short time. Other enemies could also come in. There might be other hidden passages. Ghost Hand immediately ordered that, in addition to blowing up the known passages, the drainage facilities, mines, and air raid shelters of other buildings should all be blown up with detonators. If there was really no way to detonate them, they would be blocked with stones and other things. So the explosions that came from all over the old city later, it's the original survivors of the old city who are blowing up the passage. That old guy, is he really planning to burn everything down? It's a last-ditch battle. Only Zhang Wei guessed the second meaning of the ghost hand. After sensing the enemy's powerful firepower and the intervention of mercenary organizations, Ghost Hand has realized that this is the final decisive battle. That's why he completely cut off his escape route. Compared to fighting in the familiar old city, fight the enemy beyond the high walls of the old city, the winning rate is estimated to be less than 1/10 of that in the old city. When Zhang Wei was communicating with Yi Xiaobai, there was another explosion outside. Zhang Wei can hear it through his voice. Probably rockets were being fired again. Hateful. How many of these things do these bastards have? Zhang Wei had heard before. City-like people before, and after the end of the world, crazy purchase of arms. I don't know how much ammunition they have stockpiled. But Zhang Wei doesn't care about things like RPG rockets. Still very envious. Because of such individual combat weapons, the operation is very simple. It can be easily launched when carried on the shoulder. And such a weapon, it is the best weapon to deal with enemy gunships. Showdown in the old town, survivors of the inner city, if you suffer a loss. You will suffer a loss because you do not have control of the air. On the southern line of defense, Zhang Wei patrolled around the high wall. It was discovered that thousands of survivors were already consciously defending themselves nearby. My heart suddenly relaxed a lot. At least if robins and red foxes landed in the southern suburbs again, Zhang Wei is also confident of guarding them here. Not long after, the whistle sounded downstairs. Zhang Wei knew someone should be coming. Go down and have a look. It turned out that it was indeed the fitter who had brought the priest over. There were several middle-aged people following behind. Zhang Wei immediately found a place in the old city. Tea was put down. Entertain these guests. No more tea. The situation is urgent. Let's discuss business first. The pastor stopped Zhang Wei, who was about to make tea. Let me introduce to you. These three are the elders of Untitled. He can also be considered a talker. This one is. The pastor patiently introduced Zhang Wei one by one. Zhang Wei directly ignored the names of these people. But I also made a note of it in my mind. These guys, he should be the one who supported the pastor to be the talker of Untitled at that time. Otherwise, the pastor will be an anonymous policeman with unknown origins. It is impossible to sit firmly in this chair at Untitled. How many of you can sit down? From now on we are all in the same boat. Naturally we have to share the same hatred. If you need any help from me, just ask. Good, we won't talk nonsense. According to the information we have, the situation is more serious than imagined. Are you talking about an intruder? Yi Xiaobai interrupted and asked. Intruders are not a problem. Everyone fights back and forth. It doesn't matter who loses or wins. If we really can't win, you can also surrender. Just give up some supplies. The problem I'm talking about is the tide of corpses coming from the west. Tide of corpses? Isn't the tide of corpses blocked by the forestry belt? Zhang Wei asked with some confusion. It's not that simple. The tide of corpses continues to move towards the old city. It's not just the tide of corpses coming from the forest, zombies coming from the coastal bridge. It is also increasing by 5,000 to 6,000 every day. It's midsummer now, daytime temperature, above 35 degrees. As long as it doesn't rain, a little spark, the woods to the west can all be destroyed by fire. Not just zombies, I'm worried that someone might set the fire on purpose. The fire may also spread to the old city, west of the old town. It was originally built near the mountains. If this fire comes, it is estimated that the air temperature will reach thousands of degrees in an instant. The threat of fire is greater than zombies. How to solve this problem? Hide in an air raid shelter or basement? No. We want to set a fire. Set a fire in the opposite direction. First burn all the vegetation in the western forest of the old city. At least this fire is controllable. Without flammable materials there will be no deadly threat of fire. And then we will find a way to solve the problem of zombies and invaders. Chapter 666 Unloading Arms. When Zhang Wei and others heard this, they also felt that it made sense. A big fire is caused by the fire. If it blows from far away, the fire is so strong that many trees will spontaneously combust without fire. But if it is artificially ignited, at the beginning, it is estimated that only the surrounding areas will be burned. When there is a big fire from farther away, the forests on the western defense line will be bare, naturally. It will not cause fire. But at this time, the old city is in dire straits, and Zhang Wei does not know why the fire was set at this time. It seems that he has understood what Zhang Wei was thinking. The pastor said, I have also considered this issue. Instead of letting the enemy use this fire, become uncontrollable, why don't we light the fire ourselves, make things manageable? It's only a matter of time before the zombie wave comes. It's better to take advantage of this moment. Let the zombies surround the old city. We can also completely annihilate the people of City Light. The pastor said to surround, basically. The entrance to the secret passage of City Lights is also included. This, let me think about it. The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was, fire does not necessarily burn people to death, because people can hide in caves or moist places with water sources. Even if the fire comes, it probably only took half an hour. But once the zombie tide comes, tens of thousands of people in the old city, everyone is worried about their lives. Zhang Wei knows, the pastor and these heads of household, underestimating the horror of the zombie horde. There may only be about 100,000 zombies in the woods. But the tide of corpses following behind, it's in the millions. But Zhang Wei knows, what the pastor said makes sense, the zombies will come no matter what. Maybe it's just 10 days and a half. It's just midsummer now. The wind is blowing from the southeast. This is a little hotter. It will naturally burn towards the northwest. Although it can burn some zombies to a certain extent, but there is no longer any vegetation to block the zombies. The hills and mountains of the south, no matter how high the altitude is, it is only a few hundred meters above sea level. Most places are still similar to plains and valleys. This can't stop zombies at all. When do you want to set this fire? Zhang Wei felt that it would be okay to set a fire. But you have to pick a good time. But now there is civil unrest in the old city, not the best time. Just tonight. Today? Zhang Wei thought about everything. It's okay to light this fire at night. The circuits in the old city have been destroyed, basically. There was a power outage. This arson, the entire Western defense line is in danger. Because at that time the entire Western defense line was the only place with a light source. At that time, it will not only be invaders from the ground, it is estimated that helicopters will also be attracted from the sky. The fight that was expected to die down at night may start again. Because the western area is where the two buildings, Untitled Oasis and City Light, are located. Zhang Wei suddenly understood why the pastor brought these two guys here. This is a desperate move. However, Zhang Wei also appreciates their approach of not fighting a battle without confidence. Zhang Wei is also somewhat grateful for informing him in advance. If this is really going to happen, the leaders of the old city must be informed in advance. If most of the survivors are unaware, I don't know how chaotic the old city will be. At that time, the intruders really took advantage of it. It won't be good if the inside and outside are combined. You are our first stop. Next we have to go to the east and north of the city. Zhang Wei, not as good as this. Please run for me to the east of the city. The pastor said, a little embarrassed. It's no problem for me to go, only. Zhang Wei hesitated to speak. Zhang Wei knows, Rejoice is also someone who will definitely cooperate with her actions. Don't worry, I will convince Rejoice, mobilize some people to support the western defense line. To the east is the sea. Zhang Wei is not worried that the invaders will sail in from the sea. That's almost a living target. The dock gang also built countless blockhouses and trenches in various places along the coast. Thank you very much. Let's go and talk to Ghost Hand first. After Demingzi died, Ghost Hand had unknowingly become the leader of the Nine Gates Admiral. The pastor and others drove in a hurry, and left in a hurry, deliberately avoiding the places where the firefights took place in the old city. Since the invaders came in, the battle has lasted for several hours. However, the people on the side of City Light did not force their way out and expand their victory. And the survivors in the old city did not launch a general attack. The current two parties, the number of people in the old city is absolutely dominant. And City Light's weapons have an absolute advantage. The main force of the mine gang has been mobilized by Ghost Hands. A large number of survivors from other real estate projects were also recruited. However, Ghost Hands' weapon resources are also very limited. There is no thought of waste. A few hours later, the explosions and gunshots gradually stopped. There was only an occasional sound or two. Zhang Wei is in a high-rise building, looking into the distance with a telescope. The battlefield is 4 or 5 kilometers away, but I can also see some details clearly. Part of City Lights. Return to the interior of the building. They are strategically shrinking. Others used various shelters to fire cold guns, so that the surrounding natives dared not approach. Zhang Wei, after realizing that the battle would not expand in a short time, immediately asked someone to drive a shortcut, and went to the sphere of influence of the dock gang in the east. When he first went there, he had not found her people at Rejoice's residence. Later, he asked Rejoice's men and found out that Rejoice was unloading goods at the dock. The fight has started. And you are still unloading goods? What is that? Is it salted fish? No. It's munitions. Munitions? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard it. And he ignored people's obstruction and said directly that Rejoice asked him to come, and then went to the cargo terminal of the dock gang. After getting there, only then did Zhang Wei realize that dozens of people were already busy working. Moreover, Zhang Wei also met his old acquaintance Junichi Watanabe. Rejoice and others naturally discovered Zhang Wei's arrival. Rejoice and a few of her subordinates said a few words. Those people continued to carefully move some long wooden boxes into a nearby warehouse. What the hell? Machine gun? Zhang Wei didn't know what it was. But looking at the careful formation of a few people, it's definitely not food. Those are the weapons Watanabe sent me. PNG responded. Why are you here? I heard that a helicopter went to your old town high school camp. Yes, there were intruders, but we repelled them, with half casualties, and the pastor asked me to come this time. Zhang Wei saw Junichi Watanabe coming over, and he also greeted him politely. Zhang Wei, I got a batch of good stuff. Would you like to give you some? Junichi Watanabe said enthusiastically. Guns? Of course, you put them in my car, and I'll take them away when I go back. Not just guns, there are some other things. After Rejoice's explanation, Zhang Wei realized that this batch of weapons was robbed by Junichi Watanabe. After the end of the world, Junichi Watanabe's scavenger organization has been working for City Light, doing some shady things. However, all of this was done by a subordinate of Junichi Watanabe named Man-Eating Shark. After Watanabe came back, he personally dealt with this guy. But City Light didn't know about it yet, and still asked scavengers to help transport supplies. Watanabe verbally agreed. But after entering the sea, he did not go ashore. Instead, he directly took the supplies they wanted to transport and sailed along the coastline to the dock. Oh! City Light's munitions? I want to see what good stuff there is. Zhang Wei immediately stopped two people who were moving boxes, then picked up a crowbar on the ground and skillfully pried open the wooden lid. In front of Zhang Wei, there were two neatly arranged RPG rocket launchers. Chapter 667 Obtaining Weapons. Depend on, if you feel sleepy, give me a pillow, Zhang Wei said excitedly. RPG shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. This is a real killer. The effective range is between 300 meters and 500 meters. This weapon became as famous as the Soviet-made AK-47 after World War II, because it can easily shoot down aircraft and drive up armored vehicles. And the biggest feature is that it is lightweight, low cost, simple operation, great firepower. People call this thing an infantry cannon. How many rocket launchers are there? Can you share a few boxes with me? Zhang Wei said, a little embarrassed. This is not much. There are only 10. Only 10? Zhang Wei felt a little speechless again. Only 10. Even if he has the nerve to ask for it, Rejoice would give him 3 or 5 at most. In this way, if you want to solve the problem of aircraft, that's really not an easy thing, unless it is unexpected. Only then can the plane be blown up. Okay, then move 2 of them, Rejoice said indifferently. Move 2 more boxes of rockets, Rejoice continued. Only then did Zhang Wei know what he just saw, just a bazooka. The rocket launcher is separate from the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher can be used repeatedly. Zhang Wei and Watanabe Junichi found out after chatting. There are only 10 rocket launchers this time. There are only 10 boxes of rockets. But there are 9 rockets in a box, arranged as neatly as beer. After a while of hard work and haggling, Zhang Wei finally successfully took away 3 rocket launchers from Rejoice, and 3 boxes of rockets. With these 27 rockets, Zhang Wei is confident that the next time the mercenary group attacks the old city high school camp, they will never return. Zhang Wei told Rejoice what the pastor asked him to bring, and Rejoice did not ask why the pastor did not come in person, which saved Zhang Wei a lot of embarrassment. They want to light the fire tonight, and there will probably be a battle at that time. If you have enough manpower, you could arrange some survivors to come to support you, Zhang Wei said as he left. After leaving the dock gang, Zhang Wei went to the southeast again. Lu Dali is in charge of the defense here. The overlord of the southern community and Fengqi Huiding are also here, as a backup force for support. Zhang Wei is also here, saw the Fire Phoenix again. For this woman, Zhang Wei thought she was a little indiscriminate at first, even without a brain. But after several contacts, Zhang Wei has noticed she is not as simple as she seems. At least sit tight on this chair in Fengqi Huiding. It won't work without some means. Zhang Wei also met an old acquaintance at Lu Dali's place, Gong Sun Shui. It is said that Hu Feng heard from his subordinates that they saw traces of wood somewhere, and Gong Sun Shui's hair salon was almost completely buried after the collapse of the Weiming building. So Gong Sun Shui simply followed the people of Fengqi Huiding and ran all the way to Lu Dali's defense position, because the person who found the traces of wood was Hu Feng's younger brother. If there was any more accurate news, the people of Fengqi Huiding would always have priority in knowing it. On that day, Zhang Wei also met Gao Yuping, who had come from Binhai before. Gao Yuping's words made Zhang Wei a little confused. That woman named Gong Sun Shui. I have seen her in Binhai City before. Have you seen her? He seems to have never left the old city. That's right. Wei Gu. That woman is beautiful. So she left a deep impression on me. I have seen her many times in Binhai, and once or twice after the end of the world. She seems to have been inquiring about the whereabouts of someone. Is her name Mu too? Yes. Yes. That's the name. Okay. Okay. I know about this. Don't mention it again in the future. That woman is the killer Mu Tu's lover. Don't say anything. Zhang Wei asked Gao Yuping not to talk nonsense, and then found Lu Dali and told him the previous plan. Set fire? Lu Dali felt a little surprised after hearing Zhang Wei's words. I'm afraid many survivors will be burned to death. I heard Shamao say he used to track wood, arriving in the forest to the west, but many survivors were found. If this fire burns through, those people may not survive. I think those people will find a way to evacuate, and the zombies are already coming. Maybe they have already evacuated. Zhang Wei knows, even the survivors who survive in the forest, it will never be outdoor camping, that would be too dangerous. He will probably look for a place to hide in a cave or a mountain stream. And this kind of place, fire can generally be avoided as well. Oh well, but I can't spare any manpower to support you. So be it, I'll discuss it with Huifeng and Overlord. Send some people to support your southern defense line, then send some people to squat nearby. If a fight really breaks out, we will give you our full support. Zhang Wei knows. Lu Dali can say this very well. Overlord and Huifeng can only be said to be ordinary friends. To let them live in this dark night, send some people to participate in gun battles, that's too much. But there is no problem in letting these people go to places where there is no danger. What problems will there be then? When plans cannot keep up with changes, just be more adaptable. After leaving Lu Dali's place, Zhang Wei had people bring the news to the people in the camp. He also asked someone to drive back 2 of the rocket launchers and 2 boxes of rocket grenades. Let the people at the camp study how to use it. Then the 2 killers were hidden in the old city high school camp and the prison camp respectively. And Zhang Wei, another rocket launcher and 9 rocket rounds were left behind. This was intended to be used to defend the city on the southern defense line. Zhang Wei had seen the power of this thing with his own eyes. The previous Robin used such a weapon, easily blowing up a large truck. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a message brought by a priest. Guisho said that we have reached a deadlock anyway. It is better to add fire at this time and mislead the enemy. All afternoon, Ghost Hand tried to organize several demolition teams, the real estate group trying to break into city lights. None of them succeeded. Instead, a dozen people died. After that, Guisho had no intention of continuing the attack. The reason why he organized such a death squad, the purpose is to find out the enemy's firepower distribution and firepower configuration. The enemy's firepower configuration is quite powerful. In the words of survivors at the scene, even the high-rise buildings are filled with machine guns. It seems that everyone who comes near, they were all beaten into a hornet's nest. The pastor arranged for dozens of people to bring gasoline. During the day, just hang it down with a rope, quietly leave the city. As for where the gasoline is sprinkled, Zhang Wei is also unknown. But Zhang Wei knows the fire will burn completely, even burning down flammable materials several kilometers nearby. It requires a certain amount of wind. Because it was extremely hot that day, there is no wind. One can only hope that those flammable substances such as gasoline will be useful. And gasoline is something that is easily volatile. Those who light the fire, I can only come back after lighting the fire late at night. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wei has not seen any Mars yet, however. The sound of a helicopter was heard overhead. No doubt, people from the sun-devouring mercenary group appeared again. Chapter 668 Guerrilla War. The survivors in the old city are like ants on a hot pot. No one knew whether the helicopters would drop bombs again. But Zhang Wei just asked people to quickly extinguish the fire at the top of the city. At this time, in the dark night, the fire is the living target. The helicopter circled for a few minutes, and then went to another place, away from the southern defense line. And Zhang Wei also brought dozens of people, hurry and support the western defense line. At 11 o'clock in the evening, there was fire in the forest to the west. Soon the whole sky was reflected red. On the ground in the city, like a red sunset. Zhang Wei climbed onto the city wall, saw Mars flying all over the sky. Zhang Wei knows, it was someone sent by the priest who set the fire. The mountain fire is burning fiercely, but it came to an abrupt end near the western defense line. Because there is a highway here as an isolation zone. The fire began to spread farther west, and 1 or 2 kilometers close to the city wall, the survivors sent over by the priest dropped a large amount of flammable objects. There was a burst of fire. Like a scrapped car, residential houses, there were also fire sources such as towering trees that were not extinguished immediately. Instead, it was burning fiercely. The western defense line is looming under the diffuse reflection of such fire. And at this time, several helicopters were already hovering back and forth on the western city wall. And not far away 2 or 3 kilometers near the western defense line, City Lights is located in a complex of over 50 acres of real estate. It stands right here. More than 30 buildings with more than 30 floors have risen from the ground. Every building, there seemed to be faint lights flickering inside. It was a temporary light source created by the invaders. Zhang Wei met with the pastor and others at the western defense line, and then used a telescope to look at the buildings in the distance. The pastor also explained at this time, there are more than 400 or 500 invaders coming in. More than expected. I just received news that at least 2,000 people from Benhai have crossed the river. These people disappeared directly after landing. I think they should have sneaked into the City of Light, because the lights over there suddenly became more. But I don't know if they are deliberately setting up a trap. I don't know if this is the full strength of the City of Light. But with these people, we want to capture the entire building complex. And it is estimated that we will suffer more than twice the casualties. How about surrounding but not killing? It's useless. They have airdrops and secret passages, and they can endure more than us. If they continue to drag it out, the entire City of Light will be turned into an iron barrel by them. This battle, it's better to fight early than late. Zhang Wei's pastor's meaning tomorrow is to take advantage of the enemy's unstable foothold and fight them. Otherwise, wait for the enemy to gain a firm foothold. The entire old city is plagued by internal and external troubles. There are zombies outside, inside is the enemy. Survivors want to fight defensively, you also have to worry about your back being attacked. The firelight seemed to make the priest's black veil glow red, and Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, "What good ideas do you have?" Ghost Hands and I have already discussed this. Let's talk about it. Zhang Wei took out a map from his backpack. Force them to fight. How to force this? If we attack hard, will it be a meat grinder like the First World War ever done? The pastor then whispered, the plan is very simple. But it requires the cooperation of the 9 admirals. Zhang Wei listened to the pastor explain the plan from beginning to end, then it dawned on me. In the early morning, the survivors in the old city launched a harassment operation. But they just beat drums and fired cannons randomly. But they did not launch an attack. Half an hour later, the team of 70 to 80 people went to the rear to rest. And then others took over. Zhang Wei understood this way of fighting. This is called guerrilla warfare, which means guerrilla warfare without attacking. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we chase. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the first round of attack began, the survivors under the pastor also dropped a large number of gasoline bombs. Beer bottle half full of gasoline, it can be easily thrown dozens of meters away. The firelight illuminates the place near the city lights, and where the survivors of the attack hide, it's a dark corner. The attack planned by the priest, not a kamikaze charge, instead. We need people with good marksmanship to clear the way. Take a shot, and immediately move to another place. Because the rifle's fire will also reveal its position. The helicopters seem to be aware of the siege of the survivors. In the case of unclear vision, they can only use machine guns to fire at low altitudes. However, the results achieved. Very little. Zhang Wei knows, dark night for survivors in the old city is an advantage. Because the enemy does not have air superiority. If it were a gunman like Red Fox, use a sniper rifle to shoot one by one on the plane, it is not known how many people will die in the old city. The addition of aircraft let the enemy seem to find an opportunity to counterattack. Some enemies came down from the high-rise building and organized regular attacks. The priest immediately ordered people to retreat. This is a home game. Survivors of the old town, there are also terrain advantages. After attracting individual enemies to the preset positions, naturally all weapons are used together. The enemy fell immediately. After a few rounds, the enemy never came out again. That is at this time, the survivors sent out by the priest to light the fire came back one after another. And just when they were about to use the rope ladder to climb up the high wall, there was a flood of shouting and killing sounds from behind. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! Alert! Be careful! Thousands of enemies suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding various metal or wooden shields. The attack on the old city began. Pull all your brothers up. Minister subordinates, there was only time to pull up half of the men and horses. The remaining people saw that it was too late to climb the high wall. Immediately run further along the edge of the high wall, unexpectedly. Enemies also appeared further away. The survivors immediately gritted their teeth. He picked up the knife and rushed forward. Facing an enemy 100 times greater than oneself, such behavior is naturally like hitting an egg with an egg. These few people who didn't have time to climb the high wall, he was immediately submerged in the crowd. Kill! Avenge your brothers! I saw someone climbing up the rope ladder before I could reach it. Some people even brought long bamboos. I planned to prop it up next to the city wall and use it to climb the city wall. The priest immediately gave the order decisively. So the survivors brought the huge rocks and heavy objects that they had prepared long ago, throw them all away. In an instant, the people below were beaten to pieces. However, it did not cause too many casualties. The people you were talking about crossing the river on the boat, it seems that not all of them entered the city through the secret passage. When Zhang Wei saw so many enemies outside the city, he regarding what the pastor said before. At least 2,000 people would come in across the river. It doesn't feel very real anymore. Don't worry, no matter what, this secret passage must have passed under the high wall. I've already asked people to search for the passage against the wall. If you find it, blow it up immediately. When the time comes, the people of City Light will. They are all turtles in an urn. Just when the two of them were planning to continue dispatching their troops calmly, a bomb exploded several hundred meters away. The high wall suddenly collapsed 7 or 8 meters. A huge gap appeared. Chapter 669. 9 gates come out together. Just after the bomb exploded, Zhang Wei, and more than a dozen people around him, they were all knocked to the ground in an instant, and in the ears, there was also ringing in the ears. Hardly any sound was heard. Zhang Wei only saw a few younger brothers nearby. The mouth opens and closes, but I don't know what they are talking about. These bastards, there are actually missiles. Zhang Wei remembers the previous short-range rebound. The enemy fired 28 rounds from the north bank. However, the enemy's results were negligible. People in Old Town, none of them took it seriously. Zhang Wei didn't expect that at this moment. There would be a bomb exploding on the high wall. The high wall of Demingzi was built perfectly, but it couldn't withstand the bombing of missiles. After the shot, the wall where the bomb was dropped was 5 or 6 meters shorter, and the surrounding concrete fragments fell to the ground, and the steel bars were exposed. They stood in the air like fish hooks. There were no human survivors within a dozen square meters. There were body fragments everywhere. Damn it! Zhang Wei thought of his rocket. But Zhang Wei knows, the time is not yet ripe. Even if he now aims and shoots rockets, there is no guarantee of hitting it. And once the enemy realizes that the survivors in the old city have such weapons, I estimate that I will never fly at low altitude again. The rockets I got from Rejoice at the dock, this good steel must be used on the blade. Either use it to kill Wang Guangliang, or use it to kill alligators. The pastor stood up slowly, staggering towards the gap. Zhang Wei warned, don't put yourself in danger. I wonder if there is only one bomb. I don't believe in 2 bombs, it will explode in the same place. Zhang Wei, I'm going to defend the city. We will act according to the previous attack plan. Zhang Wei saw that the pastor did not take his reminder seriously. It's not easy to talk nonsense. I had no choice but to act according to the previous plan. The pastor had previously told Zhang Wei about the plan he discussed with Guisho. Guerrilla warfare is only the first step. The second step is to take turns fighting. Relying solely on the strength of the pastor, continuous harassment is also not an option. Everyone gets burned out sometimes. The pastor said, Ghost Hand's suggestion is, let the people who have the 9 admirals around. Hundreds of people were sent out in turns to harass near the city lights. This not only trains the survivor team, it can also accumulate experience for future general attacks. And the biggest advantage of doing this is that, when the enemy has little rest, people in the old city can take turns to rest, recharge your batteries. This classic fighting method, Ghost Show learned this from the classic Battle of Two Mountains. After the counterattack against Vietnam ended, Vietnam is not reconciled, with the support of foreigners, continued to launch attacks at the border without restraint. At that time, the Vietnamese army captured Laozhan and Jin Mountains. We dispatched 10 group armies from various military regions to take turns fighting. This battle lasted for 10 years. In the end, Vietnam was slowly being bled, lost the whole war. When the priest revealed Ghost Hand's plan, Zhang Wei was astonished for a moment. He quickly sent people to Laocheng High School to deploy troops and generals. It's time for the recruits in the Old City High School camp to experience the experience of blood and fire. After the pastor left, he continued, our plan, not only that, this harassment campaign, coordinated by various forces from the 9 admirals and several major families, is just the beginning. We also plan to cut off their water supply, Places like city lights, there is no special well. After the water source was cut off, even if they reserve water sources, it can also cause panic. There will definitely be people thinking of running away by then. When the enemy is not united, this is our chance to attack. What a relief. It's not over yet. When the enemy cannot be defeated, I will definitely think about escaping by going back the way I came. I have 2 more plans. One was before they escaped, find the secret passage they came in and blow it up. Let them become the turtle in the urn. Another plan, even if they successfully escape, I also want them not to be able to return to the other side. This requires the cooperation of Rejoice Dock. I want her to gather some people with good water skills, go to the river and destroy or blow up all the boats. Your plan is really well connected. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but admire it. However, The priest said with a serious face. Gui Shou said this game of chess, it's just the beginning, these people who intervene in the old city, just a pawn. The pastor's words were somewhat ambiguous, but Zhang Wei also heard it clearly. Those are the enemies that intervene in the old city, to some extent, they're all just cannon fodder. This is just a saturated exploratory attack. Saturation, is the enemy's ammunition saturated? Exploratory attack, it's because so far, except for those few planes flying over, I have never met any of the relevant leaders of city lights. When Zhang Wei was still thinking about what the pastor said before, the pastor has led people to block the gap. The high walls in the old city are not ancient earthen walls. Any height, all are over 10 meters. Demingzi used to work for relief. It took several months to build, naturally. A lot of efforts have been made in this area. Although the city wall collapsed, and the invaders attacked the weak points, however, under the prepared counterattack of the survivors in the old city, the enemy was repulsed again and again. In the distant forest, a dragon of fire spread to the distant valley. Zhang Wei knew that the fire had really spread. At this moment, not only within the high wall, but also in the entire old city, and even the entire Binhai. There was no way out. There was a river across the Binhai, and the zombie tide could not get through in a short time. But the old city, one day in the near future, would inevitably be exposed to the zombie tide. The battles in the two places were happening at the same time. Compared with the battle to capture the city head, it was a bit tragic. After leaving dozens of corpses, the survivors of the invasion finally gave up the attack. The second batch of red shirt support troops sent by Yang Guang has arrived. The composition of the red shirt army, most are militiamen and veterans. The quality is naturally higher than that of workers below pastors. Just enter the battlefield. Just use all kinds of messy weapons. Shoot against the enemy. Machine gun, rifle, there are pistols. Some people even move fireworks from nowhere. After the demolition, the building complex facing city lights was set on fire. At one time, all the buildings in the entire real estate, in the explosion of fireworks. And against this backdrop, the red shirts also found their targets very easily. From time to time, enemies fall from upstairs. It was at this time, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong ran over happily with dozens of people. Be careful, the next round of dawn attack, it's our turn. Zhang Wei said seriously. Chapter 670 Dawn Attack. Boss, when are we going to do it? Lu Renjia was a little solemn. It's one thing to have a playful and smiling face at ordinary times. It's naturally another thing on the battlefield now. Bullets don't have eyes. The dangers and gang fights encountered in the old city, most of them are confrontations with cold weapons and fists. But at this time, facing powerful enemies, it is impossible to say that it is true. Remember something, we do not attack, just harassment. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning. Let the brothers in red shirts hold on for a while longer. We are at dawn, harassment and attack again. I can see that you are all very excited. Give orders to brothers. When the red shirts are attacking, we're watching from behind. Nothing is better than this real battlefield. It makes people grow even more. In fact, Zhang Wei is also studying secretly. At this time, the defenders and attackers may switch positions one day in the future. The forest fire on the western defense line, after spreading to the distance, the nearby fire source has slowly extinguished. And those who attacked the city also fought back under the organization of the pastor. The people in the construction site meeting are all ruthless characters, and they will kill the invaders. And when the east was just turning light at 5:30, the enemy had left a pile of corpses, and then quietly faded away in an unknown direction. They are ordinary survivors. Their attack is unsystematic, unorganized, and undisciplined. The pastor said this after he came back. Are you saying that these people are also cannon fodder? Well, there are no less than 1 million survivors in Binhai. These 1,800 people seem to be here for a tentative attack. And looking at their firepower configuration, it is not even 1/10 of city light. Zhang Wei knew what the pastor meant. If it was powerful firepower, it would be difficult for him to hold on to the city wall. Maybe these people were just attracted by the fire. They may have thought the fire was started by one of their own. The priest began to count his casualties, and Zhang Wei also inspected the entire high wall. By 5 o'clock, the red shirt troops have begun to retreat regularly. Zhang Wei knows this is the time for them to take action. This time Zhang Wei summoned him from Laocheng High School. There were more than 100 people in total. In addition to a team of about 20 people led by Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, there is also a medical team, a logistics supply team, and a temporary support team. The medical team is led by Zhouan, Bai Tingting and others, who know medical knowledge, are members of the team. And the logistics supply team, it was led by Hu Lai, but this time Zhang Wei only planned to fight the enemy for a few hours. There is no need to carry too much food and weapons. Logistics supply team, it's more about ensuring the security of the rear positions. And the temporary support team? The team was led by Zhuang Cha. This is what Zhuang Cha and a dozen of his brothers are clamoring to follow. Because Zhuang Cha heard the news that Mu Mu might appear in the old city. As for the remaining farmers, Bao Hua and others, and some female relatives, Zhang Wei asked them to stay at the old city high school camp. Because there is no room for error in the camp. The temporary leader of the Red Shirt Army, it's a guy named Camp Chifu. Zhang Wei had met him several times in the villa area before. But this time when Zhang Wei changed guard with him, Camp Commander, who also said solemnly, "Don't show your head. The enemy also has powerful gunmen." Zhang Wei once again conveyed the order of feint attack. Arrive at 5:30. Several teams attack from different directions, although there is a lot of shouting, but it was not close to the property. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong stood in the same direction, shouting in coordination with each other. First, Lu Renjia shouted, "Everyone inside. Listen to me. You have been surrounded. If you are wise, hurry up and kill all the hostages, otherwise, you won't be able to survive later. I can't die." Zhao Zhenxiong also yelled from the other side, You guys, do you know that they are all being used by Wang Guangliang? He hides alone and eats hot and spicy food. He sleeps with 8 women in one night. Now I send you here to die. You don't even think about it. What if the dead mother-in-law is occupied by him? Yes. What should I do if I am occupied? Even if he doesn't, his men would do the same. I heard city lights, and the raiders are in cahoots with each other. It's no secret, you guys. Stay here. Just pray for your wives and children. After Lu Renjia said this, even the people next to him gave him a thumbs up. Attackers attack the heart first. This is an attempt to break the enemy's will. The survivors in the old city have the will to fight to the end, however. The intruders lack determination and courage. The falling of the Dalami, it just lacked the straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and observed carefully. Not long after, he saw a helicopter flying into the City Lights real estate complex. I said, how can these guys be so good at fighting? It turned out that there was a helicopter coming in and out. Someone is probably giving them tactical guidance. Although Zhang Wei didn't know the people on the helicopter, are you from the mercenary group? But even City Lights people, it is estimated that this group of intruders will also be mobilized. Let them resist desperately. After dawn, Zhang Wei is on top of the high wall. Use the telescope to look towards the forest on the western defense line. The whole mountain forest is pitch black. In most places only bare tree trunks remain. Remaining combustibles, all were destroyed by fire. And the bodies of dead zombies can be seen everywhere in the forest. Surrounded by siege zombies, still increasing. Especially focusing on the entire northern defense line, it's all black. The priest's workmen, when the sky is slightly bright, a large truck of sand and cement was brought here. Planned to repair the city wall that was just blown up. This wall cannot be defended at all. Zhang Wei looked at the part destroyed by the bomb and said, if the mercenaries still have extra missiles, however, the helicopter did not blow up all the city walls. There is only one reason. They are attacking tentatively. Because of the people of City Lights, also within the high walls. They don't want their own people to fall into the corpse tide. However, Zhang Wei saw a loophole in the missile attack. If these bombs hit a certain place on the northern defense line, it is estimated that even if all the survivors come forward, there is no stopping the zombies from coming in. To prevent such a crisis from occurring, there is only one way. Blow up all the opponent's helicopters. But this is not easy. Zhang Wei knows, not just a mercenary organization, City Lights also has a large number of helicopters. To catch them all in one fell swoop, there is only one way, force them to have a decisive battle, and it is a decisive battle that determines the fate of the future. But Zhang Wei can't do this now. The roots of City Light are on the coast, not in the old town. Unless, war also broke out throughout Binhai City. Chapter 671 Shorts appear. The harassment by Zhang Wei and others, after dawn, field visibility is several kilometers away, it stopped abruptly. In fact, it only lasted less than half an hour. At this time, the helicopter has a field of view. If you continue to harass me, there will be more dangers. That is, on this morning, workers from the construction site council used excavators to successfully cut off the water supply to City Lights. The pastor estimated, as long as it doesn't rain, the enemy may not be able to withstand it for 3 days. unless they can transport water in from an unknown secret passage. But this is because far water cannot quench near thirst. At noon, Guizhou organized another meeting with all the leaders. Except for Yang Guang, who left the city, and Mumu, who never showed up, the rest of the people were almost here. Rejoice also spoke first. Blow up their ship, no problem, but this is also risky. Old ghost, I need you to give us something. Rejoice said more vaguely, but Zhang Wei knew he should be asking the ghost hand for a detonator. I don't want a lot either, 180 is enough. Rejoice added. In fact, the Rejoice Pier gang, I have already stocked up on a lot of standard weapons. When Zhang Wei was making a deal with the military in Montenegro, it's the waterway of Wharf gang. Although there are not many supplies, but Rejoice also pumped 1 or 2% of water. After Rejoice ate a batch of weapons brought by Jun Watanabe, the strength is even higher. This is what thermal weapons are like. When not, it is very difficult to get a revolver. But once you have it, you can get more weapons from other places. The detonator is fine, but is the Japanese reliable? That's no problem, I won't let his people go it alone. The dock gang will also send people to intervene. Good, I'll have the stuff delivered to the dock later. But you have to find the right time to blow up the ship. It's best to have people bring firecrackers, sneak into their transport team, only by completely cutting off their foreign aid, only then can we make the dumpling of city lights. Priest, how's your western defense going? It's not a big problem, but there are enemies over there who have retreated. I can no longer send out spies. I don't know where the zombie wave is. Zombies are not a big problem. Now it's a matter of enemy survivors. As long as the enemy is eliminated, zombies no matter what, none of them can break through the high city built by the fierce boss. Lynx, how is your northwest? The northwest is not a big problem. There is the Hingtai Oasis that the pastor said is there to help you. I think it should be the safest at the moment. I have asked hundreds of people from the Erlian gang to. They gathered quietly by the seaside. If there weren't many zombies, it can be combined inside and outside. If there are too many zombies, then my group of people probably won't be able to come over. Where are the painters on the northeastern defense line? It's not a big problem. The red shirt troops have returned to support, but the zombies due north has begun to spread toward the northeast. It is estimated that by this time tomorrow, it's also 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Away, your west? The west is fine. The mercenary organization launched a tentative attack on us. Those 2 people took the lead. The guy called the Robin and the Red Fox. They have gone, but they have a lot of helicopters. For the old city, it's a huge hidden danger. Don't Wang Yukon also have a helicopter? Yes, but Yang Guang, the only one who can drive, already went out secretly. This plane, maybe we can only wait until he comes back. Southeast is no problem. Currently it is my 8th hall. There are also people from Fengqi Huading and the southern community of Hansen Pharmaceutical helping me guard. No enemies have been found yet. Lu Dolly continued. I understand all your information for now. Let me just say it briefly. Wang Yukon and the boss are both dead. The old town at this time. It is not an exaggeration to say that life and death are at stake. People from City Lights and people from the mercenary group. What they want. I think you all know better than me. This is the city they want. Everyone here has an indescribable grudge against City Lights. Now we have been fighting for so long and have real fire. Once the old city falls, people like you and me, it is estimated that none of them will survive. Zombies in the north, you don't have to worry. As long as I'm not dead, they can't get in. I asked someone to count the number of zombies under the high wall city. Probably between 30,000 and 50,000. This doesn't affect us at all. There is the entire southern agricultural belt of large suburbs. The old city can be completely self-sufficient. So we just want those who come in, just give it a thorough solution. After Guizhou finished speaking, but he took a big sip of tea to himself. So a bunch of people, discussions began again about how to trap the people in City Light or how to attack the building. It was at this time, a boy from the mining gang ran in a hurry, whispered a few words into Ghost Hand's ear. What? Where did you see it? Guizhou said in surprise. This suddenly aroused everyone's curiosity. Guizhou saw that everyone was looking at him, so he said to the younger brother, send someone to look around there. If found again, don't lose track. Okay, get out. Zhang Wei, Lu Dolly and others looked at each other. Who did you see? Is it Wood? Some guy showed up. Ghost Hand said with a serious expression. Who? Shorts. Shorts? The shorts of the former leader of the 11th Hall? Everyone looked strange, because there are rumors that Domingzi's vodka contains paraquat. It was the guy in the shorts who put it down. Because someone saw him hanging out in a bar. and a person who should have died 5 years ago, nor should he be able to live until this time after the outbreak of the apocalypse. This also made by Dao painters and priests interested, because this is also closely related to Wang Mukun. Now there is a saying that Shorts is Wang Mukun's chess piece. Wang Mukun knew that he didn't have much time left, so when he was dying, he used this chess piece that he had buried for a long time to give Demingzi a fatal blow. Even if Wang Mukun died, he would take Demingzi with him. This rumor sounds a bit tragic, but it is very detrimental to the unity within the old city. At this time, Zhang Wei, but his eyes turned to Rejoice. If Zhang Wei remembered correctly, the guy in shorts was an undercover of the Anagawa Society lurking in the Dragon Pattern Gang at that time before the end of the world. The Daochuan Society later split into 2 raider forces. One of them is called Nagoya Pier. The boss is a man named Yuta Watanabe. There is also a leader named Matsushita Morisa below. And another force, it's the Scavenger. Their boss is a man nicknamed Salmon. That is the current Junichi Watanabe. And now, Watanabe Chuni took refuge in Rejoice Pier Gang. Chapter 672 Falsifying News of Death. Rejoice naturally knew the questioning look Zhang Wei was looking at her. But this time, Rejoice, I also know little about shorts. 6 years ago, when those people in shorts were working in the Longman Gang, it was Rejoice's father, Lin Lohu, who dealt with him. Rejoice is still studying abroad. And when Rejoice comes back, the Longman Gang, the Pier Gang, and even the gangs in the entire old city have undergone drastic changes. Things have changed. Shorts were seen showing up in the old town. You want the elders in the gang to pay attention. If you see him, don't lose him. Then report it immediately. Ghost Hand added. The poisoning of Demingzi, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with shorts. But shorts are also the biggest suspect. The Ghost Hand has to be careful, so as not to alert the enemy. But this guy in shorts, suddenly and inexplicably appeared in the old town. It should have come through a secret passage somewhere, or hiding somewhere. Zhang Wei expressed his judgment. I'm afraid there are other secret passages in the old city that can lead to the outside of the city. The painter hesitated for a moment, and then said, I know this. From when Demingzi first started building the high wall half a year ago, someone began to dig tunnels secretly. Some people use existing sewers and drainage channels. Some people dig tunnels. This is impossible to guard against. The boss said to me later, it is better to block than to open up. So I turned a blind eye and closed one eye. This time city lights. It should have been through such a secret passage. Should we block all secret passages like this? Lu Dully asked. No need. If it really can't be done, these life channels. It is also a way to retain the strength of the old city. Although we say we will defend the city, but I just don't want to upset the morale of the army. If you defend the city, at least 60% to 70% of those who survive. I really want all the survivors to run away. That would be a disaster. It is estimated that no more than 10% will survive. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once the survivors in the old city choose to break out, you can only escape to the forest to the west, or the coast to the north. At that time, we will not only face the pursuit of zombies, we have to face the interception of human survivors again. And most importantly, it is impossible for those who break out to carry too much food, weapons and medicines. To survive in the future, I can only compete with other survivors in Binhai for supplies. They can only become plunderers. This can easily lead to resistance from survivors throughout Binhai. What we will face when the time comes, it's not just the city lights on the coast, but all the forces of Binhai. Breakout, it's a dead end, it is also a dead end. One way or another, the most urgent matter at hand, he is the one who solves city lights. This was an oversight of judgment on my part. You know they're going to have so many people coming. I have already sent people to ambush various properties and city lights in advance. This way you won't lose the upper hand. But I didn't do that. It's not a bad thing. Their firepower is too strong. It may not be possible to hold on. Priest, your people, is the water supply really cut off? Yes. City lights do not draw water from springs. They use pipes, collect water from mountain reservoirs in the western mountains and forests. After the fires in the west, I had people find the water pipes buried underground. Let someone use an excavator to dig it out. But I guess they should have already thought of this move. I think they should have prepared water reserves in advance. People who are nothing but city lights. When coming in, the indigenous people were not expelled. There are at least 3,000 to 4,000 ordinary survivors over there. These people estimate that their water sources, it is a huge consumption. We cannot pin all our hopes on them running out of water. In this way we have no initiative. Do you have any other good ideas? To force them to come out for a decisive battle? Ghost Hand looked at everyone again. But Zhang Wei also knows, if there is nothing the Ghost Hand can do, not to mention other people. If the enemy's firepower is equal to that of the people in the old city, of course. You can also attack the building by force, but we are currently in a state of suppressed fire. There is no chance of winning at all. As of now, we can only wait for change. Our old town, there is enough food and supplies. The energy consumption is affordable. Lou Dolly said. No, can't wait too long. The biggest hidden danger in the old city is the zombies on the western and northern defense lines. We really want dozens or millions of zombies to gather around here. We all have to finish playing. Don't forget the plague that happened not long ago. As soon as Zhang Wei mentioned the plague, everyone else looked cautious. Yes, although the threat of zombies is small, but zombies can create plagues. It's only July now. The weather has been extremely hot. If you wait until the end of July or early August, by then most of the corpses near the high walls would have rotted away. It is also expected that the plague will break out again. To force them to fight decisively, there is only one way. The painter just said after hesitating for a long time. Tell me about it. Let them attack or retreat the same way they came. Only when City Light's base camp is threatened. Only then can they go back to support. But Wang Guangliang and those people, there are helicopters available for transfer. We can't catch him at all. We can't do it easily in Binhai either. I've heard some things. That guy Wang Guangliang, just like Wang Ju, they are all terminal cancers. What if we faked Wang Guangliang's death? This will definitely demoralize the military. Survivors also have different intentions. That's right, unless Wang Guangliang shows up in person at the front, otherwise no one would believe it. This is what we have to do, desire to cover up, from now on. Let the inside and outside of the old city, all the informants inside and outside Binhai City, all spread a rumor. Wang Guangliang had already said the night before, died after failed rescue efforts at Binhai People's Hospital. Good plan. Regardless of whether it works or not, there is no risk to us. It can also disrupt the enemy's military morale, since City Light has a secret passage. It can continuously replenish its defense strength. Let's take this news, bring them into their defensive position. Guizhou immediately sent someone to spread the news that Wang Guangliang was dead. And he said it in a very convincing way. He even described clearly which bed he slept in, what he ate before he died, and who he met. The rumor began to spread throughout the old city. And the pastor also sent pigeons to let people in Binhai spread the news in time. True and false, false and true. This kind of half-true and half-false news is the easiest to believe. Because some time ago, there were rumors that Wang Yukon was dead, Demingzi was critically ill, but no one believed it. Later, when Wang Yukon actually went to the funeral, and when Demingzi was buried alive downstairs, the survivors suddenly realized. All the rumors are true. The next day, several leaders met again in the temporary conference room. And Guizhou smiled and said, it should be effective. Their defensive strength has been significantly strengthened. Now is the straw that breaks the camel's back. Rejoice. When will your people take action? Tonight, just blow up all their ships. Without armed support and human resource replenishment, also cut off the source of information, I think they will definitely lose their temper. Rejoice said coldly. Chapter 673, Cutting Off the Escape Route. Zhang Wei instantly understood the conversation between Guizhou and Rejoice. Rejoice originally said, I want Watanabe Junichi and her fleet at the pier, to intercept and kill the fleet from the coastal side. And he also asked the Ghost Hand for hundreds of detonators. And more importantly, Rejoice itself also has 7 rocket launchers and a large number of rockets. On this narrow river instead of the sea, as long as the rejoicing people are chased up, even if the opponent has the same firepower, the worst is that both side ships will perish together. The pier gang is the most in need of boats. There are hundreds of boats, large and small. Moreover, if Rejoice prepares in advance, those who fell into the water, it must be someone from Binhai. Don't seek victory or defeat, just destroy the opponent's ship. With the strength of the Rejoice pier gang, it's really a piece of cake. Good, then it's agreed. Get started today. Need any support, you can talk to us. Guizhou finally made a decision. Although Guizhou ordered hundreds of people from all walks of life to come out, gathered around the City Lights building, a large number of cars and trucks were mobilized, pretending to launch an all-out attack on high-rise buildings. And the enemies are also intensively mobilizing on various floors. An all-out defense began. Everyone thinks this was a brutal decisive battle. And during lunchtime, the survivors in the old city began intensive mobilization, pretending to attack. And the fleet of rejoicing people, I chose 30 or 40 Malaysian speedboats, fully powered, he rushed towards the enemy's ship. Since it was Junichi Watanabe's ships that led the way, many people still think that the scavenger is one of their own. When they realize something is wrong, Rejoice's ship was already in contact with them. A few petrol bomb detonators were thrown over. There are several ordinary boats around. Just sawdust flying everywhere, sunk instantly. Abandon ship and surrender without killing. Those who come ashore will not be killed. The rejoicing troops strive for a quick victory. Before the enemy can react, just force them to surrender, to prevent the dog from jumping over the wall. Survivors know the enemy has gained control of the air, this sneak attack operation, aiming to destroy the other party's transport. Before the enemy aircraft could react, you must evacuate. Maybe people on the coast can find boats at other ferries and docks, but it is absolutely impossible to form a large-scale fleet. By then, the pier gang will probably control the entire water area. After multiple continuous explosions, a group of people had long since lost the courage to resist. Escape, ashore. Ashore. Only 40 or 50 boats were left, staying haphazardly on the offshore surface. Rejoice asked people to select a dozen boats that looked pretty good. He also asked some of the people who came over with the weaker boats to replace their guns with cannons. Replaced with a better ship, after quickly collecting some usable supplies, then he blew up all the ships. Then he asked his people to quickly sail to the inland dock of Pier Gang. All this happened within an hour. The enemy barely reacted. Until more than 2 hours later, only then did a helicopter fly over from the interior of Binhai. Then I wandered around the Watanabe Pier in Binhai City finally. After a few minutes, it flew towards the direction of the old city. Zhang Wei in a tall building. I just happened to use my binoculars to see the Pier Gang's actions. From that plane flying into city lights, Zhang Wei knew the time may have come. In the eyes of those intruders, Wang Guangliang is dead, the whole city of lights is leaderless, and now even the escape route is cut off. Even if you leave through the secret passage, I can't cross the river either. Instead, they have to face a large number of zombies coming from the bridge across the river. This time, all we can do is fight to the death. However, what Zhang Wei and others did not expect was that the enemy remains unmoved. There was no intention of a decisive battle at all. Then just wait. Ghost hand means, I will not move until the enemy is immovable. The enemy's water source and temporary rations should still be partially available. Unless absolutely necessary, he probably wouldn't take any risk to fight the survivors in the old city. Unexpectedly, the wait lasted 3 days. And it rained heavily the next day. Now even ghost hands can't sit still, because according to the spies' reports, zombies in the west, it was approaching another 10 kilometers. Although it doesn't look far, but it's only 30 or 40 kilometers away from the old city. And the open-pit coal mines of Guisho's mine gang, just to the northwest. If this zombie swarm comes, his coal mine is unlikely to be mined within a year or two. Just when Guisho couldn't sit still, and the enemy finally took action. On the third day, a helicopter flew into the community, landed on the roof of a tall building. On the night of the third day, an enemy team came out, got into a fight with a squad of red shirts who were patrolling. At the beginning, both sides fought with restraint and cold weapons, so as not to let the opponent's reinforcements notice and rush to support. Unexpectedly, I don't know who was the first to hold back and fire. In a small commercial street next to city lights, there was a crackling fire. Firearms were used on both sides. However, only 3 or 5 people died in total. Not as many people died when fighting with cold weapons. The enemy's first tentative breakout was not successful. Ghost Hand also received intelligence at this time. This group of guys chose to attack at this time because the Binhai military and the remaining forces of Binhai City Light had a fight. Moreover, in the riverside area of Binhai City, gun battles broke out in many places. This was undoubtedly a signal, confirming the death of City Light Wang Guangliang. And the entire force seemed to be on the decline. Many forces seemed to want to take advantage of the situation. And the senior people behind City Lights had to decide, let some people here go back to support. Because the people here took away a lot of weapons. After learning that the ship had been blown up, on the one hand, people on the coast are urgently searching for other ships. On the one hand, it also allows the people here to choose to break out from the front. Because outside the entire old city at this time, they are all zombies. This round of fighting is just the beginning. That night, reinforcements came from all directions in the old city. They all quickly arrived near the city lights. In the words of Guisho, it is to release the enemy and fight. Otherwise, hide in a tall building, like a turtle shell. This cannot be entered by assault. Guisho asked some new recruits Danzi and corps members, who were not the 9-gate admirals, to build the first line of defense. Under the heavy firepower of the enemy, these people are retreating steadily. Dozens of bodies were left behind. But that's exactly what Ghost Hands is going to do. To show weakness to the enemy, only then can the enemy be tricked into coming out for a decisive battle. Zhang Wei's people, they were also organized into more than 10 teams, everyone fights. By this time, Zhang Wei stopped caring about them. People always need to grow, this time the old city battle, it is the true experience of blood and fire. Chapter 674. Indiscriminate Fighting. The enemy only launched a tentative attack that night. Zhang Wei knows, the real counterattack will probably happen during the day. If these people choose to break out at night, in the old town without any view, that is no different than committing suicide. On the one hand, Zhang Wei asked some people to look for bunkers in buildings or buildings. On the other hand, Zhang Wei also asked his team to carry out guerrilla operations. The enemy was confined to a few square kilometers of city light and unable to move. Zhang Wei now, I really hope I can get some missiles. Just give it a saturated coverage. You can launch a general attack on the enemy. It's a pity that there is no such weapon. All night, they all became very busy. Survivors of the old town, on the one hand. We must be wary of enemies attacking from a certain city wall. On the other hand, they are also constantly delivering supplies to the western defense line. There is a great responsibility in this place. Not only are dozens of various forces gathering here, what's more, there is a huge zombie tide that may come in the west. Several hall masters of the 9 admirals gave orders. The people below divide the work and cooperate. Each one fights in this way. Even if another missile falls from the sky, it won't be like being served from the same pot. With city lights invaders and siege zombies, the survivors in the old city have a common enemy. They get along very harmoniously. Neither Stick nor Big Mingzi would have thought of it. After their death, Admiral of the 9 Gates, 8 major buildings, the black and white factions and various small forces, such unprecedented unity and cooperation will be achieved. On the one hand, Zhang Wei asked the survivors to train in the old city. On the other hand, some survivors in the suburbs began to harvest early rice and summer grain. Although there is not much food, but it's more than enough to ensure supplies for the entire Old Town High School camp. And the food in this area, it's less than 1/10 of the entire suburb. There are also many paddy fields cultivated by other survivors. At that time, under the policy of renting grain from Demingzi and Zhang Wei, many paddy fields and wastelands throughout the south were reclaimed. As long as there is food in hand, you won't feel panic. Sporadic fighting continued throughout the night. At 7 or 8 o'clock the next day, the entire invaders' counterattack and breakout began. The Ghost Hand knows how to work hard at one go, decline again, the first wave of attacks. When the enemy is at his strongest, he deliberately let the enemy break out from the building, find opportunities to annihilate these people in various streets and buildings. So the first round of resistance, not very intense. After the enemy has tasted the sweetness of a successful concentrated breakthrough, began to break out towards the central part of the old city, it seems the target is east. No reason. The priest, who had accumulated heavy troops on the northern defense line, was very surprised. At first everyone thought, after the enemy emerged from the city light, it will break out towards the western city wall. Because beyond the high wall, they were assisted by their accomplices. And there are zombies in the north, to the east is Linhai, to the south are suburbs and cliffs, neither is an ideal direction for a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, after the enemy broke out of the defense line, start attacking directly toward the center. This caught Guizhou and the others off guard. Because the central city has the fewest people left behind, a large number of survivors are setting up defenses elsewhere. The central city is the core area for survivors' activities in the old city. In one word, the few square kilometers of the central city are the economic, political and cultural center of the 20 or 30 square kilometers of the old city. A large number of non-military survivors gathered here. If a gunfight breaks out here, that's really a bit of a trap. Fortunately, there are also some people who have far-sightedness among the survivors. From the moment the enemy begins to break through, we organize the timely evacuation of residents in relevant directions. So many buildings, facade, glass, was beaten into ruins, but there were not too many casualties. The desperate breakout of city lights finally achieved good results. In the encirclement of the urgent mobilization of Ghost Hands, it also tore apart a line of defense. More than 2,000 people, it seemed that only a few hundred dead soldiers remained at city lights. All the remaining men took part in the attack. Lian Zhang Wei is a man with heavy firepower. They were also beaten back and forth. In the words of Lu Renjia, the enemies were armed with Soviet-made AK-47 and American-made M16 rifles. It's not a prop in the game, but something real. There are such weapons. The survivors in the old city naturally did not dare to be tough. You could only use terrain and bunkers, delay the enemy's breakout speed. Occasionally throw a detonator, or a bomb, or something like that. Ghost Hand's order is to protect himself. Consume as much of the enemy's weapons as possible. If you cannot consume the opponent's weapons to the maximum extent at this time, then when we encounter these people launching a second attack on the old city in the future, these bullets will hit the defenders. 3 helicopters took off from the rooftop of City Lights in succession, provide direction to troops on the ground. It is the pier of Rejoice Pier Gang. Impossible. Do they still have a ship? Not just John Wei, everyone felt incredible. Because of the boats on the coast, most of them have been destroyed, and the dock gang's boat, in order to avoid retaliatory bombing by the enemy, many are hidden in docks or reed belts. John Wei even suspected for a time that, is there a mole from the Binhai gang in the Pier Gang? But even if there are insiders coordinating it, it should be of no use at this time. Half an hour later, John Wei and the people in the old city understood the enemy's purpose. Everyone was in disbelief. Because a ship on the sea moved. Is circling the offshore near the pier, moved slowly. The people at the ship dock are very familiar with it. And for a long time, it has also become a topic of discussion among the survivors in the old city before and after tea. Because of this ship, there is a strange name, Canberra. John Wei did not expect that the boat could still move. Because it anchored and ran aground offshore near the pier, it's been more than half a year, and survivors and fishermen have climbed up many times. There was nothing inside. Not even fuel. Suddenly something like this happened. Rejoice and others were urgently called into a temporary operational conference room. Watanabe Junichi was also invited. Priest, Bobcat, the painter and several other bosses were defending against the high wall. Didn't arrive in time, but representatives were still sent to attend. Ghost Hand asked, what happened to that ship? I don't know, we just discovered the problem, but the ship is fueled by diesel. It is impossible to operate it without a dozen sailors. Since it is moving, that means. Piao didn't finish his words, but Ghost Hand and others knew that. It should be the owner of the ship, who came back. The man who had disappeared in Binhai since he got off the ship, the leader of the Black Sun mercenary group, Alligator. Asshole, I should have blown it up directly. Ghost Hand gritted his teeth. Watanabe, you are on that ship, you should know what's going on best, tell me. Chapter 675 Amphibious. It's the flood season, July is now the flood season. A rising tide lifts all boats, even if the water only rises 3 or 4 inches. For ships, just throw away some heavy objects, you can easily get out of the stranding. Junichi Watanabe talks eloquently. He used to work for that alligator guy, do you know what he is doing? John Wei asked. Staring at Watanabe Junichi. I have no idea, but he must be back. No one else dares to touch this ship. Watanabe Junichi said firmly. Alligator or not, it must be related to the mercenary group, after all. It was their ship, even if it's not them, it also has something to do with the people from City Lights. Rejoice, you are most familiar with the dock, what do you think? It's not a big problem, the ship dare not approach, if you get too close. You'll still get stranded. I also have a way to sink it completely, so it can only patrol offshore. Anyway, the Pier Gang must be more vigilant. I will also transfer the reserve troops to set up defenses near Pier Gang. Make a pocket array, this dumpling, even if you can't pack it. You have to pack it. What to do with the 3 planes? John Wei interjected and asked. Just hide. The fatal flaw of helicopters is their slow flying speed. And it's noisy, as long as the plane is approaching, just hide in the bunker in time. Wait until all the invaders are eliminated, airplanes aren't a problem either. Ghost Hand said it in an understatement, but John Wei knew, this is a comforting statement. As long as the plane flies over the old city, it's like everyone has a time bomb tied to their body. The remote control is in the enemy's hands. John Wei glanced at Rejoice. He found that Rejoice was also looking towards him. The two of them turned their heads away tacitly. Because they have weapons that can take down planes. Rocket launchers. But they can't say it in this situation. The trump card must be used when there is no chance of failure. This is an emergency meeting convened by Ghost Hand. From the beginning to the end, it only took half an hour. The leaders and delegates came and left in a hurry, and then conveyed the instructions of the meeting. Ghost Hand is equivalent to a temporary commander or commander. The enemy's counterattack was still quite fierce. Even though the survivors in the old city adopted a guerrilla strategy, they still suffered a lot of casualties. However, in several blocks, the invaders and the survivors were still in a tragic strategic stalemate, which was a bit like the Battle of Stalingrad. When the street fighting came, the invaders' heavy firepower advantage of cross-covering rifles and grenades lost room for development. Instead, the survivors used their mastery of the terrain to achieve sporadic results. These sporadic results accumulate, it's also a good record. Zhang Wei attaches great importance to his own life. He did not directly intervene in such brutal street fighting. More often, they are all watching the battle from a farther distance with telescopes. Seeing the enemies swarming towards the location of the Pier Gang, however, due to the sudden increase in defensive power, stifled the pace of action. The sound of guns, it has been coming out continuously. The invaders also accumulated a considerable amount of ammunition. As weapons and ammunition are consumed, the ability to move has become more flexible. Zhang Wei looked at the directions of several fixed-point defenses of his forces. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong stood guard and helped each other at several storefronts not far from each other on a commercial street. Others also occupy various commanding heights. As long as the enemy doesn't kill all these people, if you rush over, you will only face being attacked from both sides. And the real climax, it was accompanied by a whistle from the offshore cruise ship and started. When the cruise ship's whistle sounded 3 times, thousands of city lights invaders, a desperate and crazy attack began. People in Old Town, he also used all kinds of weapons he had accumulated over the past 6 months. Petrol bombs, artificial grenades, landmines, detonator, various weapons, they all greeted the enemy. And when fierce street fighting occurs, a small frigate-like ship also rushed out from somewhere on the other side of the seaside. He rushed straight towards the huge offshore cruise ship. Zhang Wei stood on the roof of a 13-story building. I happened to see the scene clearly. That little boat, less than 1/10 the size of a cruise ship, but when approaching the cruise ship, a 90-degree turn. Then the boat's cannon fired a volley. In an instant, smoke erupted from the cruise ship. Just when Xiao Chen thought this round of sneak attacks was over, more than a dozen assault speedboats came out from the coastal area. He rushed to the front of the cruise ship in an instant. And Zhang Wei, also from the blurred figures, I saw a clue. Wearing military uniform, it's them, the military behind Montenegro. Could it be that Yang Guang persuaded them? Did you let them take action? It is rumored that the military used to be an amphibious force. It seems true. After the assault speedboat arrived near the cruise ship, a firefight began with the people on the boat. Zhang Wei could only see a rough outline. The casualties on both sides were not known for a while. But after seeing the 3 helicopters overhead, after already flying quickly towards the cruise ship, Zhang Wei can roughly guess, this time the attack. It should be that the cruise ship didn't take advantage. This is just a sightseeing cruise. Without any firepower equipment, there is no flexibility anymore, almost a living target. After a sneak attack, the assault boat, he began to evacuate quickly. There were also 2 ships that seemed to have been hit by people on the cruise ship and stopped moving nearby. Then, there was thick smoke. When the helicopter approached the cruise ship, assault boats, and initially frigates, already halfway back. Seeing the smoke on the cruise ship getting bigger and bigger, Zhang Wei knows, this round of sneak attacks, it should be successful. People on the boat, regardless of whether they are members of the general mercenary group headed by Alligator, at this time, all you can think about is how to put out the fire. After the helicopter left, the survivors in the old city started cheering, all people. It also intensified its counterattack. Zhang Wei saw that the cruise ship had not moved at the same place for a long time. It probably broke down again, or some parts are broken. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. The shouts of killing were earth-shattering. After throwing out a large number of throwing weapons, survivors of the old city, the attack also started. The enemy initially broke out holding back their breath. And when the helicopter overhead disappears, after losing the guidance, in addition to the temporary group fighting of 400 to 500 people, there are more than 1,000 people left, just fight on their own. Not long after, they were divided and surrounded by survivors in different neighborhoods. But the survivors did not launch a general attack, probably waiting to consume all the enemy's ammunition, another hand-to-hand fight. And Zhang Wei looked at the fighting everywhere. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This wave of chaos, is this the end? Chapter 676 give you shorts. End. Until another hour passed, Zhang Wei realized that this battle was far from over. In modern warfare, it is normal for a street battle to last for days and nights. Zhang Wei was still worried about his friends. He put on a helmet and a bulletproof vest and joined the front line. However, Zhang Wei did not engage in direct fire, but listened to the combat reports from his teammates in the rear. This kind of experience of blood and fire on the front line made Zhang Wei grow up quickly. This is a different battle between survivors than fighting zombies. 7 people died? Zhang Wei looked at a piece of scrawled paper handed to him by his subordinate. Several casualty figures were scrawled on it in ballpoint pen. We still have the fewest casualties, ye Xiaobai's people. I heard that more than a dozen people died, that guy called Overlord in total. More than 200 people came, more than 20 people have died. Is the Overlord's casualty ratio so high? It seems like some of them know something about guns. Only those who know guns are like this, always fighting on the front line, otherwise so many people wouldn't have died. You take my message out, let them all take it easy at this time. The enemy is so anxious that he jumps over the wall. Let's not be too impulsive. Deal with these guys, it's just a matter of time. Some people are more anxious than us. Some people, as Zhang Wei said, naturally. With Ghost Hands, Priest, people from the three major gangs led by Rejoice. This is the real enemy of City Lights. As for others, in addition to Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, no one is completely at odds with City Lights. However, there has been a series of exchanges of fire in the past few days. Both sides suffered casualties. Now he is no longer an enemy but also an enemy. Is Lu Dali not injured? Zhang Wei asked about the latest news of his good friends. Lu Dali went to Walmart. Walmart? Walmart shouldn't have collapsed. Right. It's still a kilometer or two away from here. What is he doing there? It was arranged by Ghost Hands. I heard that the guy named Short showed up, in order not to alert the snake, so Lu Dali was asked to go and arrest him. Because he is a stranger, unlike the old men in gangs, probably no one noticed. Shorts show up? Although Zhang Wei doesn't know how good the Shorts are, but to be able to become a hall leader under Demingzi 6 years ago, I guess the skill on my hands should be passable. Zhang Wei couldn't help but become a little worried. You cooperate with other survivors to encircle and suppress the enemy. I'll go take a look at Walmart. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he rushed towards the supermarket without stopping. 1 kilometer distance, in order to prevent being attacked by others. Zhang Wei. I was almost cautious along the way, tried to avoid the place of fighting. After arriving at Walmart, only then did I realize that inside the entire supermarket, it has become empty. It turned out that in order to avoid being bombed, the people inside already transferred in advance, since a few days ago, the survivors inside left one after another. Zhang Wei searched for a while in Walmart supermarket. Finally, a few survivors were found in a corner. Whose people are you from? Zhang Wei asked coldly. We are merchants here, doing business. Then why don't you leave? It's not that I won't leave. We are worried that our store will be occupied by other survivors. That's why I didn't leave, unless the City Lights guys really hit here, otherwise we wouldn't have left. Have you ever seen a man named Lu Dali? No. Have you ever seen anyone named Shorts? Shorts? I have seen this. The man pointed in a direction on the second floor of Walmart and said. Zhang Wei immediately and quietly walked over from the stairs, after arriving. I couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Where are the Shorts? Lu Dali was the only one sitting weakly on the ground to cool off, while breathing heavily. Regarding Zhang Wei's sudden arrival, Lu Dali was also stunned. Has anyone been caught? Zhang Wei saw that Lu Dali seemed to be doing strenuous exercise. Don't mention it, that's not what happened. Lu Dali put his hands on the ground. He planned to leave with Zhang Wei. Not Shorts at all, just a guy in shorts. After Lu Dali's explanation, Zhang Wei Kai knew. Lu Dali heard that Shorts appeared here, then he ran over happily to catch the person. After all, the Shorts are the suspect who indirectly killed Demingzi. And Demingzi is pretty good to fellow countryman Lu Dali, who knew that after arriving, the survivors here said the Shorts were on the second floor. Lu Dali ran over excitedly to take a look. I found a man sleeping on the floor wearing underpants and shirtless. And the reason is simply that the old town has been surprisingly hot due to a recent power outage. The man was disturbed from his nap by Lu Dali. He said with a sleepy look on his face, "Are you looking for Shorts? I can't take this off to you, that's all I have. If you really want to, just take off your pants to me, let's make a fair exchange. Change your sister's shorts." Lu Dali beat the man until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Then, I rested depressedly outside on the second floor. Zhang Wei almost couldn't help laughing after hearing this. The news that the Shorts are here? Who gave it to you? Zhang Wei was still wondering who deliberately made Lu Dali embarrassed. It's Ghost Hands. Ghost Hands? Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Because Guisho doesn't seem to be such an unstable person, since the ghost is holding the news, let Lu Dali come over, then there should be some definite news. Where is that guy? Take me over there and take a look. On the third facade at the corner, I'm laying the floor there. The guy said there are more mosquitoes in other places. I can only sleep here. Are there many mosquitoes? Zhang Wei instantly noticed a suspicious point. Mosquito thing, in the midsummer of July, indeed many, but the survivors are alive. People move dead trees and move them alive. As long as it is in a high-rise building, you will almost never get bitten by mosquitoes. Although there are many survivors in the old city, but there are also a large number of high-rise buildings that are idle. This guy said this. It means that he came here temporarily. I should have stayed in a place with mosquitoes before. Lou Dolly also seemed to realize something was wrong. I'll take you over there and have a look. When the two of them tiptoed over, suddenly he was shocked. Because the man in shorts right now, they are packing up and preparing to leave. Next to the bags and backpacks, it had already been tidied up by him. And the lower body also put on a brand new pair of camouflage pants. Shorts, finally found you, Zhang Wei said coldly. This makes the man in shorts move, suddenly stiffened. But not even 2 seconds, the shorts also turned around. He said with a playful smile, You really want my shorts? I'll give it to you. Why bother beating people? I don't want your shorts, it's ghost hands, Zhang Wei said expressionlessly. The man in shorts still had a playful smile. Chapter 677 I killed him. Until Zhang Wei took out the weapon from his body, only then did the man in shorts put away his playful smile. I've never seen you two before. How did you recognize me? The man in shorts asked with some confusion. It's not that we recognized you. It's someone who recognizes you. We come here. I just want to take you away. You are the shorts, right? Hall Master 11. What if I don't go with you too? Then we too would be rude. Zhang Wei winked at Lou Dolly. Lou Dolly took out the three-edged military thorn from his back. This made Shorts' pupil shrink sharply. Someone from the military? The man in shorts asked tentatively. Lou Dolly said nothing. This silence, on the contrary. The man in shorts became very cautious. Only Zhang Wei knows. Shorts mistook Lou Dolly for someone like a special forces soldier. Because of things like triangular military thorns, ordinary people hardly use it. That's right, I'm just Shorts, the man in shorts said after a moment of silence. That's good. You should be very clear about the purpose of our coming. Come with us. Okay, let me go with you to see the ghost hands. Although Duan Peng promised to go with Zhang Wei and others, but there was no intention of stopping in his hands. He put his huge travel backpack on his back. Then he picked up the single person lying on the ground and stuck it in his back. Then he motioned to Zhang Wei to lead the way. Zhang Wei asked Lou Dolly to lead the way. And he followed behind. After passing through several streets, Zhang Wei stopped in front of an inconspicuous hotel. This is his temporary position. Zhang Wei took a look at the recent intelligence and battle situation here again. It was found that compared with before, still not much has changed. However, in the past few hours, the enemy, dozens of people also died. The battle is still stalemate. The enemy's firepower is no longer as ferocious as before. This is great news. In this temporary camp, Zhang Wei met Yi Xiaobai, who was resting here. How about it? No luck. Right? Zhang Wei greeted Yi Xiaobai enthusiastically. Almost died? Who is this guy? Yi Xiaobai asked, pointing to the people who came in following Zhang Wei and Lou Dolly. His name is Shorts, the legendary Shorts. Oh! Yi Xiaobai immediately looked at it curiously, because this person looks like, it's really unremarkable. I'm going to take him to see the ghost hand. Everything is okay here. Fine, but the one named Ash who came over just now. Discover the whereabouts of the wood here. Gong Sun Shui? Zhang Wei remembered what Gao Yupeng said not long ago. He said that he had met Gong Sun Shui many times in Binhai before. It seems that he is also looking for wood. It's not surprising. Please be safe. The enemy might still have some killer weapon left. In short, be careful. In this temporary base, Zhang Wei casually added some prepared food. I found a broken car, went to another block with Shorts on. The Shorts didn't say a word the whole way, but he frowned. Zhang Wei knows. You can't ask anything from him. If it is about the death of Demingzi, or about the grievances from 5 or 6 years ago, or even longer, only people like Pastor Ghost Hands know best. But in the past, it was rumored that Demingzi killed the Shorts. Buried at a construction site. If the Shorts, who are lucky enough to survive, seek revenge, then he kills the big fierce man to take revenge. It's also possible. Zhang Wei's car stopped in front of a hotel. As soon as the engine was turned off, someone cautiously came over. Look inside the car. After seeing the familiar Zhang Wei and Lou Dolly, the guard waved his hand, release directly. So Zhang Wei drove the car directly to the back. Then we stopped in what looked like a back garden. At this time, the ghost hand slowly add coal to the stove. An iron kettle is boiling a pot of tea. Sitting opposite Ghost Hand, he is Demingzi's uncle, Toilet Paper nicknamed the Sweeper. But neither of them spoke much. Until the toilet paper saw the shorts, then he suddenly stood up as if he had seen a ghost, a look of disbelief. The ghost hand has a panoramic view of the movements of the toilet paper. He seemed to be thinking about something. And John Wei walked over with his shorts on, moved a chair for the shorts to sit down, then Lu Dolly, and Lu Dolly sat silently on the left and right sides. I have no intention of leaving. If this guy in shorts has any bad intentions, the two of them can also take action in time. We meet again, Shorts said with a smile. Shorts, it's really you. You can't be alive, Toilet Paper said while staring at the shorts. Of course I couldn't be alive. I was filled with cement grout. And you buried me underground. But you probably don't know that after you left, I was dug out by someone right away. Right? Cement grout? It takes a day or two to solidify. I came out in a few minutes, so I can survive. Even when I came out, they said I still had a weak heartbeat, and they didn't do CPR on me. Who did this? UFO or Tai Ta? Or maybe a water ghost? It couldn't be a water ghost, because the water ghost had been caught by then. Toilet Paper recalled for a long time, but he still had no clue. Uncle Lu. Since you are Demingzi's uncle, your last name should also be Lu. Right? You are called the Sweeping Monk. And you clean up Demingzi's ass and do the dirty work. But you didn't do a good job in killing me. So you should take the main responsibility for Demingzi's death this time, Short said with a smile. Did you really kill the boss? Ghost Hand was a little confused. Of course. Impossible. Motive. You have no motive to kill. For revenge? I can do anything. Just think of it as me. So what? If you want revenge, why didn't you do it in the past 5 years? Not too early or too late. Just at this critical moment when the people from Binhai attacked. No. It's not you. It's not you. But who else could it be if not you? Ghost Hand's emotions collapsed a little. It seemed that things were beyond his expectations. Master Yi, calm down, Zhang Wei said comfortingly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a helicopter was heard again in the sky above the entire old city. The helicopter that went to the cruise ship before flew back again. Kids heard the roar of the helicopter, and it seemed that everything was within his expectations. Old Ghost, I think this game should be over soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, Kid said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard in the sky. A helicopter exploded in the air, and then crashed into a building next to it. And in the air, there seemed to be traces of rockets flying past. Is it Rejoice? Zheng Wei knows, only he and Rejoice only have rocket launchers. The remaining 2 aircraft, seeing this formation, I immediately realized the danger, immediately flew higher into the sky. Then we turned directly to Binhai City. Yes, it's time to end the game. Give me an order, at any cost, leave no one behind, Guizhou said to the boys next to him. Let me stay here. This game, it's almost over, Short said nonchalantly. Chapter 678, Decisive Battle in Old City. Zhang Wei looked at the shorts without any emotion, and seemed to realize that something was wrong. This guy doesn't seem to be from City Light, because he doesn't care about the lives of these besieged invaders. If he is not from City Light, whose is he? After the Ghost Hand issued an order to attack without leaving any survivors, in less than 10 minutes, the survivors in various streets launched a crazy attack. This was a home battle, and the survivors in the old city naturally had the advantage of fighting on their home ground. Although it was not the initial battlefield, it was also a familiar street. The surrounded invaders were annihilated one by concentrated firepower. Although these people had powerful firepower, they were not serious soldiers. In panic, they lost the courage to break through. Ghost Hand called a younger brother over and asked him to check who blew up the helicopter. If there were weapons that could destroy helicopters, the mercenary organization would not be so scary. Shorts didn't care who won or lost in the old city, but he was still under the supervision of Ghost Hand and was imprisoned in a room that was somewhat similar to a prison cell. You will let me out, Short said with a smile, and asked Ghost Hand to keep his luggage. Without the harassment of the helicopter, Ghost Hand felt that the time was right to finally wipe out the enemy. If this fight continued, it would be a great loss for the survivors in the old city. Medicines and weapons were being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Being eager for success does not mean that you are not steady enough. But the old city cannot afford such consumption. After all, I don't know what kind of subsequent attacks City Lights will have. And zombies are also gathering around the old city, more and more. Ghost Hand used his long-cherished inventory. Some special bombs. Just use a container to place the detonator, then break the glass, nails, stuff like that fills the surrounding area, then wrap it up with something. This homemade bomb, after exploding, can inflict particularly heavy damage to the enemy. In close combat, light the fuse of the detonator and throw it out with all your strength. The bomb exploded in the enemy group, and almost no one was not injured. Many bombs are not fatal to the enemies in the bunkers, but they can cause great psychological deterrence. Every time a bomb is thrown, those stubborn enemies at the firepower points will flee in all directions, and even drop a lot of weapons. This actually allows the people in the old city to get a lot of guns and ammunition like scavengers, and their strength has reached a new level. For the enemies on the corridor, the survivors use small caliber bamboo poles to tie detonators, and put them in through the gaps in the windows and stairwells when they attack the building. Soon, these strongholds were also captured. The final general attack took place at night. Ghost Hand's order to leave no one alive made the enemy start a desperate resistance. Zhang Wei's team lost more than a dozen people. Zhang Wei realized that Ghost Hand was not rational this time. At this time, he should issue a disarm, but not kill order or execute a similar order as Surround 3 and leave one, forcing some people to surrender, then just chase after some people. This will minimize casualties. Later, a clever painter awakened Zhang Wei. Ghost Hands issued such an order on purpose. People from the old city and people from Binhai City, they are inextricably linked. At this time, both sides were at odds with each other. Desperate attack, naturally. A blood feud was formed. Two forces, there is no possibility of peace negotiation. Those interests, naturally. It can no longer be suppressed by two sides like a grass on the wall. Whoever wins helps who. This decisive battle, it's a showdown. From now on, people in this city will. There are only two types of people left. People in Old Town and non-Old Town people. After the pastor painter made such a point, only then did Zhang Wei understand. Guizhou didn't say those words in front of the shorts out of anger. He also has a deeper plan. As darkness approaches, city lights invaders, another fifth was wiped out. The remaining small teams working on their own, many people gathered together again. The Ghost Hands men also pretended to be repairing the plank road and secretly entered the base camp of City Light, killed the gunmen stationed on each floor, and completely cut off the invaders' retreat. An experienced civil engineer found a new tunnel in a garden of City Light, which led to an underground drainage canal, and the drainage canal led to the outside of the city. Ghost Hand knew that this was the passage for the invaders from Binhai to come in, and immediately had people lay detonators in both passages, and then detonate them. The passage collapsed instantly. Collapsed passage, without mechanical intervention, relying on manual excavation to reopen the road, has become impossible. And what needs to be done next? Just deal with this group of intruders thoroughly. It's time to close the door and beat the dog. By this time, there is no longer any need for any tactics. The survivors were only where the enemy was guarding, one stronghold after another, street by street breakthrough. As long as the enemy's whereabouts are discovered, it would be better if the survivors outflank them. Whether it's a sudden advance or not, be it bombing, the enemy can always be eliminated in a very short time. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Guizhou asked people to count the casualties. The enemy has suffered more than 800 casualties, and people in the old city, the casualties also exceeded 1,000 people. Almost more than a 1-to-1 ratio. Ghost Hands know, to achieve such results, already quite good. At last, the enemy was surrounded and killed in dozens of townhouses in a commercial district. And the final enemy? The resistance is also quite strong. Ghost Hand convened another wartime meeting, when Rejoice placed a rocket launcher on the conference table, and said that I still have a lot of this time. Ghost Hand knew that the situation was settled. Did you shoot down the previous plane? Ghost Hand was stunned when he saw the rocket launcher. The people sent out by Ghost Hand to investigate did not find any clues. That is to say, someone was secretly helping the people in the old city. It's not my people. Rejoice shook her head, but looked at Zhang Wei. It's not me either. At that time, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali were escorting the shorts, so they naturally didn't do this. Why didn't you take out such things earlier? The pastor was speechless. More than 100 of his people died. Although he is not a core member of the construction site council, but it's also quite painful. Good steel should be used on the blade. If they don't gather together, such weapons are not of much use. It's fine now. They are all hiding in shops. A rocket, you can take down a room. Rejoice said it in an understatement, but Zhang Wei knows. She also has at least 7 launchers and 7 boxes of rockets. Just a few volleys, the enemy's entire army was wiped out. It's just a matter of time. Then it's settled. Don't move for today, Wait for daybreak to attack, but also keep an eye on me. We can't let any of them run away. Chapter 679 The Dead. It was dark, and there was no vision. Choosing dawn to launch a general attack on the last enemy was definitely the right thing to do. The survivors could not determine the exact number of enemies, but 800 to 1,000 was possible. If the Rejoice superweapon was not used, the same number of people would have died in the old city. The total number of casualties was 2,000 to 3,000, plus the people who were killed in the explosion before, and the people who died during the siege. This is estimated to be 1/10 of the total population of the old city. And this is the combat population, which can almost be said to be a serious injury. In order to avoid causing other changes, Ghost Hand asked everyone to turn off the lights. In all areas of the old city, except for the location of the enemy, there were sporadic lights and fires, and the rest of the place was completely dark. The troops in the old city were urgently mobilized again in the dark. This time it was a real general attack. Rejoice rockets could not completely kill the enemy, and the survivors naturally had to finish off the remaining people after the rockets were launched. The entire old city, except for a little noise on the heavily guarded high walls. Other places were mostly silent. Rejoice distributed weapons to the red shirts. Professionals do professional things. Some of the red shirts know how to use this weapon. After half an hour of training, several people who didn't know how to use it also learned how to operate it. John Wei found a safe place to sleep, waiting for the final moment to come. At 4:30 in the morning, John Wei was awakened by Lu Renjia next to him. John Wei used a light or two. He glanced at the time on his watch. Didn't we agree to start at 5:30? Isn't it only 4:30 now? In order to avoid other accidents. Ghost Hands. It has been secretly advanced. That makes sense, perhaps among the survivors, and maybe the eyes and ears of City Light. The previous attacks, all at the beginning of daybreak, this time we are ahead of schedule, just enough to catch them off guard. Let our brothers also be prepared. This time the decisive battle, our 9th hull, we must also use our abilities. There is no time to let others look down upon you. John Wei immediately put on some protective gear skillfully. When going out, only then did I discover the survivors from other camps. They have all moved quietly. Are your movements so neat? Most people are awake, only you, boss, can sleep. That's okay, follow others, act after you have a vision, don't accidentally hurt your own people. Not long after, huge explosions were heard one after another in front of Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei casually found a higher position. I saw the fire of rockets exploding in various rooms. Not long after, my nose smelled like gunpowder smoke from fireworks. The rockets are almost saturated. Zhang Wei only heard 30 or 40 sounds in succession. At the beginning, the enemy shouts and groans could still be heard. At the end there were only exclamations and screams. Then, there was only dead silence. Even so, the people in the old city did not attack immediately. Instead, several homemade smoke bombs were dropped one after another. Enemies can hide, but it was impossible not to cough. Not long after, sure enough, there were strong coughs coming from several shops. So several rocket rounds were fired again. Finally, everything is calm. Until half an hour later, only then did the survivors walk in holding a special shield welded with steel. In some buildings, no sound came, in some buildings, but there were also sounds of fighting. In a narrow space like a shop, the numerical advantage cannot be effectively utilized. Most of the time, it was the survivor with the shield who touched it and took a look. If it is discovered that there are still enemies who are resisting, just add a few home bombs, or let more people surround this location. Such a scene, it takes place in several places on a certain street in the old town. Although Ghost Hand said he would not spare any of these intruders, but when some of these people really raised their hands and surrender, the weapons were confiscated in time, then he was escorted out. After all, this can also prevent the enemy from desperately resisting. As for how to deal with it later, naturally, this was in accordance with the previous order to kill them all. Such an approach, finally some enemies lost the courage to resist. Surrenders with minor and serious injuries, there were almost more than 100 people. And the people who were killed later in the fight, there were also 100 or 200 people. When a hint of fish belly white appears in the east, survivors of the old city, already almost cleaning the battlefield. At this time, news also came from the pier gang. The people from the dock gang found a few people with good water skills. Sneaking up to the Canberra late at night, it turned out there was no one up there. Only a dilapidated cabin was left, although there was no flooding or sinking, but it is estimated that ocean voyages will not be possible. People who know boats say, even if it is a hole as big as the mouth of a bowl, on the far sea, also due to the huge water pressure, causing the entire hull to rupture. So this cruise ship in the future, it may really only be used as a cruise ship. Maybe the survivors of the old town, high platform diving competitions can be held on it in the future. When John Wei heard the news, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the alligator was still on that boat, it shows that they are still paying attention to the war in the old city. This means that the mercenary group may intervene in the old city again at any time. This gives people a feeling of thorns in the back. And once the leader alligator leaves, this means that in the short term, there should be no water intervention. As for intervention from the air, John Wei is not afraid of them either. The helicopter that was blown up in the air before, just a warning. Although John Wei still doesn't know who started the fire. Alligator Man disappeared from cruise ship. John Wei could only temporarily mourn for the people in behind. However, these two forces, the power should be between equals, otherwise. In the past, the military, it's not like he can kill the Grey Wolf organized by the mercenary group. Thousands of survivors are doing the final work of cleaning up the battlefield. And on many high-rise buildings, there are survivors watching. Once a helicopter intervenes, a warning whistle will sound immediately. Otherwise at this time, drop a bomb or something. Those people are so dark down there, they will all die without their bodies intact. The survivors at this time, very enthusiastic about cleaning the battlefield. Because of the supplies picked up, it's all up to the survivors to handle. Although many firearms and weapons are covered in bloody flesh, but most firearms can be used. If some gun parts were broken or the barrel was deformed, they could also be replaced by parts removed from other damaged guns. At 6:30, the casualties were finally counted. The final statistics showed that more than 70 people in the old city died. More than 20 of them triggered the fuse grenade set up by the enemy. And the enemy, more than 600 people died, 400 to 500 of them were killed by rockets, and 200 to 300 surrendered one after another, while the remaining hundreds of people died from serious injuries or were killed. At 8 o'clock that morning, ghost hands allow people to bury the bodies of dead survivors alive. Then an 8 immortals table was placed in front of the Wham building. I lit 3 sticks of incense respectfully. All hall masters appeared one after another. Then he knelt in front of the 8 immortals table. The first glass of wine, respect heaven and earth. The second glass of wine, respect the boss. The third glass of wine, tribute to dead brothers. The ghost hand poured 3 glasses of wine on the ground, just about to say something more, but he found that everyone around him turned to look in the direction behind Guisho. Everyone has different expressions: surprised, shock, excited, fear. Big fierce guy. The street corner in the distance, one is wearing slippers, a man wearing a yellowish white vest, coming slowly. Chapter 680. Who is this person? Big Mingzi? When John Wei turned around, he was stunned for a moment. Impossible. There's no way Big Mingzi is still alive. John Wei knows, in that case, there is no way Big Mingzi could survive the collapse of the mighty building. Unless someone rescues him. John Wei at that time, they pulled Lu Dali and Guisho outside. And Demingzi, he carried the nearly unconscious orangutan and walked inside. If someone from the mercenary group, after rescuing the orangutan, drop a second missile, so I saved the Big Mingzi easily, it's not impossible. But why are they doing this? John Wei knows. The mercenary group and City Light can find 100 reasons for Demingzi to die. But he couldn't find a reason to keep him alive. Although Demingzi is 100 meters away, but when I came over, it still touches everyone's nerves. The most exciting one is the ghost hand. He immediately greeted him happily. Boss. Demingzi nodded. I didn't communicate much with Ghost Show, arriving at the desk first. He lit 3 incense sticks as well, then put it in an incense burner. Cheers to the Admiral of the 9 Gates. Demingzi raised his glass. His voice was a little hoarse. Cheers to the Admiral of the 9 Gates. The people around him said loudly in unison. Our brothers, bury them well, and the enemies can be buried in a deep pit. Everyone finished the work at hand, and returned to their positions. Demingzi issued such an order, and then dispersed the crowd. The crowd dispersed like the tide receding. What should we do with the captured enemies? Ghost Hand asked Demingzi. We just captured hundreds of prisoners. Ask them to help dig holes. After burying the bodies of all the dead, execute them again. Demingzi waved his hand indifferently. Good. Ghost Hand nodded thoughtfully. Where are the shorts? Bring him to me. I'm waiting for him at the guest house. Guest house? Which guest house? Haishan guest house in the alley next to the Whitman building. There is no sign now. What's the hotel called? Just let the shorts come to me. Demingzi waved his hand. He left alone. After Demingzi disappears from everyone's sight, Guisho suddenly turned pale again. Zhang Wei, you call all the hall masters to come over. Oh, the priest and the lynx probably won't be able to get away. Busy defending the city. Zhang Wei remembered the previous meeting. Several of them didn't come, they all sent representatives over. At this time, Zhang Wei was not sure either. Will they come? Let them all come over, just the old hotel where we met before. What happened this time, very important. Guisho said cautiously. Zhang Wei guessed, what happens next? It should have solved the follow-up defense plan after the invader. These intruders, just part of the people mobilized by city lights, there should be more of them. And that mercenary group, maybe he will fight back again. Seeing Zhang Wei didn't take it seriously, Ghost Hand hesitated for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Wei, there is one thing I shouldn't have told you, but you have a right to know. What's up? Just now, that person just now, not a big tough guy. What? Not a big tough guy. So who is he? Is it possible to see ghosts in broad daylight? Zhang Wei jumped up immediately. The guy just now, whether in words and deeds, or in his figure and appearance, is exactly the same as Demingzi. Even the way he treats his enemies is to kill them all, which is Demingzi's style. No, he is not Demingzi. When he first appeared, I also thought he was, but when he walked past me, I realized he was not. The boss has been smoking cigars, and there is a faint smell of cigarettes on his body. Maybe he took a shower? What he wore was not the hospital gown that day. The teeth are not right. The boss smokes all the year round, and has a mouthful of yellow teeth. The guy just now has teeth as white as jade, and his skin is whiter than the boss's, and the tone of voice is not right. At first, I thought it was paraquat that hurt his throat, but I just looked at his lips. There were no blisters at all, and there were no scars on his face and neck. If he is really the boss, then he can't recover in such a short time. So what do you mean? Zhang Wei doesn't believe in anything supernatural, but from the guy just now, he blurted out the name of Ghost Hand, and he bossed the people of the Nine Gates Admiral around. This person must know the old city very well. If I'm not wrong, he should be Ermingzi. Ghost Hand said calmly. Ermingzi, you mean? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered a long-standing rumor. Demingzi also has a twin brother. That younger brother grew up in a dark cellar. And subjective reasons, it's just the superstitious thoughts of Demingzi's father. As for the more objective reasons, it should be that Demingzi's family was poor when he was a child. I can't feed 2 children, so I could only give up one. For a time, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered those memories, the drunken nonsense recorded by Lu Dali's recorder. Zhang Wei even thought for a time, that's the big man's fantasy, or maybe that's what really happened. It's just Demingzi's younger brother. Demingzi died when he was very young. So Demingzi seems to have a dual personality, living with his brother's mind. Sometimes he is a perverted butcher, sometimes a kind godfather. But now it seems, everything seems to be developing in an unpredictable direction. This person who suddenly appeared, where was he originally? Which force does it belong to? Zhang Wei has no clue. Zhang Wei knows, Guisho has no clue. So Zhang Wei suddenly understood, why are the 9 admirals summoned to discuss matters? The future and destiny of the old city, the fate of all survivors, all related to this new one. Big Mingzi. Closely related. You have been with Demingzi for so many years. Have you never known this person exists? Zhang Wei felt very strange. Whether it is before or after the apocalypse, if there are 2 identical people, no matter how you hide it, it will be discovered by others. Unless the other person doesn't need to eat, drink or have diarrhea. I heard the boss talk about this. I never took it seriously. Toilet paper said before, Demingzi has a younger brother, but he was taken away by human traffickers. This is wrong. I heard Demingzi say it himself. The trafficker is also dead. The motorcycle plunged into the river. And Demingzi also said, his so-called younger brother, I went to school with him in exchange of identities. Even when his younger brother was not in school, he also put the knowledge he learned into. Leave it all to his younger brother. Zhang Wei, you are wrong. Demingzi is the younger brother, his name is Lu Wei. Chapter 681 Mighty Brothers. Lu Wei, Lu Meng Mighty Building. I understand. So the dead Demingzi is the second Mingzi, and the guy who appears now is called Lu Wei. He is the real Demingzi. You are right. Ghost Hand agreed with what Zhang Wei said. Then this Demingzi is the original twin brother of Lu Meng. But no matter whether he is the elder brother or the younger brother, he is not the original boss of the Nine Gates Admiral. It doesn't matter if the leaders come to meet and see what they say. Zhang Wei knew that the meeting Ghost Hand said was not that simple. I probably just wanted to ask once, for this person who suddenly appeared, is it support or opposition? If supported, then he is a big man. If not supported, then he is the elder brother or younger brother of Demengzi. The true identity is probably going to be revealed. Zhang Wei immediately said goodbye and left. Then he called some of his subordinates. Let them notify the various leaders to come for the meeting. Less than half an hour, the 7 hall masters of the 9 admirals, all in one place. 1 class, Ghost Hand, 2nd hall, Pastor Lu Weihua, 3 halls, Painter Shizhe, 4 halls, Rejoice and Lin Yuro, Wutong, Prison Guard Links, 6 halls, Wood, absent from 7 sessions, Prisoner Yang Guang, absent. 8 halls, Lu Dali. The King of Strength, Jiotong Zhang Wei. Except for the uncovered Wood and Yang Guang, who went to bid high to rescue soldiers from the military, the remaining people were almost gathered. After everyone comes in, the Ghost Hand closed the door. Then he said seriously, "Let Zhang Wei talk to you. The thing is this, you must have also heard the news. After today's general offensive, the big guy appears. But this big guy, it's not. He should be Demengzi's twin brother. Besides, Ghost Hands gathered everyone here. I'd like to hear what everyone here has to say." Zhang Wei spent a few minutes, combining Gui Shou's judgment with the information Zhang Wei himself knows. All were told to the other hall masters. But unexpectedly, the first one to speak was Shan Mao, who rarely spoke. "I want to know, this big guy, which side is he on?" Gui Shou hesitated for a moment, and then said, "He finally gave the order. All the prisoners this time were executed. From this point of view, it should be on the old town side. Have you ever thought about, why didn't he come out until Demengzi died? And he didn't show up until the end of this melee. By doing this, probably just want to pick this peach. If he doesn't want to replace Demengzi, he won't show up either. This person, he should be a careerist. If he becomes the leader of the 9 admirals, I'm afraid that many things will become uncontrollable." The pastor offered his own opinion. Although the big fierce man in the past was crazy, but he is also a smart and rational person. But this new guy appears, people in Old Town don't even know him. Old Ghost, I mean, you should be the leader at this time. The old city was experiencing internal and external troubles. It is really not appropriate to add extraneous branches. The priest said at last. "Painter, what do you think?" Gui Shou asked the painter who had been silent. "Have you ever thought about, now that this guy appears here, that is to be confident, and just now Zhang Wei said that he was looking for shorts. Who are shorts? He is the biggest suspect who poisoned Demengzi. If the shorts poisoned the big man, were you ordered by him?" The painter also expressed his doubts. "If he is really the one who killed Demengzi, can you still support him?" The painter's position is similar to that of the pastor, and he tends to oppose. It's not easy to do. Demengzi appeared in public. If you say he is not Demengzi, I guess few people will believe it. And since this guy came here to burn incense blatantly, it means he has enough confidence. If you really want to oppose him, you can, but not at this time. Ghost Hand continued. Ghost Hand tends to recognize this newly appeared Demengzi. "Rejoice, what do you think?" "I don't know, but Demengzi once adopted me as his adopted daughter. If this man is really his twin brother, I can recognize him. But if he is related to Demengzi's death, the doppelganger must make him pay with his life." After Rejoice said this, Zhang Wei realized that Demengzi also had a certain status in Rejoice's heart. "Lynx, what do you think?" I asked this person which side he stood on at the beginning. Since he stood on the side of the old city, let's work together first and get through this difficulty first. We have discussed it over and over again, but it's meaningless. The number of zombies is still increasing. The number of zombies on the northeastern line I defend has increased by at least 10 times. And it is still increasing now. So many zombies appeared? Ghost Hand asked in surprise. Asked the priest. The pastor said without hesitation, "The situation is worse than imagined. Zombies in the western forest have begun to appear. I guess I was attracted here by the sound of gunfire and explosions in the past few days. Now my west, there were also tens of thousands of zombies gathered. If these zombies cannot be lured away, there will only be more and more." The pastor said to lure away the zombies, in fact, it is just a delusion. Unless you attract zombies to the forest, but doing that, the survivors who went to lure away the zombies would hardly survive. And this is also a case of treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Unless the old city becomes an empty city, the zombies will inevitably gather here. 8th Hall Master. 9th Hall Master. What do you two think? I don't know. Why not go and see what that man said to Shorts? Or ask the leaders of other forces for their opinions? Lu Dali said. No. This is the family affair of the 9 Gates Admiral. And we can't let other survivors know about it. Zhang Wei directly objected. After the death of Demingzi and Wang Yukun, the 9 admirals finally managed to rely on us hall masters to concentrate their efforts. If there is another civil strife because of the fake fierce guy, there will be problems with the order in the old city again. This is a different time than it used to be. The various forces in the old city, more or less, guns and ammunition were obtained. There is no possibility of launching a large-scale war, but it can still be done by taking a cold shot. In the past few days in the old city, the blood flowed like a river after being beaten. I'm just afraid that someone will cause trouble if they get hot-headed. I am against the truth being revealed. Zhang Wei discusses things, expressed his own inference. Other people, he nodded frequently. That's it for now. We have reached a consensus internally for the time being. No matter what, we can't mess up. If this person is suitable to be the boss, we will support him. If not, no matter if he is the boss's brother or not, we will make him disappear from this world. Let's go visit him together later. Ghost Hand made a summary speech. Chapter 682, The Last Trump Card. Then several people discussed the pros and cons of this battle and the casualties. Although many people died, the survivors had more combat experience. This kind of battle is undoubtedly a cruel elimination match. Eliminate those survivors who are not good at fighting. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei and others, led by Ghost Hand, arrived at the so-called Black Mountain Guest House. Zhang Wei then knew that the full name of this so-called guest house is Black Mountain Hotel, which is an inconspicuous homestay. After Guishuo's introduction, Zhang Wei knew this so-called guest house has a history of at least 20 years. It used to be a transit point for stowaways. People who went to the sea in the past, most of them board the boat secretly from the pier. Go to Singapore, they do illegal work in places like Japan, South Korea, or the United States. This place, it's just a temporary gathering point. And Zhang Wei also saw the Shorts and Demingzi here again. The two people were talking and laughing regarding the entry of Guishuo and others, not at all concerned. Wait until the last person comes in, after closing all the doors. Big Mingzi. Then he motioned for everyone to sit down. Then he said, I know you have a lot of questions, but that doesn't make any sense. I said it directly, I'm not a big guy, I am his twin brother. Over the past 6 or 7 years, I've been imprisoned in the basement of this place. Was it done by Demingzi? Why is the boss doing this? Guishuo said with some disbelief. You may not believe it, my brother is here to protect me. I don't know if you have heard of that numerology story. 7 kills, break the army, greedy wolf. It was our 2 brothers and Wang Yukun. As long as we appear at the same time, someone will die. I didn't believe it at first. I think this is just a temporary reason he found to lock me here. But now I believe it, because he and Wang Yukun are both dead. What about your 5 or 6 years? That's right, I have never been out of this guest house. It's my Shorts that are delivering food to me, the person who ordered the killing of the Shorts back then. It's a big fierce man, but then the man who saved the Shorts, but it's me? I begged repeatedly, only then did Demingzi decide to let the outsider Shorts go. So once the big fierce man dies, the Shorts immediately release me. The death of the boss, is it your fault? Lu Dolly asked. It's not me, I want to kill him. It would have been 5 years ago, it was okay 10 years ago. Do you know why Demingzi wants me to hide here? Because he has been fighting with Wang Yukun in the past few years. I am a non-existent person, no name, I don't have a household registration, I can create alibi for Demingzi at any time. I am Demingzi's biggest trump card. This trump card, it would have been used in the final showdown or showdown with Wang Yukun. I just didn't expect a zombie crisis to break out. So that's how it is, this is Demingzi's trump card. Zhang Wei finally recalled the memories. Demingzi used to gamble with sticks, it's like having the stick draw from a deck of cards. As a result, the stick drew a jack of spades or something. In fact, the meaning of that card is, it shouldn't be the so-called willing person who takes the bait. But the portrait on the card, one head upward, one head down, it means twins. However, Zhang Wei still expressed doubts about this man's denial of killing Demingzi. If it was really the big man who locked him up in this guest house, then he has the biggest suspicion of killing Demingzi. At least, when Guishuo asked about the Shorts before, there is no denying the Shorts. But at this time, confused about whether he killed Demingzi, it doesn't make much sense either. At best, this person is just poisoning. Demingzi eventually died when a high-rise building collapsed. If we want to talk about revenge, it is more suitable to find a foreign mercenary group. Since you are not a strong man, then show up at this time. And for what? You can leave quietly, or hide in some unknown corner. Shirja asked. Although I am not a big man, but Demingzi knows, I know everything. Even your various hall masters, I also know everything you don't know. In the past 5 or 6 years, Demingzi and I, intelligence and information are being shared all the time. It is said that even when Demingzi is killing people on the street or negotiating with them, they all wear headphones and listen to them. I also listen to Jackie Lau's songs. That's just a cover-up. He was just talking to me. That distant decade or so ago, that's what he did with a tape recorder. So call me a big tough guy, it's not an exaggeration, because he has to make a lot of decisions. I helped him decide. My name is Lu Wei, it's his brother, more than 10 years ago. In order for my younger brother to study, I gave up my opportunity. So don't doubt my IQ, because I am just like you, they are all extremely smart people. It turns out it's all true. Big Mingzi's drunken nonsense. It's all true. Demingzi once said, in order to prevent his father from looking down on his younger brother, he's been fighting and fighting, things that stir up trouble. He made such a fuss several times that the school wanted to expel him. Just all this, it was all done by his brother. I know why you came. It's probably a tentative inquiry, or maybe it's just an insinuation, but it all makes no sense. Because I will say what needs to be said, what shouldn't be said, I won't say. Ghost Hands, you are the smartest person, you should know what I want. Right? You want the old town. That's right, I want the old town. This is the empire my brother has built for me. This is the future we planned together, good defender, hidden under the 9 earths, a good attacker, moving above the 9 heavens. I am his shadow, the shadow hidden under the 9 earths. Raise your glass to the bright moon, the shadows become 3. Even if he is in the sky, he will also cheer for me. Lu Wei said with satisfaction. Madman? This guy seems to be a madman too. Only Zheng Wei felt something abnormal about this guy. You want us to support you as a leader? Lu Wei nodded. If you support, I am a big fierce man. If you object, I am nothing. This is what my brother has always wanted to do. I don't want his hard work of more than 10 years to be ruined in one day. So I hope you will support me. What if we don't support it? Lu Dali asked somewhat innocently. Zheng Wei quickly winked. If you don't support me, then we'll just go our separate ways. Okay. We can support you. But are you sure you can lead all the survivors to win this zombie siege? After all, you said you haven't seen the sun for 5 or 6 years. I'm not sure, but I can try. Chapter 683 The Ultimate Truth. Regardless of whether it is supported or not, but on the surface, you have to pretend to be supportive. This is what Zheng Wei planned. Zheng Wei pays attention to everyone's words and expressions for a while. Zheng Wei couldn't figure out which person was really supportive. Which one is fake support. But Zheng Wei knows, even if the real big man is still alive, the 7 hall masters here, not all of them will be supported, at most. It is superficial hypocrisy and hypocrisy. Not to mention this is still fake. Good, since it is said so straightforwardly, then it's settled. From now on, you are a fierce man, he is our boss, things to do in the old city in the future, only you are following the lead. But if you are not a competent boss, then you will become a fierce man. When I say this, do you understand? No problem. I am a fierce man. Lu Wei nodded. Guisho continued, I have another question. Since Shorts is the person you secretly saved, then the guy called Water Ghost, are they also your subordinates? Water Ghost? The Water Ghost has nothing to do with me. I have discussed this issue with Lu Ming before. Water Ghosts can survive. It should be some kind of deal with Stick. Demingzi explained. Is the Water Ghost a Stick person? Only then did Zheng Wei realize. The Stick seems to be dying. Some kind of layout is also done. I just don't know. If the Water Ghost is really a Stick person, then after the Stick dies, will this person completely lose control? After Guisho and Lu Wei opened the skylight and spoke frankly, the whole thing is much easier to handle. Other hall masters, except for the silent pastor, whose expression was a little heavy, the rest of the people, no comments either. If from this moment on, if I am a fierce man, the tone in which I speak to you in the future, maybe things will change. Lu Wei speaks straightforwardly. No problem. Okay then, now tell us about the situation of this battle. Good, I made a simple summary of the data, just let me tell you. Ghost Hand stood up and said, although Demingzi is not a Demingzi, but a military advisor is still a military advisor. This time the invasion of coastal forces, it started 11 days ago. At the very beginning, we didn't know their details clearly. I didn't know they had powerful firepower equipment, so after one fight, nearly 100 people died. The strategy was later changed. The battle reached a stalemate. During this period of time, the number of attrition is small. The daily casualties were controlled to less than 15. The subsequent mercenary invasion fight against the survivors of the 8th Hall at Old City High School. More than 20 people were killed or injured. In addition, the people from the Construction Site Association who went to support were severely injured. A total of more than 40 people died. Then, there was the subsequent forest fire on the northern defense line, attracted unknown enemies. This time we fight, we had more than 100 casualties. The one who lights the fire, only half survived. A total of 117 people died. The main force of casualties, he is from the Pastor's Construction Site Association. Several missiles dropped by the enemy in the Old City. There are also missiles fired from the coast. A total of 141 casualties were caused. Then the enemy broke out and defended the Old City. There were more than 1,500 casualties in total. Taking into account other sporadic casualties and some missing people, current casualties in the Old City, the total number of people is about 2,500. So many deaths? Demingzi was a little surprised. In fact, it should be about 2,200 people. When more than 300 people left the city, killed by an enemy ambush, but these 300 people are people with different intentions. It would be a good thing to die, but it can be considered a casualty in the Old City. When Ghost Hand talked about the enemy's ambush, the tone was deliberately emphasized. People around, it was tacitly understood. Because of the so-called ambush, it was arranged by Ghost Hands. Only by cutting off these people's hope of escaping, only the remaining survivors can break the boat, a last-ditch fight. What happened in the next half-month? It reflects the wisdom of what Guizhou did at that time. Otherwise at this time, people in the old town either surrendered to the city lights, either everyone in the old city flees. This place has become an empty city. More than 2,500 casualties. This is a very cruel number. Because this number only includes the dead and seriously injured. And the survivors in the old city, in these days of fighting, there were probably thousands of people slightly injured. Since the casualties are so heavy, just take a good few days to rest. Your different branches, how much was lost? Just add as much as you need. Next, transfer it back to the city wall. Just be prepared for sneak attacks by zombies. The enemy suffered such a big loss, I will never give up, but I think they don't dare to intervene directly anymore. If we talk about killing someone with a borrowed knife, then they will definitely use zombies. Let everyone be on alert, replenish weapons and ammunition in time. The defense of the city wall cannot be compromised. Besides, let every tall building in the old city are all on the floors above. Add a few more people on duty 24 hours a day. The corpses of survivors who die these days, they will all be buried in deep pits. Those who help dig the pits and transport the bodies, if you are not one of your own, kill them all without leaving anyone behind, so that after they escape, news about the old town was leaked. Demingzi issued 4 or 5 orders in succession. This made Zhang Wei also realize, this guy who calls himself Shadow, it's not as simple as it seems. Afterwards, the hall leaders discussed the details of defense. They dispersed one after another. After Zhang Wei and Lu Dali exchanged a few words, just followed the pastor's footsteps. Because from the moment the pastor saw Lu Wei, his face was terrifyingly deep. Why are you following me? The pastor noticed Zhang Wei following him. I wanted to ask where you were going. I want to go to the church on the top floor of Huntai Oasis. Go to church? Aren't you going to patrol the high walls of the western line? It's all the same. The church also has a view of the entire western front. Priest, have you noticed some problems? What do you want to say? The priest stopped, he said angrily. I want to say what you want to do. I don't think you need to take action at this time. Oh, do you know what I want to do? Yes, Lu Wei is wearing a vest. From the moment you see him, his eyes never left his shoulders. Lu Wei's shoulders. There are also dragon tattoos, exactly the same as Demingzi's. I guess you can't help it. Lift up his vest. Look at the so-called reverse scale. Tattoo details exist, but I didn't expect you still held back. Zhang Wei, you are such a careful person. I think you have probably confirmed Lu Wei is that person, but if you choose to take revenge there, someone will definitely stop it. Demingzi once said, people with Kowloon tattoos, only him. But he accidentally let it slip, said there was another person, but that is a person who does not exist, only Lu Wei. Who is detained in that guest house, is the person who truly does not exist. Priest, I think we are all wrong. Demingzi locked up his elder brother or younger brother. It's not because of the so-called legend of killing the wolf, it's because that person is involved in drugs. That's why Demingzi hates that contraband so much. Not just rabies, because his brother was also harmed by that thing. That's right, Zhang Wei, you see very clearly, from the first moment I saw the guy, I knew it. Do you remember what Mad Dog said before he died? The mad dog asked Demingzi in a tone of disbelief. Before he died, he said, "Didn't you break his neck?" His expression at that time was very surprised. I think at that time, then he knew the existence of two big men. At that time he looked at Demingzi and said, "Looked at me again, just breathed my last breath. Zhang Wei, this guy named Lu Wei must die." Chapter 684 Corpse City Warning. Lu Wei must die. This is the pastor's obsession. Zhang Wei didn't know what to say, but if Zhang Wei thinks from the perspective of a pastor, he will also choose to kill Lu Wei. Not only the death of my brother, what's more, the pastor has endured humiliation and dormancy for the past 5 years. If you want to use a line to express the pastor's state of mind, Zhang Wei will definitely shout that sentence. Do you know how I got here in the past 5 years? From the first time I met the pastor on the top floor of Hentai Oasis, Zhang Wei realized the only reason this guy lives, maybe it's just some kind of obsession, the obsession with revenge. Let's talk about it after this crisis. Thinking, he patted the pastor's shoulder. The pastor did not choose to take action on the spot, which means he chose to let it go temporarily. And what Zhang Wei was worried about was that the pastor would take action against Lu Wei again without outsiders. Lu Wei could die, but not at this time. Zhang Wei was also a person with a big picture view. He clearly knew the horror of this zombie siege. Although Demingzi was fake, he could calmly command the survivors in the old city. Lu Wei appeared at this time. Like a great man who faked his death and was reborn, the prestige reached its peak for a while. There is such a leader, for the old town, undoubtedly a good thing. Zhang Wei returned to his southern defense line. Due to the remote location here, no large-scale zombies have appeared yet. Lots of zombies, they all gathered on Ghost Hand's northern defense line and Priest's western defense line. Other places, there are only sporadic zombies spilling out. Survivors can occasionally go out of the city to hunt lone zombies. That afternoon, the survivors in the old city used 4 excavators. A deep pit 15 meters deep was dug, then thousands of corpses were buried. The soil covering it, they are all 10 meters thick. Those who surrendered were quietly executed by ghost hands. No one survived. These people were also buried. When it gets close to dark, the entire old city has also returned to calm. And those invaders of city lights, it's like it never happened. Only everywhere in the city, they are all filled with the smell of gunpowder, smoke and blood. In the summer when there is no rain, the smell of blood never went away. This caused the zombie wave to gather more quickly towards the old city. Zhang Wei stood on the high wall. Next to them are brothers Lu Renjia and Zhao Jinxiong. Then, there are Pei Wu, Butterfly and a few others. This time, almost all the female relatives followed. Boss, is the situation really that bad? Lu Renjia listened to Zhang Wei's analysis of the situation in the old city. Right, worse than imagined, in fact. The so-called high wall, there is no need to guard at all. Zombies cannot get up the 15-meter high wall. Once you hunt zombies on the city wall, zombie corpses pile up. The zombies stepped upward. That is a threat to the high wall. Ah, the people on each line of defense. There is no way. Everyone thinks that as long as they hunt zombies, there will be fewer and fewer zombies. Just like we cleared out the zombies in the old city high school camp, and Demingzi organized manpower to clear out the zombies within the high wall. Is there really going to be a million-level zombie siege? I have no idea, but now the old city area of dozens of square kilometers, there were no less than 100,000 zombies gathered around. We have less than 30,000 people. More than half of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. The remaining fighting population, scattered across dozens of kilometers of high walls, manpower everywhere, it's even more stretched. Boss, what about us? Be prepared with both hands first. When the northern defense line has not been broken and the western defense line has not been broken, we also cling to the southern wall. Once zombies capture these two locations, we had to resist and fight in high-rise buildings. We will leave some people behind. In the building where Qian Baohua was stationed before, build defensive positions. Yi Xiaobai is still watching over the tall building over there to help. But at the same time, we also have to prepare. When zombies appear in the south, retreating from the rooftop corridor, we previously developed, evacuated to the Old Town High School, use Old City High School and Old City Prison to build the second and third lines of defense. So what do we do now? Now you gather some of your own people, improve the roof corridor. One is to remove some places that are inconvenient for walking. Arrange wooden ladders or passages in time instead. Place the doors and windows of the house under the roof corridor, block it all, to prevent the roof corridor from being threatened. The rooftop corridor can only lead to the mail-in clinic near Old Street. Distance from school camp, there are still 100 or 200 meters, if possible. See if we can dig a tunnel underground. This makes retreating easier. If it doesn't work, arrange for someone to pick us up at night. Boss, what should we do with the weapons you gave us before? Zhao Zhenxiong asked again. Rocket launchers? Just keep them safe and use them when a plane approaches. That is our biggest killer. With this thing, the enemy's helicopters will not dare to approach, and our camp will not be breached from the inside. By the way, Pei Wu, Lu Renjia just said, you seem to have something to ask me? I want to ask you about someone, Pei Wu said after hesitating for a moment. Who? A German missionary. A German missionary? What's his name? Why are you looking for him? I talked to Gao Yupeng from Binhai last time. She said that there used to be a mysterious German missionary in Binhai City. This person seemed to know my grandfather. I want to ask him if he knows whether my grandfather is dead or alive. Your grandfather? Isn't your grandfather abroad? I remember you seemed to say that he was a researcher or professor in a pharmaceutical research company. Yes. It's a multinational company. My grandfather also has a quarter of German blood. That was when East and West Germany coexisted. When the Berlin Wall was not torn down. He came to the United States with his family. Later, he worked in a biotechnology company and a pharmaceutical company. The missionary you were talking about, isn't he a guy nicknamed Father? When it comes to missionary work, Zhang Wei's mind pops up several names. First is the pastor, then there is the hidden leader of Coastal Church. None, then there are the people above the two, that so-called priest. I don't know if it's that person, but I heard Gao Yoping's description, most likely. What if you find him? You can't go back to your country at all, but don't worry. I will help you pay attention to the relevant news, Zhang Wei said comfortingly. Zhang Wei knows. This is the only news Pei Wu knows about his relatives. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, it's a hope after all. The hope of finding living relatives. Chapter 685. The zombie tide arrives. After the battle in the old city, the two sides of Binhai are calm. It is like the tranquility before the war. The pastor's informant brought back information by pigeon. On the other side of Binhai, it seems that the people of City Light are exchanging fire with the military. But the fighting is intermittent, and there are not many casualties on both sides. On the contrary, various neutral forces are betting on both sides. The survivors of Binhai know that once one of them wins, they will divide the power and resources of the other side. In such a strange atmosphere, 3 days later, the old town has seen its largest wave of corpses ever. Zhang Wei stood on the high wall, surrounded by the various leaders of the 9 admirals, and the leaders or spokespersons of various forces. There is also a big guy wearing an engineering hat. All people's eyes are looking into the distance. Bare forest, it was already dark. And deep in the forest, the tide of corpses comes out of the valley, slowly surging towards the western defense line. Under the city wall, it was already densely packed with zombies. The heads are arranged tightly, like the surface of a mature sunflower. Demingzi proposed a gasoline barrel, just sloped down towards the high wall, until 1/3 of the gasoline was poured out. Then Demingzi randomly lit a piece of cloth stained with gasoline, and threw it down. For a time, an area under a high wall, suddenly a raging fire broke out. Upright zombie, like lit candles one by one, surging wildly in place, until he was burned alive, no more movement. Demingzi laughed wildly at the top of the city like a madman. Zhang Wei knew that this was of no use. It's just a waste of precious fuel. Gasoline. When winter comes, any combustion accelerant is precious. After a few years, there were no more tinders such as lighters. Maybe everyone will have to dig into wood to make fire. Guizhou did not stop Demingzi's behavior, because he didn't know how to deal with the increasing number of zombies. Even if everyone comes together, the speed at which human survivors hunt zombies, it can't keep up with the increased rate of zombies. If you are fighting to defend the city, how long can our food reserves last? Guizhou asked Zhang Wei next to him. If you live frugally 3 to 4 months. Maybe. I have asked people to harvest some of the summer grain in the past few days. This can be supported for 1 more month, however. New grain is best used as seed grain. Plus other survivors' own food, I estimate it will be enough for half a year at most. In fact, Zhang Wei did not tell the truth. If the city was not besieged by zombies, the economic model of the old city, it is more like a small farmer economy, that is to say, you have to take care of your own food. You are responsible for your own life and death. But after the city was besieged, the old city has become a model similar to a collective economy. Most people can only eat public food. It's like a big canteen. The young and middle-aged laborers defending the city were unable to farm in the old city, or go out to look for food. which increased the consumption of food even faster. Zhang Wei was still in charge of logistics and implemented a survival model similar to the planned economy. The daily rations for each person were enough to meet their basic needs. If they ate without thinking, the old city would collapse within a month. Zhang Wei was good at business, but he couldn't afford to feed tens of thousands of people. Zhang Wei even had an extremely perverted idea, which was to deliberately let some zombies in to reduce the number of survivors in the old city, or organize some survivors to leave the city, hunt zombies. Corpses gathered in large numbers around the old city. The zombies in the back, he was even climbing on the zombies in front of him. But this only increases the height of the body, compared with the 10-meter-high wall that Demingzi began to build as a precautionary measure half a year ago, almost negligible. At this time, everyone realized Demingzi's foresight. If it were still a city wall made up of cars stacked up in the past, by now it had long been overrun by zombies. The surge of hundreds of thousands of zombies gave the survivors unprecedented psychological pressure. This is an existence that cannot be resisted by human power. At first, Demingzi was a little indifferent, but after 2 days, his expression gradually became cautious, because the number of zombies was still increasing. The entire old city was surrounded. These zombies all came from Xijing, the provincial capital in the west. Xijing is one of the largest inland cities. The permanent population alone is as many as 40 million, which is more than 4 times that of Binhai City. Even if 1/10 of the zombies come, there will be at least 4 million. The pastor found a map and spread it out and said, to deal with these zombies, it can only be eliminated from the source, but since a city as big as Xijing has been destroyed, tens of thousands of us, even if you fill it all in, it's also a drop in the bucket. Then you deliberately set fire, burn the obstacles? Demingzi said somewhat speechlessly. Set fire or not, all the same, we don't set fire, enemies will also set fire to them. This zombie, I was lured here on purpose, otherwise. Xijing is hundreds of kilometers away from here. How come there are so many living corpses? I traveled across mountains and rivers to get here. Old ghost, is there anything you can do? There is no way, try our best, maybe on top of a high wall, hundreds of zombies can be hunted every day, but this doesn't make any sense. Instead, the corpses will pile up, cause plague or cholera. Then what if we hang the zombies up with ropes and hunt them? That doesn't make sense either. Instead, we have to dispose of the body. It's nothing more than digging a deep hole to bury it, but this way, groundwater in the old city. Sooner or later it will be contaminated, although we have spring water available. However, there is no guarantee that the spring will not be polluted. Is there no other way to deal with or lure away these zombies? There are 2 ways, Guisho said after hesitating for a moment. Talk about it. Now everyone's attention was attracted. The first way is for the survivors to leave the city, walk towards the river on the Binhai city side, leave the zombie tied into the river. Zombies drive people around. I can't tell the difference between water and land at all. Just get out of the river, they will be carried to the sea by the water. This approach works once and for all. But this is it, the person who lures away zombies. Wouldn't it be impossible to survive? Even if the survivors jump into the river, is it difficult to swim to the other side? It doesn't have to be attracted from land. There are boats at the pier. We can go out from the EC, then we sail the boat and play gongs and drums about 10 meters away from the shore. Just shout loudly, as long as the tide of corpses turns, the pressure of the old town, it will also become lighter and lighter. I'm afraid this method won't work. The people in Binhai will never let us lure the zombies away by boat in a big way. As soon as we arrived at the riverside, it is estimated that he will be attacked by people from Binhai, Demingzi said after thinking for a moment. Then there is only the second way, however. This method is even more uncontrollable. Ghost Hand continued. Chapter 686 2 Methods. What is the second method? Lynx asked curiously. Lynx was also very concerned about this matter. The zombies on the northwest defense line, where he was stationed, had also reached a critical point. Unlike the ghost hands on the northern defense line and the priests on the western defense line, they were stationed by his own trusted troops, and he could mobilize people easily. Lynx on the northwest defense line did not have many people to mobilize. The second united gang under his control was still outside the city, and due to the large number of zombies gathering, they had already evacuated at this time. The second method, the same is done to lure away zombies, but it is not a river leading to the north, but lead it to the south. Guisho glanced at Zhang Wei and said, "No, I object." Zhang Wei immediately objected. The south is where Zhang Wei's power is located. It is also due to his hard work over the past few years. And in most places, they are all paddy fields and ponds. It is a suburb where the ground has not been hardened. Once a large number of zombies invade the southern suburbs, I'm afraid it won't take more than half a year. It cannot be cleared either. It will also delay the planting and cultivation of crops. The connection between the Old Town High School camp and the Old Town, it will also be completely cut off. The Old City will become an isolated city. Old Town High School will also become an isolated town. Zhang Wei was naturally opposed to this matter. Listen to me first. Ghost Hand continued to tell. I said lead the zombies south. It does not lead to the south where Old City High School is located, instead. It leads to the southwest. To the southwest is a cliff, the place where the fault height is the lowest. There are also 30 or 40 meters, high places, over 100 meters. Such a terrain, after the zombie falls, it is absolutely impossible to climb up again. The reason why I say it's uncontrollable is, this is because even if the zombies are attracted to the southwest, there will definitely be zombies spilling over to other places outside the southwest. Your southern defense line also includes Old City High School and the area over Old Street. All bear the brunt. And it's different from luring zombies north. Boats can be used, go southwest, there is almost no turning back. For survivors, the probability of survival is also very small. If it's to attract zombies, there is also a helicopter in the villa area that you can use. As long as the tide of corpses heading to the northwest cliff is completed, then throw a few survivor corpses on the edge of the cliff. The zombies will go in that direction. The painter interjected. Only now Yang Guang, the only one who can fly a helicopter, went a bit high. We just can't do that unless Yang Guang comes back. The painter added. Most people are thinking along what Ghost Hand said, although these two suggestions from Guisho are very dangerous, but they are one of the few ways to lure away zombies. The siege of zombies in the old city, it is already in existence that is invincible by human power. To solve it completely, this is the only way. Certainly, there are also other ways. For example, the old city can obtain millions of arms and ammunition from waterways or other channels. Perform a saturation coverage attack on these zombies. But this is almost impossible. Even if all the armaments in the old city and coastal areas were added up, such a base cannot be reached. Seeing everyone fall into a brief silence, Zhang Wei continued. No matter what, I am against leading zombies to the south. I know what you are thinking. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. I spoke openly. The south is my business. This is where my power lies. Do this, my people survived? It is estimated that 1 out of 10 does not survive. If you insist on doing this, then I can only interrupt the food supply to the old city. Used as a defensive operation for Old City High School. As for how long you can hold on for a long time, then it's up to you. Zhang Wei said coldly. Zhang Wei's words were almost a threat. Without Zhang Wei's mobilization and support, the others, if they were short of food, would probably not last more than 2 months. Demingzi glanced at Zhang Wei with some displeasure, but did not speak. At this time, Rejoice also acted as a peacemaker, saying, no matter what, leading the zombies to the south or southwest is a last resort. In this way, we will lose the production area of food. Unless all the zombies in the suburbs are eliminated, no survivors will dare to take the risk of farming. Lu Dali also supported Zhang Wei, and said at this time, the southeast is also the main production area of food and vegetables. If there is a problem in the south, the southeast will also be affected. Whether it is the southeast, the southwest, or the south, these are our economic hinterlands. Even if we completely fall out with the people in Binhai in the future, or divide the river and rule them forever, we can still be invincible. At present, the paddy fields and vegetable fields in the south are less than 1/3. If they are all reclaimed, the utilization rate will be maximized, and there will be no problem in feeding the 100,000 survivors in the old city. Lu Dali continued. After Rejoice and Lu Dali finished their talk, no one continued to talk about leading the zombies to the southwest. Zhang Wei also said at this time, the current situation has not yet reached the worst. If it is really impossible, we will consider doing that. No matter what. The southern defense line and the vast suburbs in the south are our last retreat. Now the summer grain has been harvested one after another, and the second season of double season rice will start soon. The harvest of late rice will definitely exceed that of early rice. But that is in the golden autumn of October. Even if you want to do that, you have to let the old city hold on for 3 to 5 months until the autumn grain is harvested. Zhang Wei was worried that Demingzi would make a dictatorial decision, and wanted to delay it. In Zhang Wei's opinion, leading the zombies to the south at this time means that the original 30,000 survivors in the old city will fight against a million-level zombie group. and more than 1,000 survivors in the Old City High School camp will fight against a million-level zombie group. The difficulty has increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, the Old City High School camp is not as strong as the Old City, and it is estimated that it cannot withstand the siege of zombies. Doing so will make the current multiple forces stick together, and multiple forces will watch the show in the Old City. Unless Zhang Wei abandons the Old City High School camp and the prison camp and retreats to the Old City, the probability of survival is probably 0. That's what Zhang Wei doesn't want to do. 2 camps. It was Zhang Wei who planned to use it as a last resort after the fall of the Old City. After all the leaders expressed their attitudes, Demengzi said unhurriedly, "That's good, this second road, let's give up first, and Yang Guang is not here, no helicopter, this road, it's also impossible. Let's try the first way first, lure the zombies into the river on the other side of the seaside, let's see what Binhai's reaction is." Chapter 687 Zombies Leading North. Demengzi said that he would lead the zombies north. This is really the only feasible way at the moment. And only 1 or 2 ships need to be dispatched. Even if there are casualties, it's just single-digit casualties. The old town can accept such losses. And this task, naturally, Rejoice Pier Gang took over without hesitation. As soon as Demengzi finished speaking, Rejoice stood up and said, "I will send an assault boat, go east to sea, then go upstream from the river's mouth to the sea. But can you bring the zombies to the river? I don't have any certainty about this." At this time, the ghost hand took out another map. After spreading it out and looking at it, he said, "Within a radius of 10 miles, from the old town to the seaside, the widest point of the width of the river, it's only 280 meters. The narrowest point is only 130 meters. This time, just choose the area with the widest width. This way, they won't be discovered by the enemies on the coast." Although Guisho said so, but everyone present knew that the risk of this operation is very high, because of the effective range of a general rifle. All are at least 800 meters above ground. 280 meters away. It can easily kill a person with a headshot. However, there is no better choice at this time. Anyway, it is the people from the Dock Gang who are going to test it. The Dock Gang has hardly suffered much damage in recent months. So Zhang Wei is naturally happy to see them take this risk. Because Zhang Wei also wants to confirm the safety of the riverbank. Zhang Wei thinks that since the enemy has opened up the passage of the 8-lane cross-sea bridge, and there have been zombies coming from Binhai recently, the area over there in the wetland park is probably occupied by zombies. If the zombies cannot be lured away at this time, wait for the people in Binhai to react, naturally. It is even more difficult to accomplish anything. Just do what Rejoice says. After returning that day, he gathered people and started this operation. And for safety, Rejoice specially found a few old sailors with good water skills. The boats used are still the speedboats they are good at. When the day boat arrives at the coast, it was still about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. People from the Dock Gang, it also went through very precise calculations. Arriving at the shore around 5 o'clock in the evening, then go ashore to attract zombies. When a large number of zombies gather, it shouldn't be past 6 o'clock in the evening. At that time, zombies could still see human survivors. Far away on the seaside, it will also be impossible to stop due to blurred vision. The operation of the Pier Gang was perfect. A 3-person team landed ashore. Then he wandered around for a while, attracted dozens of nearby zombies. Finally, when the zombies were chasing, quickly climbed onto the boat. The boat is 3 to 5 meters away from the shore. The survivors leaned down. He yelled calmly. A dozen zombies rushed over without hesitation, but at the moment of running into the water, it was immediately washed away by the water. This time, the action, although only a dozen zombies were eliminated, but it proved that this action was effective. When the density of zombies in the old city is greater, it is absolutely possible to send more ships or human survivors, attract zombies by the river. This is better than using cold weapons or hot weapons to hunt zombies. I don't know how many times faster. The 3 survivors took advantage of the darkness to return to the Pier Gang, then reported the situation to Rejoice. Rejoice immediately reported the good news to the heads of the 9 admirals in the old city. The next day, a mist filled the surface of the river, and it's a cloudy day. The view was worse than expected. Those few survivors who made it the night before, naturally. I want to try it again, to accumulate more experience. Many people were naturally rejoicing. This time, went on 3 boats, 11 people in total. Just when everyone thought that these dozen people would complete this mission safely, over there in Binhai City, there were several gunshots, like the sound of fried beans. Half an hour later, there is one ship coming back. The cabin was stained red with blood. 11 people, only 2.5 survived. That half was seriously injured, hit by a bullet in the carotid artery. The bleeding doesn't stop. He died after the ship docked. The remaining 2 were not injured, but I was also scared to death. According to their description, the unknown enemy on the other side, in less than 2 minutes, more than 20 shots were fired in succession. Even if they hide in the cabin, also shot. The 2 people who survived in the end, or used the corpse of your companion to block it to the death, this was the only ship that was not damaged, opened it back. The forensic doctor took the bullet out of the dead man's neck. The well-informed Shirja said, this was shot by a Type 88 sniper rifle. It was a 5.62mm caliber bullet. This is the current sniper rifle of the Chinese army. The ammunition can be used with the Type 95 automatic rifle. The magazine capacity is 10 rounds. The effective range is 800 meters. It is very likely that Red Fox did it. Zhang Wei remembered that when Red Fox sniped his people at Old City High School, it was the Type 95 automatic rifle. Although it is a common weapon in China, the person who fired the shot must be someone from City Light or the mercenary group. People in the military wouldn't do that. Zhang Wei suspected, when setting out in the evening the day before, the enemy had already noticed the existence of the 3 survivors. I just want to play the long game and catch the big fish. I saw a dozen people today, then he shot and killed him. And he was shot without any intention of leaving anyone alive. More than 1,000 enemies invaded the old city, no one escaped. This has undoubtedly completely angered Bihai. Big Mingzi Ghost Hand, after hearing the news, the pastor and others. We arrived at the dock within half an hour. First, he asked the 2 survivors for details, and finally held a meeting with several leaders to discuss. This road is blocked. My people can't die anymore. It doesn't make any sense, Rejoice said bluntly. I know. Demingzi waved his hand, signaling Rejoice not to speak. This time, letting the dock help to step on the mine, to some extent, was also under pressure from Demingzi. Old Ghost, what do you think? There is no way. The enemy has gunmen. Unless we build an ironclad ship, it will not make sense. Instead, it will cause them to counterattack more. I think the people in Bihai must have RPG rockets. And they also have armed helicopters, dropping bombs from high altitudes. We can't stop them to use this method to deal with zombies, unless we completely solve the enemies in Bihai, leaving them no time to take care of other things. How easy is that? We are not even good at defending the city. How can we attack? Demingzi said, a little disappointed. I know, now we can only hope that Yang Guang's special operations team will. We can achieve certain results. However, the number of zombies in the old city is still increasing. If you still can't think of any other way, we can only try to make ironclad ships. It's just that there is no electricity in the old city at this time. Unable to get welders to weld, this is also a problem. As of now, first let the people at each city gate organize some survivors to hunt zombies. It's better than doing nothing. Demingzi finally made a decision. Zhang Wei knows, this doesn't help. Zhang Wei wants to say something, finally I had to hold back. Chapter 688 Above the High Wall. The so-called ironclad ship, it's just a few stainless steel plates propped up on the speedboat. Steel that is too heavy, it will affect the movement of the ship. It also puts the ship at risk of sinking. An ordinary stainless steel, Zhang Wei felt that whether he could withstand sniper bullets was a problem. However, the pastor asked several of his workers to study the problem. Only when there is no electric welding, to make this so-called ironclad ship, I didn't know it was a matter of the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Zhang Wei scoffed at Demingzi's suggestion to organize people to hunt zombies, because anyone with a little bit of brains knew that hunting zombies would not change the status quo. Instead, it would cause zombie corpses to pile up, and the entire surrounding environment would deteriorate. At least the survivors could not go on the high walls without wearing masks. No one dared to raise any objections, and the survivors in the old city naturally took action in a hurry. Hundreds of hunting teams were immediately organized, with a large number of 40 to 50 people, and a small number of 3 to 5 people. These people took advantage of the terrain and hunted the zombies near the high wall. The weapons used for hunting were also varied. In order to reuse the weapons, the survivors even used ropes to hang millstone-sized stones, threw them down from the high wall, and after killing the zombies, pulled the stones up and reused them. This allowed the weapons to be reused to the greatest extent. The smart survivors also invented a zombie head harvester similar to the blood dropper. After putting down this weapon, the carotid artery and nerves of the zombies can be cut off. Then after pulling it up, they continued to harvest other zombies. With such tools, and with the hunting team going out of the city, hundreds of zombies can be eliminated every day. And the survivors also suffered some casualties. But they also accumulated some defensive combat experience. After hesitating for a few days, Zhang Wei also sent out 2 hunting teams led by Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong to hunt zombies in the suburban area between Old City High School and Old City. The survivors in Old City High School and Old City Prison also organized people to clear the nearby zombies. Although the survivors did not attract the zombies to the south, the spillover effect of the zombies still caused more and more zombies to appear around. After a week, the old city was almost surrounded by zombies, like an airtight iron barrel. The people in the old city could no longer organize people to use ropes to move out of the city. Although the leaders kept meeting and thinking about feasible solutions, they still had no solution. Until half a month later, the entire western defense line was already filled with endless zombies. The priest stood at the top of the city, standing in line with Zhang Wei, who came here to observe, but both of them frowned. "Is there still no news from Yangguang?" the pastor asked Zhang Wei. "Aren't you an informant in Binhai? You should be better informed than me," Zhang Wei said angrily. "My people don't know Yangguang. I just wanted to ask if there is any news coming from the waterway of the Pier Gang. You still don't want to face Rejoice. My mission is not yet accomplished. Before Demingzi died, I won't think about anything else." The conversation between the two seemed a bit boring, but it made the surrounding survivors very concerned. A message came from the priest's men. The height of the zombie increased by almost 3 meters. 3 meters, it is already close to the height of a floor. This is due to the fact that the zombies around the high wall are being squeezed crazily from the outside. And the zombies behind, stepping on the shoulders and heads of the zombies in front, continue to rush towards the high wall. To the end, the zombies below cannot move. Let the top zombie, it's like walking on flat ground. Some zombies, being trampled underfoot by zombies from high places, he never got up again. This is not the way to go. The priest was already a little restless. Only half a month has passed. The corpses of the zombies have formed a large slope. Once the bodies continue to pile up, a high wall more than 10 meters high, being rushed to the city by zombies, it's only a matter of time. Only then did the survivors realize what Zhang Wei had said before: hunt zombies around high walls. This statement is harmful rather than beneficial. I also received some bad news. That foreign mercenary group organization appeared near the north shore of Binhai City. Some forces opposed to city lights. He was severely damaged by the special operations of the mercenary group. If you guess correctly, their next goal, I guess it will be in the old town. The soldiers are coming to stop them. The water comes, and the soil covers it. Their helicopters shouldn't dare to fly at low altitudes. Right? Rejoice has evenly deployed the rocket launchers to various high-rise buildings. As long as you dare to get close, it will definitely explode. Zhang Wei, I think we may be going in the wrong direction. Maybe their purpose, it's not about getting an intact old city, but to deal with us all. How is this possible? Got a ruined old city. Does it make sense? Once the old city is destroyed, the tens of thousands of survivors here, relying on various high-rise buildings to fight back desperately, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies can be eliminated. When all the ammunition and food are gone, city lights people can take over calmly. We can lure zombies into the river, then they can also, the recent survivors on the coastal side, during frequent transfers. I think it's just the idea of the old city. As soon as the pastor finished speaking, air raid warning sounded throughout the old city. Pastor, you are really a prophet. Zhang Wei saw 4 or 5 helicopters flying from a distance. Hide, be careful to hide. Fight, prepare for battle. On the high wall, the survivors of each line of defense began to look for shelter. And the survivors in the old city area also suddenly disappeared from open places such as the streets or squares, and then hid in tunnels and air raid shelters. Zhang Wei looked at the tall buildings, hoping that the rocket gunners arranged in advance by the dock gang of Rejoice would be effective. But Zhang Wei also knew that if it wasn't for the surprise attack, the probability of hitting the helicopter was very small, because the helicopter was constantly moving. The helicopter did not intervene in the old city, but patrolled around the high wall, keeping a distance of several hundred meters from the high wall. The pastor arranged several gunmen to shoot, but none of them hit the wall. Instead, the helicopter became alert and began to rise vertically. Something is wrong. Go down and hide first. Looking at the helicopter rising in height, the pastor seemed to realize the danger. Zhang Wei also felt faintly uneasy. These helicopters, wait until there are the most zombies around the old city before showing up. Maybe there are some different motives. Not long after entering the air raid shelter near the high wall, Zhang Wei heard the roar of helicopters overhead. Then came the earth-shattering explosion. Another missile. Zhang Wei spit out the dirt in his mouth. There was an ominous premonition in my heart. This kind of missile, previously. The mighty building with dozens of floors collapsed directly. And the high wall built by Demingzi, although a lot of steel and cement are used, but at best, that's about the height of 4 or 5 stories. And in many places, all rely on original building connections. Chapter 689. The zombies are pouring in. The sound of missiles exploding continued for many times. Zhang Wei pulled up the pastor who was still lying on the ground in the tunnel. Both of them had an ominous premonition. Although the wall of Demingzi was built with good quality. No matter how good the quality was, it was not as good as the engineering structure of the mighty building. Even such a tall building could be collapsed by the weight of the missile explosion, let alone a small wall. Now we can only hope that the bombs did not explode in the same place. Otherwise the wall in that place would be razed to the ground. When the explosions nearby stopped, Zhang Wei and others immediately climbed out of the air raid tunnel. Sporadic explosions could still be heard in the distance. Zhang Wei estimated the high wall further away was also attacked. When looking at the high wall of the western defense line, suddenly there was a tremor of fear, because of the high wall of the western defense line, in many places. Half of it has collapsed. And the collapsed rubble and reinforced concrete fragments, it also completely fell outside the city wall. More than 10 meters in height, there is only 4 or 5 meters left. The probability of zombies rushing in, it suddenly became a lot bigger. And further away, the extent of damage to the high wall is unknown. Zhang Wei also felt happy for a while, fortunately. This high wall is a solid structure. If it is a masonry structure, or an elevated structure like a building, I'm afraid it might have collapsed by this time. I noticed that the plane had gone far away, only then did the survivors run out of various bunkers one after another. The priest's fitters immediately began to count the dead and damage. Valid data was obtained in 5 minutes, 26 people died, 4 bombs were dropped vertically from the plane, 3 exploded on the city wall, 1 exploded at the base of the city wall outside the city. The bomb at the base of the city wall was fine. It just exploded into a big funnel-shaped pit. This is not conducive to the siege of zombies. 3 missiles exploded on the city wall, 1 exploded in the place where it was last repaired, 2 exploded in the same place. The city wall collapsed 6 or 7 meters in one fell swoop. There are also 4 or 5 people missing. I don't know if they were blown to death, or if they were buried under the rubble. The fitter's message hasn't been finished yet. There were survivors from the north rushing to deliver the news. An 8-story building sandwiched between high walls has collapsed. There are a lot of zombies swarming in the north. 8-story building collapsed. The height of the masonry is only 2 or 3 meters. This time, the zombies were walking on flat ground. Zhang Wei and Pastor checked the western defense line. So far, zombies haven't crawled in. The 2 people quickly boarded a high-rise building with a wide view. Check out the entire northern defense line. Zhang Wei took out a telescope and looked towards the north. Zombies were rushing in frantically. And the survivors in various parts of the old city also started to fight against the zombies with swords and spears. There were also several trucks full of bricks and stones, driving towards the collapsed gap, trying to temporarily block the gap with trucks. Fortunately, the zombies on the northern defense line were not as many as those on the western defense line. And the several meter high construction waste also blocked the zombies' vision to a certain extent. The zombies farther away did not seem to notice the existence of the survivors nearby. The entire old city was in complete chaos. Zhang Wei used his telescope to search the nearby low altitude. Several helicopters have disappeared without a trace. It seems their purpose, just a simple bombing. Give an order, entering red alert status. All people, keep your weapons close to you, at any cost. Deal with the incoming zombies. There are also people who have been bitten and scratched. We all need to cut through the mess quickly. The pastor posted a message. Zhang Wei also called over a younger brother, then asked them to bring a message to the people on the southern defense line, northern line of defense, and western line of defense. There is a possibility of losing ground. Let them prepare urgently for war. In fact, since the last war, the old city has always been in a state of preparation for war. Lots of food, drug, arms, even protective gear was delivered to various high-rise buildings and underground air raid shelters. If we only respond to the intruder's attack, it's possible to stick to it for 10 days and a half. But things like zombies, very uncontrollable. As long as zombies appear in a high-rise building, the entire building will also enter an extremely dangerous state. Because when survivors search or eliminate risks in a certain room, there is a possibility of being bitten by zombies that suddenly jump out. On the one hand, Zhang Wei asked Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong each to lead a team of more than 50 people to support the western defense line. On the one hand, Hu Lai and others were also allowed to fully defend the southern defense line. The southern defense line was not bombarded, it is currently in an almost impregnable state. And just half an hour later, Lu Dali received the news, Fire Phoenix, Overlord, Rejoice et al. People were also sent to support one after another. Everyone clearly realizes that once the western wall is lost, the entire old city will also be destroyed. Zombies on the northern defense line, most of them come from the bridge over the seaside. It's not like the tide of corpses here in the west, with the Ghost Hand Mine Gang and the Painter's Red Shirt Army, together with the original Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, survivors in Central Square and other places. After thousands of people climbed up, the zombies barely spread. And that gap, although there are still zombies pouring in, but after 2 big trucks went on top of it, only sporadic zombies entered. But this can only be done for a while. The survivors carried long bamboos, things like giant trees, planned to rely on cars, construct a temporary wooden wall. Only after the wooden wall is built, only by ensuring their own safety can the survivors carry out emergency repairs to the wall, and rebuild it with reinforced concrete. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. And the entire western defense line, all survivors gathered. Thousands of human survivors from different forces gathered at once. In order to avoid being bombed by planes and causing huge casualties, the priest made people scatter and hide. Only more than 100 swordsmen were arranged, climb the high wall, be prepared to deal with zombies that may come over you at any time. The situation began to evolve towards the most extreme situation. Wang Pao's Emergency Express, begin emergency dispatch, pass messages to the leaders of various defense lines. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, what is lacking is a person who can see the overall situation, if the fake big man doesn't show up, at this time. Guisho is undoubtedly the most suitable person. But after Demingzi showed up, the command was in the hands of Demingzi. Judging from the current situation, although Demingzi's decisions occasionally make mistakes, but it didn't have too bad an impact on the overall situation. Zhang Wei recommends himself and others. If he stood in the position of Demingzi, I don't know how to face this situation. If this continues, the western defense line will be in critical condition within 3 hours. The priest walked back and forth anxiously. Chapter 690 Unrest in the Old City. 3 hours. The priest still underestimated the breakthrough ability of zombies. Actually only 1.5 hours, zombies began to appear on the high wall. However, due to the zombies close to the wall, it is to exist in a state of being an arhat, it cannot make an effective breakthrough. And the swordsman on the city had died. Facing those zombies that occasionally show up, he had to swing his sword and chop it off again. This leads to a vicious cycle. Kill, zombie corpse, get higher and higher below. Don't kill, the zombies will probably climb up the high wall in less than half an hour. Survivor defense, caught in a vicious cycle. The priest asked the fitter to summon dozens more steel soldiers to strengthen the defense of the high wall. Even more so, the bamboo spear soldiers of Hengtai Oasis, cover behind those zombies that occasionally climb up the city wall. A bamboo pole was inserted into the mouth or chest and forcibly stabbed outside the city. It fell down with a crash. A large number of human survivors appeared at the top of the city, on the contrary. It stimulated the ferocity of the zombies. Zombies further away, it's still coming. The priest also wanted to buy 3 to 5 more days to repair the gap in the city wall with steel and cement. But the huge zombie tide made all this futile. Fortunately, the survivors have begun to use huge trees and some obstacles to build subsequent defense lines in the inner city. Even if the high wall is lost, they can still fight the zombies in the streets. However, Zhang Wei estimated that even if they entered the street fighting, the old city would probably only last 1 or 2 days at most. In the end, the survivors either entered a building like Walmart for defense, or entered a high-rise building and sealed the stairs in the corridor. But no matter which method it is at that time, the survivors will have to face the situation of fighting on their own. Defense of the old town, it will also fall apart in an instant. Zhang Wei has been observing several slightly collapsed gaps. Later, when the high wall showed signs of gradually falling, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong also led dozens of people to push up the collapsed gaps. During this time, Zhang Wei imitated previous sewer manhole covers to make shields. Thousands of bamboos were cut down, in addition to part of it being used to make weapons and make fire for cooking. The remaining bamboo was made into bamboo shields. This kind of bamboo shield does not have much defense against guns and swords. but it can effectively defend against zombies. When zombies rush over, hold the bamboo shield in your left hand and hold it up. You can harvest easily with your right hand. This can directly avoid being scratched and bitten by zombies. Zhang Wei generously distributed bamboo shields to the hundreds of survivors fighting on the top of the city. It also gained a lot of popularity in a short time. In such a fierce confrontation, Zhang Wei also climbed the high wall, focusing on the deep valley a few kilometers away. That's where the zombies come from. Tide of corpses. The tide of corpses is exactly the same as in the memory, and it's a wave of corpses that arrived early. I died in such a wave of corpses. Go out to fight in the city, it's impossible to survive. But huddled in this city, will you be able to survive? Zhang Wei looked behind him. Except for a few high-rise buildings, nothing else, and further away, the sea can be vaguely seen. Zhang Wei glanced at the many familiar faces around him. Priest, Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong Fitter, there is also Chang Mao, who has only met a few times. These people are all fighting hard. Kill! Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and rushed forward. At this time, those zombies attacking the wall, it seems to be everyone's common enemy. Some have even just emerged. He was slashed in the neck with a knife, fall down. The survivors were not unscathed. There were many bites and scratches. He looked at his teammates. Without waiting for teammates to take action, just holding a short knife, jump off the city with a rope. Then he was overrun by zombies. But these people, before dying, it also gives maximum damage to zombies. Fighting was fought all along the nearly 2-kilometer-long western front. And support from under the city wall is also coming in a steady stream. When a wave of survivors is exhausted or their weapons are curled, survivors who came to support immediately replaced them. Not long after, all over the high wall, the blood of zombies is everywhere, and the corpses of zombies, it almost filled up every part of the city wall. There is almost no place to set foot. Most people rely on a belief to support themselves. Since the gap in the northern defense line can be plugged, the southern defense line should be able to do it too, however. This belief, with the sound of gunfire in the center of the old city, and shattered. 2 helicopters parked in the plaza near the Walmart. 7 or 8 foreigners walked down from the top. The massacre of survivors in the old city began. It's Black Sun! It's Black Sun! The survivors started shouting in panic. Rejoice deployed rockets on high-rise buildings, but I didn't expect. The helicopter flew from the mountains beyond the cliff, landed in the only square nearby without tall buildings. And the square has a wide view. Survivors simply cannot sneak up on the enemy. Zhang Wei did not expect that the mercenary group would attack when the northern and western defense lines were in chaos. Because these two places, at least 70% of the old city's manpower was withdrawn. The entire old city was defended by the 9 gates. And the square of the Walmart supermarket in the middle was the place with the most defense. After the collapse of the mighty building, several streets around the old city were almost abandoned because they had experienced a fierce battle a few days ago, and the survivors were worried about being bombed again. The mercenary group landed the plane in the blind spot of the building. As soon as they got off the plane, they began to fight and hid in the nearest effective bunkers. When Zhang Wei learned that at least 7 enemies were organizing an effective attack, more than 30 survivors in the old city had been shot dead by them. This was because there were fewer survivors around. If they were placed in a place with dense survivors near the high wall, it is estimated that at least hundreds of people would be shot dead. The ghost hand on the northern defense line also received the intelligence at the first time, and immediately issued the order of remote alert. Using various bunkers and terrain advantages, they began to delay and deal with these professional mercenaries. And Zhang Wei knew, in front of such a professional killer, how many more people can be added. None of them are of any use. Unless suppressed by powerful artillery fire, or heavy firepower coverage without distinction, it is possible to cause harm to them. Faced with a large number of deaths in the central city, other survivors of the old town, almost in a state of having no time to care about anything else. Because of the threat of zombie invasion and mercenary killers, the lethality is almost the same. If there were no mercenary invasion, the survivors can naturally fight against the zombies with all their strength. If there were no zombie siege, the threat of mercenary squads, it's not that fatal either. But everything is a coincidence. It happened at this critical juncture. After Zhang Wei chopped down more than a dozen zombies, stop immediately, then return to the inner city. Zhang Wei decided, use the rocket he left in the old city, see if there are any unexpected opportunities. Chapter 691, All Out. Lu Rinjia and Zhao Zhenxiong realized that Zhang Wei wanted to cause trouble. He immediately followed him in a hurry. Boss, do you want to hack them? Zhao Zhenxiong rushed over and asked. You two don't go, now take people to Old City High School. This city cannot be defended. Zhang Wei understands better than anyone. It was only a matter of time before the old town fell. Zhang Wei had anticipated many things, but Zhang Wei did not expect that the enemy could actually obtain small missiles, almost cause the entire wall to collapse. Fortunately, it is not a missile with a larger caliber. If it were a larger caliber, the diameter of the crater is estimated to be tens of meters. Boss, we'll go there with you. Lu Renjia also plans to act together. Don't give me any nonsense. I don't know how many hours it can last in the old town. Once the zombies come in, the people here, I'm just afraid I'll die halfway. Now you go to the high building to meet Qian Baohua, evacuate in the dark tonight, build a second line of defense at Old City High School, Lu Dolly, and I will go find you then. Just get us into the school in time. What about the others? Others are willing to go with you. Just bring them all. Don't want to go. There's no need to worry about it. Even if the old city falls, they may not die. Tall buildings about 10 stories in the old city. No less than 50 buildings. If you really want to avoid zombies, escape into a room in a high-rise building. Just lock the door again. What I'm worried about is that there are people who don't know whether to live or die. The survivors died in vain. Although Zhang Wei did not mention it explicitly, but both Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong knew, Zhang Wei said someone, it's the fake big guy he's referring to. At this time, the core members of Zhang Wei's team, everyone already knows that this big guy is fake. Since he is a fake big man, most people just thought he was a joke. Where is Lu Dolly? Lu Dolly should still be on the southwest defense line. He asked the Overlord to come to support. The Overlord was still on the western defense line just now. I heard that the northwest defense line is under too much pressure. Now I have gone to support the Bobcats. This idiot Overlord, if the western city is destroyed by then, the northern defense line was attacked from both sides. It is also expected to fall. The northwest defense line, where he is located, I'm afraid I won't be spared. What should we do? Do you want to notify him to evacuate? No! Bobcat is a smart person. Even if zombies enter the city, they will also find a place to hide. I don't believe the Bobcats haven't been stocking up on supplies during this time. Okay, you two. Please help me talk to the pastor. Just say that I will solve the problem. If something cannot be done, let him retreat. The rejoicing Eastern Pier in my southern high school, it can be regarded as a retreat. Tell the priest again, if he really wants to avenge his brother, just survive. Don't come with me, come here. You two, it's hard for me to act. Zhang Wei finally warned. This time, Zhang Wei just planned to touch it quietly. Just see if there is a chance to blow up those 2 helicopters. Otherwise, the mercenary would kill someone and then leave calmly. And then return again, over and over again, to have the entire old city under his control. This made Zhang Wei intolerable. When arriving at the southwest defense line, Zhang Wei only saw Yi Xiaobai, who was organizing an emergency convoy. There is also Gong Sun Shui, a familiar face from before. I found out after asking. The southwest defense line has not yet been invaded by zombies. Yi Xiaobai planned to support the northern defense line. Zhang Wei directly stopped his behavior. Unless you deliberately take a long detour otherwise. Yi Xiaobai would definitely have to pass through the area surrounding the Walmart supermarket. That is within the effective range of a long-range rifle or sniper rifle. Ordinary survivors may not take action from the mercenary group. But riding a modified motorcycle like Yi Xiaobai, the turbulent passed, followed by a group of boys on bicycles. It was Zhang Wei who saw it. I couldn't help but want to take a shot. I know the mercenary team you are talking about. Lu Dolly had already passed ahead. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Isn't it a big problem? Lu Dolly is just a stupid young man. Zhang Wei heard that Lu Dolly had passed away. I knew that he was probably going to seek revenge on the so-called man-ape. The orangutan is a thorn in Lu Dolly's side. Thorn in the flesh. Not only Wang Jing's death, the death of Domingzi, it is also related to the apes. When the Wham building collapsed, it was the helicopter that dropped the second bomb after taking off. Lu Dolly predicted that the orangutan was not dead either. I know you have good skills, but those people are not something we can solve. If you know about professional mercenaries, you should know, in the presence of weapons, they are alone, you can challenge a city. Besides, a squadron is here now. A team of 7 to 8 people, in Zhang Wei's eyes, it's already considered a squadron. This can almost be said to be the full force of Black Sun. Because in Zhang Wei's previous calculations, this mercenary team, attrition of Hornbills, Grey Wolf, and after the Rattlesnake, the rest of the people, it was estimated that there were only 8 or 9 people. Usual offense, mercenary groups are all small-scale raids or independent actions. This time, they came out in full force. There must be different purposes. Yi Xiaobai saw Zhang Wei's caution, but he is not a fearful person. After hesitating for a moment, still decided to go with Zhang Wei, just no longer using his modified motorcycle. The roar that the modified old car made when it started, it can be heard even on the coast. It's really eye-catching. Yi Xiaobai also wanted to entrust his luxury car to a certain younger brother. Unexpectedly, Gong Sun Shui said with a smile, "Then you might as well give it to me. Can you ride a bike? This is not a bicycle." "No problem. I used to ride an electric bike to Binhai to find ice cream shops." Gong Sun Shui took the car key directly from Yi Xiaobai's hand, after plugging it in. "I turned the front of the car around." He quickly walked in the other direction. Yi Xiaobai was stunned. It's normal, a non-mainstream little girl in the bar, not to mention Mumu's woman. Zhang Wei patted Gong Sun Shui's shoulder. In his heart, he remembered the story Gong Sun Shui had told him before. Mumu bought her ice cream in a cold winter. And Zhang Wei also remembered that. It seemed that a person in a motorcycle suit saved him from being bitten by a zombie. That person? Was he a man? Was he a woman? Zhang Wei couldn't remember clearly. When Zhang Wei was bitten by a zombie, the woman immediately cut off Zhang Wei's hand with a knife. Not long after, Zhang Wei's vision became blurred due to excessive blood loss. Together with the subsequent memories, it also became blurry. Zhang Wei himself only remembers being burned on the wound of his broken arm by a red-hot can. Then he fainted again. Then the old man Lin Xinchen was making medicine for him. A huge cat, walk around. It's the white cat Ah Fu. Chapter 692 Airplane Takeoff and Landing. The white cat Afu has been raised by Pei Wu in Old City High School. This has reduced the rat infestation in Old City High School a lot. After all, there is a lot of food piled up in Old City High School. Knowing that Lu Dolly has intervened near the Walmart supermarket, Zhang Wei no longer hesitated and walked quickly in that direction. And the rocket launcher and 3 rockets were carried on Zhang Wei's back like an umbrella. And in order to avoid attracting attention, Zhang Wei wrapped it with rags. This reminded Zhang Wei of the farmer's description of the first time he saw wood. Mumu broke into his home carrying a fire stick. Later I found out that metal object that looks like a fire stick, it's an AWM sniper rifle. From near the city wall of the Western Defense Line, go to the Walmart supermarket in the center of the old city. The distance is not very far. No interference from zombies. A few kilometers away, under the hurry of Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai, it can be easily reached in 10 minutes. Zhang Wei searched nervously along the way, want to find the location of the opponent's helicopter, until we approached the nearby area of about 1 kilometer. Zhang Wei's eyes stopped in his tracks. Can't leave anymore. Zhang Wei grabbed Yi Xiaobai, who was still planning to continue walking. Isn't it still in front? In front is the area where the Walmart supermarket is located. Going any further will be the effective range of their firearms. These guys dare to land here blatantly. There must have been arrangements for gunmen to keep watch in hidden areas. We can only cope with the ever-changing situation by remaining unchanged. Wait for them to show up first. Zhang Wei knows, although Lu Dolly was eager for revenge, but he is not a brainless person. At this time, it should also be dormant somewhere near the Walmart. Ever since the mercenary group shot survivors indiscriminately near the supermarket, the entire surrounding survivors were dispersed. Zhang Wei knows, approaching rashly, it will probably be Sib by then. Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai sneaked into a residential building, waiting for the subsequent evolution of the situation. And the gunman summoned by ghost hands, it also slowly appeared on the streets of the old city. In order to avoid accidentally hurting your own people, the order given by the ghost hand was to shoot only foreigners. But less than half an hour passed, the gunners achieved 0 results. When Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai approached the nearby area, it was already more than an hour after the ghost hand issued the order. The enemy did not show up, but the old town is becoming increasingly dangerous. From time to time, survivors ran through the streets in panic. At this time, Zhang Wei also heard a clear gunshot from a distance. Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai immediately squatted on the ground like a conditioned reflex. Until a moment later, only then did he realize that he was still far away from those people. Zhang Wei skillfully took out a rocket grenade from the backpack on his back and loaded it. Then he put it on his shoulders. Yi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Have you been to the Middle East? What Middle East? I got this from Rejoice in the east of the city. Something like this. I have 7 more hidden in different places in the old city. Zhang Wei pointed at the bowling ball-like grenade above. There are 3 rocket launchers. There are 3 boxes of rockets. A total of 27. Zhang Wei distributed this heavy weapons evenly, divide into thirds. Two of them, they stayed at Old City High School and Old City Prison respectively. And the other one, a temporary command post was placed on the southern defense line. Later, Zhang Wei dispersed and hid the grenades in the Old City. Only 3 grenades were left with him. The remaining 6 grenades, Zhang Wei hid them evenly in various buildings or ruins in the Old City. Carrying all the grenades on his back, that's just too risky. And 3 grenades, it was enough for Zhang Wei to complete a sneak attack. Hit or miss, they all retreated immediately. Yi Xiaobai watched in surprise as Zhang Wei finished loading this big killer weapon. Finally, I touched it with my hand in disbelief. This thing, can you blow up a tank easily? We don't blow up tanks, just take out the enemy's aircraft. Zhang Wei said it exaggeratedly, but at this time, Zhang Wei did not know where the enemy's aircraft was. But Zhang Wei knows, these people dare to venture into the Old City. They won't be far away from their means of transportation. Helicopter, probably from the direction where the gunshots came from. Move across that street. As someone who has lived in the Old City for almost a year, Zhang Wei regards every street in the Old City. Even the windows of every house are naturally very familiar. Having identified a direction, he took Yi Xiaobai and quietly touched it. The houses over there are not very high, but it is the safest blind spot. Just keep walking for half a kilometer, you can reach the square where the Walmart supermarket is located. Different from the big square on the seaside, surrounded by high-rise buildings, around Walmart supermarket, it's a big open space. A parking lot was built before, after the people from the Construction Site Association took all the scrapped cars to build a high wall. This area is almost completely vacant. That's why helicopters dare to take off and land here blatantly. Zhang Wei already regretted it very much. There are no more manpower and rockets squatting inside the Walmart. This was where he'd found the camouflage shorts just a few days ago. Wait, shorts. Did the shorts send a message? Zhang Wei suddenly figured out a possibility. These guys landed here. It's no accident. And that day, my shorts were sleeping on the floor here, nor is it an accident. The shorts are from the Inagawa Society, and Nagawa Kai is the current Nagoya Pier. Panasonic Morisa Nagoya Pier has been cooperating with City Lights. The mercenary organization also has an unclear relationship with City Lights. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Wei felt that everything suddenly became clear. If Shorts is the mole, that big guy is really dangerous. Zhang Wei remembered that Demingzi ordered to kill all the intruders. Just put him on City Lights' death list. Maybe the really big guy will die. Fake big men will also die. If this is the case, the layout of the Old City, the mercenary group had already figured it out clearly. Even the peak time of zombie attack, troop distribution among the survivors in the Old City. What to do? How to break this deadlock? Zhang Wei analyzed the causes and consequences of the matter. Everything was told to Yi Xiaobai. If that's the case, the enemy is just waiting for work, has understood everything about us, including the routes we are approaching and things we want to do. This allows the enemy to predict our predictions. We rush forward. It's just a matter of death. Do you have any good opinions or suggestions? Have. Talk about it. No action until dark. Chapter 693 Zombies enter the city. Action after dark? Zhang Wei first ruled out this idea. Because Zhang Wei didn't know whether the enemy had equipment similar to night vision goggles like the Lynx. And helicopters don't glow in the dark. If you go there blindly, you won't find the helicopter. If you encounter zombies entering the city, it will be a problem to get back safely. But once Zhang Wei realized that Shorts was the key, he didn't plan to continue approaching. At this time, they no longer care about Lu Dali's whereabouts. Zhang Wei wanted to get rid of the helicopter because he wanted to stop the mercenaries from indiscriminately massacring the Old City. But those people are not Zhang Wei's own people. For Zhang Wei, it's just a cold number. Yi Xiaobai's words, wake up Zhang Wei. Since the enemy has landed here, then they have different purposes. Maybe the enemy doesn't want to get an old city that looks like ruins. Or maybe they don't want an old city without any survivors. Zhang Wei, who wants to understand all this, he unloaded the rockets. Then he called Yi Xiaobai and walked back. This time, naturally. I plan to meet the guy in shorts. The death of a really big man, it must have something to do with being unable to take off your shorts. And the real purpose of the mercenary group's coming, Shorts should also know. Different from the sneakiness when I came, when walking back, the two of them were almost in stride. Zhang Wei looked at the time and said, at this time. It was just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On this occasion of midsummer, until dark, there are at least 3 or 4 hours left. The two traveled lightly. He quickly rushed to the guest house where Demingzi had been. Along the way, we also met many ordinary survivors. who looked in a hurry. There are also some familiar faces from the three major gangs. Seems to be carrying a weapon, cut off in the direction of Walmart supermarket. Zhang Wei knows. This is probably an egg striking a stone, but Zhang Wei had no way to stop it. The only one who can stop it, it's a big guy. For the mercenaries, we cannot let them fight defensively, but lead the snake out of its hole. When Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai rushed to the secret guest house, I happened to encounter the ghost hand coming in a hurry. Zhang Wei had a face-to-face meeting. Everyone nodded. And Zhang Wei also followed Guishou in a large living room in the guest house. Demengzi was frowning. How about it? I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. How much longer can I hold on? I'm afraid I won't be able to survive tomorrow. Zhang Wei listened for a long time. Only then did I realize that Guishou and Demengzi were talking about the northern defense line. Zhang Wei had always thought that the two of them were talking about the priest's western defense line. And Zhang Wei didn't know until then that the northern defense line was also attacked by missiles. Although it was blocked by trucks and repaired by humans, it couldn't last long. The newly poured cement, pebble and sand 3-in-1 concrete couldn't solidify quickly. At this time, the northern defense line was almost filled with the lives of the survivors. Almost every half an hour, 4 or 5 people died. If I hadn't been well prepared in the past few months, hoarding a large amount of weapons and supplies, we have also made various emergency plans by this time. The northern defense line was probably already lost. Guishou and Demengzi were chatting halfway through. Only then did he realize Zhang Wei's existence. Only then did Demengzi raise his head and ask Zhang Wei, "What are you doing here?" I think. Zhang Wei really wanted to ask where the person in the shorts was. But Zhang Wei couldn't hold it. Did the shorts belong to this fake big guy? For a moment, I didn't know how to speak. But when Demengzi came here before, I clamored for Guishou to bring the shorts over. And when shorts come face to face with toilet paper, he also kept shouting that everything was almost over. This made Zhang Wei slightly uneasy. It's over. What ended? Are the lives of the survivors of the old city coming to an end? Or is he just trying to put an end to something? Yi Xiaobai saw Zhang Wei's embarrassment. He immediately took cover and said, "We want to go meet those mercenaries. But I don't have any handy weapons. I wanted to ask if you have any better guns?" Lies are meant to be true and false. Yi Xiaobai's words successfully attracted the attention of both Guishou and Demengzi. And Zhang Wei, he also casually threw the rocket launcher he had wrapped in a strip of cloth on the ground. "Those foreigners? You don't have to go and die. I've already asked Shorts to negotiate." Demengzi waved his hand indifferently. And at this time, Guishou also heard something unusual from Demengzi's words. "Those guys are indiscriminate. Kill everyone on sight." "What do you mean by asking people to negotiate? Unless," and Ghost Hands at this moment, his face suddenly turned pale. Demengzi didn't pay any attention to Guishou's change of face and Zhang Wei's surprise. Instead, he slowly stood up from the sofa and said, "There are no permanent friends. There are no permanent enemies. Those guys, I used to work hard for money. Money has no use now. They turn to work for the city's lights. But what city lights can give them is, I can also give. Even if they want to control the entire Binhai city, my old town can also provide full support. As long as I can give them what they need, they will naturally become our friends. The two armies are fighting. If you don't kill the envoy, Shorts were used for foreign trade. He knows English. Let him negotiate. It couldn't be better." As soon as Demengzi finished speaking, a young man rushed in outside the door. After taking a breath, his face turned pale, and he said, "Zombies, zombies are coming to town." After saying this, Demengzi and Guishou as well as Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai, they are all extremely perverted. If mercenaries can still negotiate, so things like zombies, it is unreasonable in any case. What's going on? Where did it fall? Guishou poured a glass of boiling water for the guy who reported the news. This little brother drank it all in one gulp. "It's the Northwest Defense Line." "Northwestern Defense Line? Aren't the Bobcats on the Northwest Defensive Line? And it doesn't seem to have been bombed. Moreover, the Hengtai Oasis in the west is also there. You should be able to support me." "Right." Zhang Wei knew the vulnerability of the Northwest Defense Line. Because of the links in Wutong, almost no one is available. But it shouldn't be attacked by zombies at this time. Unless it was him, the commander-in-chief who defended the city, who was not doing his job well. People from Hengtai Oasis, they all went to support the west, people who can be used in the northwest, less than 100 in the past. When there were not many zombies, we also set people down to the city walls to hunt zombies. A survivor was scratched by a zombie. He had always concealed his injuries. That guy transformed into a corpse more than 3 hours later. Bite the person on the high wall. The survivors fell into a huge panic. Each one fights. Don't choose a way out. Master of Shamal Hall, it was at that time, suddenly disappeared. This big living person, how could it be missing? Did he run to the inner city? He ran out of the city anyway. I don't know, the younger brother said urgently. The situation was so chaotic at that time. Zombies are biting people randomly on the high wall. We thought it was zombies crawling up from below. A few people nervously lit the detonator cluster and threw it down the city. Unexpectedly, it exploded at the top of the city. The whole wall collapsed. Chapter 694 Race Against Time. Detonator cluster? Guisho's face turned even more livid. He is in charge of the mine gang, naturally. We clearly know the power of detonator clusters. Detonator cluster, just tie multiple detonators together, however. The power increases geometrically. Who is responsible for building the western section? Isn't this a fucking shoddy project? Demengzi said somewhat speechlessly. Zhang Wei also felt a little depressed. Western defense line and northern defense line withstood bombs dropped from high altitude. Only half of it collapsed. This so-called northwest defense line, it was actually blown up by a detonator. You must know that this is not like mining. Drill holes into the stone and bury the detonator instead. It exploded on the surface. Never mind, there is no point in pursuing this. The high walls of the old town, at the time of construction, it lasted for more than half a year. The construction progress is also different. The quality of the reinforced concrete used also varies. Workers in many places, he is not a professional construction worker either. The quality of the projects naturally varies from high to low. Guisho changed the topic. The master of the hall, so what do we do now? The younger brother asked in panic. Organize a resistance line on the northwest line of defense, fighting with zombies, those barbed wire fences, crossbar, all sharp bamboos are available. The old city is not a smooth river. There are not as many zombies in the northwest corner as there are in the western and northern defense lines. It may not be possible to hold on. Although Guisho said it easily, but Zhang Wei knows, fall is only a matter of time. Ignore this broken project, waiting for the shorts to come back. I'll go negotiate with them, you know, organize everyone. You must guard the zombies outside the city for me, Demengzi finally said. Then he went straight to the room inside to rest. It seems that the arrival of zombies in the city is nothing. Zhang Wei was already very lucky at this time. Let Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong take their own people to retreat first. At this time, as long as it is a little slower, it will become even more difficult to withdraw calmly. I just didn't know that during the time when he and Yi Xiaobai were away, did the two of them take Qin Baohua and leave? Demengzi and Guisho only exchanged a few words casually. They parted ways again. In front of this fake big man, Guisho also felt a little uncomfortable. Zhang Wei picked up the rocket launcher that he just dropped on the ground. This made Guisho suddenly stunned. The ghost hand seems to come from the cloth wrapped outside, recognized what was inside. Did you shoot down that helicopter that day? Not me. Who is that? Zhang Wei naturally remembers. There were 3 helicopters that day. One of them was hit by a missile. The other 2 quickly evacuated. This left the old town quiet for a while. At first, Zhang Wei thought it was done by someone from Rejoice. But later Rejoice denied the matter at that time. Zhang Wei thought Rejoice just didn't want to cause trouble. But now that I think about it, Zhang Wei suddenly felt there should be people in the old city helping them too. If that plane was hit by an RPG rocket, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the person is Junichi Watanabe. Junichi Watanabe didn't give all the rockets to Rejoice. But people from the military, only people in the military have similar weapons. I don't know who it is either, but in the end, we say we are friends. Not enemies. A hall master, you should know, the old city cannot be defended at all. Why don't you go to the old town high school camp with me? Let's plan the aftermath. I know, but there are many brothers. Of course your brothers will also call. This fierce man is not the Lu Meng he used to be. He doesn't care whether anyone lives or lives. You should understand. Your boss imprisoned him in this guest house. It must be for some purpose. I know, if it were someone else, my boss had already killed him, but this guy, he is the eldest twin brother. Never mind, a hall master, when I say this, you take care of yourself. If there is really no way out, the door to Old Town High School is always open for you. Zhang Wei patted Guisho on the shoulder. Just plan to leave. And Yi Xiaobai, it was also here that I parted ways with Zhang Wei. He also wants to go back. Organize the evacuation of his men. The old town further afield, there were bursts of noise. Zhang Wei knows, it was the survivors fighting the zombies. Zhang Wei knows, If he had become an ordinary survivor instead of becoming the master of the 9 admirals, at this time, he was also one of the first to charge. The fall of the Northwest defense line, it broke the balance of the old city. There is no longer any need to defend the western and northern defense lines. Zhang Wei casually climbed up a big tree. You can see that the survivors are evacuating in an orderly manner. Although the large-scale corpse tide did not surpass the high wall, but the zombies break through. It's just a matter of a day or two. Zhang Wei casually intercepted the next fleeing survivor from the western defense line, asked them about the situation on the western defense line at this time. That person also recognized Zhang Wei. He said in a panic, "Ninth Hall Master, you run quickly." The pastor and church leader also asked us to evacuate in batches in an orderly manner. "This old town, I can't hold on any longer." The pastor said, "Keep the green hills, don't worry about running out of firewood. Let's go into the tall building. Let's wait until this big wave of corpses passes." Zhang Wei pulled this guy into a relatively safe room. After some exchanges with him, only then did I know, the gap in the high wall has been blocked by the priest with sharpened bamboo poles. The supplies stored on the high wall, except for stones, like gasoline, wood, things like furniture, they have all been thrown down by the priest. Although some things are not fatal, but it's good fuel. Inspired by previous fires in the forest, even within a short period of half a month. The pastor collected tires from all scrapped cars in the city. Apply gasoline now, all the walls have been thrown down. Now the entire western defense line, there is already thick smoke billowing, fire fills the sky, those things like wood and bamboo, it even burned under the city wall. The tide of corpses struggled in the fire. Action will be slowed down, but when the fire created by these things goes out, I guess there are zombies behind, it will be easier to climb the city wall by stepping on the corpses of the zombies in front. How long is this window period? Zhang Wei is not sure either. However, Zhang Wei estimates that 3 or 5 hours at most, even shorter. Otherwise, the priest would not let people evacuate first. Over there at the Walmart supermarket in the central city, there are intruder gunmen. You have to withdraw, remember to avoid that area. Zhang Wei kindly reminded me. This little brother said thank you. He left without looking back. And Zhang Wei knew, this is not the time for him to show off. He believed that even if zombies enter the city, those hall leaders, and so on, there is a high probability that he will survive. Dead people, most of them are just ignorant people about the zombie tide. When I think of this, Zhang Wei doesn't care about anything else. He jumped up and ran towards the location of the southern city gate. At this time, there is no safer place than Old Town High School camp. It was at this time. Yi Xiaobai rides a motorcycle, running from afar in a hurry, he shouted, "Zhang Wei, something happened." Lu Dali was arrested. Chapter 695. The deadlock is hard to break. Lu Dali was arrested. Who arrested him? Seeing that Yi Xiaobai was not riding his modified car, Zhang Wei knew the seriousness of the matter. It was probably an emergency. Yi Xiaobai just found a car and came over. Lu Dali. This idiot doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and insists on hitting the stone with an egg. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and muttered. Originally, everything was perfect. Zhang Wei evacuated calmly, and took over the old city after it was seriously damaged. Then looked for opportunities to introduce zombies into the river. All this may take a year and a half, but proceed steadily, there is no problem either. As long as there are survivors, you can recreate an old city. Even a bigger and more perfect old town. It's none of Lu Dali's business, he was betrayed. Betrayed? Tell me what's going on. When Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai started chasing Lu Dali, there is an ominous premonition. Later, after witnessing someone being shot and killed by mercenaries, only then did Zhang Wei think of finding the shorts. But Lu Dali was betrayed. Where did it happen again? After Yi Xiaobai's explanation, only then did Zhang Wei know, these two guys. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenqiong, I didn't go out of town to go to high school at all instead. He was led by Qian Baohua to rescue Lu Dali. Hearing that Qian Baohua was also acting with them, Zhang Wei relaxed a lot instead, because Qian Baohua is much smarter than ordinary people. And Lu Renjia and others learned the news that Lu Dali had been betrayed. I also heard it from other survivors. Probably less than an hour ago. Lu Dali had never had any trouble with the mercenary group before. Instead, he brought dozens of survivors he met on the road. Shirja planned to support the northeastern defense line. Shirja is the son of Wang Yukun, Lu Dali's brother-in-law. Logically speaking, Lu Dali wouldn't care much about Shirja. But the bad thing is, Wang Rulan is also on the northeastern defense line. Lu Dali did this for Wang Rilin's safety. He was specially placed here. At first Wang Rilin was on the eastern defensive line, that is, the sphere of influence of the Pier Gang. Because Old City High School was attacked by a mercenary group, therefore, Lu Dali did not choose Laocheng High School as his first choice. And Wang Rilin is also familiar with Rejoice, so he took refuge on the eastern defense line. Later, the offshore cruise ship was attacked, in addition. After the person sent by Rejoice to lure away the zombies was shot dead, the eastern defense line is not very safe either. It will become a place where enemies can land on the beach at any time. So Wang Rilin went to Shizhe in the northeast. Unexpectedly, the walls of the old city were blown up by missiles, become precarious, and the people on the northeastern defense line, we also had to prepare for evacuation. Lu Dali was planning to help Wang Rilin retreat. But on the way, he was betrayed by someone he met temporarily. Zhang Wei initially suspected that this was some conspiracy or trick. After all, with Lu Dali's ability and intelligence, he would not trust anyone easily. But after Yi Xiaobai told him the origins of the hijackers, Zhang Wei suddenly realized. There is one of our own people. I heard from those guys who hijacked Lu Dali that their boss is the fisherman and the fisherman. Yi Xiaobai explained. Zhang Wei then remembered that incident. The old man fishing and the fisherman, this happened a long time ago. It was the operation to restore the power of the power plant. Zhang Wei and others, led by Demingzi, covered Dr. Lin Yuanxiu's intervention in the power plant. And when it was foggy that day, they were chased by a group of looters. There were also a large number of zombies, coming from a newly repaired cross-sea bridge. Later, Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai took great efforts, and finally used a tanker truck and detonators to blow up the bridge. The nail dropped by the mountain cat also helped the battle to turn defeat into victory in the most critical situation. Later, after Zhang Wei and others dealt with this group of people, they learned that they were from Binhai City and were the so-called expellees. For this group of guys, in order to avoid complications and retaliation afterwards, Demingzi naturally did not let any of them go. After Zhang Wei intervened in Binhai, he heard the white hat Lu Youyu introduce the forces near Binhai. Zhang Wei initially thought they were from Wang Pinyuan's pirate jack ship gang. However, no matter how I think about it, I feel that the city light will not expel its own people. And Lu Youyu did not mention the existence of the fishermen and the fishermen among these people, so Zhang Wei did not ask about it. After all, the dead cannot speak. And until just now, Zhang Wei heard Yi Xiaobai say that it was the former subordinates of the fishermen and the fishermen who kidnapped Lu Dali. Zhang Wei realized the seriousness of the matter. It is not just the internal traitors that the ghost hand eliminated. In the old city, it seems that there are still a large number of people from Binhai. Where did those people take Lu Dali? Lu Dali has a three-edged military thorn. Didn't he resist? A few ordinary people, you can't get close to him. Can you? Zhang Wei inquired about the relevant details. Zhang Wei always felt, someone is up to something behind the scenes again. Not early or late, it just happened to be at this critical juncture where time was racing against time. Those people have guns. Lu Dali was taken to the supermarket by them. When it came to Lu Dali being taken to the supermarket, Zhang Wei finally figured it out. This is the mercenary group setting up a trap behind the scenes. And the reason why these people want Lu Dali is probably the things Lu Dali once committed. Yi Xiaobai later added, this made Zhang Wei even more firm in his judgment. Wang Rilin was also taken away by those people. When Zhang Wei heard that Lu Dali fell into the hands of those people, unavoidably, some hearts are filled with despair. But when I heard that Wang Rilin was also taken away, it felt like a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared. If Wang Rilin was really taken away, so Pastor Painter, the links even went to Yang Guang in Binhai, they probably won't just sit back and watch. Because Wang Rilin, she is the stick sister. Zhang Wei, what should we do? Yi Xiaobai motioned to Zhang Wei to get on the back seat of his motorcycle. It seems, he also planned to save Lu Dali. Don't be impulsive. Let's meet up with Qian Baohua and the others. Zhang Wei carried the killer weapon on his back. He got on Yi Xiaobai's motorcycle and ran in one direction. And Zhang Wei was also thinking about what happened recently. The enemy's intervention, almost intertwined. After Wang Yukan died, it started when Demingzi was poisoned. The old city seems to have been passive. Then the fake big guy appeared, and this guy in shorts also showed up. Then the mercenary groups came out in full force. Even the younger brother of the Yakuza enemy was able to kidnap Lu Dali. Break the situation. Where do I break the situation? Zhang Wei knows, the mystery of the old town. It seems to have fallen into a dead end, and now they, Almost every step is dangerous. Chapter 696 Saving Dolly. Zhang Wei decided, one way or another, we still have to rescue Lu Dolly. Zhang Wei arranged for someone to contact the painter immediately. At this time, the links disappeared. Yang Guang went to Binhai, in other words. The painter organized a regular retreat on the northeastern defense line. He himself hurriedly went with Yi Xiaobai to join Lu Renjia and others. Until 10 minutes later, Zhang Weikai was led by a gangster. Entering a hidden room in a building, and Qian Baohua, Lu Renjia and others, they were discussing something quietly in this somewhat dark room. Seeing Zhang Wei arrive, several people also felt that they had a backbone immediately. They all swarmed up. Tell me the specific situation, Zhang Wei said immediately. We just arrived here not long ago. According to eyewitnesses, Lu Dolly was immediately disarmed when someone pointed a gun at his head. Qian Baohua explained. Have you confirmed that he is the enemy from before? It should be, otherwise those guys, nor would they claim to be the two old men Diasu and Yuang. It's hard to say. Thousands of people participated in that battle. Almost everyone in the city knew about it. I was wondering if someone might be using the names of people from other forces, come to deliberately lure our people to show up. Zhang Wei actually suspected that City Lights was responsible. You should know that among the looters near Binhai River, there are 4 or 5 who are secretly supported by City Light. Which force do you think did it? I don't know. The situation in Binhai City is complicated. Even City Light is just a local tyrant near the old city. In this area alone, there are dozens of looters of all sizes. Some looters are not independent, but are secretly supported by a larger force. Those things that are inconvenient for them to do are handled by these looters. Boss, what do you think now? Lu Renjia asked. Where did Hu Dai and Pei Wu go? They have already evacuated with a man named Gong Sun Shui. It's probably almost time to reach Old City High School now. It's a good thing they're gone, otherwise zombies will destroy the city. It may not be possible to actually walk. If you were trapped in a high-rise building, it is estimated that we may be trapped for more than half a year. Although almost every high-rise building has hidden daily necessities, but even if there are supplies, I don't know how long it can last without water and electricity. Zhang Wei knows, this time's danger, it should be the biggest he has encountered since the end of the world. There is no need for women to get involved. Enemies encountered before, a bit of talk about grudges and right and wrong, and these people in the mercenary group, he kills people on sight. The kind that shoots indiscriminately. Boss, so what do we do now? Have no idea, but the first thing to do is to dismiss your teammates. I just saw dozens of our brothers outside. Let them leave immediately for Old City High School. It will be too late. What should we do here? No matter how many people there are, it's useless. The goal is too big. On the contrary, it is a burden. Just a few of us will do. Zhang Wei knows, if you are lurking in to save people, naturally, the fewer people there, the better. Zhang Wei knew that it was still impossible to approach the enemy quietly. But once zombies break out, the surging zombies, it will be the primary target of attack by those enemies. And when the time comes, Zhang Wei and others will. You can enter a Walmart supermarket disguised as a fleeing survivor, fishing in troubled waters. Although I don't know whether I can succeed, but it's better than going over now and dying in vain. Don't bother Zhang Wei to explain it in person. Qian Baohua made arrangements. The people below immediately began to disband in an orderly manner, then retreat to the south of the city. In the end, only 6 or 7 people were left. Zhang Wei looked at the people around him. He is the only one left now. Lu Renjia, Lu Dolly, Zhao Zhenxiong, Yi Xiaobai, Qian Baohua. There was also the person who said he witnessed Lu Dolly being taken away. This younger brother is a survivor who joined Zhang Wei's force when it was first established. Basically a trustworthy person. This guy's name is Zheng Yi. He is a young man in his 20s. I used to work in Mi Xuebingqing store. The brain is very bright. Qian Baohua glanced at the items on Zhang Wei's back, and then said, use this thing to kill them all? No. Lu Dolly must be with them. If they want Lu Dolly's life, they will kill him on the spot. Since they didn't do it, they want to capture Lu Dolly alive. Unless it is confirmed that Lu Dolly is separated from them. The previous plan to blow up the plane will have to be cancelled. If the plane is blown up, those people will have no way to go back. It is hard to guarantee that they will be desperate and kill Dolly. Yi Xiaobai, do you have any good ideas? It's useless. We don't know whether Lu Dolly is dead or alive. Zheng Yi, you have seen those people in the distance. What do you think? There are more than a dozen of them, and none of them are foreigners. Their clothes and appearance are not outstanding. I can't be sure if there are more of them in the dark. If we want to rescue the leader of Liwang Hall, I think we should take a long-term view. Well, since you all have similar views to mine, then I'll say it straight. Lu Dali is my brother in Old City High School. I must go to save him this time. But it's not an exaggeration to say that this time it's a life-or-death situation. It's not just the enemy's problem. The zombies are also expected to break out soon. Zingy, you joined us later, and you can help us lead the way here. I'm very grateful. You can leave now. Brother Wei, what are you talking about? The leader of the Liwang Hall, you usually treat me well. This time I'm going to help you no matter what. Don't go. I asked Bao Hua, you still have a mother who is almost 60 years old in the community of the Central Square. It's important for you to go there first. And by the way, please give a message to Qin Tianshou. Say that the zombies are expected to pour in a few hours, and let him prepare early. Zingy wanted to say more, but was stopped by Zhang Wei. In fact, Zhang Wei had deeper considerations. If Lu Dali was taken away, Zhang Yi saw a dozen enemies, then these dozen people should have seen him. What if I get recognized again? If I get a face-to-face stamp, everyone is in danger. And if Zhang Wei and others save people, of course you can wear a helmet, a face mask or something like that, disguised as a refugee. Under Zhang Wei's persuasion, Zhang Yi still said take care, then he left without looking back. And Zhang Wei's team, now there are only 6 people left. These people are all trustworthy friends. Zhang Wei then spoke. What Zhang Yi said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's always right to keep an eye out. There's another thing you don't know. Demingzi sent a former hall master. It's the guy called Shorts. We are secretly negotiating with the mercenary group. I want to see if I can start from here, get Lu Dali back. Chapter 697 Negotiation Master. Demingzi sent Shorts, who could speak English, to negotiate with the mercenary group. This was something Zhang Wei knew before. But at that time, Zhang Wei didn't know about Lu Dali's kidnapping. And Demingzi probably didn't know either. Zhang Wei guessed that the so-called negotiation between Demingzi and the mercenary group was probably about the survival of the old city. But Demingzi was at a disadvantage. No matter what the result of their negotiation was, it would definitely damage the interests of the old city. Moreover, there are some fatal conflicts between the old city and the city lights of the seaside. The outcome of this negotiation is probably 0. But at this time, Zhang Wei had no way to get close to the inner core of the supermarket. I can only wait here in vain. Finally, when it's almost dark, Zhang Wei saw several people walking out of Walmart. And one of the leaders? It was the same shorts that I had worn before. Others noticed the shorts immediately. Catch him back? No need, just follow him. At this time, Zhang Wei. It's not good to completely offend this guy. Because Zhang Wei knows, the person who can become the hall master, none of them are simple. So several people came out of the house. He slowly followed behind Shorts and a few of his men, until we were almost half a kilometer away from the area near the previous Walmart supermarket. Please stay, Zhang Wei shouted from behind. Is it you? The Shorts turned around. It turned out to be a boy he had met before. Of course, Shorts also knows Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had caught him on the 2nd floor of Walmart before. Lu Dali was almost fooled by him. Ninth Hall Master, what are you doing? Nothing. I want to ask you about someone. Who? The one who caught you with me that day. That kid, 8th Hall Master? I haven't seen him. Didn't you meet someone from the Binhai mercenary group? You followed me? Knickers frowned. I wasn't following you. Demingzi told me. He said he would send you to negotiate. I don't want to know what you talked about. But Lu Dali is the Hall Master of the 9 Gates Admiral after all. Since you recognize Demingzi as the boss, you should tell me his whereabouts. I really haven't seen him. Believe it or not, but I went back to find Demingzi. The mercenary group insisted on negotiating with Demingzi in person. The matter is urgent, don't delay any longer. Then I'll go with you. Zhang Wei called Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong aside, then he told them to go to the place where they were hiding before. Keep an eye on what's going on in or near the supermarket. And Yi Xiaobai and Qian Baohua, then he and his Shorts went to find Demingzi. Shorts did not refuse Zhang Wei to go with him. He didn't care about Yi Xiaobai and Qian Baohua, who were following Zhang Wei. Only about 10 minutes, the group of people returned to Demingzi's previous residence. But Zhang Wei did not expect that. Except for Demingzi, the ghost hand is back here again. I came back after seeing my Shorts. Ghost hand snorted coldly, but he turned his back. Demingzi noticed the gap between the two. He said nonchalantly, Okay, you two should stop being hostile to each other, no matter what. We are all in the same boat, Shorts. What did those people say? I only met a guy named Kitty. He asked you to go there in person. K? The only guys named K are kangaroos and kiwis. Right? Demingzi seems to be very familiar with the members of this organization. Right, it's the kiwi. Ghost Hand, what do you think? Demingzi asked Guisho again. This is the Hongmen banquet, no need to go. Shorts, what do you think? Even if it's the Hongmen banquet, must go too. Shorts and Ghost Hands have diametrically opposed opinions. This made Demingzi hesitate. Demingzi looked back. I found that this guy Zheng Wei was also here. Suddenly he said unhappily, why are you here again? Although Zheng Wei knew that this big man was a fake boss, but he still bowed respectfully, then called out. Boss. Yi Xiaobai and Qian Baohua from behind also bowed. Boss, I came here for Lu Dali, he is in the hands of those people, I think you should go. Zheng Wei's words. Let Guisho also frown. The 8th Hall Master is in their hands? Guisho didn't quite believe it. But he still looked at the shorts. He suspected it was the shorts that were doing the trick. Don't look at me, Lu Dali was arrested, it has nothing to do with me, but now we don't have time to care about the life and death of that student boy. We don't have much time now. The most important thing right now is negotiation. As long as those guys vacate the old city, and persuaded the people in Binhai not to take action again, we can do the same as before, lure the zombies away from the waterways. Short still insists that Demingzi goes to negotiate. Zheng Wei, are you sure Lu Dali has been arrested? It should be right. The people who did it were the men of several previous dead men. It seems to be the 2 people named Diasu and Fisherman. After listening to the Ghost Hand, just fell silent. Demingzi pondered for a long time, then walked up to Zheng Wei, asked, you just said you wanted me to go? Zheng Wei nodded. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiation, but Zheng Wei can always use this opportunity to know the whereabouts or life and death of Lu Dali. Since you said so, that means you will definitely accompany me on this journey. Demingzi said with a smile. That's natural. That's good. You can bring me something later. Demingzi called over a younger brother, whisper a few words into his ear. The younger brother left in a hurry. Then now, let's leave as soon as possible before it gets dark. Zheng Wei glanced at the time. It's almost 5 o'clock. It gets dark at 7 o'clock in summer now. The distance is completely dark. It's less than 2 hours. No hurry. Let's wait for one more person. Who are you waiting for? Shurja. 3 Hall Masters. What are you waiting for him for? Although Zheng Wei had already sent Zheng Yi to inform Shurja, I hope they consider Wang Rilin to be in danger, be able to help out. If the red shirts block the streets near Walmart, the chances of winning would be even better. At least when Lu Dali was rescued, there would be someone to pick him up. He should be on the way. Painter Shurja. You don't know his unknown past. Right, Demingzi said with a smile. What past? Ghost Hand. Tell him. Demingzi didn't want to talk much. Zheng Wei knew this time, and realized that Demingzi and Ghost Hand didn't trust each other, because the real Demingzi always affectionately called Ghost Hand Old Ghost, instead of calling him Ghost Hand. Painter Shurja, formerly a negotiator, Ghost Hand said. You should have heard his story. Right? He used to be a policeman, or a criminal psychoanalyst. He also teaches psychology and art at the university. I know that. These details, Zheng Wei knew this before. It's all before and after, before going to university teaching and after working as a profiler, Painter Shurja, I have been a negotiator for some time. Not a business negotiation, nor is it a political negotiation. What Shurja did, it's about negotiating with criminals. Those are the most vicious criminals. When robbing a bank or kidnapping a hostage, Shurja will take charge of the negotiations. Did anything happen after that? Zheng Wei remembered the first time he met Shurja. He is making corpse art. Can a policeman become like this? Later he changed to teaching in schools. He must have been stimulated by something. Good, something did happen later. Shurja has participated in only 7 negotiations. The first 6 times were successful. The 7th time he failed, the criminal used a paper knife to cut the throat of the hostage. That hostage, she's his fiancée. What? That's not all, the dead hostage. She is also the sister of the original 10th Hall Master. Water Ghost. The Water Ghost is an ordinary gangster. Since then, for revenge, completely surrendered to the gang, drug trafficking, murder and arson, have done everything in his hand. What we know, at least 13 lives were lost. That's why Wang Yukan wanted to arrest him and shoot him. And the Painter Shurja, I also completely broke with the Water Ghost. But no matter what, Shurja is an excellent negotiator. The prisoner he met that time, a bit of a mental problem. Chapter 698 Negotiation Chips. Mental problems? Zhang Wei knew this might be fake, because there are many prisoners. They will all use their mental illness to reduce their sentences, or get rid of the death penalty. And as long as your hands and eyes can reach the sky, get such a proof, not difficult. There is a rumor, the hospital where Rejoice worked and interned before, he once helped rabies issue certificates of mental illness. Zhang Wei knows, Demingzi wanted Shirja to join the negotiating team. He just wanted to take advantage of Shirja's connections. This is almost the same as Zhang Wei wanting to use the red shirt team to support him. After Wang Yukun died, missing links, Yang Guang went out, in the White Way, someone with some right to speak, there is only the painter Shirja. Demingzi didn't take a fancy to the painter's negotiating ability. At the end of the world, any bargaining chip, all have lost their effectiveness. But since Demingzi said to wait for the arrival of the painter first, naturally, Zhang Wei would not interfere or stop it. A few people are in the guest house, where the big man lives, waiting for Shirja's arrival. Until half an hour later, Shirjisai arrived belatedly. Zhang Wei only found out after asking. It turned out that it was due to the loss of the Northwest Defense Line. Scattered zombies appeared in the city. It doesn't matter if this zombie appears. But in the old city, streets and highways that were originally smooth are blocked by numerous obstacles. Many sharpened bamboos stand sideways, make it impossible for zombies to run easily. And survivors can kill zombies calmly. This has delayed the spread of zombies to a large extent, however. Traffic in the old city was also hampered. Although the painter Shirja received Zhengyi's notice in advance, but it was already an hour and a half before we got here. It turns out that when the road was clear, it won't take more than 15 minutes. Shirja only met Zhang Wei face to face. Just ignored Demingzi, came over, asked, "What's going on now?" Zhang Wei said straightforwardly, "Lu Dali and Wang Rilin, it's all in the hands of those people, now get ready to negotiate." Negotiation. How to negotiate this? What leverage do we have? Shirja is an extremely smart person. He immediately looked at Demingzi with suspicion. Yes, negotiations always require bargaining chips, like the rabid dogs and would before, trapped in drug rehabilitation centers and prisons with sticks, therefore. Demingzi never dared to act rashly. And the identity of the pastor was exposed. It also gave Demingzi a bargaining chip to compete with Wang Yukun. Only the 9 admirals can stand in harmony with black and white. But now that group of mercenaries, there are no handles or hostages in the hands of people in the old city. This negotiation, there's no way to start. People from the mercenary group, you can kill people who go to negotiate without any scruples, then support new agents in the old city. I know what you are thinking, negotiation chips, of course I do. And at this time, the younger brother that Demingzi sent away before, dragging a trolley suitcase, came in. The younger brother carefully placed the trolley case on the ground. In front of everyone, the younger brother unzipped the trolley suitcase. Suddenly, a row of neatly arranged black objects appeared in everyone's eyes. This is... That's right, this is a high explosive detonator. It is the most powerful detonator. These are not the things we handmade after the end of the world. This is the bargaining chip, a bargaining chip. Zhang Wei, Lu Dali is your brother. You take these detonators, tie a dozen of them on your body. This? Why don't you tie it yourself? Yi Xiaobai suddenly became furious. It's not just you, Ghost Hand, you tie it up too, you are a cripple, they won't doubt it at all. This matter must be double insured. When Guisho was still hesitating, Shirja spoke instead. You are not negotiating. This is the bottom line. In case they seem to agree, what if you open fire when we turn around to leave? Then it depends on whether they dare to gamble or not. Within 15 meters, no one can survive, I bet. What are you afraid of? Demingzi said with a smile. Zhang Wei knows, Demingzi is taking a big gamble. Although it sounds like the most dangerous ones are Zhang Wei and Guisho with detonators attached to them. But once the enemy becomes angry, it is estimated that the first ones to be killed will be other people without detonators. Detonators are not time bombs. It takes time to ignite and detonate. To threaten the enemy, 3 or 5 won't work. At least 1 or 20 are needed. In this way, the enemy will have some scruples not to shoot or use force. Zhang Wei, who wanted to understand everything, said, "Okay, give me 20. It's summer now, wearing less clothes. If there are more, it will be easy to be discovered." In order to avoid being attacked by zombies and mosquito bites, during this time, Zhang Wei was wearing long clothes and long trousers. And the bulletproof vest was also put on inside. Zhang Wei. In front of everyone, I took off my bulletproof vest, throw it to Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai, this time it's life-threatening, Put it on. My skills are better than Baohua's. Baohua. You are dressed. Yi Xiaobai threw it to Qian Baohua again. Qian Baohua saw Zhang Wei winking at him. I know if I refuse again, this clothes may be taken away by a big man. He immediately put it on without hesitation. And Zhang Wei also find a rope and start stringing detonator bombs together. Only less than 5 minutes, it was made into a detonator suit in the shape of a vest. Where loose long-sleeve clothes outside, there was nothing suspicious at all. Zhang Wei knows, can't let one's own fate, controlled by Big Mingzi. My eyes searched Mingzi's room for a while. Finally, at a corner of the table, a lighter was found. Zhang Wei immediately took this thing, stuffed it into his pocket. This means, once anything goes wrong, Zhang Wei will light the fuse. This is Zhang Wei's warning and threat to Mingzi. Mingzi didn't take it seriously, staring at the ghost hand again. Guisho was a man who cherished his life. Although he was extremely reluctant, he still succumbed to the tyranny of Mingzi. With the help of Zhang Wei, he made a similar piece of clothing, hung it on his body, and put on a coat. At this time, the pastor hesitated for a moment and said, I have dispersed the red shirts to support the survivors in various places in the city. I will ask them to send some people to support immediately. But it is too late to send a message. Yi Xiaobai, please help me to bring a message. Ask them to bring things and meet near Walmart supermarket. Do I go with you? Let Baohua go. Yi Xiaobai didn't want to go. You're good to go. Remember? Have them bring something with them. Come to pick us up. Shirja emphasized the word weapons on the word things. Zhang Wei immediately winked. Yi Xiaobai understood instantly. Things? Not ordinary things. East. It's the rejoice in the east. West. It's the pastor in the west. Mingzi thought Shirja was hiding some killer weapon, and immediately said happily, that's right. Put on all the weapons. If there is a chance to wipe them out in one fell swoop, don't let them go. Chapter 699, Life-Threatening Gambling. Zhang Wei knew that Mingzi did not really want to deal with those mercenaries. He was a fake Mingzi. Once the zombie crisis was resolved, the people in the old city would most likely no longer recognize him as a fake boss. The negotiation advocated by Mingzi probably wanted to use the support of Binhai's people or the mercenary group to control the old city and become a real agent. Zhang Wei understood Mingzi. Therefore, he also felt that with the help of Mingzi, it was possible to rescue Lu Dali. The few of them did not delay any longer, and after a brief preparation, they immediately began to act. Before leaving, Zhang Wei handed the TPG rocket launcher and 3 warheads wrapped in cloth to Yi Xiaobai. With this thing on his back, anyone with a little vision could tell at a glance that it was a weapon. If he took this thing in, it would probably be searched directly. Yi Xiaobai took the weapon Zhang Wei gave him and walked out the door without looking back. He knew that the situation was urgent. And now it was almost a race against time. The western pastor and the worst Piaru, almost 2 different directions. Yi Xiaobai ran back and forth. It also takes a lot of time. So the person who went to the negotiation finally, there are only shorts left, Mingzi, Zhang Wei, Shirja, Ghost Hand, Qian Baohua. Zhang Wei looked at these individuals around. There was a speechless in my heart. This is almost the think tank in the old city. If there is any accident, military divisions of various forces in the old town, it's equivalent to being beaten by a net. The shorts are in front. It's almost unobstructed along the way, until the square near Walmart supermarket. Bamboo poles are used in shorts. Put a pole white flag. Just a few people in a group, it's still close to a Walmart supermarket, was intercepted. And those who intercept, still an old acquaintance, Panasonic guards the sand. This guy is from the Nagoya Pier of the Marauder Force. The boss seems to be Junichi Watanabe's uncle or uncle. His name is Yuta Watanabe. Zhang Wei only met this guy once at Binhai People's Hospital. Saw this guy show up here. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. City Lights should have intervened. Nagoya Pier has been working with City Lights. Matsushita Shosha blocked the way forward for the water ghost, but he said in correct Chinese, several of you, this is not something you can just go in if you want. It's Kitty's invitation, just go and report it. There is no need to report. But I have to search your bodies, Matsushita Morisa said with a smile. At this moment, everyone's expression immediately changed. You need to know these people who came, although he didn't carry a gun, but everyone carries a short sword. Because the zombie crisis may break out at any time, it's too risky to do it with bare hands. And Zhang Wei in the middle, and the ghost hand walking behind, they all had detonators strapped to them. All it takes is a casual pat and search. It will be completely exposed. Do you really want to search? Demengzi frowned. This brother Yi, it's a former friend of mine naturally. You can avoid being searched, but it's inevitable. Zhang Wei's palms were already covered in cold sweat. Fine, this guy seemed to think that Zhang Wei was Yi Xiaobai from before. That was when Zhang Wei was in the hospital looking for chemotherapy drugs for Wang Yukun. The false identity used. Nothing to search for, hurry up, we're in a hurry. Demengzi knew that the matter had come to this, the more you resist, the more suspicion you will arouse in this person. Unexpectedly, Matsushita Morisa directly jumped over Demengzi, came to Shirja's side. After a while of groping around Shirja's body, he actually took out a paper knife from Shirja's waist. What's this? Matsushita Morisa asked. A murder weapon. Shirja replied coldly. Ha ha, laughing like crazy. Killing weapon? This is a pencil sharpener. You need to prepare a few more band-aids. Cutting your finger is not good. Just keep this knife for sharpening your pencils. Matsushita Morisa inserted the knife back again. Then he walked next to Qian Baohua. Qian Baohua had nothing but a knife as long as a ruler. I brought nothing. Matsushita Morisa pulled it out and took a look. He inserted it back again, said, this knife still looks good. Then Matsushita Morisa walked in front of Zhang Wei, but he reached out to Zhang Wei's shoulder. Zhang Wei naturally stepped back subconsciously. At this time, Matsushita Morisa frowned. He slid his hand around Zhang Wei's waist. Zhang Wei knows Matsushita Morisa had already touched the detonator tied to his body. Unexpectedly, Matsushita Morisa walked over. He said nonchalantly, you're fine, come in. To the end, only the ghost hand wearing a long gown was left. Matsushita Morisa glanced at the severed fingers of the ghost hand. He shook his head and said, forget it, the old, the weak, the sick and the young, you are an inferior person, you go in too. This time Guisho also breathed a sigh of relief. So a group of people, led by Shorts, almost walked inside, and Guisho quickly followed Zhang Wei. He asked softly, 8th Hall Master, is this your person? No. Then why did he help us? I have no idea. Zhang Wei told the truth, that Japanese Matsushita Morisa, he was indeed let go. This made him unable to understand the reason for a moment. But at this time, Zhang Wei naturally pretends to be stupid whenever he can. I walked into this Walmart supermarket, he will have greater confidence. Every corner of this supermarket, Zhang Wei is very familiar with them. Before Aqiang evacuated, Zhang Wei hangs out here every now and then. This place, when there is no power outage or missile attack in the old city, but it is called the city that never sleeps. The Black Mountain Laoyao Bar is second only to Demengzi's Weirman building in terms of popularity. Even if Lu Dali is not found, Zhang Wei is also confident, with the help of the terrain and the firecrackers on his body, fight with the enemy. Short seems to be familiar with this place. After entering the supermarket, just walked towards a hall in the center. Within a few minutes, stopped next to an open space. And above the open space, a foreigner was carefully wiping the gun with a handkerchief. Still sighing. The foreigner didn't even look up at Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei subconsciously looked around. Only then did I notice a red light spot appeared on their shoulders. It seemed to be coming from a floor above. And Zhang Wei raised his head and looked up. My eyes skipped one escalator after another finally. He set his sights on the 4th floor. A foreigner with yellow hair, holding an unknown sniper rifle, aiming at them downstairs. It's Red Fox. Zhang Wei looked around again. It seemed that there were enemies on every floor. You want to negotiate? I brought the boss with me. Short spoke eloquently in English. He said, you want to negotiate? I brought the boss with me. Shirja immediately acted as a temporary translator. Well done. Chapter 700 Enemy Farewell. He is Kiwi, Demengzi said with certainty. This guy, it is said that he has rarely been out of the bar. How come he is so familiar with these people in the mercenary group? Unless they have had contact before. Zhang Wei felt something was amiss. This fake Demengzi does not seem to be as ordinary as he imagined. Kids continued to communicate with Kiwi, while Shirja translated for Guisho, Demengzi and others. Zhang Wei also knew what they were talking about from the conversation. Shorts first stated the seriousness of the matter. That is, the old city was about to fall. And no matter who it was, no one should make things difficult for the human survivors. Not to mention banding together to resist the zombies. The mercenaries should at least not add insult to injury. It was not easy for every human survivor to survive to this point. And everyone could play a big role in the subsequent defense. However, Kiwi said that he had no say in the matter. And it was purely because his brother's shooting skills were rusty, and they just wanted to practice. Short said again, "You guys practice shooting. You can just find a tall building to snipe zombies. Why kill the survivors in the old city?" But Kiwi said, "Killing people has no meaning." The two chatted casually, from beginning to end. Kiwi didn't even look at Shorts. Until 5 minutes passed, the two didn't seem to have talked to the point. Now it was Demingzi's turn to sit still, and he directly yelled for Shersha and Shorts to help translate. He had something to say. So the next thing became a negotiation between Demingzi and Kiwi. First, Demingzi said, "That feathered bird, don't wipe it off yet. Let your boss come out, that's the crocodile." Then the Kiwi said in English, "You are their boss. I heard that the leader of the old city has several lizards on his body." Demingzi said again, "It's not the boss. Look, it's a dragon, it's dragon." Zhang Wei didn't expect Demingzi to know one or two words, and kept thinking about what this shui gong means. Later, he remembered it was a dragon. The two people behind are also talking nonsense to each other. Zhang Wei looked at the red dot on the sniper rifle, and no longer knew where it was. He had no choice but to say, "Boss," to speak to the point. "Lu Dali, there are also zombies besieging the city." The Kiwi is still talking nonsense with the big Mingzi, but they deliberately failed to mention the whereabouts of the alligator. Demingzi knows, the other party's boss didn't show up. His suicide bomb has no meaning whatsoever. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "What on earth do you want to do? Either the fish will die, or the network is broken." The Kiwi bird also said that the humans in this city, all are fish, and the old town is the internet. Now the death of the fish and the destruction of the net are about to happen. He was more than happy to witness this. While talking at the same time, he invited Demingzi's people to go up. Demingzi knows, if this Kiwi was doing gun maintenance on the first floor of a supermarket, the rest of the people, probably on a high floor with a better view. Things like firearm accessories, after all. It is a heavy object. It won't be necessary to carry it around manually. Therefore, the first floor is the best place to assemble firearms. The Walmart supermarket is on the 6th floor. The previous upper floors had collapsed due to the explosion of the detonator. It was repaired later by the survivors, and recast the top. So later supermarkets, becoming a bit nondescript. But the floors below, it's almost the same as before the end of the world. Damaged elevator, it had been manually cleaned up by the survivors more than half a year ago. Those blocked channels, after all the zombies within the high wall were eliminated by the survivors, has been reopened. Zhang Wei et al. In this way. He and the Kiwi slowly climbed up one of the stairs to the 4th floor. Until after reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Wei found two old acquaintances sleeping in a corner. American cattle and kangaroos. When these two people saw a man with yellow skin coming up, I didn't notice it at first. Until they saw Zhang Wei. So the kangaroo came over immediately. In Zhang Wei's calm expression, a hard knee bump, it hit Zhang Wei's stomach. Zhang Wei immediately fell to his knees in pain. I almost vomited out the gulp water. Zhang Wei can be avoided, but slightly offset. This kangaroo's knee bump, it will hit the upper part of the lower abdomen. There were 8 detonators tied in a row. So Zhang Wei withstood the impact. When the American cow sees the kangaroo, it takes action. Only then did he suddenly realize that Zhang Wei was one of the young men who embarrassed the two of them in school. Suddenly he stood up happily, took out a dagger, without hesitation. He stabbed Zhang Wei's thigh. Even the people next to Zhang Wei didn't realize all this. The American cow is already licking the blood from the knife. Then he spat on the ground. And Zhang Wei, he fell to his knees in an instant. But in Zhang Wei's hands, he also held a lighter tightly. If there is another fatal threat, Zhang Wei will also choose to fight back desperately. Zhang Wei is confident, before these two guys kill him, detonator, let's die together. I want this boy, Kangaroo said with a smile. He wants us to hand over Zhang Wei. The shorts immediately translated for Demingzi. Shersha saw that Zhang Wei's legs were stained red with blood. His eyes scanned all the enemies around him. Then remove a bandage from your wrist. Zhang Wei was given a hemostatic bandage. Zhang Wei knows that knife just now, it is not tied to the aorta or main blood vessel, although the bleeding is still unstoppable for now. But as long as the wound is treated a little, there won't be any problem. Now the problem, how to get out of here. After all, American cows and kangaroos. Two old enemies. There are 10,000 reasons to kill Zhang Wei. Demingzi looked coldly at everything the American cattle and kangaroos did. It was as if none of this had ever happened. In the end, Shersha couldn't help but said in English, when two countries are at war, the delegates must not be killed. The two armies are fighting. Don't behead the envoy. I'm not killing him, it's just a game. American Cow said with a smile. Zhang Wei knew what he meant. This guy said he was just playing games with Zhang Wei. It was at this time, a corner on the 5th floor, also slowly walked down alone. Almost no one has ever met this person. But Zhang Wei still wore a uniform similar to that of a naval commander. Guessed the person's true identity. Captain of the Canberra. The leader of the Black Sun mercenary group. Alligator, a ferocious crocodile from North America. That guy's nickname too. Chapter 701, Dragon is not seen. Alligator? Demingzi asked in guesswork. Alligator is the English name of the alligator. Demingzi stretched out his right hand like a leader, but the alligator did not even look at him, but looked at Zhang Wei, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground. It's that him? The alligator asked the Kiwi next to him. The Kiwi looked at the kangaroo again. Yes, it's him, Wei. The kangaroo suddenly became extremely serious, nodded. The alligator nodded. Then he looked at Demingzi. Geely Gula spoke a lot of English. After translation by Shirsha, only then did Zhang Wei know. The gator said there was no possibility of any negotiation. The task he received, it is to completely turn this city into a corpse city. But the alligator also said, I don't want to see City Lights become the only one company. And those guys also have a lot of weapons. They had a fight with the military, except for a nickname. Lion. The guy's shoulder was grazed by a bullet, almost 0 casualties however. A large amount of ammunition was consumed. Alligator says City Lights promises a promise, is to turn this city into a city of corpses. After rebuilding later, it will be taken care of by them. Weapons and ammunition will also be replenished for them at that time. But the alligators didn't think that was too much trouble. And Zhang Wei also learned from the conversation between the two. I guessed that the alligator was probably worried that the City Lights would kill the donkey. That's why I deliberately held back a hand, then arranged for the shorts to contact the fake Demingzi to negotiate. After all, after there are no more weapons and ammunition, no matter how powerful a professional mercenary is, it is also a mortal body. It cannot withstand the attack of guns and artillery. After all, their mercenary group is an outsider. There is still a need to support some local survivor forces. But Demingzi ignored Gui Shou's objection and insisted on coming here with shorts. What Zhang Wei doesn't know is that, why does the alligator care about his presence? He has nothing to do with alligators. Even this is the first time Zhang Wei has seen this. Legend. The guy in Lu Dali, also in your hands? Zhang Wei raised his head and asked. He wanted to know a definite answer, that is Lu Dali's life and death. If Lu Dali is also caught by this guy, Zhang Wei could probably guess their true purpose. Because Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, it is to give the light of the city to those who sin to death. One is that Lu Dali blinded Wang Pinyuan. The other is that Zhang Wei stole almost all of the chemotherapy drugs that Wang Guangliang used to save his life. This is the end of the world when it is no longer possible to produce chemotherapy drugs. Almost directly sentenced Wang Guangliang to death. The alligator ignored Zhang Wei's inquiry. Instead, continue communicating in English and shorts. Alligator said, exit the city now. They could not explain to Wang Guangliang. When all the zombies enter the city, that was their time to retreat. He was able to show some mercy to the bosses in the old city. But it does not include Zhang Wei. This person Zhang Wei, he must be taken away. And Zhang Wei until this moment, I also suddenly understood, the knife of the American cow, why not stab it in the fatal heart? Even the major arteries are completely avoided. It seems, from the beginning, they were planning to take Zhang Wei away. Demingzi didn't say anything. But Shirsha spoke first. No way. Guishou also knew that once Zhang Wei was taken away by these guys, there would be no chance of survival. At this time, both for public and private reasons, Zhang Wei must be protected. So he bowed to Demingzi and said, Boss. Demingzi smiled and said, I am the leader. And you are also the leader. As the saying goes, two dragons don't meet. And when they meet, there will be disasters. Since it is a negotiation, don't hurt the harmony. You can take this kid away. But the other one called Lu Dali. Take him away from me. Before Demingzi finished speaking, something hit him on the neck. Zhang Wei's pupil shrank. That was Lu Dali's three-edged military thorn. Really? Lu Dali was also in the hands of this guy. Lu Dali's weapons. I never leave my body, and since it is in the hands of this guy, that means Lu Dali is also in danger. This special weapon made from the blades of a shield machine, Zhang Wei can recognize it at a glance. Although Demingzi pretended not to care, but Zhang Wei still saw his fingers behind his back, trembling slightly. Negotiating with alligators, it is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Seeing alligators say this, Big Mingzi had to change his words. Okay. You can arrest whoever you want. But let me be frank. These two little guys are from the Nine Gates Admiral. If you take them away, you will be the enemy of the entire Nine Gates Admiral. Shorts translated this again. Alligator smiled indifferently. Then he said in English, when all the zombies enter the city, we will start to move. Alligator stopped talking nonsense. And John Wei naturally would not compromise. He immediately sat down on the ground and began to treat his wounds. On John Wei's body, he carried needles, thread and bandages with him. All of a sudden, John Wei had to grit his teeth. I sewed up the wound myself. Guisho saw Shirja's impulse. He whispered behind him, don't be impulsive yet. We only have to survive. Only then can we find opportunities to save people. Since Lu Dali is not here, pretend to compromise first. Find out the whereabouts of Lu Dali. That's not a bad thing. Zhang Wei didn't believe that Guisho really cared about Lu Dali. But if we really want to take action here, it is estimated that everyone will not survive. Time passed in a brief stalemate. Zhang Wei carefully checked the number of enemies. Except for the sudden appearance of the alligator, there are also American cows and kangaroos, as well as the kiwi bird that was previously seen on the first floor. And what Zhang Wei saw downstairs before, the red fox had already hidden in the dark at this time. The alligator said one of its members, the lion, had been shot in the shoulder. No one has shown up yet, just the robin, ape, American black bear, and the legendary mountain gazelle. Zhang Wei's rough estimate, there are 5 enemies on the surface. If we add Panasonic Shusha, only 6 people. Such a number of people, there is no need for 2 helicopters at all. Therefore Zhang Wei concluded that there should still be unknown enemies. I just don't know the enemies who don't show up. At this time, where did it go again? After suturing the wound, Zhang Wei tried walking around. Although the wound is not fatal, but it still affected his walking. At least when running, it will no longer become so calm. Zhang Wei knows, such wounds, after suturing, if you don't exercise, lie in bed, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine, it will take about a week or so to heal. But once you exercise, I'll probably still bleed uncontrollably. This knife, it's so sudden. All subsequent plans of Zhang Wei were interrupted. Chapter 702 The Enemy Behind the Scenes. Zhang Wei knew that. Unless he really intended to die with them, there was no point in resisting. With the mercenaries' reaction speed, they would probably be sniped instantly. Unlike Demingzi, who was looking at the alligator, Yi Xiaobai was staring at the kiwi bird that he had cleaned his gun with before. And Guisho was looking down and thinking about countermeasures. At this time, Zhang Wei sat on the ground in frustration. Zhang Wei knew that even if he could escape from these people, he would probably be shot remotely when he escaped from the building. Ever since they got involved in this supermarket, there is no way out. So-called negotiation, the strength of both sides, it's not equal at all. Thinking of Panasonic Xiaosha's abnormal behavior before, Zhang Wei suddenly realized, it may not be a dead end for you. Maybe leave with them, there is still a glimmer of hope. The so-called putting oneself to death and living later, that's probably the truth. Zhang Wei winked at Shirja. Then he said to the shorts, please help me ask, take us away, does it mean city lights? In the case of, I will go with them. Short's truthful translation, the alligator just smiled and said nothing. At this time, the American bull also stepped forward again, grabbed Zhang Wei's collar, and seemed to want to attack again. The Walking Dead is Ming. Another voice came from upstairs. Zhang Wei then realized that the sniper Red Fox was hiding on the 5th floor. They said there are zombies coming, Shirja reminded. At this time, the sky had turned dark. And if there were a few zombies coming in, they should not be discovered by Red Fox at the beginning. Zhang Wei guessed, the so-called zombies are coming. Probably the zombie wave has spread to the city. Let's retreat, Gio, go, go! The Kiwi started shouting upstairs. The American bull had no choice but to let go of Zhang Wei. Xian Baohua immediately stepped forward, support Zhang Wei. Shirja is having his final communication with the alligator in English. Then Zhang Wei heard the alligator say, okay. Okay. Words like, this also means, negotiations resulted in a tentative compromise. Zhang Wei knows, this verbal agreement, of no use. Once the city lights are weak one day, or maybe Wang Guangliang died suddenly, after the mercenary group no longer has any constraints, it is estimated that the old city will still be cleaned up. Kiwi just finished talking. Retreat. Soon, there is a rope, sliding from the dome of Walmart supermarket, a figure. Saxol. Slipped down. Zhang Wei only saw the back of a figure with yellow curly hair. I thought it was probably a red fox. The alligator went upstairs again. It didn't take long before I was carrying a huge package, slowly walked down the stairs at the corner. The three-sided military thorn in his hand pointed in one direction. It means letting Zhang Wei and others go ahead. Demingzi naturally took steps forward without hesitation. Then Shizhe, Ghost Hand followed suit. Only Qian Baohua supported Zhang Wei and walked behind. Shizhe cautiously broke away from behind. Different from when I came, at this time. Everyone. They all felt a little downcast. When a group of about 10 people walked to the first floor, Zhang Wei found that Matsushita Shosha was already waiting. Seeing Zhang Wei's leg injured, Matsushita Shosha was also a little surprised. However, Matsushita Marisa's attention shifted to the alligator. It was at this time that Zhang Wei decided, the current mercenary group, the alligator is still making up his mind. After meeting in the lobby, the alligator glanced casually at his own man again, then he pointed to some broken metal and tents on the ground. The kangaroo nodded. He plucked a watermelon grenade from his waist. Then after a group of people walked away more than 10 meters away, he threw it towards the pile of weapons. An explosion sounded, things like tiles on the floor and floor decoration, it fell apart instantly. And that pile of supplies, also scattered throughout the supermarket. From time to time, there are various metals. It fell to the ground like rain. People from Zhang Wei's team, looking at each other with such behavior. As soon as you walk out of Walmart, the American cow leading the way in front of you will turn right. And Demingzi and others, he was hesitating whether to continue to follow. Because according to the previous information, by this time the zombies have entered the city, although the supermarket is in an area far away from the central city of the defense line. But the zombies are coming, it's just a matter of time. Zhang Wei was thinking about whether to find a chance to escape, when he suddenly found that the alligator turned around. Then he said to Demingzi and his group, "That's here." Zhang Wei looked from a farther distance and found that there were 2 helicopters parked at the corner between Walmart and the square. At this time, there was also a man who jumped down from the helicopter cabin while clapping. "Not bad. Not bad. I finally caught you." The man who came down was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. But Zhang Wei could still tell at a glance that this guy was Wang Pinyuan. These naughty sunglasses, just to block those ugly eyes, and at this time, that helicopter behind, there were also whimpers. Zhang Wei heard it. It was Lu Dali's voice. But the mouth seems to be blocked, and another girl's voice. Although I can't hear clearly, it was probably Wang Rilin. Wang Pinyuan walked over slowly holding a pistol. Then he stopped in front of Zhang Wei. "Is it your boy, 8th Hall Master? A bit interesting." Wang Pinyuan put the gun on Zhang Wei's forehead. Then he said, "I won't let you die so quickly, not even Lu Dali can do it. How to say, I will torture you for 10 days and 10 nights. The ones who have a grudge against you are me and Lu Dali. You let that woman go, her identity is very special, it's not something you can mess with." Wang Rilin. "I found out a long time ago, the grass on the graves of sticks in the old city is 3 feet tall. Do you think I don't know? This woman, do you think I'll make it easy for her? I deliberately kept her alive. I'll do it in front of that guy named Lu later. You kid. You have to open your eyes wide. Give me a good look," Wang Pinyuan said as he said suddenly. He caught a glimpse of the injury on Zhang Wei's leg. Immediately moved the wound downward. It penetrated the wound that Zhang Wei had just sutured. Suddenly, the stitches were pulled apart again. A stream of fresh blood came out again. "Do you dare to move? If you move, I will shoot through your leg. And I promise that even if your leg is broken, you can still live for another 10 days or half a month. You are going too far," Qian Baohua, who was supporting Zhang Wei, said. Bang! Wang Pinyuan immediately turned the wound around and shot Qian Baohua directly. Qian Baohua fell to the ground instantly. Baohua! This time it was Zhang Wei's turn to support Qian Baohua, who was shot. What surprised Wang Pinyuan was that Qian Baohua did not die immediately. Instead, he struggled to stand up slowly. "I'm fine. Zhang Wei." Cough cough. Qian Baohua coughed violently a few times. Coughed up a mouthful of blood. But covered his stomach and said nothing. Wang Pinyuan looked at his gun with some suspicion. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. While pointing the gun in his right hand at Qian Baohua's forehead, his left hand touched Qian Baohua's chest. Bulletproof vest? Interesting. Chapter 703. A critical moment. When Demingzi pointed Wang Pinyuan's gun at Qian Baohua's forehead, he immediately stopped him. But the alligator wasn't impressed at all. "Only 3 of you can leave." The alligator held up 3 fingers. American cattle and kangaroos. He immediately strode over with his rifle drawn. Then he aimed his gun at Zhang Wei and others. He only let 3 of us go. Zhang Wei knows these 3 people. He said this after Qian Baohua was targeted on the forehead. And it doesn't include him, and Lu Dali, and Wang Rulan. That is to say, the remaining 5 people, Big Mingzi, Shorts, Shizhe, Qian Baohua, there are also ghost hands. It is estimated that 2 of them will die here. The alligator smiled playfully. This is for Demingzi to make a choice. Prisoner's game. Zhang Wei saw through the essence. It depends on whether Demingzi dares to gamble. If Demingzi chooses to leave with Shorts and ghost hands, then Shizhe and Qian Baohua would be beaten to death in public. And Zhang Wei felt, this isn't the gator's final reckoning. If Demingzi chooses to take ghost hand and Shorts away, Shizhe and Qian Baohua will feel betrayed by Demingzi. The alligator, who makes the final decision, might kill ghost hand and Shorts, and let Shizhe and Qian Baohua survive. Demingzi, who survives in this way, will not get the support of Shizhe and Qian Baohua, and will become a lonely man. The alligator raised his right hand and pointed a pistol at Demingzi's forehead. He wanted Demingzi to make a choice. But what if Demingzi chose to think in reverse? And the alligator did not act in reverse? So, this is still a prisoner's dilemma. Demingzi frowned, after hesitating for a moment, then he said, Shorts, you help me translate. To control the old city, these people I brought, I have to take them all back, otherwise I won't be able to control the overall situation. Since the Red Fox is here at that time, he also participated in the final battle at the WAM building, then you should understand, I'm not really a leader. Shorts carefully translated, the alligator's gun hasn't been lowered yet. Never mind, I won't make things difficult for you. Let me help you make your choice. Wang Pinyuan said with a smile. While talking, he planned to shoot Qian Baohua to death. Wait, you want to kill someone, just kill me first. Shizhe walked over from the back. In Wang Pinyuan's surprised eyes, he walked 3 steps away from Wang Pinyuan. You're also wearing a bulletproof vest? Wang Pinyuan looked suspiciously, slowly approached Shizhe, then he pointed the gun at Shizhe's forehead. I don't believe your skull is harder than a bullet. Wang Pinyuan said with a smile. It doesn't matter if I die, but I hope you can let that woman go. I use my life in exchange for her life. How? If you agree, shoot immediately. It's interesting, but I don't like bargaining the most. I won't let that woman go, but you must die too. Wang Pinyuan said as he said, just get ready to pull the trigger. Etc. The ghost hand in front shouted. Under the gaze of American cows and kangaroos, Ghost Hands took off his long gown and jacket. Suddenly there were rows of black bamboo tube-like objects. It hung on the Ghost Hand's upper body like a large firecracker. American cattle and kangaroos, he immediately recognized what was tied to Guisho's body. And at this time, the alligator also looked suspiciously. He looked at Matsushita Morisa next to him. The alligator glances casually. Panasonic Handbrake took half a step back with guilty conscience. Wang Pinyuan was also stunned by the bomb in Guisho's body. For a while, it was a bit of a trap. It was at this time, the edge of the square, there was a clearly visible roar of zombies. Several leading zombies, already running over like a track, and field athletes sprinting 100 meters. The square near this supermarket, without any hindrance, just a few breaths, the zombie stream has completed 1/3 of the way. American cattle and kangaroos, he immediately pointed his gun at the zombie at the front. The shooting started. When Shizhe saw this opportunity, immediately tilted his head to avoid, he raised his right hand and flicked it. A paper knife tied to his sleeve, it was held in his hand. When Shizhe raised his arms, the blade of the paper knife has been pushed out by him. Wang Pinyuan hasn't reacted yet. His glasses were swept off by Shizhe's paper knife. And the blade directly split his other eye in two. According to logic, Shizhe's sneak attack, it won't be so easy to get, however. Wang Pinyuan was first frightened by the high explosive bombs on Guisho. The zombies attracted attention again. In addition, I only have one eye intact. He also put on sunglasses. There is a visual blind spot. He was able to get hold of the knife hidden by the priest. While Shizhe took action, he also tripped Wang Pinyuan with his own feet. Wang Pinyuan let out a scream. He immediately covered his newly cut eyes with his hands. He raised his right hand and shot towards where Zhang Wei and others were standing. Shizhe ducked away. Guisho and Zhang Wei immediately fell to the ground. Except for the direction of Wang Pinyuan's first shot, the rest were almost shooting towards the sky. The alligator winked at the kangaroo. The kangaroo stepped on Wang Pinyuan's wrist. Wang Pinyuan immediately let go of the empty gun in his hand. Then the kangaroo kicked the empty gun away. He helped Wang Pinyuan up. Said, in this way, kangaroo still wanted to leave with the injured Wang Pinyuan. Without the fire suppression of kangaroos, just relying on one person's shooting of American cattle, it's really a bit stretched. When the American cow empties a magazine, while changing another magazine, the zombies are far away from where Zhang Wei and others are. It's only 130 or 40 meters. It was at this time, Red Fox and Kiwi also joined the zombie shooting team. And at this time, on the plain behind where Lu Dali and others were imprisoned, a heavily armed gunman also walked down. This is also an old acquaintance of Zhang Wei. Robin and Red Fox had previously attacked Laocheng High School. Seeing that the alligator's gun was almost aimed at Shizhe, Zhang Wei immediately tore open his coat with force. Then he stood in front of Shizhe. Alligators are indeed a shoe-in for rats. But he only hesitated for half a second. The alligator pointed its gun at Qian Baohua next to him again. There was a gunshot. Qian Baohua was hit between the eyebrows by a bullet. He fell straight down. Zhang Wei didn't even have time to stop him. He could only watch as the alligator shot Qian Baohua to death. After the alligator killed Baohua, then he immediately fired a shot at a figure more than 10 meters away. Just swooped over, Matsushita Shousha was about to pick up the gun that Wang Pinyuan had dropped on the ground. Matsushita Morisa was hit on the waist. He didn't die immediately. A difficult turn. Just turned halfway, he was shot in the back of the head by an alligator. There was no movement with a plop, although Zhang Wei doesn't know who Matsushita Shousha is currently, but for a while. I couldn't help but feel sad that the rabbit was dead, and the fox was dead. And what made him most angry was Qian Baohua, the behind-the-scenes strategist of the Laocheng High School force, who was behind the scenes for a while. Worked hard and made great achievements. Just died here. Chapter 704 Long-Range Sniper. But Zhang Wei knows, at this time, sadness and anger have no meaning anymore. Saw the alligator's gun, targeted Shizhe again. Only then did Zhang Wei realize, maybe the alligator never thought about killing the big guy in the shorts. These two people, probably just a puppet they want to support. Zhang Wei can only do his best. Use your own body to block Shizhe, to make the alligator throw a mouse trap. After the alligator discovered the danger of shooting, decisively gave up Zhang Wei's upper body, instead. He aimed at Zhang Wei's lower body. It was at this time, the roar of a locomotive came from the distance. Zhang Wei subconsciously turned his head away. I saw a motorcycle driving over quickly. Yi Xiaobai drives the motorcycle with his right hand, and his left hand carried something like a grenade on his shoulder. Zhang Wei knows, that was the rocket he gave to Yi Xiaobai. It was already dark by this time. The light of Yi Xiaobai's motorcycle shines far into the distance. The red fox behind fired instantly. The headlight of Yi Xiaobai's motorcycle. He was immediately blown away. But the motorcycle did not explode. Still driving towards Zhang Wei's location at a very fast speed, a large number of zombies followed behind. Now everyone's expressions changed. Zhang Wei knew that the situation was urgent. He immediately covered Shizhe and retreated to the side. And American cattle and kangaroos? He also raised his rifle and fired in unison. When Yi Xiaobai's headlights were just knocked out, just leaped up, he knew he had been targeted by the gunman. A motorcycle without a driver, due to inertia, still driving a few dozen meters ahead, finally. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. That is, at the moment of rollover, the motorcycle's fuel tank was hit. There was a huge explosion. Yi Xiaobai rolled on the ground. It took more than 10 seconds before he started running. I glanced behind me. Yi Xiaobai found that the zombies were still some distance away. Yi Xiaobai immediately raised the rocket launcher that fell to the ground without hesitation. Zhang Wei taught him how to use it before. No! Zhang Wei didn't have time to stop him. A rocket hit Zhang Wei's vicinity. Zhang Weili was so frightened that he pulled Shizhe to the ground. This rocket, it exploded on the outer wall of a nearby supermarket. There was a huge fire and roar immediately. Zhang Wei also felt dizzy. The eardrums become congested for a while. He lost his hearing instantly. Yi Xiaobai took advantage of the flames of the explosion. I was overjoyed when I discovered two helicopters not far away. Yi Xiaobai found a nearby abandoned car as a bunker. I remembered what Zhang Wei said before, take down the enemy's flying vehicle. Carefully remove the second rocket from the backpack. Yi Xiaobai is preparing to launch. Spotting Zhang Wei dozens of meters away, was waving towards him. Yi Xiaobai didn't know what was going on. Looking behind, just found dozens of zombies, is approaching rapidly. So Yi Xiaobai fired the second rocket without hesitation. It was launched towards the zombies. The rocket exploded at the feet of the zombie 50 or 60 meters away. The zombies in front of them suddenly fell on their backs. The actions of the zombies behind also blocked for a while. Dozens of zombies stumbled together. He didn't get up for a while. Yi Xiaobai knows. This can only delay a few seconds. immediately loaded the last rocket, aimed at the plane. I only saw Zhang Wei's mouth opening and closing. Yi Xiaobai didn't know what Zhang Wei was yelling about. Asshole, Lu Dolly is inside the helicopter. Zhang Wei shouted frantically. Yi Xiaobai didn't even have the slightest reaction. Because the helicopter's propellers had already started to rotate. The roar of the sound waves blocked Zhang Wei's voice. The third rocket was launched without any accident, but due to the recoil, Yi Xiaobai's direction deviated, and this shot hit near the helicopter, and did not blow up the helicopter. However, due to the aftermath, one of the helicopter's propellers, not sure if it was damaged, slowly stopped rotating. Perfect! Although Zhang Wei did not exclaim, he had to shout perfect. Because of this, the opponent only has one helicopter left. To say that everyone evacuates, it's probably not possible in this way. The mercenary groups may also be affected by the arrival of zombies. And leave them alone for now. The high explosive detonators on Zhang Wei and Guizhou, enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Anyway, I won't squeeze into a helicopter with Zhang Wei. A man wearing sunglasses jumped out of the broken helicopter. It was the water ghost who had met Zhang Wei and others before. The water ghost looked at Demingzi and his shorts in surprise. He smiled and said hello. I started to repair the helicopter propeller. After a few seconds, he shook his head helplessly at the alligator. Kill them all. The alligator gave the order. Both the shorts and the big man were dumbfounded. The alligator walked towards the helicopter without looking back. And the muzzles of American cattle and kangaroos, but no longer aimed at the zombies before instead. It targeted Zhang Wei and others. Although the muzzles of the two men did not shift, but the people slowly retreated back. It seems that the intention is to keep a safe distance. Just shoot immediately. Zhang Wei looked at Guizhou and Demingzi nearby. At this point any strategy is of no use. You will die at every turn, and once it moves a little, on the contrary. It is easy to be shot in the head by these two guys. Zhang Wei looked at Yi Xiaobai who was hiding next to the car. This guy saw the zombies approaching. Nothing can be done. He immediately walked around the side entrance of a supermarket. He went to hide in the supermarket. Zhang Wei knows. Yi Xiaobai has tried his best. Without a gun, the situation will not change in any way. Shorts, Shirja, you two understand English. Just fucking say something. Demingzi was obviously panicking. Things went beyond his expectations. This was originally a cat-and-mouse game. The mercenaries were cats, and the survivors in the old city, even the leaders, were just mice crossing the street. Cats would play with mice, but they would not kill them in a short time. Shorts remained silent, but his expression was unusually solemn. He could see that, after Yi Xiaobai fired 3 rockets in succession, and the helicopter had problems, the alligator guy really wanted to kill, so he issued the order to shoot them all. But the American cattle and kangaroos have been slow to act. It's just to prevent Zhang Wei and others from jumping over the wall in a hurry. As the distance becomes farther and farther, they will also fire their rifles full load. Zhang Wei felt that his life. The countdown has entered. This sense of futility, just like being surrounded by zombies in the previous life. All human efforts are limited, the power of heaven is infinite. Zhang Wei hooked his hand. When he saw the American bull, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. And the kangaroo also started to aim with one eye. Bang! There was a muffled sound of a watermelon falling to the ground and exploding. The kangaroo fell straight to the ground. There was a penetrating bullet wound to the head. Bang! Another shot hit the American cow, which had not yet reacted. Huge bullet impact immediately knocked down the American cattle. Only then did Zhang Wei realize, this American cow guy, he also wore a bulletproof vest. At this time, on the roof of a tall building a few hundred meters away from Zhang Wei and others, a short-haired man turned to the person next to him and said, Lynx, how did you find me? Chapter 705 Gunner Wood. The lynx did not speak, but he raised an unknown thing in his hand. Then he said, Southeast wind, wind force 3 to 4. While telling the wind direction, the lynx took out something like a telescope, looked towards where Zhang Wei and others are. The night vision device I gave you, you still have it. Moo said with a smile. Ignore the wood, Shan Mao continued. One just died, the one on the ground hasn't died yet. Be careful about people getting on and off the plane. Lynx, I only have 17 bullets left, you should use it sparingly. The death of your boss, related to them, you polished it all, the 7.62mm bullet required for the AWM sniper rifle, I can get it for you. It's no use, Bobcat, this gun is different, the AWM series of rifles use 7.62mm bullets. Yes. But this is a specially made gun. In order to increase the power, increase sniper distance, It uses 8.6mm caliber bullets. No problem, Wood, I trust your shot. Then you can continue to help me report the wind. Southeast wind, level 4, the vertical height is 40 meters. Moo Moo continued to hold his breath and concentrate. The gun was pointed at the motionless American cow on the ground. Zhang Wei et al. Got a headshot in a kangaroo. The moment the American cow fell to the ground, then a frantic retreat began, almost rolling and crawling. Before the people on the helicopter could react, Zhang Wei and others had already ran into the passage where Yi Xiaobai ran away before. Zhang Wei himself, Shizhe, there are also ghost hands. Big Mingzi shorts, they rushed in almost in a swarm. Once entering the building, Zhang Wei bit over and glanced outside, then he immediately retracted. Who fired the shot? Zhang Wei thought it was Yi Xiaobai at first. After coming in, Zhang Wei found that Yi Xiaobai was also sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Yi Xiaobai saw that the people coming in were Zhang Wei and others. Then he let down his guard. Yi Xiaobai, is this the person you contacted? At this time, Zhang Wei's hearing has recovered to 70% to 80%. Although there is still a bit of buzzing, but compared to before, much better again. What? Yi Xiaobai still didn't know what was happening outside. Never mind, go inside first, the zombies are coming. I have to say, after being attacked by zombies several times in succession, the defense around Walmart supermarkets has been greatly strengthened. Most of those transparent windows these days, they have all been sealed with bricks, and the windows on the upper floors, most of them also had curtains hung up. As soon as Zhang Wei came in, just take off the detonator on your body, hold it in your hand, while leading his teammates deeper inside. This thing is too dangerous. Zhang Wei didn't want to be tied up for a moment. Once it explodes, Zhang Wei ended up being shattered into pieces. Ghost hands see this. I also immediately imitated Zhang Wei and picked it off, then put some of them. They were given to Mingzi and Yi Xiaobai. At this time, now that the negotiations have broken down, this wave of people in the old city, naturally, we are in the same boat again. After turning a few corners, Zhang Wei led the group up to the second floor. Zhang Wei knew that there was a temporary shelter in this supermarket. It should be no problem to temporarily avoid the attack. Not only to temporarily avoid the attack of zombies, but also to avoid the pursuit of the group of mercenaries. From the moment the kangaroo died, Zhang Wei knew that he was in big trouble. Those guys would take revenge. And it was unknown whether the gunman who helped them was still alive. After Zhang Wei and others entered the supermarket, sporadic gunshots were heard in the distance. Zhang Wei knows, probably the gunman was still sniping. Just hope he survives Red Fox's gunshot. At this time, on the roof of a building, Moo Moo took back his gun, then slowly crawled back in a small arc. What are you afraid of? They don't have night vision goggles. The lynx saw the wood and wanted to retreat. I don't want to just give up yet. Even though I say I'm not afraid, but the lynx still put half of his body, retracted from the edge of the rooftop. It's no use anymore. That guy was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. The distance is too far. I can't hit it at all. I shot one after another. Even without night vision goggles, they can also spot my gunfire. Then what do we do now? Go to the floor below, or find a closer high-rise building. Moo Moo said casually. It's too late. The zombies have entered the city. Then we need to change the place. So Bobcat stopped talking nonsense, immediately helped Moo Moo pack his luggage. Wooden luggage is very simple, just an inconspicuous tattered backpack. There are also some metal pans and other things. That's how you lived in the jungle for more than half a year? No wonder I can't find your person. Not only these, there are still about 10 bullets I survived by hunting. This time the lynx suddenly seemed to understand. Why does Wood cherish bullets so much? Because every bullet can hunt a large animal. This is enough wood to survive in the jungle for at least half a month. You haven't told me yet. How did you find me? It's very simple. You are a hunter. It will naturally appear where prey appears. The priest lit a fire. There is no place to hide anyone in the woods. I know you will definitely come out. But why haven't you shown up yet? This is what the boss means. Wood has packed up his things. He started walking quickly downstairs. What does Big Mingzi mean? He asked you to go hunting? No, he asked me 5 years ago not to show my face in the old town, unless he's dead. Ah, why is that? I have no idea, but 5 years ago he told me, don't do what he says, I might die. He only talked about the wind blowing at the pier 5 years ago. Unusual, he doubts everyone around him. He even doubted me. He said if I don't disappear, he might also be tempted to kill me. Now I understand. The person he was talking about. It should be the Air Mingzi you just mentioned. That is Lu Wei. He asked me to leave. It's because he is worried that Lu Wei will kill me. What happened 5 years ago? It's Lu Wei who's causing trouble, the contraband flowing into the old city. It was Lu Wei who was secretly in contact with the people in Beihai. The boss and the stick. It was an open fight and both sides lost. Those who died and those who were captured were all drug dealers. The boss is worried that someone will see it. So let me turn myself in, and let me be sentenced to death with a stick, because no one would actually lay hands on a death row prisoner. I'm not selling drugs. There is no clue left in the hands of the police. As long as the boss compromises with the stick, I can come out of jail anytime. It's just that I didn't expect there would be a so-called zombie crisis. Do you know, there is a woman who has been secretly looking for you, and some of your younger brothers in prison. You're talking about Gong Sun Shui, right? Chapter 706 Worst Situation. When talking about Gong Sun Shui, the wood suddenly became silent. Of course Mu Mu knew that Gong Sun Shui had been looking for him, but he never showed up. I can't help her, Mu Mu continued. Is Gong Sun Shui okay? A survivor I met before said, she went to Old Town High School with some people. It's the high school next to the prison. If you are free, you can go there to find her in the future. And the boy named Zhuang Cha, who you used to hang out with in prison, is also there. What happens next? Let's talk about it later. A helicopter is coming. When the wood is in the corridor, signaling the links to be silent. And the roar of helicopters, always hovering overhead. At this time, Bobcat also had to be thankful, just left with the wood. If discovered by a helicopter, probably a round of machine gun fire is inevitable. The wood and links continue to move quickly. Finally, at the window on the lower floor, the location of the helicopter was discovered. Helicopters seem to be very afraid of high-rise buildings. At least 100 meters of distance was maintained. The wood tried to aim, but when he was about to shoot, stopped by Bobcat. There are people up there, Shanao said in a deep voice. Mu Mu didn't ask who he was above. Just put his gun away. Then he observed the helicopter from a distance. After the helicopter circled several times finally, it seemed that he was unwilling to fly in another direction. At this time, Zheng Wei and others, he was also observing everything around him nervously. The enemy helicopter disappeared from sight. Zheng Wei didn't know where he went. But the American cow was hit by a bullet before, judging from the injuries that penetrated the kangaroo's head. Even if the American cow wears a bulletproof vest, even if you don't die, you have to shed your skin. After the zombies surrounded the entire Walmart supermarket, Zhang Wei confirmed their current safety. At least, the enemy could not approach before the zombies were dealt with, unless they made an emergency rappel from the top. However, at this time, Zhang Wei felt that the mercenaries should be thinking about how to rescue the American cow and Wang Pinyuan. Wang Pinyuan was slashed by Shizhe. Given the sharpness of the paper cutter and the strength of Shizhe's attack, Wang Pinyuan would probably be completely blind even if he didn't die. Although Zhang Wei was worried about Lu Dali's safety, there was nothing he could do. I can only ask Yi Xiaobai, what I asked you to do before, how's it going? In the guest house where Demingzi lived, Zhang Wei deliberately pushed Yi Xiaobai away, let him inform the priest and rejoice. Because Zhang Wei felt that Demingzi was not trustworthy. The priest has gone away, I only found his men, but his subordinates said they would help me pass on the message. I contacted Rejoice. She only said that if we were in danger, just evacuate to the east. She has the ship ready, and she also said that there is something on the ship that is not afraid of armed helicopters. Yi Xiaobai just finished speaking. Zhang Wei realized what Rejoice said, it must be a rocket launcher. But no matter what the ship is, to deal with armed helicopters with machine guns, they are all living targets. But even though Yi Xiaobai said this, Zhang Wei has no plans to leave immediately. It's hot and dark now. No matter what you do, we have to wait until dawn. Zhang Wei also learned ghost hands. Several high-explosive detonators were carefully dismantled. Now besides a few knives on my body, a detonator is the best weapon. Detonators for 2, there are as many as 40 or 50 in total. If it is used to attack a city, just insert it into the hole in the city wall. 3 or 5 can bring down the entire wall. But at this time, detonators can only be used against zombies. And not as a last resort, this thing cannot be used easily, the explosion will attract more zombies. After entering a relatively closed room in Walmart, Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the ground, he continued to deal with his wounds. The wound was already serious. Under the influence of Wang Pinyuan's gun barrel, the stitches were torn open again. Zhang Wei's wound, it's all mincemeat. And due to excessive blood loss, there is some whitishness to the wound. Zhang Wei took out a bottle of Wuxiang Jingqi water. He poured all the unknown liquid inside into his wound. That was the high-strength liquor he had prepared in advance. A bear grin. Yi Xiaobai couldn't bear to look directly at it, look away quickly. And Yi Xiaobai seemed to suddenly think of something. He held up a detonator and said, "Would you like some gunpowder for disinfection?" "You're crazy. This is not black powder. It's nitroglycerin gunpowder." Guizhou quickly stopped him. Although Zhang Wei does not know what the ingredients of nitroglycerin gunpowder are, but I don't even want to know. It's definitely not the previous Montenegrin organization in Bihai. The kind of ordinary potassium nitrate collected. It will probably explode at 1 o'clock, something that can lift the heavenly spirit cap. Ever since the big guy in his shorts came in, he didn't speak anymore. It seemed like an alligator was flipping the table. Let all be lost for them. At this time, I was also thinking about follow-up strategies. Xian Baohua, I'm afraid it will be dead without a whole body, Shirja said with some regret. Xian Baohua was shot and killed by an alligator. The bodies are still outside. So many zombies are coming at this time. At dawn, it's pretty good if there's only a skeleton left. In Zhang Wei's eyes, Xian Baohua has always been a very cautious person. I offended people from the construction site union before. Xian Baohua for a long time. They are all hiding in high-rise buildings to avoid conflicts with others. Because the plumber Qian Baohua killed in a sneak attack was also a second-level leader of the construction site union. The Iron Tower and Big Mingzi at that time, they all have the idea of getting rid of him. After most people have almost forgotten that incident, Qian Baohua slowly came out and walked around, provide suggestions for Zhang Wei's camp construction. The cooperation between Qian Baohua and Hu Lai complements each other well. One person is in charge of logistics. One person manages the operation. The camp grew in size and became a fortified city. It is inseparable from the division of labor and cooperation between the two. Zhang Wei regretted a little such a fatal conflict. People like Qian Baohua should not be involved. Even if Qian Baohua puts on Zhang Wei's bulletproof vest, there is no escape from death. Starting after dark, the commotion outside the Walmart supermarket, it never stopped for a while. I didn't know how many zombies had come in. But Zhang Wei knows at night. Zombies have limited vision. Climbing the city wall, it should be less. And many of the upper floors of tall buildings in the distance, all lit up with a faint light. Zhang Wei knows. Some survivors should have retreated to high-rise buildings to defend themselves. Those lights, they were probably making a fire for cooking or making temporary lighting. Zhang Wei knows. Once zombies enter the city in large numbers, various survivor forces in the old city was completely cut from now on. It will be a situation of fighting on their own. Worst case scenario appeared. Chapter 707 Trapped in the Supermarket. Walmart supermarkets are not like other places or along the highway. There are large sewage pipes underground. Zhang Wei and others are trapped here. It means there is no way to leave. Now Zhang Wei could only count on the two reinforcements, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who rushed to the street. Before, I asked those two guys, "Squad, where you encounter shorts, I hope they have evacuated safely before the zombie wave enters the city." Zhang Wei endured the severe pain in his thigh and fell asleep. This is 5 hours of sleep. When Zhang Wei woke up again, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Turn on the flashlight and take a look. Found Shirja sitting cross-legged, but did not sleep. See Zhang Wei and look over, Shirja whispered. "Thank you for saving me." Watching the paper knife beating in Shirja's hand, Zhang Wei was very worried. Shirja probably couldn't help but kill Mingzi and his shorts. About the origin of the paper knife, Zhang Wei had heard it from Guizhou before. Knowing that Shirja is also a person with some sad past, many things, Zhang Wei would not mention it again intentionally. "Who do you think fired the shot?" Zhang Wei asked Shirja. "I have no idea. There are not many people in the old city who have such shooting skills. Judging from the angle and position of the kangaroo being shot, it must have been shot from a distance. And there's a plaza near the Walmart supermarket. There are almost no high-rise buildings. The nearest high-rise building, also a few hundred meters away, coupled with the field of view and wind direction at the time, able to kill a kangaroo with one hit before it shoots at you. There are few such people in the old town." "Not many? Then who do you think it is?" "I have no idea. After the end of the world, there will be people with such marksmanship, just a few in total. One is Wang Yukun, the other one is Yang Guang, another one is made of wood, and Zhang Wei, have you discovered, there are always people helping us secretly. I know, whether it's that helicopter pilot, the water ghost, it was Matsushita Shouja who was beaten to death yesterday. Everyone seems to be helping us. I don't know the reason why they do this. Maybe he wants us to fight to the death with the mercenary group, or both sides will suffer losses." When Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai were discussing, I found that the ghost hand was also coming over, Only then did the two of them realize that Guizhou hadn't slept either. It seems that the conversation between the two people, every word without missing a word, entered Guizhou's ears. And Guizhou also took over the conversation and said, "This guy Water Ghost, there must be some compromise reached with Wang Yukun. Shirja, some past events, I didn't want to mention it again, but the Water Ghost is the person you are most familiar with, his sister and you." "Okay, shut up." Shirja stopped Guizhou from continuing. "What I mean is very simple, think about it. For what reason? Can Wang Yukun also change his stance? Let the Water Ghost find a way out. Even a Water Ghost can become one of those guys. We gangsters don't know much about these things, but you are saying it in vain, it should be clearest. The meaning of ghost hands is very simple, that is, the Water Ghost is a chess piece bribed by Wang Yukun. But if this is true, it can be seen that Wang Yukun is not simple. Wang Yukun is already dead, but his chess piece is still playing a role in the layout. Moreover, Wang Yukun probably started the layout 5 or 6 years ago." Shirja did not speak, but seemed to agree with Guizhou's point of view. That is, this guy who was once nicknamed Water Ghost, and now nicknamed Otter in the mercenary group must have a big problem. In the tense atmosphere, the sky gradually brightened, and it was not until then that Zhang Wei was able to lift a temporary curtain made of cardboard and see the whole picture of the old city. There were zombies everywhere. The high walls that were used to prevent zombies before became a tool to prevent the zombies from leaving at this moment. Zhang Wei looked further away, and there were no survivors on the high walls. In many places, corpses of people or zombies could be seen lying everywhere. A large number of obstacles were set up on the streets of the old city. Even if Zhang Wei and others wanted to leave, they would be bound by these obstacles, and could not escape calmly. And Zhang Wei looked at his legs, tried to stand up. Walking is almost a problem. Although the wound is not good, but the pain-stress response exists, such a state, he probably won't run for long before he falls. No need to leave in a hurry, search for a while first. A few uninjured people, I searched carefully in the lobby on the first floor for a long time. In the end, they only found some living supplies that had been blown up by the mercenary group with grenades. And it's almost unusable. Go to Mishuai City. There is some food there that I asked Aqiang to hide in advance. Zhang Wei, with the support of Yi Xiaobai, slowly moved to the upper floors. It didn't take long to arrive at Aqiang's shop. By this time, the whole store was in a mess. Just a few tables, they have all staggered around. Shorts and Big Mingzi rushed in and searched for a long time finally. He walked out dejectedly. "There's no food in there. Follow me," Zhang Wei said to Shirja. Shirja and Yi Xiaobai immediately followed, until he came to a wall near the kitchen. Zhang Wei pointed to a wall brick and said, "Break it open." At this time, no matter how stupid Yi Xiaobai is, it was also known that Zhang Wei hid the food inside. Yi Xiaobai randomly found a heavy object, hammer it all at once. This huge white tile, it fell apart instantly. And a large amount of lime powder fell out instantly. "Quick lime powder, it's for moisture proofing." Zhang Wei was teasing him inside for a while, then I fainted with several vacuum-packed plastic bags. Bags of compressed rice, stacked like bricks. Yi Xiaobai moved out one by one, the last number, exactly 12. The weight of this, it is 1,200 grams per brick, that's 2 kilograms, more than 20 kilograms of rice. It's enough to last us at least a week. 1 week later, let's see what's going on outside. Zhang Wei is also welcome. Yi Xiaobai, Shirja, Ghost Hand, Big Mingzi Shorts each lost 2. The remaining 2, it's his own. Zhang Wei had no intention of keeping all the food for himself. There are sensible people here, hiding food, it doesn't make any sense. When other people saw Zhang Wei doing this, "You're welcome," stuffed all the food into his backpack. With rice, fine pots and water, making a fire to cook is not difficult. Clean up the Mishua Bingcheng store carefully, 6 people in total, except for the injured Zhang Wei, naturally. The other people have to take turns on duty, staring at the lobby on the first floor, in case zombies suddenly appear. Zhang Wei, with the help of Yi Xiaobai, went to the 4th, 5th and 6th floors successively, and observed the sniper positions where the enemy had shot the survivors in the old city. Zhang Wei was very lucky that he did not rush in directly from the main square. The many bodies lying on the ground were probably shot in the head by Red Fox and others. When Zhang Wei took out the telescope to check, there was also a person looking around on the top floor of another building. "Huh? Mountain Cat?" Zhang Wei recognized the figure instantly. It was the mountain cat that disappeared from the northwest defense line. Chapter 708 Rescue Plane. "What did you see, Lynx? Yi Xiaobai took the telescope from Zhang Wei's hand. Then he looked at where Zhang Wei was looking for a long time. There is someone, but it's not a lynx. Looks like he has a bald head, Yi Xiaobai said. Where are you looking? No, the second floor from top to bottom? I said the top floor. The man on the top floor, it seems like a real lynx, but there seems to be a person down there. He is a man with short hair. As if looking through the scope of a gun, he must be a survivor somewhere. Gun? Could it be that he was the one who saved us last night? If it's really a gun, that's right. Regardless of direction or distance, they are all correct. Zhang Wei has determined that the person on the top floor is a lynx. Naturally. I am also very happy. At this time, you can find a teammate of your own. All good. When I think of this, only then did Zhang Wei realize, Lynx and the survivors of that building, he was probably trapped in that tall building. 2. I couldn't get out before now. Zhang Wei had no way to get in touch with Bobcat. But after telling Guizhou about this later, Guizhou thought of a way. Use broken mirrors to take advantage of the reflection of sunlight to get the lynx's attention. When it comes time to actually face off against the lynx, it's already the third day. The 2 days in between were all cloudy. And when Bobcat realized that there were survivors in this building, as expected, Zhang Wei opened the window cover. That kid is still alive? Buildings in the distance, Shan Mao was chatting with a short-haired man behind him who was cooking noodles. Which one? A little Chong who ran away from school, called Zhang Wei. Now he is the head of the 8th Hall of the 9 Admirals. You are the master of Laosi Hall. He is considered your descendant. What are your specialties? Are you good at fighting? Just average. The brain is quite flexible. It seems like a lot of people in their supermarket survived. They should be the people you saved by shooting before. How about it? What do we do next? How to do it, of course. Lie down. I only have 15 bullets left. You don't expect me to use these bullets to kill you. Do you? The would walk to the window again, use the scope to look into the distance. It turned out that there were zombies everywhere. I couldn't help but lose the idea of breaking out. My noodles, only enough food for 2 days. Bobcat, you want something to eat? I can give you a bite today, but starting from tomorrow, find it yourself on the floor below. Okay. Okay, I see. Shan Mao waved his hand speechlessly. This poor place is much worse than the forest. You can find anything in the forest to satisfy your hunger. The two chatted with each other. At this time, Walmart supermarket. From time to time, a few people would gather together and sigh. Food distributed by Zhang Wei has been used to the minimum possible extent, but even so, it probably won't last more than 10 days. On the 3rd day, Zhang Wei's wounds have become scarred, although it is still not cured. But as long as you don't get wet and don't exercise strenuously, recovery shouldn't be too much of a problem. Zhang Wei calculated the time and said, about 10 days, it should be almost 70% to 80% recovery. Several other people already searched every corner of Walmart supermarket, want to find other ways or food to eat, but found nothing. In Zhang Wei's opinion, the zombies didn't follow. It's already very good. As for leaving from here, until then, wait and see if there is any foreign aid. If the food is finished on the last day, still can't get out, then use the detonator to open the way, find a way to break out. The support from Laocheng High School that Zhang Wei expected did not come. Zhang Wei even felt that. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong have also encountered unexpected events. A week passed in this kind of waiting. 1 week later, the number of zombies has not decreased, but the familiar sound of a helicopter came from overhead. They're here. Zhang Wei heard it instantly. This was the sound of the helicopter that left that day. Since it appears here again, that's looking for trouble. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to speak, everyone consciously took out the detonators. As long as the people on the helicopter appear nearby, the high explosive detonator will be thrown out instantly. But what surprised Zhang Wei was that the helicopter did not land near the supermarket. Instead, he went to the building opposite before. That is where Bobcat and others are. Zhang Wei carefully checked with his own telescope. Finally found, on that helicopter, not a mercenary group, but Yang Guang, who had not shown up since leaving the old city. The helicopter stopped on the roof of the tall building. Then Zhang Wei saw several people getting on the plane one after another. It didn't take long for the plane to fly towards the location of the Walmart supermarket. It's one of our own. We are saved. Yi Xiaobai was extremely excited. Zhang Wei was naturally overjoyed. This feeling, it's like surviving a desperate situation. Helicopters hovering over Walmart supermarkets, on top of the supermarket dome, hang down a rope ladder. Not long after, the Bobcat climbed down the rope. Zhang Wei, it's indeed you. After the lynx showed up, first I said hello to everyone. Then he nodded towards Big Mingzi and his shorts. But when the lynx turned its back on the Big Mingzi, but his face became as sinking as water. The driver is Yang Guang. There are other survivors, currently. At most 2 people can go up. The rest of the people, I guess I'll have to wait for the second trip. Bobcat's eyes skipped over everyone one after another. Then he continued, it's not convenient for ghost hands to climb the rope. His first trip. Shanao looked at Zhang Wei's legs that were stained red with blood. Zhang Wei was injured. It's also the first time to go. Yi Xiaobai, shorts, Big Mingzi, Shizhe. You 4, just wait for the second trip. The lynx called Demingzi by his name. I just don't want Demingzi to talk anymore. Unexpectedly, Demingzi didn't have any nonsense. He just nodded in agreement. Then Zhang Wei and Guizhou, with the help of Shan Mao, climb up slowly along the rope ladder. After Zhang Wei entered, only then did I discover that there were 2 old acquaintances above. Elegant soft yellow robe. And Yang Guang is the driver. Where are we going? Yang Guang asked without looking back. Go to Old Town High School. Zhang Wei directly suggested this place. Old City High School has supplies, there are people, there are good landing spots for planes. Shizhe is still down there. I'm afraid I have to come again. Bobcat added. Come back in a few days. I got this plane from Binhai. It has attracted their attention. You can't stay here too long. It will cause trouble for the people below. Brought from Binhai, I said it was exactly the same as that helicopter that day. How about Lu Dali? Is there any news about him in Binhai? Have no idea. I heard that 2 people were arrested over there. But the people of City Lights, while busy attacking an island occupied by the Lake Bandit gang, I can't free my hands now. If those 2 people are Lu Dali, he is probably locked up in the hospital. Chapter 709 Everyone's Opinion. Zhang Wei saw a man still squatting in the corner and saying nothing. So he asked Rejoice, who was also silent next to him. Who is this? He is just wood, Rejoice said coldly. Only then did Zhang Wei realize the whereabouts of the pastor at this time are unknown. Rejoice is not in a good mood. It's also normal. No more nonsense. Zhang Wei only said that he had asked Yi Xiaobai to notify the pastor's staff. Let the priest retreat in time when he sees him. Wait until everyone is seated. Only then did Zhang Wei discover, all people, they all seemed to be looking at the ghost hand eagerly. Want me to make an idea? Ghost asked with his hands at his hands. You are the master of the hall. You have the final say. Shan Mao said indifferently. You are the boss's brother. You need to make a statement. Mu Mu said in a deep voice. Without a view of the overall situation, I don't recognize him. Rejoice spoke less. Zhang Wei listened for a long time, only then realized they were discussing how to deal with this fake big man. And Yang Guang said again, the death of the real big man, it definitely has something to do with this guy named Lu Wei. Ask Mu Mu if he has any thoughts of revenge. Mu Tu said, Demingzi came to the prison to see him once before, and said that one day, he wanted him to let a person live. Mu Tu asked who that person was. Demingzi said he couldn't tell him yet. Now Mu Tu understood. Demingzi was talking about this person. So Mu Tu now has a contradictory mentality. Zhang Wei listened for a long time. And finally, he could not stand it anymore. And said, don't be so nagging. Just from the collusion between Binhai and the mercenary group. This man must die. If he doesn't die, we must die. The people of Binhai will definitely let him get rid of us. As a token of his cooperation with Binhai, he is responsible for Qian Bao's death and Lu Dali's arrest. Maybe it was this guy who leaked the news when Demingzi was fighting with him that day. Otherwise, how could the ape guy find the bar without hesitation? If you can't do it, I will do it. Although Zhang Wei said it with great ambition. He just wanted to stir up the emotions of these guys. Although none of them are very satisfied with this fake big guy, but take action, they were hesitant again. Only then did Zhang Wei understand. Why did Bobcat only let 2 people come up? There's obviously room for a few people on the plane. If Yi Xiaobai and Shizhe are asked to come up again, only the shorts and Big Dick are left underneath, then they will become suspicious. Let's go to the western defense line first. Let me see if I can find Lu Weihua. Rejoice changed the topic. So the helicopter carried several people, from Old Town High School, changed direction to the western defense line. Zhang Wei observed on the plane, only then did I discover, not just the northwest defense line at this time. The entire western defense line has fallen. There are even endless zombies, climbing the city wall one after another, poured into the city. As for the survivors who were previously defending on the high wall, at this moment, none of them were missing. We had a plan before, Attract the zombies to fly off the cliff in the southwest direction. Now that your helicopter is here, just fly over there. See if you can lure the zombies away. Zhang Wei saw that Yang Guang was planning to fly to Laocheng High School again. He immediately put forward his own suggestions. So the helicopter turned around again in the air, fly towards the cliff. Some of the zombies below, it seems that he noticed something abnormal. He immediately spread his legs and ran wildly, go in the direction of the helicopter. It seems feasible. Thinking about it, I felt calm in my heart. If this is possible, there is no need to go to the coastal river to introduce zombies into the river. There is no need to worry about being sniped from a distance by people in Beihai. Although this cannot solve the zombies coming in the old city, but it can keep the zombie wave coming from outside the city go somewhere else. Once the zombie tide is led away, with tens of thousands of survivors in the old city, they can naturally repair the high walls calmly, and then annihilate the zombies everywhere. Although this will take more than half a month, it could also solve the crisis of zombie siege in the old city. Others on the plane saw a large number of zombies following the helicopter, and were immediately overjoyed. In the southwest, many of them are suburbs, and there are also paddy fields and ponds. The walking and running speed of zombies is not very fast, so the plane has to stay in place for a while every once in a while. Fortunately, there are a large number of zombies, attracted by the deliberate shouts made by Zhang Wei and others on the helicopter, then follow him. This makes more zombies around follow suit. A large number of zombies on the western defense line of the old city, nearly a quarter of it was instantly attracted. Zhang Wei was immediately overjoyed. In this case, just go back and forth a few times. Zombies under siege in the old city, almost all of them can be lured away. As for making zombies jump off a cliff, that's easier. Just hover the helicopter around the cliff. I knew you would come back. I won't let anyone go to the river to do that stupid thing, Rejoice said with some regret. She asked the dock gang to help a dozen people with good water skills sail a boat to lure away the zombies. Almost all of them were beaten into pieces by the enemy. Only 2 came back alive. Yang Guang still doesn't know what happened in the old city these days. The helicopter makes too much noise. I can only understand it slightly, but Yang Guang still understood the general idea. In order to lure away zombies, people in the old city paid a higher price. 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei and his companions no longer needed to shout loudly, and the zombies were already attracted to the suburbs in large numbers. Instead of climbing the high walls, a wave of zombies began to rush toward the southwest, and Yang Guang's helicopter attracted the movement of the zombies slowly. Just when Zhang Wei thought that the zombie siege crisis would be temporarily resolved in this way, the location of the northern defense line suddenly changed. 3 armed helicopters took off and slowly drove towards the direction where Zhang Wei and his companions were. Less than 10 kilometers away, even if these 3 helicopters take a detour away from the urban area, go to where Zhang Wei and others are, it's probably just a few minutes. It's them, Yang Guang said with conviction. Zhang Wei knows. Yang Guang is talking about the Black Sun mercenary group. Go and defend the old town. Zhang Wei knew that at this time, there is no way to fight against 3 other helicopters in the air. The helicopter driven by Yang Guang, just an ordinary helicopter, although you can fire on it, but this is no ordinary fighter. Zhang Wei, no need to go to Old City High School. This may bring disaster to Old City High School. We don't know. They still don't have high explosive missiles. Even if you don't go to Old Town High School, we should also find a place to land. The mercenary group also has RPG rockets. If our helicopter is hit, the people up here, it is estimated that no one will survive. Rejoice looked outside and said, It's too late to land and take off again, only a few minutes. Zhang Wei looked around. Suddenly a body of water was discovered. Fly that way. Zhang Wei pointed to a pond and said, That was the former farmer's pond. If Zhang Wei remembers correctly, the water in this pond is very deep. Chapter 710 Heading to the forest. As long as the water in the pond is 2 or 3 meters deep, it is enough to support low-altitude jumps. There is no parachute at this time. There is no possibility of skydiving either. How many can you jump down? Even a few. Which of you is better at water? Ghost Hand asked loudly. I have no problem, Rejoice replied. I'm pretty good at water. Wanpao said. Me too, but stay with you. Shanmao said to Yang Guang. I don't know how to swim, I'm staying. Moo Moo took off the holster of his sniper rifle. My leg is hurt. It's hard to get scars. I won't dance this time. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Wei knew what Yang Guang was thinking. He wanted to divert 3 enemy helicopters away. I know water, Ghost Hand said. Then just jump. Give you 15 seconds. Yang Guang drove the helicopter directly to the big pond. In less than half a minute, just arrived, and as soon as the cabin door opened, Rejoice jumped down without hesitation. Only a thumping sound was heard. Rejoice fell into the pond. After sinking into the water, in less than 2 seconds, just show your head. No problem. Although Zhang Wei didn't know what Rejoice was talking about, but we can tell from the shape of her mouth, it probably means there is no problem with the water depth. So Huan Pao and Guisho also jumped down. To the end, Yang Guang was the only one left on the plane. Bobcat, Moo Moo and Zhang Wei were the 4 of us. The 4 people looked at each other. I know if I don't jump now, there is no chance. This is your last chance, Yang Guang said with a smile. Let's go. Where you go, just go wherever you want. Moo Moo has set up his own sniper rifle. My helicopter's reserve fuel, it's only enough to last 30 or 40 kilometers. I want to go west, go to the forest, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is, Yang Guang said with a smile. It's okay to go to the jungle, I'm familiar with that place. Moo Moo nodded and said. Yang Guang is not from her mother-in-law either. Seeing that Zhang Wei and Shan Mao had no idea of going down, immediately let Bobcat close the hatch, then he changed direction, fly directly to the forest to the west. Yang Guang motioned to Zhang Wei and others to put on their headphones. Only then can the 4 of them communicate easily. And Zhang Wei said, Wood, old news is worse than meeting. Moo Moo just nodded indifferently said, hello. Zhang Wei continued, if I guess correctly, the foreigner who was called Kangaroo before, you are the one who was killed by a sniper. Zhang Wei looked at the gun held in his hand by the wood. Everything is stable. I only have 15 rounds of ammunition, Moo Moo said. The helicopter is moving like this, the probability of hitting the plane, only 1/3, the probability of hitting someone, less than 1/10. Then don't waste bullets first, find a place with favorable terrain, let's have fun with them again. Bang! Although the probability of hitting someone is low, Wood fired a shot without hesitation. This shot seemed to have hit the enemy's helicopter. Because Zhang Wei discovered the opponent's helicopter begins to become more spread out. 14 rounds left. The kangaroo died in your hands. Did you shoot to attract them intentionally? Zhang Wei asked with some confusion. Like this? The gentle and ghostly hands and the delivery boy, only then can we survive, walk, go to the forest. Moo Moo said firmly. The helicopter uses the fastest speed, flying towards the forest, and behind, 3 helicopters followed closely. Zhang Wei was very puzzled. The western forest is the place with the most zombies. And that side was also burned by fire, many places are bare. Do you really want to fight mercenaries in a place like this? With a sniper rifle and a dozen bullets in Moo Moo's hand? This simply won't work. Zhang Wei and Bobcat, there are almost no thermal weapons, and Yang Guang wants to fly the plane. I can't spare any time. At this time, until dark, there's still half a day left, nor can he hide unharmed. Moo Moo ignored Zhang Wei's doubts, while giving Yang Guang directions. He said, go in that direction, 2 kilometers direct flight, turn left again. It didn't take long for Zhang Wei to understand the meaning of the wood. Because after the helicopter flew more than 10 kilometers, suddenly there were no traces of being burned by the fire. Instead, we arrived at a lush forest. Southern forests, the trees are surprisingly tall. Standing on the ground deep in the forest, it almost blocks out the sky and the sun. Towards that valley. The wood pointed another direction. So the helicopter turned around again, fly to another place. The dozens of square kilometers of forest surrounding this river valley. Because of the high humidity, it was not completely ignited by the fire. The vegetation still maintains its original appearance. We landed on a flat spot around that valley. The wood pointed out a direction and said. So the helicopter lowered its altitude again, fly to the location of the river valley. Just for a moment, several helicopters behind were instantly thrown away. Zhang Wei knows, this is just an illusion. The helicopter driven by Yang Guang, the goal is really too big, it was impossible to escape the pursuit of 3 other helicopters. And this is while running low on fuel. When the plane is close to the ground, Zhang Wei saw scattered zombies in the jungle, although it is not like the corpse tied in the burned forest before, but it is also denser. Wood, you used to hide in the jungle? How to deal with this kind of zombies? Lynx asked. Run. Run? Shan Ao looked at Zhang Wei's thighs. It feels like a moment of silence for Zhang Wei. Good, interspersed in the forest, you just need to run faster than the zombies. Besides, remember to try not to climb trees. Not climbing a tree? Why is this? If you don't climb a tree, you can also escape from other places. Once on the tree, we'll be completely trapped to death. There is no food on the tree, no water source, and there are a lot of zombies below, wandering around the tree trunks. How many days do you think you can stay up? 2 days. 2 days? I think it's difficult for 2 hours. Climbing trees is very physically demanding. While the two were chatting, the plane also landed steadily in one place. Yang Guang took out a knife. He immediately got out of the car. Go this way. Only then did Zhang Wei know, the wood is against this place, very familiar. The route chosen, almost avoiding hordes of zombies. Even if the scattered zombies howl and rush over, he will also be killed by Zhang Wei and Shan Mao. Your legs aren't tight. Are they? Yang Guang glanced at it. It's not a big problem, fortunately. The injury is not to the joints or ligaments. Otherwise the healed wound, it will be broken apart again. Go this way. Mumu took Zhang Wei and others, entered a small canyon, then in the surprised eyes of several people, climbed up quickly, and on a slightly flat stone, a sniper rifle was set up. Aiming position, exactly where the helicopter was. Chapter 7:11 Pursuit from Lin. In less than half a minute, the wood suddenly became very serious, and the index finger of the right hand also slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! As a gunshot sounded, Zhang Wei vaguely heard a muffled sound. Mumu observed for another 10 seconds, then he said nervously, "Let's go, people are coming." While talking, he climbed down from the stone in 3 clicks and 5 divided by 2. How about it? Did you hit it? Shan Mao asked curiously. Hit? The guy was sniped as he approached our helicopter. They won't be interested in our helicopters anymore, however. 2 helicopters from the other side came down with 13 or 4 people. Another helicopter I can't see. I guess it's just a little more. We need to evacuate quickly. Zhang Wei estimated based on Mumu's statement, the opponent's manpower, in total. There are probably no less than 20 people. And Zhang Wei also began to calculate in his mind, wooden bullets, and the last 13 rounds. Even if you can kill a person with a single shot, it is also impossible to eliminate all enemies. Is the person who died a foreigner? Zhang Wei only cares about this issue. If the person who died was a member of the mercenary group, then this bullet, just great value for money. No, but I saw a few of them. Take down the wood. He immediately took the lead and hurried on. Go faster, otherwise they will kill you. As soon as Mumu finished speaking, Zhang Wei almost rolled over. No less than 20 people came, and it's not even just the professional mercenaries of the mercenary group. Zhang Wei knew without even thinking about it, people who can participate in such actions, I guess they are all mid-range experts. I couldn't help but feel a little worried for a while. The troubles Zhang Wei encountered before, most of them are in cities. For jungle warfare, Zhang Wei knew almost nothing. And it's not just a jungle war now. There are zombies everywhere. One wrong step, it could even be death. Now Zhang Wei can only put all his hope. It's all on this guy, Mumu, because he looked very familiar with this jungle. And, according to the rumors about what that Zhang Wei had heard before, he used to be in the jungles of Malaysia, even dealing with a mercenary team headed by Hornbill, finally. All those people were eliminated in the jungle. And the guy called the Hornbill, he used to be a member of the mercenary group. Counting the kangaroo that was sniped not long ago, there are already 2 members, died in the hands of wood. Zhang Wei thinks, this guy is wooden. With a few bullets, sniped down a few more enemies, also pretty good. This way, quick! Mumu took Zhang Wei, and others to turn around again. And behind, the injured Zhang Wei seemed to be a little exhausted. Shan Mao and Yang Guang, Zhang Wei had to be put on the shelf. How about you just put me anywhere? You can lure the enemy away first, or come back to me in a few days. Let go of you. You will surely die. They will use blanket searches. How do you know? A long time ago, I fought them in the jungle. Wood, I heard that you were barehanded at that time. How did you defeat that mercenary team of dozens of people? Bobcat asked curiously. You'll find out later. I heard Wang Guangliang say, it was the people led by Hornbill who robbed the cash transport truck. Killed the escort policeman, finally. I want you as a witness to take the blame. That's why I'm chasing you. Then you calmly dealt with them in the jungle in the end. The Malaysian police searched the jungle for several days and nights. I only found a few poops left by you. Is this true? Zhang Wei asked about this topic. Mumu was embarrassed and stopped talking. Just when Zhang Wei was about to continue asking something, the bark of a nearby tree exploded immediately. Tree debris. It even almost shot into Zhang Wei's eyes. It's the gunman. There is a silencer. Bend down. Zhang Wei did not hear the gunshot. But look at the tree that was hit not far away. There was obviously a deep pothole. Zhang Wei immediately believed Mumu's statement. He quickly fell to the ground. I cover, go quickly, keep going inside. The would set up the gun again, keep aiming finally. I focused on it several times. No enemy seemed to be found. And the surrounding trees, being swept by bullets one after another, only then did Moo Moo realize the danger, hurry up and run wildly, followed behind Zhang Wei and others. And at this time, the roar of zombies also came from behind, and the sound of intensive gunfire. Zhang Wei knows there are zombies approaching, discovered by those people, then had to shoot. And the sudden appearance of this zombie, it also gave Zhang Wei and others a glimmer of hope. Temporarily throw the enemy away for a while. Moo Moo led everyone to climb up a steep hillside. This made Zhang Wei feel very disadvantaged. And Zhang Wei knew that's the only way, condescending, only with what can you find more opportunities to snipe the enemy. And go higher, number of zombies, it should also be less. Everywhere the wood goes, they will all try to aim behind them. And Zhang Wei looked along where the wood was aiming, only then did I discover where I was aiming, they are all places I have just walked through. And once the enemy follows and pursues them, that's the closest route too. But the wood didn't stay any longer. When no enemy appears in the scope for about 10 seconds, the wood will run away. Zhang Wei never understood the reason. Later, after Shan Mao's explanation, I found out, in the eyes of professional shooters, once you can see each other, then the other party can also see you. In a one-to-one situation, there is a higher probability of sniping the opponent. But in the case of one-to-many, even if you shoot and kill the opponent, he will also expose himself immediately at that time. There will be many guns blocking the exit route. So either kill with one hit and evacuate calmly, or leave quickly, don't give the enemy a chance to react. I fled for half a mile. Moo Moo fired the second shot in a bush, sniped an enemy. At this time, Zhang Wei also started to count again. There are still 12 bullets. A group of 4 people, after shooting the wood, just keep evacuating, and Zhang Wei also felt that the enemy was getting closer. Fortunately, during this journey, it's not the steep slope section before. Zhang Wei is no longer as strenuous as before. 5 minutes later, the 4 of them stopped at a col with piles of rubble. There are many raised rugged boulders on it. And Zhang Wei looked at the randomly arranged stones. Suddenly I had a very bold idea. Zhang Wei took it from his own pocket. He took out a lighter. How, are you addicted to cigarettes? Yang Guang asked curiously. Zhang Wei took off his backpack. 7 or 8 high-explosive detonators were taken out from it. Near here, is there any terrain similar to a line of sky? Zhang Wei asked Moo Moo. Chapter 712 Death Swamp. 100 miles in radius, there is no such terrain. Moo Moo's words made Zhang Wei feel ashamed. I have lived here for more than half a year. There weren't so many zombies at that time. Every direction, I have explored them in depth. There is no such terrain. Moo Moo shouldered his sniper rifle, then we headed towards another small valley. This is a hilly landscape, the highest mountain range. It's only 300 to 500 meters, such terrain, it doesn't exist at all. But you high explosive detonator, maybe at the last critical moment, when ammunition and food are exhausted, achieve unexpected results. Yang Guang took a look and said, running out of ammunition and food, that is to wait for the wood to burn out all the bullets. When Zhang Wei and others continued on their way, I found the roar of a helicopter coming from the distance again. What you said before? Did we only see 2 helicopters? That's right. That's it, the 3rd helicopter, it should have landed in front, block our way, so you didn't see the helicopter. No roar was heard either. Listen to this voice. It's only 2 or 3 kilometers away. This way. Moo Moo pointed in a direction to the left and said, that's another woodland, there are many towering trees growing there. But there is a fatal weakness, that is, there is no very complicated terrain, that is to say, although it can avoid the sight of helicopters, but it was inevitable to fight with the pursuers. Zhang Wei knows, Moo Moo must have thought of this too. At this time, you can only follow the instructions of the wood. At least judging from the previous escape, wood. The leader, decisions made, there were no mistakes. Yang Guang took it from Zhang Wei's hand to pass a detonator, then I found a broken branch of a tree, tied to it. It was made into something similar to a grenade. Zhang Wei knew at a glance that, after Yang Guang's casual modification, the distance this thing could be thrown out had increased by at least 20 meters. When Zhang Wei handed the lighter to Yang Guang directly refused, and took out a lighter from his pocket. It's a pity that there are no fishing lines and grenades, otherwise it could be made into a booby trap. Shan Mao was very regretful. Zhang Wei knew that a booby trap was an inconspicuous rope that would immediately pull the grenade buckle ring when triggered. Once this grenade is connected to Zhang Wei's high explosive detonator, It can achieve an unexpected explosion effect. However, without a trigger like a grenade, everything is in vain. Here, there is a swamp on the hillside. Mutu pointed in another direction. Swamp. Why go to the swamp? Zhang Wei knew that the swamp could not be used for effective hiding. It could not even allow them to escape calmly. If Mutu hoped that the swamp could solve the enemy, the probability was too low. Instead, the first person to be trapped, it's just them. But for a while, several people developed a blind obedience to Wood. Although knowing that swamps may not be of much use in delaying enemies, but he still subconsciously followed the Wood and ran over. Every time the Wood walks a certain distance, they all looked behind nervously. Fortunately, after 2 consecutive enemies were shot and killed, the enemy has also become much more cautious. Zhang Wei saw the enemy approaching many times. But there was no foreign member of the mercenary group that Mu mentioned. In Zhang Wei's eyes, 10 ordinary gunmen died, might as well kill a member of a mercenary organization. The 4-person team ran quickly, and a team of more than 20 people behind, it is also approaching slowly and unhurriedly. It seems that where Zhang Wei and others went, it was within their expectations. Guided by Wood, in less than 10 minutes, Zhang Wei and others approached the swamp that Mu mentioned. After getting close, Zhang Wei knew, this so-called swamp, it is not a swampy wetland like the coastal wetland park. It is a place similar to an artificial lake. But this place, it looks obviously deeper than an ordinary artificial lake. The entire lake is green. The surrounding area looks lighter, many things similar to water plants, it is growing crazily. The entire lake is swampy, it has an area of about 1 or 2 square kilometers, there are several tree houses surrounding it, there seem to be traces of human life. This way. The Wood leads the crowd, entered a wooden house, then in a room inside, searching over and over again, finally, 3 bear traps were found. The Wood continued to search inside, found a rusty pistol, there is also something wrapped in a plastic bag, throw it to Yang Guang. Yang Guang opened it and took a look, inside were bullets wrapped in newspapers, newspaper soaked in oil, can effectively prevent moisture. There are plastic bags and oil newspapers, the bullets inside are still like new. Yang Guang glanced at the rusty pistol with some disgust. Open the insurance, a few random massages, then exit the magazine loaded. It won't explode. Will it? Yang Guang asked with some disgust. I'm not sure, you are a master of pistols, it's up to you. Mu ignored the surprised Zhang Wei and Shan Mao. The bear traps were installed on several main roads in the jungle, and used some dead branches and leaves, blocking other places around. But the bear trap was deliberately exposed. What does this mean? Could it be that when the enemy jumps over these dead branches and leaves, will he step on this animal trap? This is too blatant. You'll find out later, Mu said casually. From now on, the wood will continue to tumble in the wooden house. I found another rusty hatchet, although rusty, but it looks extremely sharp. Mu held the hatchet in his hand, hanged the handle of the knife with a piece of cloth, then he hung it around his neck. This way. After doing all this, the wood signaled to Zhang Wei and others. He continued to follow his footsteps. It was at this time, there was another clearly audible gunshot from behind. Zhang Weizheng listened carefully. Suddenly a zombie jumped over in the swamp next to it, knocked Zhang Wei to the ground. Seeing the zombie bite Zhang Wei's neck, there was a gunshot. It turned out that Yang Guang was in a hurry. Shot, the zombie was instantly headshot. Zhang Wei was splashed with zombie blood and brains. Zhang Wei wiped it with his hands indifferently, pulled another handful of water plants, wiped his hands. Behind the swamp, it is a stream. You guys wait for me over there. Mu glanced behind him, then he tried to find a place to set up his gun. Next, Zhang Wei and 3 others, then walk in the direction the wood points. After only walking a dozen steps, there was clearly audible gunfire from ahead. There are enemies ahead too. How did they get around it? It should be the person from the helicopter before. What do we do now? Look what the wood said. When Zhang Wei looked back, found the wood smearing itself with mud in the swamp. After the mud filled my body, Mu also took out a cloth bag. A lot of mud was put inside. The wood holds the hatchet in its mouth. He was quickly climbing up a tree dozens of meters high. Chapter 713 Lethal Weapon. Wood, what the hell are you doing? The lynx raised his head and glanced, very puzzled. You keep running upstream, I'll stay and stop them. Mu said loudly, as he climbed the tree. This big tree, I'm afraid it's too rough for 2 people to hug each other. Even 2 people can't surround it. If there weren't vines hanging down from it, it's really impossible to climb up the wood. Zhang Wei knows, silk can mask the smell, avoid zombies, But when climbing on wood, it also left traces of mud on vines and tree trunks. This was discovered by the enemy. The enemy fired at random under the tree. Wood can't fly without wings. There are gunshots ahead. It should be someone from another helicopter. We probably won't make it. Lynx shouted. Then you lie down on the beach. Smear your whole body with mud. Don't expose any position. Moo shouted hurriedly. What does this mean? Don't you want to know? How did I kill a mercenary team in the Malaysian jungle with my bare hands? I will demonstrate it to you now. Moo said in a deep voice. Quick, do as I say. Zhang Wei looked up along the trunk of the tree. Finally, I found something hanging on the tree. A huge black object, hanging on the tree like a black meteorite. That's. Zhang Wei pointed to the top of the tree, he said with a trembling tone. Zhang Wei finally understood what Moo meant. Quick, get ready. Just do what the wood says. Zhang Wei heard the enemy shouts, immediately swooped, jumped into the mud near the swamp, then take the black and smelly sludge, quickly apply it on your body, not just hair, ear, nose, not even the eyes were spared. The wood continues to climb the trunk, seeing that we had reached a height of more than 10 meters, still climbing to higher places. Bobcat and Yang Guang, I finally understood what Moo meant by smearing mud on himself. He immediately started taking action without hesitation. The three of them found a few places with deep water and grass. Squat your lower body in the water, only part of the upper body is left above the water. In the end, each other smeared mud on each other's bodies. The wood is more than 20 meters high. He picked up the sniper rifle on his back and fired again. But a sniper rifle without a silencer? The sound of gunfire echoed far into the woods. Zhang Wei vaguely heard, there are foreigners speaking in English. This way, this way. Some people also spoke in Chinese. Over here, go this way. The sound also became clearer and clearer. Let's spread out a little, gather together, the goal is too big. Zhang Wei walked quickly to the side of the swamp. Finally, I found a large piece of water peanut reed. So Zhang Wei did not hesitate to cut a part of the reed, lift it up and cover yourself like a quilt. Yang Guang and Shan now. But they are still digging deep mud in the same place. Such mud is smeared on the body, it won't fall easily. To the end, all three of them have almost nothing except their eyes. It's pretty clean. The enemy is coming. Zhang Wei feels. The enemy is only a few dozen meters away, touch and slowly. And the wood finally climbed to the height he wanted. When Zhang Wei and others looked up, I found that the wood was no longer visible. And da-da-da sound also coming from the tree tops. Zhang Wei knows, that's wood using its rusty hatchet. Branches are being cut. Like a woodpecker, a dull sound of clicking spread far and wide. And under the tree trunk sawdust. Dead branches and leaves kept falling. Zhang Wei changed his position. Only then did I find the log lying in a slightly hidden position. While using his left hand, he took out the mud from the bag and smeared it on his body. On the other hand, he was cutting down a branch as thick as a bowl with his right hand. The branch extends dozens of meters away. The huge black object was hanging on it. A formed honeycomb. Zhang Wei has noticed, there are already bees around. Buzz buzz. Flying. It's a golden wasp. Inadvertently, Zhang Wei finally saw the variety of bees. This is a type of killer bee. Killer bees are a type of laboratory bee, 1950s. African bees with high honey production were used to mate with Brazilian wild bees. A kind of killer bee is formed that is highly toxic and aggressive. It then spread throughout the world over the next few decades. This kind of bee has a bad temper, very aggressive. If someone or an animal messes with them, they can pursue for many kilometers. A bee can even hunt a mouse many times its own size. And the toxicity of this bee, as scary as a poisonous snake. It's a poisonous bee, fatal. Zhang Wei quickly reminded two teammates not far away. Zhang Wei finally understood. Why is the wood smearing mud on itself? Could it be, he's in the jungles of Malaysia, also use hives to defeat enemies? Thinking about it this way, Zhang Wei thinks it is really possible. No matter how powerful the mercenary team is, in any case, without any precautions, there is no way to resist the swarm. And once you are stung, it will also cause severe pain immediately, loss of combat effectiveness. After shooting the wood, the enemy's voice is getting closer and closer. Finally, the enemy spotted the wooden hut surrounding the wetland in the distance. No surprise, a flurry of rifle bullets swept by. The door panel of the wooden house was beaten, so that sawdust flew everywhere. Zhang Wei was very lucky. I just wasn't with a few teammates, hiding in that wooden house. After a burst of gunfire, the enemy's raids had not stopped yet. Zhang Wei only saw a black thing flying past. 3 seconds later, there was an explosion. It's a watermelon grenade. Unknown enemy, use watermelon grenade. The entire cabin was destroyed. Zhang Wei and 3 others, lying down among the water plants. I had to hold my breath, waiting for that moment to come. And da-da-da. The sound of logging sounded again. A dozen heavily armed men. They immediately gathered around Zhang Wei and others. One of them said, "No way, there are people guarding the other side of the valley. It's impossible for them to get out. Don't talk nonsense. Look where this sound is coming from." Another person went to a big tree. A bit of mud falls. It landed on his nose. Another person next to me was about to laugh. He endured it all his life. This man touched some mud, smell it in front of your nose, said, "It's not bird droppings." He raised his head subconsciously. The leaves above are falling sporadically. The dust was almost blurry. Clatter, 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 click. There was a sound of trees breaking, a branch falling from a high altitude. Up there, shooting. The one who spoke, fire first. And the wood that has been prepared long ago. I just found a tree branch and clung to it. Bullets flew past the wood. The enemy moved under the tree. Just stay a little away from the bottom of the tree. Angled bullets, it can hit wood easily. It was at this time, a huge black ball of dried earth dropped to the ground. Just look at the diameter. This earth ball is several meters long. Buzz buzz. Sound, it spread immediately. Chapter 714. The enemy retreats. For a time, screams also came from the surroundings. If you want to use one word to describe the enemy's state, that's like a rat scurrying around. Don't choose a way out. Zhang Wei clung to the ground. He felt a huge swarm of bees passed overhead. And the unknown enemy, it didn't take long for screams to be heard. Zhang Wei could only stay as still as possible, wait for this group of enemies to lure the swarm away. At this time, a little negligence, it is possible to attract swarms of bees. Zhang Wei couldn't see where the enemy was going, but he heard the sound of the trap being triggered. The panicked enemy seemed to have triggered the traps that Moo Moo had placed in 3 conspicuous places. The screams came one after another, and they never stopped. Zhang Wei had already begun to mourn for those people. If the trap was triggered, it would be difficult to remove it without help in a short period of time. And the attack of the poisonous bee followed, which was almost certain to kill him. For a moment, Zhang Wei also looked up to Moo Moo, the dull guy. This was a calculated step-by-step plan. The area around this beehive was Moo Moo's preset position. The enemy fled in panic, and it took more than 10 minutes for the area to gradually calm down. Zhang Wei carefully checked and found that there were still a large number of poisonous bees hovering around the fallen beehive. Under such circumstances, Zhang Wei and others could not move immediately. And Moo Moo could not get down from the tree. "Moo Moo, hold on to the tree trunk. I'm going to throw a detonator." Zhang Wei knew that there was no faster way to expel the zombies at this time. So with Shan Mao and Yang Guang covering their ears, although Zhang Wei lit the fuse, throw the detonator over. Just under 5 seconds. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Even the water surface was blown into waves. Zhang Wei was knocked to the ground by his butt. It took half a minute to come to his senses. How powerful is a high-explosive detonator? Zhang Wei saw a huge pit a few meters away next to the big tree. The diameter is probably close to 2 meters. And this is because the ground is not entirely soft soil. And those poisonous bees flying around. I didn't know that I was shocked to death by the sudden explosion. Or went somewhere else. The beehives on the ground also disappeared, exploded into powder. Zhang Wei looked around for a while. Finally, near the 3 bear traps placed in the wood, 2 bodies were recovered. The body is still warm. Apparently he had just died. Both bodies were hunched over like cooked prawns, and when Zhang Wei turned them over, only then did I realize that everyone's faces were purple and blue. He obviously went through a lot of pain, the whole face. It was also swollen to the size of a pig's head. Looking again, there are no other corpses around. It is estimated that others have also accelerated their evacuation. And the other animal trap, there are also traces of being triggered. It just didn't catch the enemy. While Zhang Wei and others were checking their surroundings, the wood also slowly climbed down from the tree along the vines. Just came down. It's almost like standing unsteadily. Zhang Wei saw that Moo Moo's lips were bloodless. I knew something had happened. I've been stung. Wood is weak. On the back. The lynx tore open part of the wood's clothing to examine. Only then did I discover a sore-like bump nearly the size of half an egg. Is this poisonous bee so perverted? Yang Guang burned the dagger with a lighter. Make a cross on the sore of wood, then in the groan of wood, help squeeze out the thick blood inside. Is this the only place? The lynx touched the wood in other places. How many more injuries do you want me to get? Moo Moo said speechlessly. If you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. So many bees the culprit, were stung? This is already a blessing among misfortunes. The lynx took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, then put the unknown black powder inside, poured some on the wound in the wood. What the hell is this? Yudon black medicine. Black medicine? Isn't it white medicine? I don't know the formula by Yao. This is black medicine. Don't worry, anti-inflammatory. Pain relieving and poison repelling effect, it's the same. Shan Mao said as he said, not forgetting to take out a sewing needle, then he poked into the heart of the sore, trying to pick out the bee stinger. After a while of fussing, although I don't know if I have been singled out, but the wood kept shouting. Okay, that's it. I'm not dizzy anymore. Seeing that the wood has regained some of its color, Zhang Wei took the sniper rifle from his hand. Do you still want this hatchet? Zhang Wei asked, pointing to the hatchet on the ground. No more. You put away the weapons of those two guys. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to take action, Yang Guang and Shan Mao touched him like Captain Jean. Take those two people who were stung alive by poisonous bees. I touched him all over my body. Shan Mao even threw away his backpack and used the other party's military backpack instead. The two found 6 grenades, 2 M41 rifles, 7 fully loaded 30-round magazines, 2 pistols, and a large number of pistol bullets, as well as military daggers, compasses, medical kits, and other things on the two bodies. Shan Mao and Yang Guang equipped themselves without hesitation, and then gave 2 grenades and a pistol to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew the principle of making the best use of things. In terms of shooting, his level was definitely not as good as Shan Mao and Special Police Officer Yang Guang. So having 2 grenades and a pistol was enough. The remaining weapons were handed over to 2 skilled people. The danger at this time came mostly from unknown enemies, because they could also snipe from a distance. As for the danger of zombies, there were not many zombies here, and they were almost negligible. It's a pity that the bullets are not universal, said Bobcat with some regret. What he meant by not universal was, of course, the rifle bullets, which were not compatible with the sniper bullets. Otherwise, Moo Moo could continue to play his advantage as a super sniper. Use rifles instead of sniper rifles, it must be a little worse. It's not a big problem, I still have 12 bullets. The gun you just put on the tree, did you hit anyone? Hit. Good, this is really a perfect shot. Where do we go next? The poisonous bees can only contain them for a while. I guess it won't be long, they'll come back again. There's a blockade here. Zhang Wei pointed in the upstream direction. There was gunfire from there before. If what is expected is correct, someone should have ambushed there in advance. We're not going there. Let's go back. Moo Moo hesitated for a moment, and then said, Fight back? At this time, they were all probably stung by poisonous bees. While their footing is not yet stable, when in panic, we are condescending, fight back. Lynx, you are good at lurking, thy lord rushes in, Yang Guang, you hold the line behind with your rifle, I'm responsible for long-range cover with a sniper rifle, our team of 3, don't take too big a step, as for Zhang Wei, your thigh is injured, just find a place to rest. Chapter 7:15 Counterattack Assault. Actually, I can hit that hive with 1 shot. But after the bullet penetrated, the hive may not fall down, so I had to climb up and take risks. After saying that, Moo Moo took out a mineral water bottle. Sprinkle some anti-inflammatory powder inside, then add the entire bottle of water. He poured it in one breath. After drinking, Moo Moo took the AWM sniper rifle from Zhang Wei's hand. Then he said, Let's go. While talking, the Wu threw away the bag containing the mud before. Then he took out a sniper rifle bullet as long as his finger from his jeans pocket. The loading started. The lynx walks ahead, looking carefully, and Yang Guang also followed behind. Guard the flanks on the left and right. As for wood, it increases the distance by tens of meters. Use the commanding heights to take long-range sniper aim. After Zhang Wei washed away the mud on his body, he followed carelessly. The group of 4 walked more than 100 meters. Several bodies were found lying on the ground in another place. Death is very painful. It seems that after being chased by poisonous bees, fell down in this place. Shan Mao looked around vigilantly, but found nothing. Shan Mao carefully took off the grenades hanging on the belts of the corpses, and gave some of the guns and ammunition on them to Moo Moo, and then hid the rest under several large rocks. Carrying too many weapons would affect the flexibility of action, but not collecting these weapons would be too wasteful. By the time Zhang Wei caught up with the others, Jean Mao had almost hidden all the weapons and ammunition. I'll give you some more grenades. Lynx handed Zhang Wei a brand new pistol, and 4 or 5 grenades. Zhang Wei also hung 2 grenades on his belt. Just like those people. Then he swapped the rusty gun that Mu Tu had found from the cabin. The gun seemed to be stuck, and Zhang Wei didn't like to use it. After the 4 of them met in this valley, Lynx looked further away. We can't let them run away, otherwise they will cause trouble for us. Lynx said to Mu Tu. I know, just as the saying goes, don't chase poor bandits, follow a few more miles. If you still can't see their shadow, we just found another way to evacuate. The Wood carefully climbed up a tree that was not very high, but had a wide view. Then he said, those people went in the direction of the helicopter. Our helicopter is there too. We can't let them destroy it, otherwise we can't get out of this forest. The Wood climbed down from the tree in a hurry. I plan to continue chasing. Only then did Zhang Wei know, it is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down the mountain. Although the slope is not very steep, but it was much more difficult to go up the mountain than before when the enemy was chasing behind. Fortunately, it's not life-threatening at this time. Although there are some zombies approaching, but it can also be easily solved by Shan Mao and Yang Guang with cold weapons. Zhang Wei and others had been following him for only a few minutes. Suddenly the enemy was found stopped in a dense forest. He did not continue to retreat to the river beach where the helicopter landed. Instead, he chose to rest where he was, counting the people who died in the traps and the people who were killed by Mu Tu. Zhang Wei and his team found a total of 8 bodies along the way, although Zhang Wei didn't know their number. Judging from the helicopter's passenger capacity, the group should not exceed 25 people. The loss of 7 or 8 people is equivalent to 1/3 of the group, which is equivalent to being severely injured. It is estimated that the poisonous bees attacked these people, which made them lose the courage to continue attacking and chose to retreat temporarily. What these people didn't expect was that Mu Tu and the other people on the tree were almost unharmed and followed them all the way. Zhang Wei also followed suit. He also helped take care of a lot of zombies. But gradually I fell behind. No, your speed is too fast. I can't keep up. If you retreat again, I guess I can't keep up even more. I can only walk slower. See you again later. Zhang Wei knows, if this continues, he would only be a drag on the 3 of them. It's better to find a place to hide first, then meet up with Mu Mu and others. Good, you go west. Less than 2 kilometers, you will see a stone mountain. There are many caves over there. They are left over from the stone slabs dug in the quarry in the past. You first find a place to hide. If we are okay, it will get dark tomorrow at the latest. I'll come and meet you. The Wood pointed in a random direction. Another compass was given to Zhang Wei. The topography and trees and sun in the forest, neither can be used as a reference. As long as the compass doesn't malfunction, just follow the direction of the compass. There's a road over there. There might be zombies. Keep yourself safe. Zhang Wei naturally knew that there were a lot of zombies there, otherwise there would be no enemy shooting over there before. But the direction pointed by the Wood, it avoids the direction where the enemy blocks the road. So Zhang Wei can feel relieved. So Zhang Wei parted ways with Mu Mu and others without hesitation. Go directly towards the so-called quarry. And Mu Mu's team of 3 then continued to chase the fleeing enemy. When leaving, Zhang Wei said, these guys, someone from the mercenary group must be leading the team. I have heard people speaking English before, but just now along the way, corpses on the road. None of them are foreigners. This shows that those guys might still be there. In short, you have to be careful. It really doesn't work. Let's hide. Find a chance to go back to the old town again. It doesn't matter if the helicopter can't be saved. Just stay alive. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he quickly left immediately. And a few minutes later, Zhang Wei heard the gunfire. Although I don't know about Wood, Yang Guang, what results will the Bobcat trio achieve? But this is not something Zhang Wei should consider. There are specialties in the art industry. Jungle war. This is not the area that Zhang Wei is good at. In this forest of giant trees, not to mention having to deal with the siege of zombies and unknown enemies, Zhang Wei feels, you can't even get out without getting lost, will all become problems. The sound of gunfire was intermittent, and further away, gunshots were also heard. Zhang Wei knows, that should be the enemy looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Zhang Wei moved around several places. He took out his telescope again, but there are many trees. You can't see the battle at all. In the end, I could only grit my teeth and leave first. Designated routes of Wood is to continue to the west. That is the source direction of the zombie wave, although it is only 2 kilometers away. But Zhang Wei overcame obstacles all the way, after bypassing several valleys and high hills. When we are almost close to the place mentioned by the wood, it's already an hour later. And after arriving at the quarry, only then did Zhang Wei realize the weirdness. Here, there are many fences made of trees around. Here, there are traces of survivor activity. Chapter 716 Supply Camp. Are these fortifications built of wood? Zhang Wei already knew the wood is hiding deep in this jungle, living alone for more than half a year. If he were not living a life like Tarzan, the wooden house before that, and the present stone cave, they are all the best places to live. What Zhang Wei is not sure about is that this current position, after all, it is a dwelling of wood, or someone else has occupied the wooden dwelling. After all, the range of movement of wood, in a radius of several hundred square kilometers. It's also possible that other survivors have recently intervened here. When I think of this, Zhang Wei took out his telescope and observed carefully. The quarry is a terrain similar to a small basin, and not far away, it's the stone mountain mentioned by Wood. Further west of the basin, it is a hardened cement road. It can be seen that large trucks often drive on this road. The whole road is a bit shabby. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and, first, I checked the distance, then comes the near place, finally at the corner of the mountain, found the cave that the Wood said. It is called a cave, but it is actually a square stone chamber. The stones taken from this limestone quarry are often used to make steps, tombstones, or fill bricks and stones. Explosives are not used. Instead, they are drilled in parallel, and then hit with many pickaxes together. The stones mined in this way are very complete, and can be cut into other shapes as needed. When Zhang Wei was observing the stone chamber, he suddenly found clothes drying on the clothesline near the stone chamber. There are more than a dozen clothes. This is impossible for Mumu to leave alone. Zhang Wei knew that in such a hot summer, even if the clothes are washed frequently, so many clothes should not be dried at once. And once so many clothes are dried here, this shows that there are a large number of survivors living here. When I think of this, Zhang Wei stopped and said, I found a secluded place to hide. Then he patiently observed the movements of the quarry. The quarry site is low. Once there is an influx of zombies, it is estimated that it cannot be cleared in a short time. And this place, it's clean without any zombies. Zhang Wei also had a bigger guess. Someone brought the zombie swarm from the west, led to other places. And this place, it is a temporary resting place for them. As for who is taking the trouble to risk being surrounded by zombies, to do this kind of thing, Zhang Wei had no clue for a while. However, Zhang Wei guessed this may be related to the sudden appearance of a large number of zombies on the western defense line of the old city. Someone is killing the zombies, deliberately attracted to the old city, and the people on the seashore at that time. We also attacked the old city, and sent mercenaries to intervene in the old city. This matter, in all likelihood, it is inseparable from the people in city lights. Zhang Wei took out the pistol he had just exchanged for, and skillfully emptied the bullets from the pistol to check. 7 bullets. Zhang Wei skillfully pushed them up, and opened the safety of the pistol. In case of emergency, it seems, there are no human survivors. Zhang Wei lay in a hidden place nearby, observing for half an hour, and there was still no movement in this quarry. Zhang Wei estimated that even if there were people, when the gunshots and the sound of helicopter propellers were heard nearby, they might have gone out. Thinking this way, Zhang Wei planned to sneak into this place and take a look. If there were any weapons and equipment, he would destroy them with grenades, because these weapons and equipment belonging to the enemy would inevitably hit the survivors in his old city, and the people in the old city high school camp. Although Zhang Wei wanted to intervene, he was still very cautious. He found a stone on the ground nearby, and threw it out fiercely. The stone fell dozens of meters away. At the moment when the stone fell to the ground, the stone chamber in the basin heard the rapid barking of dogs. A big black dog immediately jumped out. He ran towards the location of the stone dropped by Zhang Wei. The big black dog sniffed the ground for a long time, then his eyes widened. After sniffing for a while, towards the direction of Zhang Wei, he ran over without looking back. Zhang Wei just said bad. Dog knows sense of smell. I'm afraid it's thousands of times larger than that of humans. To the east where he is, when the southeast wind blows, he was probably discovered by this beast. Zhang Wei is naturally afraid of this big black dog. But I am also worried about the shooting. The gunfire attracted nearby enemies. So Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and took out a dagger he was carrying. Then he stared at the direction where the vicious dog was coming. This big black dog, it seemed that Zhang Wei's location had been known for a long time, directly aimed at the location where Zhang Wei was hiding. Just kick up your heels and run wildly. A distance of 100 or 200 meters, In just a few dozen seconds, he rushed up. And Zhang Wei also stood up at this time. Hold your backpack with your left hand, block it in front of your chest. The black dog bit into the strap of the school bag. He was thrown away by Zhang Wei. Just as the black dog jumped up and pounced on Zhang Wei's exposed neck, Zhang Wei used his backpack to send him flying. Then Zhang Wei pounced directly on the big black dog. Use your backpack to hold the black dog's head firmly. But his right hand made a cut on the black dog's abdomen without hesitation. Suddenly there were things like the intestines and stomach of a black dog. It flowed out. Seeing that the black dog resisted a little less vigorously, Zhang Wei made another circular cut. Take the black dog's head. It was cut. After all this is completed, Zhang Wei sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. The speed of this black dog, much faster than zombies. Zhang Wei was on guard against being bitten by it. There is no rabies vaccine available at this time. And we don't know if there are other germs that are the same as zombie viruses. Regardless of the black dog's body, Zhang Wei stood up slowly, continued to observe the movement in the quarry. Until a few minutes later, Zhang Wei confirmed this place again. There are no survivors anymore. Then he slowly stood up, walked towards the bottom. Several caves in the quarry. There is no obstruction outside. Until it's close to the inside, only then can you see some wooden structures. After Zhang Wei entered, I just felt a cool feeling. In the hot summer, definitely a summer resort. Once entering the stone chamber, Zhang Wei saw many traces of life, some bedding and stuff like that. There are also several mosquito nets that are patched in many places. And in some corners, there are also some pots and pans. At the door, on top of a wooden stake, there is an iron chain. The chain opening has been damaged. He probably tied up the big black dog from before. Hey, there's even salt. Zhang Wei also found 2 or 3 unopened packages of salt in a corner. There is this thing. We can't let that big black dog go to waste. Zhang Wei looked at the pots and pans in trance. Chapter 717. The enemy returns to their nest. Zhang Wei checked the chain. The location of the break is still new. That is to say, that black vicious dog. I just broke free from this chain not long ago. In this way, Zhang Wei had a bold idea. Boil the dog and eat it. During this time, in addition to cooking some rice at Walmart, Zhang Wei. Almost no oil or water has entered. As long as this big black dog has never eaten dead human flesh, Zhang Wei didn't mind eating it. Zhang Wei searched other stone chambers, but still nothing was found. I didn't expect to find any ammunition or supplies. But Zhang Wei was tied up here to look after the house because of this big black dog. Not even starved to death. It could also be inferred that someone will come back here by then. When I think of this, Zhang Wei immediately left. If the enemy blocks this basin, when the time comes, we will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. I don't know how he died. When returning, Zhang Wei didn't forget to take away a pan. And when passing that dog, he also used a knife to remove the 4 dog legs without hesitation. As for the internal organs and head of the big black dog, naturally, Zhang Wei gave up subconsciously. The 4 dog legs add up to about 20 pounds. Zhang Wei had already planned to share the food with Moo Moo and the others when they came back. Zhang Wei knows, the 3 wooden men fought against those people. It shouldn't last too long. It will definitely end with the retreat of one party. So the dog meat was marinated with salt. I found a big tree and climbed up, waiting slowly. And at this time, a convoy coming from the west, he also slowly approached the basin where Zhang Wei was located. Several semi-convertible cars were filled with people. Just count, there are 20 or 30 of them. Although Zhang Wei did not see this convoy, but I heard the sound of a car approaching. This kind of sound is in the zombie apocalypse. It's really too noticeable. Because the sound of the engine is in the deserted wilderness of the apocalypse, it has become very rare. The convoy stopped on the road outside the basin. A group of people got out of the car shouting. One of them said in surprise, "No, the big black dog is missing." Another person said, "I guess he went to look for food. I told you to feed me more dog food. This is the great man's dog. Something is really going wrong. We will all be walking around without food." "It's not a big problem. That dog is very clever. Haven't you run away several times before, after wandering around for a while?" "I came back by myself. We can just wait." "Yes. Yes. Yes, cook on fire." "Sir." "Send a few people to guard the surroundings in multiple directions. Watch out for the approaching zombies nearby." As soon as this man finished speaking, there were 4 or 5 people scattered. One of them, walk along the place where Zhang Wei was squatting before. Zhang Wei quickly laid down on the big tree. "Hide your body." And as soon as the man came up, also discovered the location of Zhang Wei before. And a black dog head was found in that location. The man suddenly fell to the ground in panic. It's not good, not good, that dog is dead. The sound of panic attracted several people below the camp. What are you yelling about? Where is the dog? The dog was killed. The head is here. After seeing the blood on the ground, several people found the dog's breast frame nearby. Tail, there are also 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs. These are the parts that Zhang Wei gave up. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Asshole, don't make any noise, go find Taichio, dig a hole and bury these things, otherwise the black bear will come back. If only I knew, we'll be walking around without food. Black bear, will black bear come back? Asshole, how do I know? His dog is still here. Are you sure he won't come back? He said the dog was just like him. All have black skin. I have always regarded this dog as a brother. When discussing black bears, suddenly everyone was secretive. Don't make it public. Get to work. Whether black bear comes back or not, we must tell the public that. The dog broke free from the chain and ran away. After these people finished their discussion, they began to look around nervously, and Zhang Wei also watched them, digging a medium-sized earth pit, and buried the remaining parts of the big black dog. Black bear. Sounds like a person's name. Who is this guy? Is it the black bear from the mercenary group? Zhang Wei knew that the Black Sun mercenary group also had a guy named American Black Bear. I have only heard of its name. No one was seen. It's people like Demengzi Guisho. I have never met this guy face to face. If it's really that guy, then why did he gather so many people in this quarry? Zhang Wei couldn't understand. We can only wait for now. He planned that if Moo Moo and his group didn't appear nearby, go find them again. The big tree Zhang Wei climbed up. It can also be regarded as the only way for Moo Moo and others to come and join together. Zhang Wei saw 4 or 5 enemies gathered together, buried the big black dog. And then after gathering together again, then they left whispering to each other. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei heard them say again, "Hurry up and have a rest and eat. After eating and drinking enough, we're going to move on. This time our fleet, we may have to go further away. It may take 2 or 3 days to come back." While talking, Zhang Wei saw them coming out of a stone chamber. Something was added to the trunks of several of the cars. It seems to be gasoline. These guys move with gasoline. It seems that he may have gone on a long march. You know, ordinary cars are filled with gas. It can also run 400 to 500 kilometers. Come back in 3 days? This can be used. Those guys, he said that the black dog information should be protected from others. I just won't let them get what they want. See if they can fight among themselves. Zhang Wei had a bold idea. That is to kill this big black dog, put the blame on these people. But before that, Zhang Wei still planned to meet Moo Moo and the others first. This dog meat hot pot meal, it must be eaten. After listening to these people's conversations, Zhang Wei has become more convinced this big black dog has an owner. This proves that dog meat is healthier. Zhang Wei thought that after these guys completed the supplies, we'll leave immediately. I didn't expect these guys, in this temporary camp in the quarry, stayed for half a day. Zhang Wei almost cramped his legs in the tree until he heard the sound of a car starting up. Zhang Wei also came down from the tree half an hour after the car engine sound disappeared. Then he continued to observe the quarry camp with his telescope. Just like before, he threw several stones out. And when he saw no response, he went down to search carefully. Chapter 7:18 Black Africans. More than a dozen long stone chambers. The makeshift stoves inside are empty. There is still residual warmth. Zhang Wei casually threw away some ashes. Smell it on your nose. I can roughly guess the fuel these people use. It's also the gasoline that was stored before. Search completed, Zhang Wei walked towards the storage room where those people had extracted gasoline. There are several wooden sticks propped inside. Zhang Wei opened as soon as he pushed. Finally, in a corner, I found several bags of rice. There were also barrels of gasoline in portable gasoline bottles. The capacity of each barrel, it's 20 liters. This is already a large capacity. Zhang Wei originally wanted to poke a hole in the oil drum. Think about it later, these guys live here as their base. He's probably not doing anything good either. It's better to just burn this place down. So I carried the gasoline can one by one. They fell on the nearby wooden fence and all flammable objects. Even the quilt and mosquito net in the stone room didn't let it go either. This fire ignites. Almost the entire basin was on fire. Seeing that no one is approaching, Zhang Wei carried 4 dog legs. I plan to meet Ludali and others. Now around this basin, still somewhat dangerous. Zhang Wei was delayed in the tree for most of the day. Seeing that it is getting late, I don't know where the other 3 people went now. The gunshots from the previous exchange of fire it never rang again. That is when John Wei planned to continue to the river beach where the helicopter was located. A hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Zhang Wei subconsciously wanted to draw his sword. Suddenly I heard Yang Guang's familiar voice saying, "Don't make any sound. It's me." Zhang Wei immediately relaxed his vigilance. Looking in the direction of Yang Guang's gaze, only then did I discover, a few kilometers away, there was also a wisp of smoke. Said it was cooking smoke. It was just black smoke from human survivors making fires and cooking in the forest. And Zhang Wei looked behind. Only then did I discover that behind a big rock, hide from bobcats and logs. What's going on? Lost the prize? Zhang Wei looked at Bobcat's crotch, which was bright red. The bullet grazed my thigh. It's not a big deal, Shan Mao said indifferently. That's not a big deal. It's just a little bit. And you become a father-in-law. Zhang Wei immediately came over and greeted Shan Mao's brother first. When he found out that Shan Mao's brother was fine, he finally felt relieved. Zhang Wei only found out after whispering with them. It turned out that it was their team of 3 who had been chasing the enemy at the end. The number of enemies was getting smaller and smaller. Some were killed by them, some are in a hurry and choose their own way, don't know where he went. Yang Guang and Shan Mao also became a little arrogant. Unexpectedly, the two of them were surrounded by enemies. If it weren't for the wood behind it, by now both bodies were cold. The arrogant bobcat paid the price. He was almost shot in the crotch by the enemy. And the wood's counterattack. We have also achieved certain results, knocked off one of the enemy's ears. Who's messing with you? Zhang Wei knows, these 3 people. Mu, they are not ordinary people. Let the 3 of them hide behind this stone to rest. The enemy must be more powerful. It's a foreigner with yellow curly hair. Yellow-haired foreigner? That should be the Red Fox. Among the mercenary groups, the best at long-range sniping, it's the Red Fox. It's not just this person, and those 3 birds. Mu said cautiously. 3 birds? Hornbill, robin, and the kiwi bird. Hornbills are native to Southeast Asia, died by my gun 9 years ago. Robin is British. Kiwis are native to the New Southwest. These 3 guys, he is the most powerful long-range gunner in that mercenary group. So isn't it a Red Fox? Zhang Wei has seen Red Fox take action several times. I always thought, Red Fox is a member of the mercenary team, the man in charge of long-range sniping. Red Fox, I can only say that he is a rising star, Mu said casually. Zhang Wei can see that, would to those guys, also very knowledgeable. The only person I haven't met or heard of, it's that one. Mountain Gazelle, I heard they are Israelis. Mu added. Didn't the enemy continue to pursue you? Zhang Wei asked curiously. 3 helicopters, Red Fox should not be the only foreigner. Not sure, maybe they are worried about the wooden black gun, and the poisonous bee, it did cause them heavy losses. I don't want to add a few more manpower, they don't dare to act rashly anymore. What's that black smoke about? That's another group of people. Zhang Wei asked for details again, only then did I realize that the black smoke was created by another group of enemies. The leader was a big black guy. Zhang Wei listened to Mu Tu for a long time before he realized that the big black guy was not just tanned, but an African black man. This made Zhang Wei feel like he had discovered a new world. It was not easy for an African black man to travel so far to the east. If he was an aboriginal who had existed in the local area, it would not be impossible for people to have talked about him since the end of the world for a year or 2. After all, it was normal to see 1 or 2 foreigners occasionally, but it was still rare to see a serious black man. The guy speaks English. I suspect he knows the Red Fox gang. Yang Guang expressed his judgment. 1 is where those guys live. It is very close to the river beach where the plane was parked before. After the 2 parties met, no fighting. If there weren't any gunshots or fighting sounds, that should be someone you know. Zhang Wei told what happened after he went to the quarry. While talking, Zhang Wei dropped his backpack on the ground. 4 bloody thighs were taken out from inside. Throw it on the ground. 4 dog legs in total. I'm afraid it weighs 12 or 3 pounds. Each one also has 2 or 3 kilograms of meat. It's as big as a pig's trotter. Did you catch a bear? The lynx glanced at the black thigh. The bear is the paw. It would be nice to have some knowledge. This is obviously a wild boar. Yang Guang held one of them in his hand. This is a dog leg, Mu said. I'll tell you a story. The group you saw before, the black man at the head, it should be the American black bear of the Black Sun mercenary group. I didn't expect, there are black people in this mercenary group, but when I think that they can absorb yellow people like water ghosts, there is a black member. Nothing surprising. No wonder there wasn't a fight. He probably knows the Red Fox gang. This dog meat, it happens to be 4 legs. Let's just split it up. You can also have a tooth festival. Good, Zhang Wei. You are so considerate. The smell of bird has faded away from my mouth these days. But before eating the dog legs, I have one more thing to tell you. This big black dog, maybe it's the dog that the American black bear has. Chapter 719 Fierce Quarrel. It doesn't matter if it's a black bear or a white bear. Let's leave now, find a place to make a fire and cook. Deal with those guys later. Wood, you should know where to hide and cook nearby. Right? No. That's okay, that helicopter, we don't care about it for now. Since those guys can fly helicopters, they won't destroy it easily. And just now Zhang Wei said he saw a car. If the helicopter is really destroyed, let's find a car and go back. So Zhang Wei stuffed several big dog legs into his backpack. In the end, Yang Guang noticed that Zhang Wei also had some difficulty with his legs and feet. He quickly took the backpack. It's better now. 2 people suffered leg injuries. We can't run all over the mountains and plains. Yang Guang said towards the wood. He wants Wood to come up with an idea. This is the land of Wood. Those who have just intervened in this area, definitely not as clear as Wood to this side. Go to the valley before. Which one? That swamp with a hornet's nest? Cross that valley, the terrain behind. It's suitable for our guerrilla attack, although part of the group of guys blocked them on the other side of the hill, but we would never have imagined that we had no intention of going down the mountain at all. Isn't this a bit risky? Don't take risks. I know another way. It allows us to pass through that area safely. Just the shit you got, that's enough for us to last 3 days. Not just dog legs, I also got some rice. I set that quarry on fire, but before I light the fire, I also moved 2 bags of rice and hid them nearby. There are only about 10 kilograms in my backpack. If more is needed, just go get it. Okay, let's wait until there's no more food. Since you lit the fire, it is inevitable to be discovered. It won't pass now. Let's go to the wetland first. So under the leadership of Moo, Zhang Wei, and others rushed towards the place where they came before. The poisonous bee gave Zhang Wei an unforgettable memory. When approaching the valley, Zhang Wei also did not forget to check whether there were poisonous bees nearby. However, after being dealt with by high-explosive detonators, the swarm was indeed completely gone. Although under the big tree that I climbed with Wood before, there are also sporadic poisonous bees flying around. But after the hive has been completely destroyed into powder, these poisonous wasps are as anxious as ants on a hot pot. He stopped attacking people for a while. I don't know if there are survivors gathering here. Zhang Wei felt like there were zombies in the forest. It has changed a lot again. Although not a fatal threat, but it also affects their actions all the time. There are too many grasses, shrubs, vines and the like in the woods. Views are limited in many places. The danger is also much greater than imagined. When it reaches the position mentioned by the wood, it's getting dark. It will get dark in just over half an hour. We'll bake it until it's done. Then leave. Zhang Wei still doesn't know where Moo plans to take many people. Unexpectedly, he went directly to the wooden house that was bombed before. Broken boards were everywhere. It also saves time in finding wood. Yang Guang took out a small glass bottle. I only poured a bottle cap-sized amount of gasoline. The fire was lit. So the 4 people gathered around a bonfire-like pile of wood to barbecue the dog legs. From time to time, he would make 2 cuts with a clean dagger. This will allow the dog legs to cook faster. And the edible salt collected by Zhang Wei, he also spread it on him unceremoniously. A group of 4 people, before the dog meat is mature, just use a dagger to cut the dog meat into the pan. Not long after, a dog leg is almost nothing more than a bare skeleton. At this time, Shanao also asked curiously, Zhang Wei, how do you plan to get those people into infighting? It's very simple. I buried their dog heads in the soil, dug it out again. I heard those people say, that big black guy, I really like this big black dog. Wait until the man discovers the death of the big black dog. It's when one's own people know about it but don't report it. It's time for them to fight among themselves. But how can you be sure that they will fight among themselves? I set everything on fire, no food, they can't last 2 days. Once someone wants to leave the forest, it's time for them to fight among themselves. We have to hurry up. If the sky darkens, this firelight, it's easy to be discovered. After hearing this, Bobcat poured some more gasoline. The meat of a dog leg, if you don't overeat, it's enough to eat in a short period of time. No matter what. Zhang Wei even had half a kilogram of roasted meat left. So I carefully cut it with a knife, then wrap it in a clean handkerchief, intended to save it for the next day. Several other people, it is also a matter of imitating others. And at this time, the river beach where Zhang Wei and others made an emergency landing, there were also two groups of people arguing fiercely. The leader of one of the gangs, it's a black man and another white muscular man, followed by an off-road vehicle. There were also 7 or 8 heavily armed men. And another group of people, there were about a dozen people. It looks miserable, several of them. His face was swollen into a pig's head, almost not even the eye slits can be seen. The leaders were the red fox and American cattle that Zhang Wei had seen. And Kiwi. And among these two groups, naturally, there is no shortage of Chinese people who understand English. When several foreigners were arguing, several other people, also acting as a translator. One of them translated the words of Red Fox and others. Black Bear, you guy, actually hiding in this forest. I'm talking about recent events. I don't see any effort from you. And a person next to the Black Bear also said, Fox, you are a smart person, but this time the kangaroo died. You have to take the main responsibility. The alligator boss is already angry. First came the rattlesnake, then there's the kangaroo. Even the American cow almost died. In the past few years, we haven't had any damage. After getting involved in that old city, something went wrong, don't you think? Are we being taken advantage of? And the Kiwi bird said, Lion, don't you want revenge? The unit that killed your brother Grey Wolf, just over the Black Mountain in Binhai City, as long as we cooperate with the people from City Light, people who take advantage of them. Killing the commander is certainly not a problem. The big black guy also jumped in and said, Kiwi bird, I know your plan. You want to avenge the hornbill that died 9 years ago. I heard that the gunman showed up. The man who killed the kangaroo. At least that's what the rumors say. That man appeared in the woods. Black Bear, don't talk nonsense. That person 9 years ago, he would have died in the woods of Malaysia a long time ago. Kiwi bird, is that person dead? You must know better than me. I've seen the CIA files. I guess you've seen it too. Black Bear, what do you and Leo want to do? Even the boss's order. Do you still want to resist? I don't dare. This is also the boss's order. Lead zombies to the city. We are not welcome, naturally. We have to do such rough work. Kiwi bird, you also know everything they want to do. Not just this city. What they want to implement. It's the colored removal plan. Black Bear, say no more. Stop talking? Of course I have to say, I am black. Naturally I won't be welcomed by you. Have you read the information? Should know, for Dietrich is nothing more than a cover. The real biochemistry lab is on Plum Island. That mountain gazelle guy, he has been haunting that isolated island. After the island was built in 1950, a large-scale animal laboratory was established. There are tens of thousands of different species of animals on the island used for virus experiments. Enough, Black Bear, now let's talk about this. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Kiwi said hysterically. Chapter 720 Ambush at the Stone Gate. After the Kiwi bird roared, the rest of the people dared not speak. Even the translator quickly shut up. Black Bear seemed to be a little indignant, but after looking at the half-wrapped ear of the red fox, he seemed to be a little happy, and naturally stopped talking nonsense with his hands in his pockets. The two groups of people, you look at me, I look at you. No one said a word. Finally, Black Bear couldn't stand the calmness and said, This is in the wilderness. I suggest you either climb a tree or find a cave, otherwise you won't know how you died. Let's go, we go back to the camp. As soon as the translator finished speaking, Black Bear's men picked up their weapons and threw them into the trunk of the SUV. The sound of the car's engine came out. A ray of car light shot out into the distance. And Zhang Wei and others halfway up the mountain, I also immediately saw this ray of car lights. Can you hit it? Zhang Wei asked Moo Moo. Even if it hits the headlight, it probably won't kill anyone. This makes no sense. I only have the last 9 bullets in my gun. Don't you have extra rifles and pistols? I'm not used to using that kind of gun, this gun. I've been using it for many years. Many years? Zhang Wei was stunned. After Shan Mao's explanation, Zhang Wei Kai knew, this gun, it's the wood that was in the jungles of Malaysia back then. The gun used to fight the Hornbill group. Later, when the wood was smuggled back, it's the pure gang controlled by Lin Laohu, successfully avoided customs. Except for this gun, Moo Moo also brought back a trolley case of Cuban cigars that Demingzi liked. There are also 3 bulletproof vests. Demingzi has been smoking Cuban cigars for 3 years. Later, I gradually fell in love with the taste. I often purchased from outside. And this sniper rifle, when Moo Moo went to the police station to surrender, he was carried on his back by a piece of wood. It is said that when Wang Yukun saw Moo Moo appearing at the police station with a gun on his back, he almost dropped the coffee he was holding on the ground. There is insufficient evidence for wood. After all, those things in Malaysia are just rumors. But this gun, It's enough to put Moo Moo in prison for life. Later, the gun was sealed by Wang Yuken's crime team. Later, Bobcat realized that something was wrong. When I went to prison to be a prison police officer, I brought this gun on purpose. And this gun, it also turned back to the wooden hand. Over the past year, I almost always sleep with wood. After some explanations from Shan Mao and Moo Moo, only then did Zhang Wei realize that this gun had such a great origin. This gun, it's the gun of that guy named Hornbill, Moo Moo finally added. Although Zhang Wei didn't know how the wood killed the Hornbill, and got his gun. But after thinking about it, since wood is good at jungle warfare, that's like before, using a hornet's nest or something, kill the enemy, it shouldn't be difficult. I saw the car lights getting closer and closer. The car seems to be heading this way. Moo Moo finally couldn't help but said, "We are leaving." There are many forked roads in this forest. The car can run, but it's just a fool's errand. It's not very convenient for us to walk. It would be bad if you get bitten or scratched by zombies in the dark. Okay, you lead the way. The three of them dropped the dog leg bones on the ground nearby. He peed again into the fire that was still not extinguished. Then he walked quickly towards the valley. And Mutu also explained, "This mountain is called Sherman Mountain. The huge rocks on both sides are like a mountain gate. And the road in the middle is the road we are walking on now. The terrain here is easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the most unexpected thing is that, between the two mountains, there is a cave eroded by flowing water, which just runs through the entire mountain range. Is this the way out you mentioned?" "Yes, there was a period of time, there were many zombies here. I had to hide in the cave, and survive by catching bats." "Damn, Mutu. You are so perverted. This is not bad. This is a flying mouse in the sky. When I was poor before, I even ate mice running on the ground." The three people around him all gave thumbs up. "There is a cave ahead, they just followed. Will also be lost, use them here to meet them." The wood skillfully climbed up a nearby piece of stone more than 10 meters high. Then he skillfully took off his coat on top. A sniper rifle was set up. And the lynx looked around for a while below, then he said, "South wind, 2 levels." Zheng Wei saw Yang Guang also checking the nearby stone steps. And found 2 tiny vines. "This is booby traps and detonators. If an enemy comes, this is the greeting gift. If no one comes, we'll come back tomorrow morning to dismantle it. At least we can't waste these 2 fireworks." At this time, the quarry camp, there was also an angry roar. "Wang, de, fa." The entire quarry, it was all a mess. 4 or 5 cars, they are placed all over the road. And the number of survivors around, but it was more than twice as much as before. At least 30 people gathered at the quarry camp. "Oh, dog seller, it's my dog." The people next to me whispered, "Brother, that nigger was holding a jet black dog head and crying. What did Geely Gula say?" "Shh, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard it said in a translator, that big black man values his dog more than his own father? If I guess correctly, he should be talking about the dog seller who bought his big black dog. I thought I bought it to raise. But I didn't expect to buy it and eat it. That's why this guy is so angry." "But little brother, you quietly go and ask your brothers what they mean. We're running low on gas. There is not enough food. Is it time to prepare to withdraw? It would be bad if we were surrounded by zombies. Brother Black Bear asked me to bring you a message. Send the people out. The fire has not been extinguished yet. People should just leave. There are mountains and woodlands nearby. You can't go far at all. Brother, act now at night. Isn't it too dangerous?" "Idiot! If you thought it was safer to stay in this quarry, just stay here." After the translator finished speaking, but he walked ahead. This little brother is still a little hesitant, and after suddenly seeing the murderous gaze of the black bear, a sudden shiver ran through him. So he lit a torch. He also walked cautiously in the other direction. "How about sending a signal?" The lion came over and patted the black bear on the shoulder and asked. The black bear nodded sadly. The lion took out a flare gun, hit the sky, a red firework rose into the sky, and not long after, on the other side of the mountain, the location of Red Fox and others who were still on the river beach just now, each helicopter will rise. The helicopter searchlight shot far into the woods. There was also news from people around. There was an unextinguished bonfire, and a few leftovers near the swamp. Chapter 721 Attack in Groups. When the black bear heard the news, he stood up very excitedly. The enemy's location was previously confirmed. The bonfire has not been extinguished yet. That was the direction the enemy fled from the quarry to the other side. People near the quarry were immediately summoned, and under the instructions of the helicopter, also gathered in one direction. Only less than 5 minutes, 20 or 30 people held torches, gathered around the black bears and lions. The two of them also quickly checked the bullets of their firearms. There are also various grenades and flash bombs. Follow me. The black bear waved his hand. Just go in the direction of Zhang Wei and others. It was as if they were expected to escape this way. Zhang Wei looked at the sky. The two helicopters were still wandering near the mountainside swamp. It seems that they want to find the whereabouts of Zhang Wei and others nearby. Occasionally there is a sound in the grass. Helicopter flying at low altitude. Only when I shine a light on it do I know. It turned out to be zombies who had heard the news. Zhang Wei knows. Sooner or later the convoy and the helicopter would come in their direction. When I looked at Shan Mao and Yang Guang again, they had already laid mines several dozen meters away. When they were retreating, they had to turn on their flashlights to avoid triggering the traps they had set. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the helicopter in the sky immediately captured the two people's location. The helicopter immediately changed direction and flew quickly to the location where Zhang Wei and others were. After Shan Mao and Yang Guang reached the safe area, they had to turn off the flashlights quickly. Mu Tu immediately stood up and moved to a more concealed stone crevice for easy retreat. Then, he quietly lay sideways on the stone. Unless the helicopter's light is shown vertically, it is difficult to find Mu's existence. And Zhang Wei estimated that it would take only half a minute for the helicopter to come, so he had to worry about Mu. Do you want to retreat first? You go into the cave and hide first, and wait until the helicopter leaves. Mu responded, and then he didn't say anything else. Zhang Wei knew that. With Mu's alertness, he would not easily put himself in danger. So I no longer hesitated. I planned to grab two people first, avoid the limelight from the helicopter. If the wood is not exposed instead, a few of them were exposed, that means the gain outweighs the loss. The three of them ran quickly. Just a few breaths, he entered the cave that Mu mentioned. Said it was a cave, in fact. It is just a crack. The distance is only as wide as one person. After entering, I discovered that there is a whole other world. Big place. It's even half the size of a classroom. Zhang Wei and others are not familiar with this place. Naturally, I won't act rashly, but in the same place, waiting for the wood to arrive. The roar of the helicopter is getting closer and closer. Not far away, there was also the roar of cars. But Zhang Wei knows, the car can't reach their location. About half a kilometer away, the car will have to stop. Because of the journey ahead, it is a gravel path more than 1 meter wide. There is no problem with motorcycles and bicycles on such roads. Cars are out of the question. The three of them held their breath at the entrance of the cave, waiting for the gunshot of wood. And the entire stone mountain, but it fell into a tense atmosphere. The two helicopters did not leave immediately, but blocked the entire mountain road one after the other. This left Muta no chance to attack. Zhang Wei knew that, if Muta jumped out at this time, he might be caught by the helicopter and shot. At this time, it was best not to attack. And the real opportunity was the booby traps laid by Shan Mao and Yang Guang. When the booby traps and detonators were detonated, the attention of the helicopter would be instantly attracted. At this time, it was Muta's best chance to snipe the enemy. Mu said he still had 9 rounds of special bullets for his sniper rifle. Zhang Wei didn't know how many people he could snipe and kill. But Zhang Wei believed in Mu's marksmanship. At this time, every time an enemy dies, this makes life possible for Zhang Wei and others, a bit bigger. There were shouts and curses coming from the bottom of the mountain. And Zhang Wei pricked up his ears and listened, but all I could hear was the sound of the helicopter's propeller turning. I couldn't hear the details of what those people were saying. But after a few minutes, with the sound of serial explosions, the helicopter finally began to move in a direction down the mountain. Zhang Wei and others also know, it's pretty safe at this time. At least the second line of booby traps laid by the bobcats haven't been touched yet. Immediately and carefully climbed up a nearby hillside, observing the movements below the mountainside. I saw only 2 helicopters, search back and forth over several square kilometers. They should have known it was the sound of a grenade exploding. Little did he know that the grenade was not thrown by humans. Not to mention the high explosive detonator at the back. The whole valley, some gravel fell down. And it was at this time, Wood pulled the trigger. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Wood fired 5 shots in succession. Zhang Wei looked through his telescope. It was obvious that 4 of the enemy's men had fallen. Because of the torches and light sources, it fell to the ground irregularly. There is no need to pull the magazine when changing the magazine of the AWM sniper rifle after firing all the bullets. Because it is semi-automatic, after firing a bullet, as long as there are still bullets in the magazine, it will be loaded automatically. When within a breath, after shooting these 5 shots, regardless of the results he has achieved. Immediately rolled, he swooped down from the stone. Let's go! The voice fell, the position where the wood just lay, he was hit so hard by the bullet that sparks popped out. This was when sniper rifles and rifles fired in this direction. And the helicopter searchlight, they hit the location of Zhang Wei and others again. Let's go! Several people in the group were almost rolling and crawling. A long fiery snake followed directly. Several people only felt the gravel flying around them, slightly half a step slower. Everyone will be beaten to the core. What the hell kind of gun is this? Gatling. After Zhang Wei rushed into the cave, then he couldn't help but ask. I have actually played too many online games before. Just an ordinary machine gun. Walk, don't linger, go directly into the cave. If I guess correctly, there is also an enemy helicopter on the other side of the mountain. I don't know if they were lured away by the explosion. Zhang Wei followed his flashlight and looked. Only then did he discover a bloodstain on Mumu's face. It doesn't matter, it's just a scratch from the gravel. The wood was wiped casually. Zhang Wei saw that the wound was not deep. It seems that the surface is just broken. I stopped thinking about bandaging the wood. Let's wait until daybreak before leaving this cave. I guess they have great courage. Don't dare to come in. Mumu weighed a watermelon grenade in his hand and said. Chapter 722 Overnight in the Stone Cave. Zhang Wei knew that even a person with a shit brain would not necessarily come into this unknown stone crevice. But Zhang Wei also knew that those foreigners might not regard ordinary survivors as human beings. And it was possible to drive them in at that time. But with weapons like grenades, it can almost be said that one man can block the pass and 10,000 men cannot pass. Are you going to spend the night in this stone cave today? Zhang Wei looked at Mu too. The backbone at this time had become this taciturn man. Mumu nodded and said, sit here for a few minutes. If they come in, let's make another ambush. Completely cut them off. Zhang Wei knows, in such a place, it is almost impossible for zombies to exist. So just watch out for enemies. A group of 4 people actually turned off the lights near the entrance of the cave. Waited for almost half an hour. Although it is not far outside, but at this time, there was also silence. Finally, Mumu was finally sure that the enemy would not dare to attack him, who might be hiding in the dark in this dark night. So the idea of ambushing the enemy was discontinued. Go this way, passing through this water-soluble stone cave. It will probably take 4 or 5 hours to walk. So far, isn't it only 2 or 3 kilometers away? More than 2 or 3 kilometers away, there is an exit, but that exit, on the cliff of the stone mountainside, there is no way to get down from that place, unless there's a rope. Another exit, we have to continue walking eastward for another 7 or 8 kilometers. And, it rained a few days ago. I don't know if this road has been flooded. Don't know if it makes sense. The 3 of them took turns lighting their own flashlights, under the leadership of Wood. Keep walking inside. Even when the terrain is flat, improvised oil lamps made from gasoline were also used. In such an underground space, if there is no light source, it's almost like you can't see your fingers. Especially at night. Zhang Wei didn't know the purpose of walking like this. According to Zhang Wei's understanding, we should get that helicopter at this time. Only in this way can we return to Old City High School as quickly as possible. Or you can go to the supermarket to pick up Yi Xiaobai and the painter Shizhe. As for the life and death of big men in shorts, it has been subconsciously ignored by Zhang Wei. We can't count too much on the helicopter. Someone must be watching from the dark. Yang Guang interrupted. Zhang Wei knows. We can snipe enemies in the dark. The one called Red Fox and Robin should be the same. What's more, that would also injure the Red Fox's ear. Maybe that guy has turned into a character from the cartoon Black Cat Sheriff. One ear. We need to evacuate from this deep mountain and old forest. Still have to find other means of transportation. Or just find an opportunity to annihilate all the enemies. Zhang Wei knows. Get a helicopter, although there are difficulties. But it's not impossible. This is not a heavily guarded fortress. The helicopter was parked in the wilderness. Just a wave of zombies will allow people near the helicopter. Total evacuation. No survivor can fight the zombie tide without restraint. The group of 4 walked for 50 or 60 minutes. I just feel cold all over my body. Although this cave, maybe just a few dozen meters below the level ground, even the altitude is higher than sea level, but beneath the ground, still surprisingly cool. Zhang Wei also saw dense particles on the ground. What the hell is this? Rat shit? Not rat shit, it's luminous sand. Yi Mingsha? Can you see clearly at night after eating it? Zhang Wei grabbed some and held them in his hands. The luminous sand is bat excrement, similar to rat droppings. I advise you not to eat it. Yang Guang patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Zhang Wei quickly threw it on the ground in disgust. The four of them walked for another 10 minutes. Finally we arrived at the first exit that Moo Moo mentioned. The exit is on the cliff. The moon and stars are sparse. The crowns of trees 100 or 200 meters away could be vaguely seen. Zhang Wei knows where you are now. That's it. 2 stone gates. The other side of Stone Mountain. When the wood was picking the beehive, the gunshots they heard, it probably came from the woods below. There were 3 aircraft following Yang Guang's helicopter at first. And in the end, only 2 of them landed on the river beach. Zhang Wei subconsciously thought that they had intercepted him somewhere else. But now it seems, maybe that's not the case yet. Because of the helicopter, you wouldn't land in a forest like this. Landing on the top of that bare stone mountain was still possible. It's not that cold at the entrance of the cave. It also makes it easier for us to observe the outside. Just sleep here. Let's leave at dawn tomorrow. Moo Moo led Zhang Wei and others for another 10 meters. He pointed to a bare platform in the cave. The stones of this place contain sulfur content insects, ants, mosquitoes and flies. They won't appear here. It's a bat. Since there is no food to hunt here, it rarely appears here. Spend the night here. It couldn't be better. Moo Moo said this. Zhang Wei was completely relieved. So I just laid down on the stone platform casually. Then he took off his trousers. Only then did I discover the wound that had been stabbed by a kangaroo had almost healed. The scars have now fallen off. It's bleeding out again. But Zhang Wei has this wound. It can only be said to be a superficial injury. There is no damage to the deep blood vessels and muscle tissue inside. Recovery is only a matter of time. But when the lynx was checking his wounds, it makes people take a breath of cold air. It's said to be a gun cleaning. In fact, it was almost a penetrating injury, because the bullet cut off a large piece of flesh. Fortunately, the bullets peeled off the skin and flesh. If it explodes on the thigh, this leg was probably broken directly. Bobcats are somewhat resistant to the so-called Yunnan black medicine. But when I discovered that this special black powder could stop bleeding, I used it without hesitation. For people are on duty, leave one person on guard at a time. Each one slept for 8 hours. Until 8 or 9 o'clock the next day, then they woke up one after another. At this time, naturally, several people ate the remaining dog meat without hesitation. Although it is cooked, but in this hot summer, it is estimated that deterioration is only a matter of time. Might as well let them spoil in the stomach. Zhang Wei quietly climbed at the entrance of the cliff. Only then did I observe the completely different scenes on this side of the mountain and the other side. Zombie. The mountains and plains are full of zombies. Zhang Wei even told Moo Moo that there was another exit to go out. Expressed doubt. The zombies at the foot of this mountain, there are so many somewhere else, I'm afraid it's just a lot more. Because of the mountains on that side, due to the previous arson, it's almost all bare. Moo Moo took out his sniper rifle, aiming at a place far away for a long time finally. He said with certainty, it looks safe. If there are too many zombies, we are about to return from a long way, it's just a long delay. Chapter 723. This requires extra money. Zhang Wei took advantage of the morning sunlight and entered the cave. He quickly took out his solar flashlight. Some more light energy is absorbed. Then he started eating dog meat. Until half an hour later, the dog meat was finally almost eaten. Walk. Taking advantage of the broad daylight and traveling a lot. If something goes wrong, we return the way we came. Maybe we can come back here and spend the night. Zhang Wei immediately started packing his bags. The last few pieces of dog meat, it was also swallowed whole. No one had a stomachache last night. No one turned into a zombie. It seems that dog meat is no problem. The 4 of them agreed to leave again. And Zhang Wei was holding a flashlight. Lead the way. Walking and walking. Then I saw the bats flying overhead that Moo Moo mentioned. I'm afraid there are hundreds or even thousands of them. For bats that can eat wood for more than half a month, Zhang Wei was still convinced. I want to be Zhang Wei himself. I can eat 3 or 5 of them. That's pretty good. However, when people are extremely hungry, they are earthworms in the soil. You can also dig it out and eat it. Although Zhang Wei was shocked. But it's not that I don't believe it. Stalactites can be seen everywhere inside the cave. And in many places, water dripping from the top of the cave formed a pool. There is no shortage of water. Only Zhang Wei knew, the water here, the content of calcium carbonate is very high. If you drink too much, you may easily develop stones. As long as water resources are not scarce, there is no need to collect anymore. The 4 of them walked for more than 3 hours finally. when Zhang Wei's flashlight was still flickering, approaching the exit. Wait! There's someone in front. Moo was the first to notice the abnormality ahead. Who is it? People outside were immediately alert. Zhang Wei and others accidentally made a noise. It still made people aware of it. Zhang Wei knows, at this time. If you pretend it doesn't exist, on the contrary, it is easy to be regarded as an enemy by the other party. It's better to have a frank face-to-face meeting first. Find out who the other person is. It's us. Who are you? In Zhang Wei's hands, already pinched a watermelon grenade. As long as the other party makes any move, he would throw this grenade out without hesitation. Waiting for the moment when the grenade explodes, they can just calmly return the same way. Zhang Wei also held a coat in his hand. The grenade was hidden in it. Naturally, it is very hidden. Yang Guang and Shan Mao frankly touched the pistols on their waists. With these two master shooters holding the battle, Zhang Wei no longer felt afraid for a while. If the opponent raises his gun immediately, they will be shot immediately. Zhang Wei's words are, "We." Dozens of people on the other side were shocked and confused. After Zhang Wei took a few steps, only then did he discover the whole picture of the other party. In a huge stone hall, no less than 30 people gathered, piles of 3 and 5. Some are eating, some are sleeping, some are on alert. The other party obviously didn't think of it. Deep in this cave, there were actually survivors coming out. "We have used this place as our base for more than half a month. Where did you come in from?" I saw the gun in Yang Guang's hand. The man was obviously stuttering. Obviously, he didn't have a gun in his hand. Only then did Zhang Wei realize the exit from the cognition of the 4 of them. In fact, for the other party, it's just the entrance to a huge stone hall. It's just that these people may not have the courage to continue exploring for several kilometers further inside. I didn't know that the flowing water in this place would corrode the cave. There is a cave inside. This cave has another exit. We came through from the other side of the mountain. Nonsense, there are woods all over here, nearest mountain. It's also thousands of meters away. You are right. I came here from a few kilometers away. Can you guys borrow a way? Zhang Wei wanted to pass by them. In this way, many of them, they all seemed hesitant. After going out, can't go far, there are zombies outside. But hiding here eating, drinking and having diarrhea are also here. How long can it last? I see that all of you are sallow and thin. I guess about half a month, you haven't eaten much. Have you? Zhang Wei's words, almost everything goes to the heart of these people. Go through here, it's not that I can't, but you have to leave something behind. A hammock in the corner, there was a lazy voice. Only then did Zhang Wei see, in the corner of the cave, there is a simple hammock made of spliced sheets, hanging on 2 huge stalactites, and there was a man lying on it. He looks less than 30 years old, but his face showed a gloomy look. Zhang Wei knew it at a glance. Even if this kind of person is in the movie, he also wants to play the villain. Don't know what to leave behind? Yang Guang asked with a smile. He is an official, the other party is a thief. What officials are least afraid of is just a thief suppressing momentum. Metal things, leave them all. Metal stuff? Are you sure you can eat it? Just the 30 or so of you? Yang Guang not only held a pistol in his hand, he also carried a loaded rifle on his back. Stop bluffing. If there were still bullets, you will not hide in the depths of this cave. If I guess correctly, you guys came out only after you finished eating the food. The man in the hammock stood up. He said with a yawn. Then many bows, arrows, and swords headed towards them. Shan Mao and Zhang Wei looked at each other. This guy doesn't know how high the sky is and how high it is. He really guessed wrong. What Zhang Wei and the others don't lack most are weapons and ammunition. Except for the wooden sniper rifle. Only the last 4 bullets were left. The rest of them, there has never been a chance to face off against local mercenaries. Come all the way, in addition to the loss of a few grenades and detonators. Bullets and collected firearms, it's almost intact. He even put extra firearms and bullets hidden under the stone. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. You still noticed it. Zhang Wei smiled awkwardly. You were right, our bullets. It was all finished a week ago. Even the bullet used in the final suicide, also used. I didn't expect there would be such a large wave of corpses. The survivors in this forest, they all suffered a great disaster. We have nowhere to go. That's why I entered this cave. But we didn't lie to you either. We did come in through another hole. Zhang Wei's words are half true and half false. After saying this, he almost believed it himself. After saying this, the other person strengthened his guess. Slowly walked to another place. Then he took out a crossbow, aiming at Zhang Wei at the front. He continued, I don't plan to let you go now. Since all your weapons are empty, Then I searched. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to pass from here, very simple, need more money. Add money? Yang Guang frowned Lao Gao. Good, add money. How do I know? Do you have anything of value hidden away? That's good. You strip naked, walk out of here with bare hands. Get out of this forest. Brother Jiaqian hasn't finished speaking yet. Dozens of people around. They all laughed in unison. You all have this idea. Do you have any different opinions? Bobcat asked curiously. Chapter 724 Arrogance. The others looked at each other. But no one dared to speak. After a moment of silence, someone agreed. That's right. We all agree with what Brother Bao said. The others also nodded in a courteous manner. Yes. 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 We all agree with what Brother Bao said. Your name is Brother Bao. Right? I want to make a bet with you. Zhang Wei stepped forward and said. The people around him immediately pointed their weapons at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei raised his hand, then spread it out. Then he took the top close with his left hand. A round watermelon grenade appeared in Zhang Wei's hands. The person next to you, they all immediately took a step back. Shan Mao didn't understand why Zhang Wei did this. But he still chose to wait and see. Zhang Wei continued, Don't try to kill me with crossbows. I will definitely be able to throw this grenade before I die. Someone will always be broken into pieces. Let us leave. Everyone has no fault. You take your Diangwen road. Shall we cross our single-plank bridge? You threaten me? Brother Bao didn't care about adding money. This is not a threat. This is a warning. I know a guy named Pastor. He said that it is difficult for a saint to save himself. But at this moment, you can. Your destiny is decided in your own hands. Just a grenade. It's so funny. Brothers, come together. Brother Bao waved his hand, immediately. 7 or 8 people gathered around. It seems that these people expected that Zhang Wei would cherish his life. This grenade will not explode. And Zhang Wei's hesitation, it also seemed to make Brother Bao more firm in his judgment. Brother Jiaqian, we are just borrowing away. Do you have to fight to the point of life and death? On us, there isn't much you need. Yang Guang also took a few steps forward and said. Several people had an air of saying good things. This made Brother Bao even more arrogant. I said, get naked and walk out. I promise not to touch you. If it were on you, any clothes left behind, don't blame me for being rude. Brother Bao touched his nose. The people around him also had evil smiles on their faces. It seems that the 4 Zhang Wei people are treated like a toy. Go out naked, do not bring any supplies, that is to feed the zombies directly. That's not how you die. In that case, then do as you say. Zhang Wei's words haven't finished yet. Yang Guang immediately drew his gun. The first shot hit Brother Bao in the crotch. The second shot hit Brother Bao in the wrist. Brother Bao hasn't reacted yet. Weapons in hand, it fell to the ground. Lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Yang Guang continued to shoot without hesitation. 4 or 5 people who were relatively close to Zhang Wei just all fell to the ground. Almost no one survived. These people fell on their backs. There is a red mark between the eyebrows. A flash of bright red gradually expanded. And Zhang Wei did not hesitate to face the crowd in the distance, throwing his own grenade. At this time, already completely torn apart. A little carelessness, will be killed by others. Zhang Wei didn't care about anything that would hurt Tianhe. It's all this guy's fault. Mu Mu took out a grenade. He hesitated but did not throw it out, because he discovered Zhang Wei and 3 others, already in control of the overall situation. When the sun shines, Shan Mao did not hesitate to take out his gun and kill several people in the distance, who looked like threats. When the reverberation of the grenade explosion disappears, most people, they were all so frightened that they were trembling on the ground. Brother Bao's face turned pale. He thought he had met a few soft persimmons that he could handle easily. Unexpectedly, he met Zhang Wei and other killing gods. This time the little devil bumped into the living king of hell. Yang Guang looked at everyone lying on the ground warily. Then he calmly put the pistol in his belt. Then the military backpack was looted from the back. He took out the M41 rifle. You really have no eyesight. I don't know how I survived to this point. Yang Guang kicked Brother Bao away. And he dropped the hand crossbow near him, kicked further. We just want to borrow away, you guy. Sleep well, open one eye, close one eye. Everything is over, it's fine now. So many people died. Zhang Wei heard what Yang Guang said, then he looked around. I found that more than a dozen people were dead. Many people were still wailing in pain. They were probably beyond saving. There were only about 30 enemies in total. In just a few breaths, more than half of them fell. Spare my life. Bao Gu covered his crotch. But the blood still flowed unstoppably. Not only his crotch. but also his wrist. This was almost 2 major arteries injured. You can't be saved. Let me help you get rid of it. Wait. I am? Bang. Before he finished speaking, he was shot dead by Yang Guang, who stepped on the ground. I don't care who you are after all. He didn't do anything good. It's useless to say anything, so don't waste food. Yang Guang looked at the other person next to him. Now, let's talk to someone else. Yang Guang hooked his hand at a middle-aged man nearby. The man immediately walked over, nodding his head and bowing his head. He didn't even dare to look directly into Yang Guang's eyes. I was afraid of offending this murderous god. Now let me ask you answer if you don't know. Just say you don't know. I don't kill people randomly. Good. I ask you, which force do you belong to? Border Town. Border Town? Is there such power in the old city? No, we are a force of survivors, not from the old town. Demingzi expelled the survivors, those of us. I don't want to be bound by the rules and regulations of the old city. Just survive near this forest. We used to be very loosely distributed, but after a fire, we have no food source, and a large number of zombies suddenly appeared here. It also forced us to huddle together for warmth. So, haven't you known each other all along? That's not the case either. We know many people here. The guy you just killed, he is from the old city. I heard that he led people to attack the west gate of the old city not long ago. The people stationed there were beaten and fled. That's why I got involved here. Oh, you said this brother-in-law? Are they the group of looters who attacked the old city? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered. During the siege of City Lights, there is a group of hundreds of enemies, attack on the western wall, but later the group was defeated by the priest. I don't know where he went. After the zombie wave appeared, it never appeared again. It seems now, these people are all here. Chapter 725. Complete the task of eradicating evil. Yes. Yes. Yes, Brother Bao is one of them. There were many people in the forest who participated in the siege. They were beguiled, but I didn't participate. All the people here, anyone can testify for me. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Is there anyone who protects brother here? Yes. I have, Akai, Lu Xiong, and Wu Di. The man pointed out 3 more people in succession. You idiot! Akai cursed loudly. Bang! 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 3 gunshots were heard. This time it was the bobcat who fired the shot. Noisy! The lynx muttered indifferently. Since he is Brother Bao's younger brother, Brother Bao is dead. Keeping these people around would be a disaster. Is there anyone else? It was pointed out directly, otherwise they won't let you go. No more. No more. Good, now I continue to ask you, what place is this? How can I get out of here and get to the old town? Old town? Why go to the old town? The old city has been captured by zombies, not as safe as here. Just answer whatever I ask you. Yang Guang said impatiently. Okay. I can't go to the old city anymore. Go east here, away from the old town. There are at least 20 or 30 kilometers left, unless I get a car, but if you have a car, you can probably only walk halfway. There are too many zombies. As for here, 20 or 30 kilometers around this area, I don't know what the place is called. Okay, let's go and see if there are still some gas-filled ones. Yang Guang waved his hand. So this guy rolled around and started counting people. Finally, he said to Yang Guang, there are 11 people left. There are 11 people left who are not injured. Seeing that Yang Guang stopped talking, the remaining people began to beg frantically for mercy. I can give you a way to survive. There are still 7 or 8 injured people, 11 of you. Kill them, this matter is over. This? Yes, you want to live, after all. You have to hand in a certificate of nomination. Didn't that guy say that before? Have to add money. These people may not be your dearest relatives, friends or former friends. You just can't do it. Can you? You should know, whether it is a minor injury or a serious injury, it is impossible to survive at this time. I only count to 10. You haven't taken action yet. I'll shoot. Yang Guang raised his gun. 1, 2, 3. Duh. Just count to 3. Yang Guang fired a bunch of bullets. And in a moment, throughout the field, there is no one standing anymore. Noisy! Yang Guang also imitated Sha Mao and repeated a sentence. Well done. Lynx gathered his weapons. At this moment, Zhang Wei can't feel these 2 guys used to be a police officer. Be careful not to mess up instead. He suffered from chaos, Zhang Wei, many things. After the death of Demingzi, I just looked away. These guys, even if we can compromise and seek perfection at this time, maybe they will kill us at any time. It's better not to leave anyone behind. I see. It's just that I think you're wasting bullets too much. This shuttle just now, it's 30 rounds of ammunition. Right? If you trade wood, you can kill 30 people. You just killed 11. What a waste. Zhang Wei continued. Yang Guang and Shan Mao looked at each other. Let's search for a while first. There are so many of them here. There should be food and water sources. Zhang Wei searched for a while in the stone hall. Sure enough, I found a stone trough in an inconspicuous corner. It's full of water. And there is a spring the size of a finger. Water is slowly seeping out. No wonder these guys choose this place as your base. There is pure water here. It can also organize effective defense. It couldn't be better. Wood, see if you can find a commanding height nearby to provide warning. These guys, I don't know if anyone else is out. People near here, you've solved it all. You only have 4 sniper bullets. Don't use it yet. The Lynx threw his rifle to the wood caught it. I started looking for a place with a wide view nearby. And Zhang Wei also took out his knife to enemies on the ground, no matter life or death. One after another hits the target. In the stone hall, Zhang Wei and others did not find much food. However, I found some almost dry cured meat. Zhang Wei could vaguely see that these are part of animals like rabbits and boars. He was probably burned to death by the fire. Then, they were collected and stored by these people. In the hot summer, if you want such food to not spoil, it can only be smoked and air-dried. Then store it in a cool and ventilated place, such as this cave. However, this can only save 10 days and a half more time. For these foods, Zhang Wei and others will naturally not waste it. As long as it's not human flesh, the rest, all are edible. The 4 of us rested here for an hour. By the way, I replenished some physical strength, ate something, just start thinking about what's next. Mumu also stayed vigilant around for a while, and then came back and said, the zombies are moving towards the east. Sometimes more, sometimes less. If we want to leave from here, I'm afraid I have to find the gap. This is easier said than done. You should know, once you are surrounded by zombies in such an unfamiliar place, we don't know how we will die. And I didn't say that. The only way to avoid death in the forest is to climb a tree, but that can only delay death. Zombies will also gather under the tree. I think. Let's wait here. Yang Guang hesitated for a while, and then said, etc.? Yes, since this zombie tide has been confirmed to be guided by humans, the purpose is to break through the defense of the old city, and now the city wall has been breached, the enemy has achieved his strategic goal, then I won't take huge risks anymore. Continue to the east to expel or attract zombies. In less than 2 or 3 days, directionless zombies will spread in all directions, and the zombies nearby, the density will also decrease. That should be our opportunity then, but this is also my guess. Bobcat said. Zhang Wei knows, compared to breaking out without purpose, or turn back and fight those enemies, hiding here for a few days, that's not a bad thing. At least, food and water here, it's still enough for 4 people to last for a while. So no more hesitation, the 4 of them spent several hours, dispose of the body somewhere far away, then I rested here. And Zhang Wei and Bobcat also take the time to deal with your injuries. During these few days of hiding and shitting, there are helicopters flying around at low altitude all the time, searching everywhere. It seems that they are looking for the whereabouts of Zhang Wei and others. Mumu secretly aimed his sniper rifle many times, neither pulled the trigger. Mumu was not sure that he could kill with 1 hit. During these few days of hiding, there was a wave of corpses at the foot of the mountain, the remains of human corpses abandoned by Zhang Wei and 4 others nearby, eaten everything cleanly. And on the 5th day, when Zhang Wei saw the thunderstorm outside, limited vision, also decided it was time to take action. Chapter 726 Heavy Rain. Such weather, it is not conducive to helicopter dispatch. Extreme weather, helicopters are vulnerable to lightning strikes. And when it rains heavily, there probably won't be any human survivors walking around outside. Just watch out for zombies. Thinking about the survivor supplies that others found in this stone hall, there are several pieces of rain that are of good quality, naturally. I plan to use it at this time. The 4 of them left as soon as they were told, without delay. Under the leadership of Wood, go to the next destination. For kilometers away from here, there are several abandoned iron houses. We can rest there. Mumu is very familiar with this area. Zhang Wei knows, this is the route I plan to abandon the helicopter and go home. But Zhang Wei also knows, the direction shown by the Wood, it might not be a new way of life, it should be about 10 kilometers further over there. It was the mine of the former mine gang. This area, Zhang Wei is not very familiar with it, but over there at the mine, he knows it better than anyone else. The reason is simple, After Ghost Hand took over Wu Fo's mining gang, Zhang Wei traveled there many times to transport coal back in large trucks. And a nearby gravel pit, it also produces cement. These places, Zhang Wei has intervened many times. But Zhang Wei knows, at present, priority should be given to getting to the iron house that Moo mentioned. For kilometers away, if there were no zombie outbreaks, it takes less than an hour for an ordinary person to walk. But at this time, it is also a forest with complex terrain. It looks like 4 kilometers, but it was Wan Shan who ran to death. In many places there are bushes and cliffs, they are all impassable, and those open places, but there are a lot of zombies. When several people left, it was the time when it rained heavily. Although this forest is not as muddy as the yellow soil in the suburbs, but it is also very unfavorable for walking. The whole sky is gray, the heavy rain made it almost impossible to see even half a kilometer away. The route from Shitting to Tin House, it has long been figured out by the wood. The 4 of them were careful, but it completely avoids the main road. The occasional zombies, when they could avoid alerting more zombies, were quietly dealt with by the 4 people using the crossbows looted from the stone hall. It was better not to use guns at this time. Crossbows can be reused many times. If the arrows pulled from the heads of zombies were not deformed, they would be reused. This was the first time Zhang Wei acted in a rainstorm since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. In order to avoid catching a cold, he was naturally very careful and covered his entire body with a raincoat. The route taken by the wood is relatively remote. Every time I break a section of the journey, the wood must stop and observe its position, based on various reference objects near and far, and the compass carried with you, to determine the direction of subsequent walking. This way passed, walked for almost 2 hours. The rain finally lightened up a bit. There are more zombies visible to the naked eye. We can only choose the more dangerous road to walk on. A little carelessly, it is possible to fall off the cliff. Although the cliff here is not very deep, but it's still 10 or 20 meters high. If you drop it, it will be enough to drink a pot. It rained heavily, and the road was wet and slippery. Several people had to be careful. Almost 2 more hours passed, only then did we arrive at the iron house that Moo mentioned. Said it was a tin house, just a few abandoned factories. The big ones are over 100 square meters, the small one is about the size of a street kiosk. Zhang Wei and others stopped near the iron house. Because I found it in that iron house, there were actually human survivors taking shelter from the rain. But among the survivors, there are men, women, old and young, not like the group of people I met before, all young and middle-aged men. When I saw the wood, I planned to go directly there. Zhang Wei immediately stopped nervously. It's not a big problem, several of them, I once met with we know each other. Moo said this. Zhang Wei also understood, there must be some people among them. It's someone Moo doesn't recognize. But as long as someone knows me, just strike up a conversation. Zhang Wei felt a little more at ease. So a few people cut across a continent, then he walked over openly. This closeness, sure enough, it caused a strong reaction from people near the tin house. The outside of the tin house, it's a rain shelter. The eyes of more than a dozen people, they all looked over immediately. After seeing the weapons on Zhang Wei and others, all took up arms. It was at this time, an old man in the crowd suddenly said, "It's Linson! It's Linson!" The old man shouted for a long time. Zhang Wei I knew, the man he calls his wood. "Your name is Linson?" Zhang Wei's expression was a little strange. There are 5 wooden characters in a person's name, this wood nickname, sure enough. It wasn't for nothing. At this time, Zhang Wei also remembered some rumors about wood. It is said that the birth date of the zodiac and the 5 elements are missing wood or something. That's why the nickname is wood. People whose birth dates lack the 5 elements, generally, the radicals of the 5 elements are added to the name. And this guy Moo, but it's all added wood. Gong Sun Shui used to search for wood all over the streets. If you knew that the name of wood is Linson, it should be a lot easier. And Zhang Wei looked at Bobcat again. Since the wood is called Linson, the real name of the lynx, what is it again? It seems that he guessed what Zhang Wei was thinking. Shan Nao said casually, "My surname is Miao." As for the last name, Bobcat is no longer mentioned. And Zhang Wei's attention, I was attracted to other people nearby. After the old man called out the name of Moo, there are also a few people who know wood. He also showed a look of surprise. When Zhang Wei and the others approached the iron house, there were already a dozen people outside to greet him. That's almost a third of the number of survivors nearby. As for whether there are more human survivors in the tin house, Zhang Wei doesn't know either. I once hunted a wild boar, only one leg was taken away, All the rest was given to these people, so they all know me. Moo Moo just said it casually. Jiang Wei knew. Things shouldn't be that simple. If we just meet by chance, Moo Moo will not reveal his real name. Even Gong Sun Shui didn't know Mu Tu's real name. Although Mu Tu might have been trying to protect Gong Sun Shui. Brother Lin, long time no see. Brother Asen. Brother Mu Tu. Brother Sen. People around called out Mu Tu's different nicknames, and welcomed him into the factory. The old man in the lead enthusiastically helped Mu Tu take off his raincoat, and excitedly said to the people around him, "The boss is back. Our boss is back." As he spoke, he led Mu Tu to the big factory. Jiang Wei and others saw Mu Tu walk in directly, and had to follow him. But he quietly held a watermelon grenade in his hand. Chapter 727 Factory Gathering. After entering this factory, only then did I realize that there was a whole other world inside. The entire factory was tidied up. A factory building the size of an ordinary basketball court, the machinery inside has long been moved to a corner. And the people inside? Number 70 or 80, but they are divided into 3 different camps, just like playing mahjong. Everyone stands or sits. I saw the old man coming in with a young man, followed by a dozen people who were shouting. The people inside were also stunned. "Wang Chao, our manager is back," the old man said to a manager-like person in the left camp. Wang Chao casually looked up and found that it was a wooden stick. He immediately stood up, feeling uneasy like a child who had done something wrong. Wang Chao, Jiang Wei was still wondering if there was another person named Mahan, but suddenly he saw people from another camp, also stood up immediately, and stood in line respectfully. And the man with a towel wrapped around his head, who was the leader, bowed and said, "It's the benefactor. Greetings to the benefactor." More than a dozen people bowed deeply. As for the other group of people who haven't responded yet, it's probably because he really doesn't know Wood. But there was a guy on the other side, wearing jeans and a work jacket, still walked over politely. "I want to shake hands with Wood." The Wood touched the other party casually. He walked directly to the center of the crowd. Then he said, "Let brothers speak out. Just say that the Wood is back. Within 7 days, meet at the coal mine." And at this time, the man who just touched the Wood stammered, "Wood, you are Wood. Where are you from? It's like we're meeting for the first time." Moo Moo came back to his senses and asked, "I am from Yugong Alley in the old city." "Oh, people in Old Town, that can be considered a fellow countryman. That is my brother." Jiang Wei listened to these people chatting for a while. Only then did I know, these people have been nothing but Wood for most of the year. The forces operating secretly here. These people are only part of it, receive the favor of Wood, or people who want to worship Wood as their big brother. The total is estimated to be 300 to 400. Jiang Wei asked in surprise, "There are so many people?" And Moo Moo also replied, "You don't know that. There are tens of thousands of people in this old city, the people in this forest. I'm afraid it's just too much, because when the zombies broke out, many people fled out of the city forest area. It can reach hundreds of kilometers to the west. The area is at least 30 times that of the old city." And Jiang Wei finally let down his guard. He released the grenade in his hand. Then we continued to find a few people and chatted casually. And only after this conversation did I know, in the past 6 months, Wood has, in these thousands of hectares of forest, do something to fight against injustice and help the weak. There's nothing a bullet can't solve. If there is, then let the Wood show up. As long as the Wood shows up, there is almost nothing to settle. And since this time, in this forest, some extremely vicious gangsters and plunderers who kill and sell goods, with the secret help of Wood, they were solved by ordinary survivors here. There is Wood, the king of killers. Here, other people, almost no one dares to set foot in this area. Those people who were at the entrance of the cave before, I also don't know Moo Moo himself, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Wait until most people are quiet. Moo Moo then said, "Let brothers bring weapons. We may have to do something big this time." "How big is it?" one of the boys asked. "The size of 3 helicopters? So big. How much supplies will we need?" The people inside thought they were survival supplies. But I didn't expect Wood is talking about a team of 3 helicopter mercenary killers. Mu Tu's move cannot be called utilization, nor can it be considered as driving a tiger to devour a wolf. But Jiang Wei knew this was the best way at present. Relying on the strength of the 3 of them, it is definitely impossible to deal with a squadron or even more people of the enemy. It is not just the difference in weapons. There is also a difference in professionalism. 7 days later, the enemy gathered at the open pit coal mine will definitely discover the movement of large-scale personnel, and Mu Tu is estimated to have been ready for battle long before that. The disadvantages of weapons and professionalism can be reversed by terrain and waiting for the opportunity. Jiang Wei knew that if he wanted to fight those people to the same extent, he had to at least trick them off the plane. As for the mine, the terrain, the various buildings, would have a fatal attraction to the mercenary group members. Hearing that Mu Tu was going to take hundreds of people to fight, the whole scene became a little agitated. Is there anyone who knows how to tell me about the recent situation? Mu Tu asked the people around him. The man who was previously called Wang Chao immediately stood up. Boss Lin, I know everything that happened recently. Let me tell you about it. Mu Tu nodded. Wang Chao paused deliberately for a while. Wait until everyone is quiet. Then he said, to talk about the major events that have happened recently, that's quite a lot first. The impregnable old city was captured by zombies. And I heard that Demengzi, the boss of Juman Taitong, was killed. There is also the old Baidao dragon head stick. He also died of illness. This is what happened in the past 2 months. Okay, things in the old town. Stop saying I love you, Minqing. Let's talk about what happened in the woods recently. You said in the forest? Right? Something big happened in the forest too first. A fire spread across dozens of kilometers. Burned it all. Not just zombies, even the survivors were burned to death. The fire spread too quickly. There was no time to hide. Then a group of broken soldiers came over from the old city. I heard they are from Binhai, however. The road going north was blocked by zombies from Binhai City. The men had to flee into the woods. Although these guys are fighting on their own, but all of them are ruthless characters. As soon as we entered the forest, so he started killing people and stealing goods. But fortunately, we are united. As soon as he said he was your man, Boss Lin, everyone hugged together to keep warm those guys. He didn't dare to go to war. Also, after that fire, wave after wave of zombies appeared in the forest. At first, we thought we were coming from the Binhai Bridge. Later I found out that it was not the case at all. This zombie came from further west. And, the dynasty hesitated to speak. And what? And many people saw the convoy. There is a convoy deliberately leading the way for the zombies. Take them to the old city, more than one fleet. There are many fleets. Go west from here to Shijing City, roads big and small. No less than 10, almost as long as there is a walkable road. Some people are deliberately provoking zombies. So that's it. Jiang Wei always thought, only the group of people in the quarry, but according to these guys, there seem to be more enemies than imagined. It seems, to end the tide of zombies heading to the old city, we must eradicate all these people. Chapter 728 Ambush in the Mine. Best eradication, that is to accomplish all the results in one battle. Jiang Wei knows, as long as the mercenary organization behind those people dies, the rest of the people have become a piece of loose sand, nothing to worry about. Don't let Jiang Wei take action. The remaining survivors in the forest will quickly eliminate them. As for the city lights behind the mercenary organization, Jiang Wei also had a very bold idea. After dealing with the mercenaries, find an opportunity to send their leader on his way. Whether it's Wang Guangliang who has cancer, Wang Pinyuan is still blind, or someone else behind, Jiang Wei didn't even intend to let it go. But the most important thing at hand, Jiang Wei felt that the people in the mercenary group should be dealt with first. It would be best to keep 1 or 2 of their core characters alive, used to trade with the other party's leader, in exchange for the captured Lu Dali. At this time, Lu Dali didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Jiang Wei was inevitably a little worried for a while. After all, that guy named Wang Pinyuan went back with the helicopter too. At that time, the kangaroo was also shot to the head with a wooden shot. Moo found another tin house that was slightly smaller. I also made a lot of other irrelevant people wait. Then I discussed with several small bosses. Starting from tomorrow, just move towards the mine, bring all your weapons, whether it's a firearm or a crossbow or dynamite. If you see it on a big tree nearby, there is the sign of the cross. Just look for big rocks around. Underneath the big rock, there are weapons that I have buried for the past 6 months. Many of them are made of plastic bags that are waterproof and moisture-proof. You should take it out and use it. Only then did Jiang Wei know, Moo has not been idle for more than half a year. He secretly took the weapons of the enemies he hunted. They were all buried. When I used the hornet's nest to fight the enemy before, a few people have buried enemy firearms. I didn't expect it would be available so soon. This guy Moo seems to have been preparing for this thing. Only now did Jiang Wei realize, as the leader of the 6th Hall of the 9 Admirals, Moo, not a lone wolf, he is also slowly managing his own power. It's just his power. They have been fighting guerrillas in the deep mountains and old forests. But as long as the Wei gives the order, this power can also expand geometrically. Especially when you have a handy weapon to take advantage of. Moo warned several of his men, searching for weapons. You can only let your own people go. Moo even revealed several key locations where he collects weapons. Some are in stone caves or tree holes. There is even no shortage of heavy weapons. This is all what he got from playing in the wild for more than half a year. For weapons, let your own people find the wood, but when it comes to meeting people at the mine 7 days later, but Moo said that as long as it is a human being. Zhang Wei estimated, Moo is planning to carry out a human wave tactic. At least the average survivor, it can also consume enemy ammunition. When I think of this, Zhang Wei suddenly realized, near an open-pit coal mine, there are also a large number of factory shed buildings. Maybe we can make a fuss about this. The four of them counted the combined high-explosive detonators and watermelon grenades. There are still 26 high-explosive detonators. Only Zhang Wei used one watermelon grenade. There are more than 10 more. It can be used to lay the perfect trap. Go to the mine first and check out the situation. Zhang Wei knows at this time. I am blindly reasoning and conceiving. None of them make any sense. The mine is definitely not the mine before. That's also the only way to go to the west gate of the old city. How many zombies are there right now? It's still hard to tell. After giving all instructions, Moo drove all the other people out of the house, then the four of them. Zhang Wei, Yang Guang and Shanao, he calculated it carefully again. I guess no one would have thought of it. The 4 gates of the 9 admirals will be in this way, meet here. The details discussed by the 4 people, most of them focus on how to deal with the enemy. It's best to leave without letting anyone go. And to let the enemy be fooled, attention is attracted, you have to do something outrageous. If it is an ordinary survivor, those people probably won't get off the plane. This is very simple. I can just shoot at the plane when the time comes. Moo said confidently. The sound of my gun is very unique. Just one ear on that plane, then he can tell it was me who fired the shot. Zhang Wei knows. The echo of the gun shot in the wood, it is a little different from other sniper rifles. However, it is hard to say whether the mercenary group will come down. However, we can try Moo's method. Zhang Wei and the other 4 were still discussing the details when they were interrupted by a knock on the door. When they came out, they found that it was someone near the iron house who had prepared the food. For Moo, the recognized boss. The first bite must be eaten by Moo. And it was almost the best ingredients. Zhang Wei saw that there were pheasants, mushrooms, and fresh mushrooms. His appetite was immediately aroused, and he couldn't help eating several bowls of rice in a row. Early the next morning, a large force of more than 100 people. It was divided into several roads. Some are on guard from afar, some take other routes, deliberately lure the zombies away. Some go to other places to summon their former brothers. Some went to look for the weapons and supplies that Moo said were hidden. And Zhang Wei also knew through understanding, the people in this forest, there are specific channels for delivering messages. For example, the survivors agree on a certain day and a certain moment, somewhere safe, exchange your own news or supplies. In short, 7 days, as long as it's not extreme weather with violent wind and rain every day, enough to summon all nearby survivors. Go all the way, and it happened to be sunny after the rain. Zhang Wei along the way, we also collected a lot of mushrooms and fungus. Only then did I understand what the survivors meant when they said that they relied on the mountain to live on. Because things like fungus mushrooms and the like, it can also be continuously picked and multiplied. Jungle survival, it's not eating bark as Zhang Wei imagined. Gnawing grass roots and picking wild fruits. By 1:30 noon the next day, Zhang Wei finally arrived at the previous open-pit coal mine. Looking around, several dark mountains spread out. One of them, there are already traces of excavation, geotechnical faults exposed on the surface. It shows that there are a lot of coal seal. And further away, a small mountain range has been dug into the shape of a basin. It is said to be open-pit mining. There are also mines. This is to facilitate construction, even on heavy rainy days. The coal conveyor belt has stopped running a long time ago. But you can still see the remaining coal on it. In that basin-like mine, circular highway, it spreads like a mosquito coil. And in the middle, it's the mine with crawler transmission. Further away, there are many brick and tile buildings and simple iron sheds. There is also a gravel machine next to it, excavator, big trucks and stuff like that. Chapter 729 7 Days of Preparation. Not only that, Zhang Wei actually saw many ferocious faces, rotting zombies. They are numerous, wandering aimlessly around this open-pit coal mine. Some of these zombies were wearing shabby clothes. Some are naked, revealing pale skin and horrific wounds. After more than a year, the clothes on some zombies, under the wind, sun, rain and the scraping of vines and trees, already dilapidated and rotten. Even Jiang Wei also saw some female zombies that were all white. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. From time to time, a low roar came out of his mouth. Creepy. I didn't expect there to be so many zombies here. I think it has something to do with the terrain here. After the zombies enter the basin, you can't get out. You have to climb out from the bottom of the valley. It will probably take more than a dozen circles. Jiang Wei looked at the mosquito-repellent-like terrain that is convenient for large trucks to transport coal. Like a road around a mountain. We still have 9 days. I wonder if those people will arrive early. Anyway, the 4 of us will hide first. Would some things, you may need your men to arrange it. Yang Guang thought for a while, and then said, No problem. Set up camp here today. I'll clear out the zombies near the outer woodland first. As for the zombies inside, it's not necessarily all that needs to be cleaned up. We took these zombies. Catch him and lock him up. Jiang Wei suddenly smiled and said, Oh, what does this mean? What Moo Moo said before woke me up. He wants all the survivors to gather here. There is strength in numbers. This will allow you to fight and consume the enemy to the greatest extent possible. But it consumes the enemy. It is not necessary for survivors to appear on the stage. You can also use the zombies here. You are right. We locked the zombies in the iron house, locked up in a brick house, even inside the mine. When those people are deeply involved in this area, let's release the zombies. The next 3 days, just catch the zombies. Moo Moo said to several of his men. So in the next 3 days, more than 100 survivors showed amazing creativity and courage. In order to show off in front of the wood, the survivors. Try your best to capture those terrible zombies. Some people use rope to make simple traps, tripping to attract zombies towards you. And once a zombie is tripped, another person will stuff a ball of cloth into his mouth. Then he was beaten by several people wearing long sleeves and gloves. Tie your hands behind your back. Other survivors then use the surrounding buildings and obstacles to cleverly guide zombies into pit traps. There are also some brave people who directly hold weapons and engage in close combat with zombies. After the zombie density decreases, let's start the hunt for zombies again, although there are many dangers, but all the survivors are veterans. During these 3 days of hunting zombies, everyone brings their own unique talents and wisdom to the table. Some people are good at strategic planning, instruct everyone on how to lay traps efficiently. Some people are proficient in mechanical manufacturing. Various tools have been modified specifically to deal with zombies. There are also people who rely on their keen observation and agility to successfully avoid zombie attacks time and time again, kill the surrounding zombies, leading to farther mountain roads. Mutu was also shouting, You bastards, don't just catch those female zombies with good figures, catch male zombies too. Catch more strong male zombies. Don't catch old zombies. That child zombie will do. Maybe he can catch them by surprise. 3 days passed quickly. These 3 days were undoubtedly a test for these survivors. But these people did not complain. Many people vaguely realized the purpose of Mutu's capture of these zombies. In this battle against death, many people who had never met before became more and more united and strong. From the second day, people who had left before came back one after another. Some brought back more troops. Some brought back various weapons. Some brought back fuel and survival supplies. Others did not find anything, but were bored and wanted to see what all these people were doing. When they found out that they were doing the thankless hard work of catching zombies, they found an excuse and left again. Wood actually knows that people's hearts are different. Some people are not sincere in their devotion, take refuge here to work. It's nothing more than speculation. Since we are using each other, there's nothing to feel guilty about anymore. Most of these people, except for those who truly recognize wood, the rest are just consumables. There are too many survivors in the woods, and there was too little food, survival of the fittest and weeding out some. Maybe that's a good thing. By the 5th day, there were 200 to 300 survivors gathered around. The wood tells newcomers not to hang around outside, bring weapons, and hide in the woods or cave tunnels. Wait until the enemy comes to the door. Then Li Yingwei showed up. And the helicopter, I also passed above the coal mine more than once. The longest time, he stayed on top of the coal mine and observed it for 3 minutes. However, the coal mine people pretended to be hundreds of people mining here. I got through it by fooling around. Later, many helicopters flew over the sky. Jiang Wei also observed from a distance with a telescope. I saw the helicopter. It was the one that tracked them in the first place. Wait 2 more days. Wait 2 more days. The time will be almost ripe. In the last 2 days, the survivors, under the guidance of Yang Guang and Shan Mao, Use vines and cotton ropes from disassembled knitted sweaters to set up booby traps. Although the cotton ropes are not as concealed as fishing lines or kite lines, the dark-colored lines will not attract people's attention when they are hidden. After everything was arranged, everyone began to gather in the mine and avoided the previous minefields. The plan is very simple, although Zhang Wei doesn't know. These helicopters are flying in the sky, where are the starting point and the ending point, however. It is estimated that the maintenance and refueling of the helicopter it should be on the coastal side. And this mine, in addition to being an important thoroughfare connecting the old city, it is also the only way to go to and from Binhai and the quarry where Zhang Wei and others stayed before. Since members of multiple mercenary groups showed up there, Zhang Wei also judged these round-trip helicopters. It should be for the logistics of those guys. So every time a helicopter passes by here, they will stop subconsciously. And when the 7th day is over, Wood gives orders, all the people hid in the buildings don't show up at the mine. And when the helicopter passed by again on the morning of the 8th day, suddenly I was dumbfounded. Chapter 730. The enemy advances rashly. People inside the helicopter will be dumbfounded. This is just a conjecture of Zhang Wei. Because hundreds of people in the mine suddenly disappeared overnight, evaporated. The helicopter searched back and forth at high altitude and several kilometers nearby. No trace of human survivors has been found. Even the zombies nearby, none of them were seen. At this time, Zhang Wei and his party, nature has not disappeared. But while it was still dark, some people went to other places around to hide, another group of people, hidden inside the building. The helicopter left immediately after searching the surrounding area. Just when Moo regretted that he didn't aim and shoot, the helicopter goes and comes back, and followed closely by 2 other helicopters. Our judgment was correct, Zhang Wei said excitedly. In the distant sky outside, 3 helicopters were searching in 3 different directions, and about 10 minutes later, the 3 helicopters met again at the coal mine. Then one of them began to slowly land towards low altitude. The piece of wood squatted on a ladder inside an iron sheet. Slowly raised his gun, target the helicopter at the bottom. Several people nearby, they all held their breath and concentrated. The wood is observing. I want to confirm whether the helicopter pilot is the foreigner from before. And Zhang Wei also said, as long as that person is not a water ghost, just shoot them without distinction. And the reason why Zhang Wei gave up shooting the water ghost, it's because Zhang Wei is worried. The water ghost belongs to Wang Yukun. He is an undercover agent lurking in a mercenary organization, or someone else's spy. After all, there have been many times of water ghosts. When it is clear that they can be killed, they all let people go on purpose. The helicopter's position is too high, only the bottom plate of the wood can be seen. Can't see clearly, it's not easy to start. But beyond expectation, the helicopter landed slowly. When approaching a certain height, the wood finally couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! Shot. Helicopter windshield, a hole the size of a table tennis ball, was blown open by the bullet. What Zhang Wei and others did not expect was that the helicopter did not fall as expected. Instead, it slowly stayed on the nearby road. Not long after, 7 or 8 people shouted and rushed out from inside. And the hands are full of heavy firepower weapons. Not a water ghost, that driver is a bald guy. Moo observed it for a long time. I never noticed the bald guy getting off the plane. This is some confirmation. That shot just now, maybe it's not completely empty. Zhang Wei also wanted to ask what if the water ghost thought the weather was too hot and left his head bald. Before Zhang Wei could think more, the 7 or 8 people who got off the helicopter, he rushed down the basin, sneak around the perimeter of the mine. And the other 2 helicopters, it also landed not far away. Zhang Wei could vaguely see through the telescope that some of them were opening and closing their mouths to shout. But I don't know what they said. The distance is just too far. It's almost 300 meters. Zhang Wei knows. This is the effective range of a wooden sniper rifle. It is also the effective range of the opponent's rifle. He quickly looked out of the window. He retracted his head. The wood is still looking through a makeshift periscope. The periscope uses the principle of light emission. Use 2 mirrors to cover the bamboo tubes. Reflection imaging. Submarine at sea. This is also the principle. The temporary mirror I made out of wood these days. It can prevent him from being shot in the head by the opponent's master. After seeing the other party get into the basin, Moo continued to observe for a few more minutes. Then he quickly climbed down from the herringbone ladder. How about it? There are more than 30 people. How many seats can a helicopter hold? According to Zhang Wei's previous estimate, helicopter load, just 7 or 8 people. These people are heavily armed. It is estimated that the load capacity will be reduced by at least 1 person. 3 helicopters, at most 20 people. These more than 30 people, where did it come from? Not long after, Zhang Wei heard the car horn again, and it's coming from multiple directions, echoing each other from a distance. I see. That's fine. Just in time to accomplish all the results in one battle. After seeing these guys gathered here, Zhang Wei was not surprised but overjoyed. Everyone else was stunned when they saw Zhang Wei's excitement. They felt that Zhang Wei was too optimistic. Impregnable old town, they can't resist the attacks of enemies and zombies. But how can this mine withstand it? Suddenly, only then can we achieve greater results. Just wait and see the show. I saw that Wood was already carrying a sniper rifle, searching for traces of the opponent's leader. Zhang Wei also touched a rifle. Although his marksmanship is not very good, but it's not bad either. The opportunity to aim at such a living target, Zhang Wei still wants to give it a try. Has the escape route from this iron house been determined? Zhang Wei knows, once they shoot the opponent's firepower, this house will also be covered. The material of this tin house, it can't withstand the penetration of bullets. Their attack time, it was estimated that it was only a brief 10 seconds. Already confirmed, retreat from here to the big factory building over there. We can use the cover of the teleportation equipment. Evacuate into the mine. Are you sure there is no problem with the way out of the mine? No problem. The mine has 2 exits, all on the reverse bevel. It doesn't matter even if they blow up the mine. We can stop another wave on the edge of the mountain. This place, it can definitely be beaten into Shangenling. Zhang Wei knows. To say it was called Shangenling is a bit exaggerated. At least the scorched earth here won't be several feet thick, but as long as the wood targets the mercenary sniper, the remaining survivors fight the enemy, the outcome is only 50-50. And Zhang Wei's camp, which had been carefully prepared for 7 days, as long as no one leaks the news, you can catch the opponent off guard. It can be seen that the enemy is very calm, not all rushed down in a swarm. Zhang Wei knows, they were searching for traces of survivors. Hundreds of survivors suddenly disappeared without any trace. Zhang Wei puts himself in someone else's shoes. If he was on the helicopter, it is absolutely impossible not to attract attention. But these people, obviously, he has suffered a lot of hidden losses following Zhang Wei's team. At this time, I have become very cautious. Zhang Wei has been waiting for the first shot from the wood. And the subsequent attack, it will also follow like a violent storm. But the wood never attacked. In the end, Mumu even put away the gun, said, "There are no big fish." Those foreigners from the mercenary group, as if they knew that this was Zhang Wei and others' ambush circle, didn't show up at all. Those guys, I have been observing everything here from other places. To put them to death, it's simply not enough now. What's not enough? Not enough chips, time to put up some chips. Mumu took out a pistol, just fired a shot, and shouted, "Attack!" Chapter 731 The Ultimate Weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, each house or underground bunker, suddenly a fiery snake appeared. More than 30 guns, open fire in unison. This is the maximum firepower that the Wit can currently gather. The 4 people in front of me, 3 of them immediately fell to the ground. The other fell to the ground, but he was still shot in the buttocks. Suddenly he let out a scream. And the people behind also started looking for various bunkers. Zhang Wei and others have long been aware of this situation. From the surrounding area down to the half-square-kilometer area in the center of the basin, even if it is a stone as big as a millstone, they were all removed by the survivors. How to find effective cover. The battle was not as Zhang Wei expected, and it would end in a few minutes. In such a shootout, often 1 shot out of 10 would miss. Zhang Wei thought that it would take at least half an hour for the other side to run out of ammunition and food. After all, in history, such encounters often lasted for most of the day. As soon as the 2 sides fought, sparks flew everywhere, and the battle was extremely fierce. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage, the other side naturally did not want to be outdone, and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. However, this did not go as the Wood hoped. Mumu muttered, "It can't go on like this. We have to think of a way to make the situation more chaotic. After all, it only disrupts the enemy's rhythm and deployment. Only in this way can we find more loopholes and exploit them." Thinking of this, Mumu decided to change his strategy, adopt more radical and risky tactics, to trigger a real brawl. It's time for more peripheral people to step in. An enemy is coming in from the side. Get down on the ground and crawl forward. Yang Guang, I heard you have good arm strength. How about you try this? Mumu handed Yang Guang a watermelon grenade. Mutu's calm expression, as if people forget that this grenade has the power to kill 4 people instantly. Yang Guang stared at the grenade in Mutu's hand, with determination and courage in his eyes. "Let me try." Yang Guang took a deep breath, and then vigorously moved his muscles, feeling the power surge in his muscles. Then he took the grenade without hesitation, and held the pull ring tightly with his fingers. Yang Guang looked into the distance, and his eyes locked on the place above his head without a rain shield. Yang Guang used all his strength to throw the grenade out. The grenade pierced the sky like a bolt of lightning, fly towards the target at an astonishing speed. It draws a beautiful arc in the air. Finally it landed 50 or 60 meters away. Time seems to have frozen. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that thrilling moment to come. A few seconds passed. Suddenly, the loud noise was deafening. The grenade exploded in the distance. The fire is soaring into the sky. Smoke and dust filled the air. Not just the explosion of grenades, that detonator buried underground. It was also detonated instantly. The powerful explosion created a gust of wind, and objects around were blown away. Fragments flew everywhere, falling like raindrops, and the whole scene became chaotic. Some broken limbs and debris also fell nearby. The few people who sneaked in quietly were crushed to pieces without even screaming. At this time, Lynx also started firing with a rifle. After more than a dozen shots, one person was finally killed and one was injured. "The distance is too far, and it's a waste of bullets," Lynx said speechlessly. "If the distance is close, he could also make perfect shots." As soon as Shan Mao finished speaking, the glass not far in front of the four people, he was beaten to pieces. And the bullet, a lot of them were also hit on the wooden furniture inside. This is Wood's prediction in advance, lest those inside, grazed by a ricochet. The enemy's counterattack comes so quickly, Zhang Wei and others have realized that this iron house is no longer safe. Immediately began the transfer from the back door. Only 10 meters away, a wave of heat came from behind. "Get down, down." The voice has not yet been heard. Several people fell to the ground. "It's an RPG rocket." Zhang Wei looked at the ruins behind and said, "These guys, weapons with powerful firepower were also obtained." The other people were also stunned by the explosion. When I regained my hearing, I also guessed this weapon with powerful firepower. And not long after, next to other tin houses, there were also explosions. More than a dozen tin houses, nearly half were destroyed one by one. Fortunately, at the moment when Mumu shouted for attack, many people have rushed out from other places, people killed by rocket bombs, less than 1/10. Not long after the successive explosions sounded, the shouts of killing filled the mountains and plains. It came from other places. Plan B worked. Would help the Bobcat move from the back door. While saying, "This is the enemy's visual blind spot. Transmission equipment that can be used along the mine site, sneak into the mine. Then come out from the reverse slope." A large number of survivors, armed with various weapons, the mountains and plains rushed to the vicinity of the mine. These people are not foolhardy. Instead, they rely on bunkers such as big trees and grass. Harassment and combat against the enemy. For a time, the enemy was facing crossfire from head to tail. The firepower of the rockets just fired was suppressed. It was once again disintegrated due to panic. It was at this time, the person whom the Wood expects finally appeared. Zhang Wei saw a place far away. A new plane rises. "Not those 3 helicopters. It seems to be our helicopter," Shan Mao said somewhat speechlessly. Indeed. Yang Guang took Zhang Wei's telescope and took a look. "How, Wood, is it possible to defeat it? Disaster?" Then continued to evacuate the mine. With its back against the transmission equipment, the wooden hand never leaves the gun, an AWM sniper rifle wrapped in tattered cloth, caught in the wood. When the RPG rocket exploded, wood, improvised by human hands these past few days, the birds had already begun to scatter. After all, they were summoned at short notice. There are also alien mines. At first, I thought that with the advantage of large numbers of people, highest planned helicopter, it's a matter of course. Unexpectedly, he was knocked upside down by the opponent's heavy firepower. Fortunately, the direction in which these people escaped, there is no change to the plan previously set by Shan Wei and others. The enemies behind immediately followed up and fired with firearms. For a time, dozens of people again fell to the ground. Some people pretend to be dead, some people were really hit. Just when the pursuers thought they were about to kill them all, when you win a big victory, they chased them to an open space. Many of them were tied up by the vines on the ground. And among these vines, there are also a lot of sweater threads tangled randomly. The person at the front, before I have time to run, I got caught by the vines. Just when he finally broke free, with the sound of a booby explosion, the person has already flown into the air. Chapter 732 Sniping Bison. The familiar recipe, naturally. The familiar taste. For a moment, the invading enemies began to retreat one after another. And the survivors who had just been frightened by the rockets saw the enemy's signs of escaping and began to organize a counterattack. At this time, there were not many ways out to other places. For a moment, several enemies fell. The sound of the car engine was getting closer and closer, and the enemy's reinforcements finally arrived. "It's that black guy," Link said after taking a glance. More than a dozen people appeared on the hillside, lie down nearby and start looking for cover. "The guy named Lion is here too, Wood. Can you kill him?" "I only have 3 bullets left," Moo Moo said without looking back. "This guy is also a leader. If you can hit it, just snipe him." "Good. I'll see if there's any chance of getting closer." Moo Moo only hesitated for 2 seconds. The best shooting opportunity is lost, because the enemy has begun to look for a big tree as a cover. "Walk. Go to the mine first. Let all the brothers go to the mines." When the Wood shouted, some people who were originally defeated, there is even less organization and discipline. They all began to retreat in a panic towards the mine. The tracks they used to transport coal, survivors had already piled heavy objects nearby, spreading over dozens of meters, but it's a good cover. The enemy's bullets hit it. From time to time, there was the sound of popping beans. Some people fled to other places, but there are also people rushed into the mine tunnel. Wood knows, at this time, you need to attract the enemy's attention. He still needs to fire off one more shot. Moo Moo motioned to Zhang Wei and others to go first. He crouched, always confirming the direction in which we can attack. After 2 explosions, cars didn't go around on the ring road. And those survivors, but instead, they were charging back and forth around the coal mine that was dug into a basin. Zhang Wei looked from his position. This is a small core, a deep hole. The wood was aimed many times. The target object was not found. "Never mind. Let's move in first." We advanced to the mine, then used the elevator, go to the reverse slope of another mountain. Until he followed dozens of survivors into the mine, Zhang Wei knew about the so-called elevator. Due to power outage, not usable at all. Fortunately, on the wall of the elevator shaft, there are also welded steel climbing stairs. 5 at a time, be fast, the rest of the people, stay and stop. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, there are still booby traps on the battlefield. The enemy simply won't come down until the mines are discharged, that is to say, there are dozens of them. When climbing out, it is also enough. Entering from a mine that was almost half hollowed out, the exit is another reverse slope of the mine, such a mine, the only one in the old town. So dozens of people looked around, another half is led by Wood, walked back dozens of meters, went to the entrance of the mine to block it. Zhang Wei listened to the low roars of zombies coming from the depths of the mine. He does hope, those guys, get down quickly. Moo Moo and others were shooting near the conveyor track at the entrance of the cave. Finally caught the other party's attention. In the eyes of the enemy, so many people did not disappear out of thin air instead. He hid in the mine. Several cars in succession rushed down from the top of the basin. After observing the wood for a while, finally, I discovered that there was no one in the driver's seat. Using a car to avoid thunder? This is my first time seeing you. Zhang Wei looked around and said, anomalies were also discovered. If it weren't for the small slope of this basin, this car does not take a detour from the winding mountain highway and drive down directly. It has already overturned. But Zhang Wei also knows, even if the car overturns, also due to inertial force, achieve the desired effect. Only an explosion was heard. There is a car, sure enough. A grenade deployed by Yang Guang exploded. The power of watermelon grenade, not as big as imagined, but the high explosive detonator that detonates indirectly finally. The entire nearby ground was shaken. Echoes of explosions. They even stayed in the basin for a long time. Moo Moo took the rifle from the person next to him. He started shooting at the enemy, not far behind the car. After a few shots, 2 people fell to the ground. The enemy further away seemed to have discovered the existence of Moo 2, an excellent shooter, and immediately began to counterattack. Moo 2 dropped his rifle and used the scope of his sniper rifle to nervously search for everything he could see nearby. Suddenly, Moo 2 seemed to have discovered something. Link's cat. Report the wind, Moo 2 said softly. Turning around, he saw that Lynx was not around. Forget it. The wind force is estimated to be only level 1 at this location, Moo 2 said to himself. Then, within a breath, 2 shots were fired in succession. The sound of the sniper rifle echoed for a long time. Zhang Wei also seemed to vaguely see a person being hit. After this guy fell down, he fell straight to the ground like a felled tree, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, the mine, which was originally noisy, suddenly became a little quiet, as if time had frozen. The enemy also seemed to be under a spell, and began to retreat without any agreement. Zhang Wei closely observed the enemy's situation through the telescope in his hand. He was surprised to find that the enemy looked a bit chaotic, and the soldiers were busy with something. Some of the enemies looked nervous and panicked, and they had obviously encountered unexpected situations. This sudden change made Zhang Wei confused. Maybe this battle would turn around because of this accident? Who did you kill? American Bull. Mutu said without replying. American Bull? Did you kill the American Bull? This guy was also an old acquaintance of Zhang Wei and others. From Hansen Pharmaceuticals to the later Old Town, almost fought many times. But before, the kangaroo was killed by a with sniper. The American cattle survived because they were wearing bulletproof vests. Zhang Wei originally thought that this guy would hide in the seaside to recuperate. After all, even if you are wearing a bulletproof vest, under the power of sniper rifles, broken ribs, it's also possible. Until recently, Zhang Wei saw this guy arguing with the Black Bear and Lion Gang. Zhang Wei also confirmed, this guy is safe and sound. Zhang Wei, run. The words just fell. Another sniper rifle shot was heard. But it was shot by the enemy. Zhang Wei only saw one person next to him. The head exploded like a watermelon. Judging from this guy's clothes, it seems to be the same dynasty that called the Wood brother Lin before. Zhang Wei was very lucky, just a wooden push, pushing him to turn his body slightly sideways. Otherwise, the one shot just now, it is very likely that it is Zhang Wei himself. It's the SED sniper rifle, Mumu said. Chapter 733 Intelligence Organization. Can you tell just from the sound? It's a Kiwi bird. I've fought him before. This gun, he had killed a Russian before and snatched it away. Russian? Besides black people. Are there any Russians? Zhang Wei knows, SED sniper rifle, but it is a well-known weapon produced in Russia. Certainly, the Far East has been greatly developed in recent years. 7 or 8 years ago, there are many Russians doing business in the old town. Mumu pulled Zhang Wei toward the tunnel, while saying, that guy, he's from the Russian Federal State Security Service. I was in the woods before. I heard an old man named Qin who fled said he once worked for the Binhai branch of the National Security Commission of China. When the zombie crisis breaks out, the world's top 5 intelligence organizations are all paralyzed. So except for Antarctica, the remaining few, almost all zombies broke out. Later they fell one after another. The 5 major intelligence organizations? What is this? The 5 major intelligence organizations in the world. It's the CIA of the United States, that is the CIA in the movie, and the British MI6, Russia's Federal Security Service, that was the former KGB. Then, there is Israel's Mossad, and there is our National Security Council in the East. How does it sound to me that a Russian was assassinated by Black Sun? It's an assassination. Black Sun, there's a guy called Mountain Gazelle, that is. The Israelites, that guy used to be a Mossad member. The 5 major intelligence organizations, are they all paralyzed? But since the Black Sun mercenary group can know things in advance, America's CIA, it shouldn't be that you don't know it at all? You were not here before. Maybe I didn't hear the conversation between the black man, the Kiwi bird, and the red fox. Zombie outbreak. It is the product of a laboratory virus. The purpose is to implement a process called colored removal plan. Through in-depth analysis and precise calculations of massive data. Americans. A surprising prediction surfaced. In the remote North American continent, the number of people of color is expected to surpass that of traditional white people in just 15 years. This trend is like a surging wave, unstoppable. Faced with such a shocking situation, some people with ulterior motives secretly planned an insidious plan. Crazy evil plan. They are so bold, actually trying to control the laws of nature, using state-of-the-art gene editing technology to create an unprecedented biological virus. However, God's calculation is not as good as man's calculation. This crazy experiment eventually went out of control. For some unknown reason, the virus has undergone surprising mutations, exceeded all expectations. It spread quickly, and invade human cells, turn infected people into terrifying zombies. These walking zombies have lost their sanity and humanity, launch a ruthless attack on the living. At first, this zombie crisis is limited to a remote island called Plum. Those researchers did not realize the seriousness of the problem. They thought they could control the situation easily, nip the spread of zombies in the cradle. However, It turned out that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. That island? It has become a hell island. When the virus started to spread to other areas, it's too late. North America is plunged into chaos and panic, facing unprecedented challenges. It was also at this time that someone hired a mercenary group to poison cities across China, trying to drag our country into the water. Is that so? I understand. What do you understand? Mutu asked curiously. I understand why the zombie crisis first broke out in the old city. Such a city has poor sanitary conditions and the weakest biochemical defense capabilities. It will not react as quickly as a big city. So the old city fell completely in a few days. Those survivors fled everywhere, trying their best to find a safe shelter. And those who were unfortunately infected gradually became part of the zombie army. And this has only exacerbated the spread of zombies. It is no accident that the ape guy appeared in the faculty apartment. However, I don't understand. With our country, it is impossible for us to be unprepared for such a thing. Even if the zombies in the old city are out of control, the remaining city should be able to respond quickly. Yes, John Wei. Your idea is right. We have been prepared for a rainy day under the reminder of the Russian Federal Security Service. We have established a biological and chemical rapid reaction force. What kind of force is this? The Biological and Chemical Rapid Reaction Force emphasizes the word fast. From issuing the assembly order to completing the formation, from occupying the position to completing combat preparations, every process is compressed to the extreme. Race against time. Pursue the limit of time. The existence of this unit, just to solve the biological crisis. This unit was later transformed into an air and space force, amphibious warfare force, the three special designations of the Army Commando Special Forces. The purpose of the existence of the Army, it is a rapid mobile transfer, quickly occupy positions, find targets quickly, ensure immediate fire strikes, take control of the battlefield. Amphibious Warfare Force, is that what you said? Good, it's been High City's Amphibious Warfare Force. The purpose of this unit's existence, just to land on the island and fight as soon as possible, and its goal, it's not a small southeastern island, that's just a way to deceive others. The goal of this unit, it's Plum Island. The purpose of the existence of the Army, also completely destroy those biochemical laboratories. Where are the other two units? Already died in the crisis of zombie outbreak. Moo said speechlessly. I heard about the amphibious warfare unit. There were also more than 90% casualties. Yes, they were attacked by the Black Sun mercenary group at that time. A guy named Grey Wolf was leading the team. But he fell into the hands of the commander. The Russians you just talked about. When did that happen again? 1 or 2 months before the end of the world breaks out. Not just Russians. There is also the China National Security Commission, CIA, British MI6, even the Israeli Mossad itself, many senior officials in these intelligence organizations. They were all assassinated a few months before the apocalyptic zombie outbreak. The existence of an intelligence organization, often one hand controls multiple chess pieces, between superiors and subordinates. It's a single line of contact, and once this connection is severed, this means that the intelligence chain is completely broken. That's why I said, the top 5 intelligence organizations in the world, all paralyzed. Chapter 734 Zombies Attack. Wood, how do you know so much? Zhang Wei asked with confusion on his face. Didn't I tell you just now? I heard all this from an old man named Chen. He once mentioned, this knowledge was originally strictly confidential. But since the end has come, all secrets no longer matter. Moo replied calmly. Hear this. Zhang Wei became very interested in this mysterious old man Chen. He asked, who is this old man? Moo shook his head. He said he didn't know clearly. I only know that he seems to be a researcher. And he is also a peripheral member of the National Security Agency under the National Security Council. He paused, then he said, about his specific situation, I also have a little knowledge, but he seems to be in charge of the country's security equipment. It seems to be a shield machine or something. It can also be regarded as an important weapon of a great country. He is a technical engineer, responsible for encrypting electronic drawings and so on, to avoid being plagiarized by people from other countries. I think I know who you're talking about. In Zhang Wei's mind, Chen Xinhong suddenly appeared. It turns out that old man, is it from the National Security Bureau? No wonder you know so many things. Boss Lin, the enemy has been killed. When Zhang Wei recalled, a man rushed in from outside, said towards the wood. Go quickly. We must hurry up and climb up. Moo glanced outside. Several people covered their injured parts he staggered in. And the gunfire from behind, it has also become very short and easy. This is shooting without saving bullets. It seems that the death of the American cattle, it completely offended those people. But it makes the people of the mercenary group angry. This is exactly what Zhang Wei wants to achieve. Mumu looked at the people who were still waiting to climb. It was found that only the last two groups were. During the time they just went out, more than 30 people have climbed up, including Bobcat and Yang Guang. Lynx and Yang Guang answer from above, "Let's leave quickly. Let this group rush to the streets, meet the gifts we have for them." The Wood signaled the last two groups of people to climb quickly. Then he looked at the injured two people. "We can't climb up, last thing, let the two of us do it," said one of the survivors. "And you? The injury doesn't seem serious." Mumu looked at another person. "I was shot in the thigh. You can't get up there," the man said weakly. Zhang Wei knows, by the strength of both arms, climb up this shaft, almost impossible. And asking others to carry it up, it's also too difficult. Seeing Mumu, he handed the two watermelon grenades into the hands of these two guys without hesitation. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense. Say the previous sentence. "Take care of yourself. I started climbing without looking back." And Mumu also carries his own spear on his back. Follow Zhang Wei closely. Two injured men grab the grenade, slowly walk deeper into the tunnel. Those detained in this tunnel, nature is not something else, but the zombies captured in the past few days. 7.5 days, dozens of people acted together for nearly half a day, zombies locked up in mines. Naturally there are hundreds. If some people hadn't been sent to guard further away, it is estimated that it can close thousands of zombies. Because the mine extends inside, access is several kilometers away. Zhang Wei et al., after just introducing some zombies, and they used wooden things inside, the passage for zombies to come out was blocked. The two men went in with watermelon grenades. Naturally, it can make those obstacles break through easily. It's just that he is feeding a tiger with his own body. This grenade, since it is used to explode obstacles, it is also used to commit suicide. Now that it's certain that he won't survive, there is the awareness to die calmly. Although these two guys met Zhang Wei for the first time, Zhang Wei also had to admire them. 2 explosions were heard. The entire tunnel was filled with smoke and dust. There was no series of gas explosions, as Zhang Wei imagined. There was just the smell of gunpowder smoke. The entire tunnel fell into a brief silence. And for a moment, immediately, the roar of zombies came from the depths. "Hurry up," the Wood urged Zhang Wei below. "My legs hurt a little." Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. "Climb up quickly." And the enemy's conversation seemed to be heard from the entrance of the cave. A grenade exploded at the entrance of the cave. That's the enemy's stone throwing. What surprised the enemy was that inside the tunnel, there was a commotion. "Fight in. Asshole, we can't let that gunman escape," someone shouted outside. Zhang Wei understands. The shooters these people are talking about. It should be the Wood that killed the American cow. That's right here. A zombie was exploded deep in the tunnel. Suddenly a human voice was heard. A large number of zombies surged out of the dark and deep tunnel like a tide. They bared their teeth and claws. The face is ferocious. It exudes a disgusting rancid smell. These former humans, now it has been eroded by the virus. Lose your mind. All that remains is the endless hunger and greed for the living. They moved swiftly, let out a low roar. The overwhelming force surged forward. "There are zombies! There are zombies!" The person who was preparing to pursue, unexpectedly. Dozens of people entered the tunnel. A large number of zombies suddenly appeared inside. I was caught off guard for a moment. In this thrilling moment, the one who leads, even before there was any time to react, he was mercilessly thrown to the ground by the zombies that suddenly rushed out. The zombie bit the man's neck. This made his originally resolute face instantly turn to panic. His eyes were full of despair and helplessness. Turn out to be, death is also so close. If I had known earlier, I won't work for those mercenaries anymore. At the same time, and those ferocious zombies, then he took the opportunity to launch a more violent attack. It bared its teeth and claws and rushed towards the crowd, and began to spread towards the entire basin. Hearing the noise coming from the front, the people behind him came to their senses instantly. They looked at the surging zombies in front of them in horror. Raise your weapons without hesitation. Fire wildly at those ferocious monsters. Bullets were fired at the zombies, like raindrops. The tongue of fire from the muzzle resounded throughout the basin. Every bullet carries human beings' fear of death and desire for survival. It hit hard those bodies that were once alive. However, these zombies seemed tireless, not afraid of pain. They continued to rush forward, start a life and death battle with a few human survivors. The ridge of a mine in the distance, Bobcat returned the telescope to Zhang Wei, said, "Southeast wind, level 2 to level 3, 300 meters away, would your last bullet, otherwise. Don't waste it." Chapter 735 Where to Go. Moo Moo set up the heavy sniper rifle with a calm expression. His movements are slow and steady. It seems that he is already familiar with this series of operations. After completing these, he didn't shoot immediately. Instead, move your steps slightly backward, let yourself hide deeper. Then, Moo Moo slowly brought his eyes closer to the scope of the sniper rifle. Carefully observe the movement in the distance through the lens. Moo Moo is concentrating. Keep your eyes peeled, afraid of missing any detail. Time passes minute by minute. Finally, after some patient waiting and careful searching, Moo Moo broke the silence. The opponent's sniper, it has long since disappeared. Moo Moo's tone is firm and confident. Obviously, he is confident in the conclusion he has reached. After saying this, Moo Moo exhaled lightly. He seemed to be relieved, but his eyes were still staring straight ahead like an eagle. There, dozens of enemies armed with various firearms. With hundreds of ferocious faces suddenly emerging like a tide, the stinky zombies engaged in a fierce battle. These zombies are all according to Zhang Wei and others' previous requirements. Carefully selected strong zombies. They move quickly, infinitely powerful from time to time. Low roars came out of his mouth, creepy. After the initial confusion, the enemy, and became fearless. They worked closely together. Keep shooting. Bullets roared towards the zombie swarm. There were splashes of blood. Those who survived the end of the world, none of it is easy. Zhang Wei knows, if it were the people from his old city high school, maybe the action is not so neat. At this time, a helicopter took off from the distant jungle. Mutu changed his position on the ridge several times, and finally came to a conclusion that the body of the mercenary, American Bull, who was sniped by him, was gone. If he guessed correctly, the body of American Bull should have been taken on the helicopter. Zhang Wei knew that mercenaries would not let their teammates' bodies be exposed in the wilderness. The mercenary organization left behind these temporary recruits and took a helicopter away. As soon as the helicopter went away, those who had been defending regularly at the beginning immediately went their separate ways and ran in different directions. Seeing such a rare opportunity, dozens of people lurking on the ridge, he also started shooting randomly. After one round of bullets is fired, in fact, not many enemies fell. But most people, they all went into the jungle. He ran away in a flash. Zhang Wei knows, this hunting game, about here, it's come to an end. Those people didn't know that the wood and ammunition were running low, but they should have feared wooden means. Taken together, the wood and several bosses on the mountain, he gave the order to hunt down the enemy. Everywhere in the jungle, there were whistles coming one after another. This is the enemy that was hidden and scattered before. Many enemies just got away from the zombies. He was immediately hunted by people hiding in trees or in the jungle. Wait until it's almost dark. When more than a dozen leaders came to report, Zhang Wei finally learned that this pursuit was very effective. Those who escaped, it should be no more than 5 fingers. These guys, it should not pose a threat to the mine. It's just a big battle. There are thousands more zombies. I was drawn to the road to the mine. On the other side of this road, direct access to the old town. This is not the result Zhang Wei wants. So Moo Moo ordered again, even out some people, beat gongs and drums, and shout loudly, lure the zombies in the direction of the rock-stomping ground. That was a supply point for the mercenary organization. Zhang Wei didn't know about their helicopter. We'll settle there, or go directly back to Binhai. And after all the zombies in the open pit mine are cleared, the wood just fell down, check out the 2 helicopters the guys have parked on the outskirts of the mine. One of the helicopters, there is a fist-sized gap in the glass. Zhang Wei and others went in, found a bald head lying on the dashboard. A pool of blood almost stained the entire pilot's seat of the helicopter. There are no enemies in the car, only in one corner, 4 or 5 boxes of compressed military rations were stacked. Seeing that there are such good things, the wood was quickly carried down and divided. I agreed before that I would be a big one, no matter how small the mosquito legs are. They are still meat. Each person gets a box and a half of compressed military rations. Although it tastes nothing but to satisfy hunger, but it's very good. After a period of intense inspection, the wood, a conclusion was drawn. 2 remaining helicopters, only one is available. Surprisingly, capable helicopters, it happened to be the bald driver who was hit by a wooden sniper rifle. Another helicopter's key components were removed. It's probably what those guys did. The helicopter whose cockpit glass was hit, it may be mistakenly thought to have been damaged by the enemy. On the contrary, It was not damaged. Zhang Wei didn't know where those guys went. But one look at the scene, there are actually 4 or 5 intact cars. That also confirmed the black man. He probably took a helicopter and left with the others. Where are we going? Go back to the old city high school camp. Zhang Wei was searching in another helicopter, didn't find anything useful. Only a few wooden boxes containing RPG rockets were found. The warhead inside, all was used up without a single one left. The wood did not speak, but he looked at the links. Shan Mao looked at Yang Guang. Yang Guang hesitated for a moment, started checking the fuel of both helicopters. 10 minutes later, Yang Guang gathered the fuel of the 2 helicopters together. Enough fuel to fly 200 kilometers, it depends on where you want to go, but this guy's blood, immersed in the console, I don't know if the components inside are damaged. I don't recommend traveling far otherwise. It will crash in the woods, none of us will survive. In this case, let's take a detour back to the old town first. More than 10 days have passed, I don't know what's going on over there. Moo then summoned various leaders, let them prevent zombies from approaching the old city in the woods. It is promised that after the risk in the old city is lifted, give them resident status. And told them, helicopters may be at risk of crashing. It would be better to have fewer people riding. Having said that, naturally, no one wants to leave with Moo. Because at this time, it's much safer in the woods than in the old city. Zhang Wei and the 4 of them casually ate some military rations. Then they moved out the body of the bald driver. After Yang Guang tried for a while, finally the helicopter was airborne. It's just that this isn't the same helicopter we had before. I wonder if the brothers in the old city will misunderstand. If you say so, I feel a bit dangerous. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered something. He was in Old Town High School and Old Town Jail, all stocked with rocket launchers. Even many tall buildings in the old city, Rejoice also hides the existence of this weapon. At this time, it doesn't seem like a good time to go back to the old city. No means of communication, there are no agreed actions. It is easy to be mistakenly killed by one of your own people as an enemy. Chapter 736 The Small Island in the Middle of the Lake. The 4 of them, starting from when Guisho and Rejoice jumped into the pond, I was chased by a helicopter into the western forest, haven't shown up for almost 10 days. In the eyes of other survivors in the old city, his whereabouts are probably unknown, or I don't know whether I live or die. We can't blatantly use helicopters to go back to the old city. That would cause trouble in the old town. American cows and kangaroos are dead. The mercenary group will definitely take greater revenge. Then where do you think we should go? Zhang Wei had roughly guessed Yang Guang's plan. The most dangerous place. The safest place. Let's go to Binhai City. That's what I mean. Zhang Wei continued. Lu Dali's whereabouts are unknown. And we don't know if he's dead or not. But since he was kidnapped by those people before, he must have gone to Binhai. Wang Pinyuan was cut by Shirji's paper cutter. And we don't know if Wang Pinyuan is dead or not. I want to find Lu Dali as soon as possible. Although Zhang Wei wanted to find Lu Dali, Shan Mao and Yang Guang were not very interested in Lu Dali. Finally, Zhang Wei mentioned it again. Wang Rilin is also in the hands of those people. This aroused the vigilance of Shan Mao and Yang Guang. A woman fell into the hands of the enemy. The outcome can be imagined. What a coincidence, that woman is their respected boss, Wang Yukan's sister. Good, let's go to the old town. Yang Guang changed direction, no longer going to the west gate of the old city, instead, go straight north. The location of a group of 4 people, there are still more than 10 kilometers away from the old city. Not many people noticed. For safety, and to avoid being discovered, Yang Guang has always used low-altitude flight. Selected flight route, most of them are in the wilderness. Because Yang Guang is worried, the plane was hit by other human survivors or looters, so I deliberately stayed away from some buildings and factories near the old city. Even if it is a residential building, also stay away from it. Because of the previous wood, he used a sniper rifle to kill the bald driver. Where are we going to land? In order to avoid the enemy, it may take a long detour. Let's go to the island in the middle of the lake. Island in the middle of the lake? What is this place? Is it that place? Zheng Wei had heard Liu Yu, a white hat from Binhai City, mention it before. Not far from Binhai People's Hospital, there are dozens of forces, large and small. One of the more well-known and advanced ones, they seem to be called the Lake Bandits. This group of people is entrenched on an artificial island, like water bandits. Although the artificial island only covers an area of a few square kilometers, but there are also a dozen exquisite villas. And this place is like the water in Liangshan Mountain, easy to defend but difficult to attack, as long as you have some weapons, almost invincible. This strategic value is very important. I heard that Wang Guangliang and his son heard about a place. It is said that there are hundreds of survivors up there, and he is a person with good water quality. They once wanted Zhaoan to recruit these people, but he came back defeated. Is this the place you are talking about? That's right. This is the island. Yang Guang turned around and said. Then Yang Guang put on the sound-isolating headphones on the plane. He began to tell Zhang Wei and others what happened after he left the old city. It is said that under Guishu's suggestion that day, he secretly left the city with 10 or 20 red-shirted warriors. The purpose is to provoke a war between the military and city lights. But his special team, it's not as professional as I thought. As soon as I went out, I encountered many groups of zombies. Finally, after almost 3 days, only at the cost of 1/3 of the casualties, approaching the outskirts of Black Mountain, Yang Guang was stopped by a man named Fang Jiguang. Don't let him get any closer. Until the end, Yang Guang told the news of Wang Yukan's death, that so-called commander. Only then did he finally agree to see Yang Guang. I heard a few guys say it before, that boy Wang Yukan is seriously ill. I didn't expect to die so soon. You don't have to be surprised. Wang Yukan and I have no grudges or grudges. It just has something to do with him being an old friend of mine. The commander said to Yang Guang in a building. Old friends? What old friends? Yang Guang had also heard that Wang Yukan had worked in Binhai before, and thought they were Wang Yukan's former colleagues or leaders. 2 friends, they are Wang Yukan's parents. Parents? Are Director Wang's parents still alive? Dead now, died when the zombies broke out in Binhai City. Wang Yukan, his parents are from the National Security Bureau. You may have never heard of him. National Security Bureau? This is the second time Zhang Wei heard of this department. I heard it from Muumu's mouth before. That old man Chen Xinhong is a peripheral member of the Binhai branch of the National Security Bureau. Zhang Wei suddenly understood. Why did Wang Rulan always think that she was an orphan? What else can I say from childhood to adulthood? I haven't seen my parents a few times. Only occasionally do I receive phone calls from my parents from abroad. She then realized that she was not an orphan. Wang Rulan always thought that it was her parents who preferred her brother, but she didn't expect her parents to have such identities. People from the National Security Bureau. This is similar to the FBI in the United States. If you work abroad, that really cannot reveal any relevant identity information. The commander and Yang Guang chatted for a while, and left, before leaving. He also hinted to Yang Guang, there will be a big storm in the old city. Why not stay with him for 10 days and a half? Wait until the storm subsides before leaving. Of course Yang Guang refused. He was here to stop the storm from breaking out. Yang Guang knows, city lights and the military have always been at odds with each other. Over the past year, although the military has remained neutral, it has been secretly producing weapons and ammunition. Zhang Wei used food to exchange for weapons and ammunition from here. Yang Guang, who was well informed, naturally knew about this news a long time ago. Yang Guang settled down in the military's hidden camp and settled the dozen or so brothers who came with him. Many of these people were also retired soldiers and militiamen. Later, at Wang Yukan's suggestion, they formed the Red Shirt Army. Yang Guang's people and the military people exchanged greetings and soon became friends. Many people with short military service even called some old militiamen old squad leaders. Yang Guang achieved his goal. Then he continued to persuade Sergeant Fang Jiguang. Sergeant Fang was also a smart man. And he kept laughing. He knew that the commander was going to take action against the people of City Light. But he lacked an opportunity. Until the commander got the intelligence. All the 1,800 survivors under City Light all entered the City Light building in the old city through hidden tunnels. And they were completely trapped. The commander finally got his chance. City Light's people, no more minions, it is no longer a tiger. So the military people, it also firmly held back the power of City Light. What is adopted is that the enemy advances, and we retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue him. The enemy is stationed at us to harass us. The strategy of attacking when the enemy is tired. This also makes the most powerful firepower of City Lights. No one can break into the old city, and the real estate from the sea or the air in the eastern part of the old city to complete the internal and external cooperation. Indirectly led to the destruction of those people. Zhang Wei heard what Yang Guang said. Only then did I realize that he was in it. Such great effort was put into it. If the military hadn't taken action, the core weapon of City Light, just kill him directly, instead of missiles coming. And what Yang Guang did, it's much more than that. Launch that cruise ship in the mercenary group. When you want to attack from the east of the old city, Yang Guang called dozens of soldiers, attacked the cruise ship with a speedboat. Only some electronic equipment was damaged. The cruise ship then lost its ability to move. But all this, what does it have to do with Hushin Island? Zhang Wei asked. Chapter 737. My name is Gao Cheng. It doesn't matter much, but Sergeant Fang Jiguang's brother Fang Jirong, they happen to be the people on that island. I think I understand what you mean. Zhang Wei knows, probably someone was there to answer the call. However, even Wang Pinyuan is not capable of conquering the forces. Can Yang Guang land smoothly on the island? Zhang Wei was not sure for a while. Since Yang Guang said this, just take it one step at a time. The helicopter continued to fly northwest, going in a big circle, before turning northeast again. And half an hour later, finally we saw a large artificial lake. I'm afraid it's no less than a few dozen hectares. The center of the lake, there is a small island of several square kilometers. The nearby embankment is hardened with cement. There are many holiday villas with blue and white exterior walls standing around. On the water next to it, there are also a large number of bamboo rafts and lifeboats docked. It is probably a means of transportation for people on the island. This island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Wei had heard of it before. There was such an island decades ago. It's just that the area is only a dozen square meters. Later, during the dry season, dredging the lake, then the silt was concentrated and piled up in the middle of the lake. Over time, the area of the island, it's getting bigger and bigger. Later, during urban planning and design, just put this place, it was built into an island in the middle of the lake. At first, many peach trees and willow trees were planted on it. This island, also called Peach Willow Forest Park. As for building villas, that was later. When Zhang Wei slowly recalled, the helicopter also gradually approached the island. But Yang Guang did not approach recklessly, but when it was almost half a kilometer away from the island, patrol slowly. After circling the island 3 times, Yang Guang flew the helicopter directly over. Is this the code for you to go in? Zhang Wei was stunned. I thought we would have to chant slogans or something. I didn't expect that we would just fly in directly. Well, it's very simple. Look at the time. What time is it? Just fly a few circles counterclockwise. It's past 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, which means we have flown 3 circles. I told Fang Jiguang that he should bring the news to Fang Jirong. The helicopter landed smoothly in an open space. And in each villa, a large number of people came out immediately. These people are armed, be cautious and alert. Yang Guang walked out of the helicopter first. Before getting off the plane, he threw down all the weapons he had on him, then he raised his hands. When Zhang Wei and the others saw this, we can only learn from others. Even the Wood had to throw away his special sniper rifle that still had 1 bullet. Just got off the plane. The 4 of them were pushed to the ground. Then they were tied up with ropes. Only then did Zhang Wei feel that something was wrong. This should not be the way to treat guests. This guy Yang Guang, was he sold out by Fang Jiguang or Fang Jirong? Yang Guang winked. He signaled to Zhang Wei and others to stay calm. Then he added, don't worry, if they really have ill intentions towards us, we won't let our helicopters land here. The 4 of them waited for several minutes. Being surrounded by dozens of people all the time, look at it like a monkey. Until soon, only then did the person in charge come over. The 4 of them were led into the largest villa. And inside this villa, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with double ponytails, playing video games in the lobby. How is this possible? This shouldn't have electricity. You are wondering, where does this electricity come from? The girl with twin tails said without looking back. Zhang Wei nodded. He knew that there used to be electricity in the old city. That was when the thermal power plant was started. He also knew that Binhai People's Hospital had electricity. It was a makeshift generator. But inside this villa, judging from the time I came in, there are no cables or wires at all. Unless, there are also generators. This island is not an ordinary island, you should know, underneath Wuzhen City, Jiangsu in Zhejiang Province, is there a supercomputer? Also underneath this island, there is a small supercomputer. Mini-computer? When Zhang Wei heard this, I just feel that this matter is not that simple. It should not be an ordinary computer, but a supercomputer. Light of Wuzhen. And Shenwei Taihu Light, Zhang Wei has heard of it. I just don't know what's under the earth. What is it again? Are the so-called tourist islands and townhouses, is it all cover? What really needs to be covered up? It's an underground supercomputer, or related defense equipment. In this way, if it is independent power generation, or small nuclear power, it's also a normal thing. It's just after the zombie apocalypse, no matter how powerful the computer is, it should have no effect. No matter how powerful the calculation is, Nor can we count the destruction of human civilization. And any high technology, it's no longer useful. Little devil, where is Fang Jirong? After Yang Guang came in, I just kept looking around in the large living room of this villa. Although I clearly know that this little girl is like a person, maybe a ringleader, Yang Guang still didn't take her seriously. For Zhang Wei, this little girl is only 3 or 4 years younger than him. Call me little sister, it's always true. For Yang Guang, Shan Mao and Mu Mu, who are about 30 years old, call her little devil, it's considered normal. This island, have you ever been attacked by zombies? As soon as the lynx comes in, just look around, trying to find any trace of zombies. But the marble walls are clean, there wasn't any dried blood. Twin Ponytails didn't pay attention to the questions of several people, still playing the game with concentration. Until a few people became impatient, then I dropped the game controller, turned around. Zhang Wei took a closer look, finally got a clear look at her. I saw her wearing a pair of cute twin ponytails. The hair flutters gently with the breeze, like a jumping note. Wearing a fresh and elegant dress, the hem of the skirt is like a dancing butterfly, it gives people a feeling of lightness and agility. Her eyes are as clear as water, revealing innocence and kindness. A sweet smile hung on the slightly raised corner of her mouth. It makes people fall in love with it. The whole person looks cute and pleasant, just like a little princess walking out of a fairy tale. I know you. The twin-tailed man glanced at Yang Guang and said, You are the captain of the second team of the Old City Special Police Detachment. Your name is Yang Guang, 32 years old, unmarried. He is considered an old bachelor. I know you too. Your nickname is Bobcat, 29 years old, also a policeman. My name is Miao Qing. What a strange name. As for you, needless to say, Wood, male, 28 years old, your information, on the electronic files I saw, all are encrypted, still red font. Your story, if printed, there are 58 pages of A4 paper. And you, high school students, I finally found you. You know me? Zhang Wei was stunned after hearing this. It was indeed his first time meeting this girl. Hello, my name is Gao Cheng. 3 o'clock water, a climber. Ding. The clarity of words. Gao Cheng, are you? Zhang Wei suddenly became a little flustered. Chapter 738 Gao Cheng. That's right, I am Gao Cheng from Gao Cheng. Zhang Wei, your information is the most difficult to check. I can't find it no matter how I search. Later I found out, you are a student. You don't have any work experience. So in terms of social security, taxes and ID cards, your existence cannot be detected at all. You've been pretending to be me. What do you want to do? This. Zhang Wei was very embarrassed, unexpectedly. I met the co-owner of Gao Cheng here. And he's still a minor. I have always heard about Gao Cheng's words before. He has never shown his true face in front of the survivors. Unexpectedly, it was a child, remote control command from behind. It seems that he guessed what Zhang Wei was thinking. Gao Cheng continued, Don't underestimate me. My intelligence, for the whole of China, it should also be the top one. I finished all the university courses in my 3rd year of junior high school. On this island, I'm just employed. Hire? Who hired you? National Security Bureau. Before the end of the world, I'm a hacker, even now. I see. Zhang Wei walked over and took a look, discovered the game played by Gao Cheng, somewhat familiar. But it wasn't something he had ever seen before. This is a game I spent more than half a year making. The name is Zombie Island. If you pass all levels without saving, I estimate it will take several days. Do you want to try it? Zhang Wei only glanced at it casually. I saw the map of the game. It's really almost the same as this island. How about it? Do you want to try it? I don't play, we're in a hurry. Zhang Wei refused directly. Only a fool would play games with her here, and it's a zombie game. It's not impossible to play games, previously. We had to wait until we found Lu Dali. At that time, we will call on Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiang to rush to the street. I think it will take 3 days and 3 nights. I want to ask you something. Where is the headquarters of those City Lights guys? Zhang Wei only met Wang Guangliang and Wang Pinyuan at the People's Hospital. But that was just a temporary stronghold for them. Such a big force, it requires at least a few properties to serve as a base for survival. Obviously, that day in the hospital, all the people who belonged to City Light, there are only a few dozen people. It wasn't a big stronghold. You want to seek revenge on the people of City Light? Gao Cheng said with a smile. Ask them for the people. I advise you to forget about it. It's useless. What do you mean? You are alone. If you are given a gun, how many people can you kill? How many are there? 10,000. Gao Cheng raised a finger. At least, Gao Cheng added. Gao Cheng, help me think of a solution. Think of a solution? You have caused me trouble. And you still want me to help you think of a solution? Gao Cheng ignored Zhang Wei and sat back in his seat. Isn't Fang Jirong here? Where is Fang Jiguang? Does anyone know Fang Jiguang? Yang Guang was still asking the people around him about Jirong's whereabouts without giving up. Captain Fang is dead, said one of the survivors. Dead? How did you die? I remember it was fine half a month ago. Shut up. Gao Cheng slammed the mouse on the table, the rest of the people, so he kept silent. You assumed my identity, it also caused our people, and the water purification company to get into trouble. The death of Captain Fang related to this. Gao Cheng said after being silent for a while. I had no choice at that time, I could only borrow Gao Cheng's name to survive, but the death of Captain Fang you mentioned, who is it related to? If I guess correctly, it should also be done by people from City Lights. Right? Gao Cheng said nothing. Zhang Wei also knew. This means she acquiesced. Yang Guang also came over and said, we are all smart people. I spoke openly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, although it was our first time meeting each other, but alliances can be formed. City Lights people, turning the old city upside down, there was great chaos. They also arrested our friends. Our Liangzi, it can't be solved. To deal with those people, you alone are not enough. Gao Cheng didn't want to communicate too much with Yang Guang. I remember Wang Pinyuan and his men should have been here. Right, since they didn't take this place as their own or include you, then there is something here that they are afraid of. I want to know what is that. Zhang Wei previously learned from Wang Pinyuan's chat. I know they have always been obsessed with this place. That thing, that's me. Gao Cheng said after being silent for a while. Is it you? How is that possible? This time it was Bobcat who was surprised. Gao Cheng. This little kid, he can clean it up with one hand. What is there to be afraid of? You should know, there were short-range missiles that hit the old city before. Right? No, but it's not very powerful, no accuracy. That was a weapon from 20 or 30 years ago. Naturally it is much different. Underneath this island, in addition to having a supercomputer, there is also a medium-range missile silo. Silo? Good, land-based medium-range missiles, once launched, something within 1 square kilometer will be evaporated, within 3 square kilometers, unless it's deep underground, otherwise nothing would survive. How is it possible? Is there still such a big killer in this city? Nothing is impossible. This is not preparation for ordinary war. This is a strategic weapon. To some extent, this is just a deterrent to other countries. Such a medium-range missile, if not intercepted, aircraft carriers can also be sunk. City Lights people, rat trap, is that because of this? Among them, there should be a few people who know the news, otherwise we wouldn't have been without an attack. If the fish is dead and the net is broken, I don't have to launch, detonate this missile, has the same effect, just this island, it may sink completely to the bottom of the lake. I see, then you declare to the outside world, we need a very clever strategist. This is just an excuse of mine, there will always be people with different intentions, want to master this island and the things underground, so I made up this lie, just delay and wait for change. You think? It shouldn't be that simple. Yang Guang hesitated for a while, and then said, when I was in college, I also took the computer course as an elective. People like you, I won't involve myself in it. I think, with your technology, set up a self-destruct program or delayed launch program, there is no problem. The less you want to give up this island, the more the enemy wants it. When they finally get it one day, you are probably far away already. So you need a smart strategist on this island, make an act of desperate resistance. 3 square kilometers, enough to feed many people in one pot. Chapter 739 is a bait. I don't know the 4 of us. Can you be your so-called military division? Your conjecture? There is a certain reason, but that's just your conjecture. Gao Cheng said indifferently. I can indeed detonate at any time. You can also hit the missile out, but I don't want to do that. Why is this again? Didn't you say that Ji Rong under your hand was killed by those guys? Fang Jirong, it's just one of the dozen below I am this water. Lian Shan, there are 108 core members, why not die? What I worry about, more than you think. The base of the light of the city, in the center of Binhai City, 29 kilometers away from here, flying speed of ultra-high-speed missiles, it is 5 times the speed of sound, nearly 6,000 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers, it's just a minute. My missile here, not an ultra-high-speed missile, but it is also close to half the speed of sound. The missile flew over, it will not exceed 3 minutes. I'm worried. It is not a thing of the light of the city. It is the matter after the light of the city. The light of the city now is unique, but in Binhai City, it is also a good checks and balances. Once this power is overwhelming, this kind of balance in the past year, it will also be completely broken. At that time, it's not just your old town. But the entire Binhai City will mess up. This is for you and me. It's a good thing. But for the survivor of the entire Huaxia, this is tantamount to disaster. Are you willing to help us? Zheng Wei from this girl's words, hearing what she wanted to be outside. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the time has not come yet. I can't wait that long. 3 days. I will find Wang Guangliang in 3 days. My brother Lu Dali can't wait that long. They will definitely do something to him. Zhang Wei still had a glimmer of fantasy. He fantasized that Lu Dali should be fine at this time, because Wang Pinyuan was stabbed by Shirsha before. Given that guy's character, he would definitely execute Lu Dali himself. But it would take at least 10 days, or half a month to wait for that guy to recover. Of course, this is also a kind of self-comfort for Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei was trapped in the jungle before. There is no way. At this time we came to Binhai, naturally. I want to get a big vote. It doesn't matter whether we can find Lu Dali or not. But as long as the attention of the enemies of City Light is attracted, the possibility of Lu Dali surviving will be even higher. Gao Cheng ignored Zhang Wei's accusations, and the game continued again. This made Zhang Wei intolerable. Think of those who died. City Lights, not an ordinary survivor, they are working with Black Sun. Since you are a hacker, you must know something about what those people did. I heard what they did. They are executing the human eradication plan. They want to destroy our entire nation. I know all this, but I can't help you. You can do it. You were there more than half a year ago. Gao Cheng was formed in preparation for a rainy day. Gao Cheng is now even stronger. If there is something that even Gao Cheng cannot do, no one else can even think of doing it. Then you say, how can I help you? Go from here, distance from the base camp of City Lights. There are 29 kilometers. The streets are full of zombies. The closer you get to the city center, the more zombies there are. What is the population density of Binhai City? You should know better than me. Don't you have a plane? The plane can go there. Just drive there by yourself. Yang Guang and Shan Mao looked at each other. What if I use myself as bait? Zhang Wei then said. What do you mean? The Wangs and his son hate me so much. As long as I show up, they will stop at nothing to catch me. But he didn't know the wood and the lynx existed. As long as Yang Guang flies the helicopter, send wood and bobcats to relevant locations, you may not be able to cooperate with me inside and outside. Rescue Mu Mu and Wang Rilin. You want to use yourself as bait? Don't enter the tiger's den. How can you get tiger cubs? How can I help you? You let the people in Gaocheng below you, spreading news like crazy. Just say that the 8th Hall Master of the 9 Admirals in the Old City appeared just right there. Zhang Wei looked at the wood. I want to hear his opinion as a sniper. I need a high ground where I can hide. Mu Mu said to Gao Cheng, who was playing the game. Preferably somewhere not far from City Light's base camp. You want to die? Gao Cheng asked without looking back. Why do you say that? I can't imagine. How do you fight your way out of the mountains of zombie corpses and seas of blood? Even if you have a way to break through the zombie blockade, City Light's people, they are not vegetarian at all. They have helicopters. There is a car, you can't get out. Then I need your help. Do you want me to shoot this missile? If it really can't be done, that City Light, there is no need for existence anymore, isn't it? Gao Cheng, we risk our lives, but as for you, without any loss, it can even help you get rid of the big worry of Wang and his son. If the City Light is destroyed, you, who have mastered the 2 forces of the Water Purification Company and Gao Cheng, must be the biggest beneficiary. And you are on the island in the middle of the lake in Binhai City. The 2 forces are in the suburbs far away from the core main city. It can almost be said that he is reaping the benefits. Your words, it makes me very excited. Gao Cheng finally put down the game controller in his hand. Then continued to say, it's more than 20 kilometers away from here. There is a place called Binhai Bridge. There is a Gemini building. There is a flyover connected in the middle. It is both a business district. It is also the best commanding height. You can overlook the places a few kilometers around. People who have to attract the light of the city, it is the most convenient to do there, because there are their ears there. Bridge? Does Binhai City also have a power called Tianxiao Lao Luo? It seems to be collected by medicine. But there is also the sphere of influence of Lao Luo. How do we go? You have a helicopter, of course. The helicopter passed. Will this be attacked by the survivors? This is very simple. You are on the helicopter. Just post a Red Cross logo. Red Cross? Is this a certain secret number? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that when he had just arrived. He flew around the island in 3 laps. Tianqiao Lao Luo, it is the most bizarre force in the entire Binhai city. Their stance is very neutral. The major forces of black and white, they all sell their face. Neither shall they sin against others, just collecting raw materials. It seems to be researching serum drugs. There are rumors. Their research. Relatively large results have been achieved. This makes all the forces. They all regard them as treasures. Chapter 740 Twin Towers. Zhang Wei knows, the so-called treasure, make good friends with it, but I just want to think that one day, there will be a drug to suppress the zombie virus. It can be used immediately. Contradictions always exist in opposition. If it is really a laboratory virus, then a vaccine will definitely be developed. It's just the destruction of civilization now. Just make this very difficult. That's it. Without further ado, just as you said, let's approach Tianqiao Square first. The Red Cross is easy to do. You should have similar red cloth strips or stickers here. No, but there is paint and spray painting. Gao Cheng seemed to have prepared such a thing in advance. And Zhang Wei is thinking everything about the so-called National Security Agency. Zhang Wei always thought before that city lights or mercenary groups are the most powerful forces. It seems now, many things underground, has gradually surfaced. That old man Chen Xinheng is, so does the little kid Gao Cheng, plus the so-called commander of the military, and Wang Yukan's parents. It seems that many people, all related to the National Security Agency. This made Zhang Wei feel, the so-called doomsday game, a long time ago, it has turned into a confrontation at the national level. Although people like Gao Cheng, according to her, she is just a hired senior hacker. But Zhang Wei had some intuition. It seems that all this, it's just one link in a big network. If the entire world map were a chessboard, this part of the old town, at most, it's just a chess grid. 5 top intelligence organizations. It seems that he cannot be completely considered a chess player, because they are also being plotted against. But the real mastermind behind the scenes, there must be an inseparable connection with the Black Sun mercenary group. Someone must have hired them. Something is being done behind the scenes. Gao Cheng actually had someone send in red spray paint. After the Bobcat took over, also go outside, on the left and right sides of the helicopter, each left a huge red cross. Looking from afar, the helicopter also has the feel of a medical support team. When will we leave? Lynx asked. Let's take a rest before we talk. Yang Guang responded. Coming out of the mine, for most of the day, the spirit is always in a state of high tension. This small island is rare. Without any danger, there is no need to rush. Zhang Wei and Yang Guang discussed many things with Gao Cheng. Zhang Wei even asked, intentionally or unintentionally, what was going on between the survivor organization Gao Cheng and the water purification company. Gao Cheng, the leader behind the scenes, someone who once dealt with a water purification company and forced them to make a covenant, not allowed to come out during the day. After running again to confirm, Zhang Wei also knew about this underage girl. He should be the leader behind those guys. After all, it was the first time I met her. Zhang Wei also had to be careful, otherwise I would still have to help count the money after being sold. If he wasn't too worried about Lu Dali's safety, it's not such an adventure. Zhang Wei did not expect that. The so-called Lake Bandits, the leader behind the scenes, he is the unknown leader of Gao Cheng. But when I think about it, it seems normal. In the last days, many people do not show their true colors to others. Like those little brothers of Wood gathering in the forest, if he doesn't reveal it, it is estimated that no one will know that he is the leader of the 5th Hall of the 9 Admirals. No one will know he is Demingzi's most recognized younger brother. At least this is the case from Zhang Wei's perspective. Big Mingzi most recognizes rabid dogs and wood. To protect the wood, he even kept the wood away from the dangerous whirlpool of the old town. After resting on the island for an hour and a half, only then did the 4 of them board the plane again. I'll arrange for someone to show you the way. Gao Cheng asked a boy in his 20s to get on the helicopter with him. Then place a metal object the size of a fist, quietly handed it to Zhang Wei. What is this? Zhang Wei saw the numbers above jumping, thought it was a modified bomb. Locator. Locator? Right, this is the missile flight locator. Where did you leave this? Click the button above. The missile will hit exactly where it belongs. This is satellite positioning. The network has long since failed, however. Beidou remote sensing satellites are still in operation. You just need to use this thing, lost somewhere. Half an hour later, I will launch the missile. Didn't you say you don't want Binhai City to become chaotic? Right, so at that time I would think over and over again, do you want to shoot this thing? What if I touch you by mistake? After pressing the button to enter a 4-digit password command, the password is 4 zeros. Just remember it. Gao Cheng seemed to think that Zhang Wei's age was closer to hers. That's why this big killer weapon was. It was handed over to Zhang Wei's hands solemnly. Zhang Wei put it in his backpack. The person who led you is Fang Tao, Fang Jirong's cousin. If you really want to cause trouble for the people of City Light, he will help you with all his strength. Fang Jirong was killed by a foreigner named Yuanho. A tall foreigner. That guy? That guy is not called Yuanho, but Ren Yuan. Almost. Just pay attention, Gao Cheng said, and continued to play games. Zhang Wei and others took a nap again, and found that it was almost 6 o'clock. If they delayed any longer, it would probably be dark. In such an unknown place, flying at low altitude after dark without radar positioning is undoubtedly very dangerous. So without hesitation, we set off immediately. The helicopter continued to fly north, and after flying for more than 10 minutes, we finally saw a twin tower. The so-called Twin Tower is a structure similar to the English letter H, a bit like the World Trade Center before the 9/11 incident in the United States. The connecting body in the middle is an aerial corridor, which is somewhat similar to what Zhang Wei saw in Binhai People's Hospital before. Unlike the old city where there are fewer high-rise buildings, here in Binhai City, there are many high-rise buildings in the city center. There are almost 30 floors. Around the Twin Towers, there are also various buildings. And unlike before the end of the world, now among the various buildings, they are all connected to each other by steel cables. Zhang Wei even saw survivors gliding on it. Is this the so-called overpass? But this is indeed a flyover between a dozen buildings, communicate with each other unhindered. It's a pity that those people who like extreme sports like Yi Xiaobai are not here. Otherwise this is really the right place for them. Under Fang Tao's instructions, the helicopter, heading towards the top floor of one of the Twin Towers. I didn't think this building was very big at first. After getting close, only then discovered, the top floor is at least 200 square meters. And the helicopter hasn't landed yet. There was someone waving a red flag on the roof. Signal the helicopter to go to another building next to it. Because above this building, 2 helicopters have been parked. Could it be them? Zhang Wei immediately thought of the Red Fox group.